Chapter 1. Be a little more compliant, Chu Shuang. 2 months after Chu Shuang ended her relationship with Gu Sui, that indifferent man finally remembered to win her back. Where are you? At home. I checked your nod at Ming Lan Yuan. Yes, I've moved. There was a moment of silence on the other end before Gu Sui spoke. Still sulking? Chu Shuang stroked her golden retriever's head, momentarily taken aback. Mr. Gu, we broke up. It's not a sulk. When his ex-girlfriend had confronted her, flaunting her presence and disrupting her work, Chu Shuang had sent him a breakup message while he was on a business trip abroad. How did he respond back then? Let's talk when I return. Indeed, he was a busy man. I've already warned Xian, Yin won't dare to cause a scene in front of you again. The man's voice was actually quite pleasant, having occupied a high position for long. He knew well what tone could bring others to submission. She's not really an ex-girlfriend, we merely had a few business collaborations. It was she who claimed that you two were at the stage of discussing marriage, and your families are well acquainted, a match made in heaven. I want Stan and Mr. Gus Wei to find a suitable partner if she continues to be ungrateful. Next time, she might lose more than just her job. The sound of a lighter flicked through the receiver, likely igniting a cigarette, and Gu Sui's tone took on a subtle lightness as he continued. Where do you live? We should talk face to face. Chu Shuang sighed. Really, there's nothing to discuss. Let's part amicably, Mr. Gu. I just want to live a simple and stable life. You have so many beautiful women around you, any of them would treat you better than I could. Gu Sui squinted slightly. Are you trying to provoke me? Chu Shuang replied, You know I dislike engaging in disputes. The man scoffed lightly. I could find out without you saying a word. After hanging up, Chu Shuang stared blankly at the roses in the vase. She was well aware of Gu Sui's methods. He wielded power and influence, commanding respect in Xiangqing, and could achieve anything he desired. Yet, she never anticipated he would come back to seek her out. Given his aloof nature, he was accustomed to women who catered to him. It was uncharacteristic for him to pursue a woman. One should never have entangled themselves with a man like Gu Sui. It was entirely her fault for acting on impulse, having never been in a relationship before, driven by curiosity to engage with him. Her grandfather had just called yesterday about a potential marriage with the Sheng family. At such a critical juncture, Chu Shuang did not wish to stir up any more trouble. She had thought that, no matter how powerful Gu Sui was, it would take him at least a month to find her. However, when he appeared at a CAF she frequented after work, Chu Shuang witnessed his prowess for the first time. Gu Sui lacked for female companionship, yet he was discerning when selecting a girlfriend, or rather, a companion who was exceedingly selective and had a nonchalant attitude towards relationships, preferring independent women who did not cling. Thus, during their 2-month relationship, Chu Shuang had not felt much depth in their bond. She naturally assumed Gu Sui harbored little affection for her and believed their breakup would be smooth, until he pursued her and she suddenly realized Gu Sui would never tolerate a woman taking the lead if they were to part ways. It would have to be on his terms. It was raining outside today. The air was thick with humidity and steam rose from her cup, obscuring her vision. Gu Sui looked at the woman opposite him, who was engrossed in her coffee and not meeting his gaze, and spoke directly. Come back with me. I already have a good job here. I don't wish to change positions. If you truly want to stay here, that's fine, the man replied, sipping his coffee leisurely. It will merely take a bit more time. I can come by every Saturday to accompany you in that case. We could consider it a long-distance relationship. Chu Shuang raised her eyes, her lips parting several times before she spoke. Mr. Gu, maintaining this arrangement would waste both your time and energy. It's truly better to break up. I've already warned Xian Yin similar incidents won't occur again. My last relationship was 2 years ago, and it ended cleanly. Do you like me? Chu Shuang asked abruptly. There was a 2-second silence in the air before she continued. Honestly, I don't feel you like me very much. Our relationship began rather hastily. You merely needed a companion, and I happened to catch your eye. I acted impulsively, mistaking gratitude for affection. This relationship could never last. Our personalities and approaches to matters differ greatly. I am truly grateful for your help during my internship, and I still appreciate it to this day. I apologize for bringing up the breakup first, but I have contemplated it for quite some time. It's not that you are inadequate, it's simply that we are incompatible. Mr. Gu, you have so many wonderful women around you, there's no need to waste your time on me. Gu Sui studied her for a moment, his dark eyes revealing little. No one is inherently suitable. Compatibility is not solely determined by you. His slender fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, his gaze lingering on Chu Shuang's crimson lips as he remarked with a semblance of a smirk, Be a little more compliant, Chu Shuang. The corners of his mouth curved slightly, his tone carrying a hint of coaxing, yet his demeanor remained anything but gentle, exuding a subtle dominance. After a few seconds of eye contact, Chu Shuang averted her gaze, adopting a negotiable tone. What kind of woman do you want? I'm rather dull. It seems you've made up your mind, Gu Sui replied, his expression unchanging, though his gaze deepened slightly as he added, After 2 months, I have gained nothing. Shouldn't I first exercise some rights as your boyfriend before we part ways? The extent of their physical intimacy had only ever reached a mere embrace. Gu Sui, mindful that she was his first love and that she had recently faced some distressing matters, had always been restrained and courteous, never even kissing her. Of course, it's more than just a kiss. Feeling the heat of his gaze, Chu Shuang could no longer remain seated. She abruptly pulled her chair back and left. A forced fruit isn't sweet. Watching her flee, Gu Sui did not pursue her, a pleased smile gracing his lips. Upon leaving the CAF, Chu Shuang hurriedly made her way to the building below her apartment. Noticing a vendor selling jianbing guozi, the enticing aroma reminded her that she had yet to have dinner. She ordered 2 in one breath and stood in a daze while waiting. The vendor, noticing her expression, couldn't help but chuckle. You frowning looks just like my daughter. Chu Shuang turned to the warm-eyed aunt. I'm facing a bit of a dilemma. Don't worry, you're young and beautiful. There's nothing you can't overcome, the aunt said as she packaged the jianbing guozi, smiling. After eating these hot jianbing guozi, you'll wake up feeling like a new person tomorrow. Chu Shuang chuckled, her earlier gloom over Gu Sui gradually dissipating, thanks to the jianbing guozi and the kind aunt. The next day, she returned to work. To avoid running into Gu Sui, she deliberately took a different route, steering clear of the CAF. Although she knew he could find her in many ways, she still chose to take the longer path. However, her respite was short-lived. On the 3rd day at work, her boss hesitantly called her into the office, conveying a single message: the company could no longer retain her. Chu Shuang felt utterly absurd. Yet upon reflection, it was precisely the sort of thing Gu Sui would do. Packing her belongings and returning to her residence, one thought consumed her mind. She needed to leave Xiangqing, and the sooner, the better. But where to go was a dilemma. Returning home was not an option, as she could not guarantee whether Gu Sui would follow her. Frustrated, she opened her phone and scrolled through Weibo, discovering a plethora of new messages, among which one stood out: a message from an editor at a comic website. Chu Shuang had a passion for drawing. She had been managing her account since university, often creating charming little comics and occasionally serializing romantic tales. Over 3 years, she had amassed nearly 500,000 followers, gaining a modest reputation in the community. The editor was from the largest comic website in the country, Kite Animation, renowned for its stringent signing conditions, yet it had birthed many sensational comics. Becoming a creator and illustrator for Kite Animation had long been Chu Shuang's aspiration. After several rejections, having this editor reach out to her felt like a stroke of fortune, and she seized the opportunity with a sense of urgency. The capital city, with its vastness and distance from Gu Sui, was the perfect place to hide. Beijing. On her first day at the headquarters, after completing her onboarding procedures, Chu Shuang returned to her hotel. Her immediate priority was to find a place to live. Staying in a hotel indefinitely was not a viable option. After several days of browsing rental websites, she finally visited some properties over the weekend, only to discover the challenges of finding housing in Beijing. Many listings were misleading. Either they presented tiny rooms for exorbitant prices or offered poorly maintained accommodations with questionable safety. One particularly egregious listing revealed a flurry of scurrying mice upon opening the door. The following weekend, she viewed another batch of properties and finally found a suitable only 2-bedroom apartment with decent decor, ventilation, and lighting. Although the rent was a bit steep, the landlord promised to help her find a roommate quickly, which would alleviate some of her financial burden. Room sharing was not a problem after all. Each had their own bedroom, maintaining a clear distinction. Yet, Chu Shuang, inexperienced in the harsh realities of life, soon encountered the perils of the world. On the weekend, the landlord brought a burly man to see the apartment. The man appeared to be in his 40s, with a plump face and a gaze that was rather direct, akin to a starving wolf spotting a freshly cooked lamb. The man was evidently pleased with the apartment and decided on the spot to move in, stating he would return the next day to settle in. It was only later that Chu Shuang learned about the numerous unscrupulous landlords who would go to great lengths to profit, enticing young women to move and only to attract male tenants under dubious pretenses. One fateful evening, overwhelmed by her frustrations, she sought out her landlord to express her desire for a female roommate. The landlord, dismissive and lacking in empathy, merely brushed off her concerns with platitudes about the difficulties of finding housing and how cohabitation between men and women was quite commonplace these days. In a moment of desperation, Chu Shuang even offered to pay a substantial monthly rent to avoid sharing accommodations. Yet the landlord insisted that having accepted a deposit from a man, he could not retract his word. Unable to reach an agreement, she stormed away from the den of wolves once more. After enduring weeks of pent-up frustration, she chose a fortuitous night to visit a bar and unwind. "Are you here alone, beautiful?" Chu Shuang did not lift her gaze. "Hey, why are you ignoring me?" Upon finally noticing the striking woman before her, Chu Shuang was taken aback. "Is that you?" Chapter 2. Moving into the Sheng residence. What was her name again? In her junior year, Chu Shuang had learned to drive at a driving school where they shared the same instructor. On occasions when their practice sessions ran late, they would carpool back to campus, and all Chu Shuang knew then was that she hailed from the neighboring drama academy. "Chen Yao, it's Sheng Yao." Their interactions had been brief, lasting merely 2 weeks, after which they never crossed paths again. Nearly 2 years had passed, and encountering an old acquaintance in the bustling metropolis brought a sense of joy to Chu Shuang. Sheng Yao possessed an assertive beauty, with defined features and a tall stature, exuding an aura of sophistication that made her appear untouchable, tinged with an air of aloofness. "My apologies, I only remembered the Yao," Chu Shuang replied with a smile in her eyes. "I never expected to see you in the capital." Sheng Yao took a seat across from her, clinking their glasses together, her crimson lips curving into a smile. "It's been a long time, beautiful sister." Hearing this familiar address once more brought a smile to Chu Shuang's face. Being called sister by a striking beauty felt rather delightful. Sheng Yao had always enjoyed calling her that, despite the fact that she was merely a month older. Sheng Yao scrutinized the enchanting figure before her, clicking her tongue in admiration. "After all these years, you're still as captivating as ever. It's truly a shame you didn't attend our school." Had Chu Shuang chosen to study at the drama academy, the reigning beauty of that year would undoubtedly have been replaced. "You are just the same no matter how many times I look. You remain stunning." Sheng Yao beamed at the compliment. "Are you working in the capital?" "Yes, I've just been here for half a month, working at a comic company." "Kite Animation? You know about Kite Animation?" Sheng Yao chuckled, clearly well informed. "Of course. I enjoy following serialized comics, and I never imagined you'd be working there." "How impressive. I have always envied those with artistic talent." Though Sheng Yao appeared cool and distant, she was genuine and enjoyed complimenting others, a trait that Chu Shuang found quite charming. As thoughts of her housing predicament crossed her mind, she lowered her gaze. "The job is great, but I had no idea finding accommodation in the capital would be so challenging. I've faced countless obstacles, and it feels like I've experienced all the hardships that contemporary young people endure while searching for a place to live." With great patience, Sheng Yao listened as Chu Shuang recounted her rental woes from the past 2 weeks. For a young woman just stepping into society, the struggle was indeed formidable. Having unburdened her frustrations, Chu Shuang felt significantly lighter. "By the way, are you also working around here? Do you know of any suitable rental properties nearby?" "I'm a local." Sheng Yao pondered for a moment before a smile spread across her face, her eyes sparkling with delight. "I have plenty of guest rooms at my place. Would you consider staying with me?" Taken aback, Chu Shuang hesitated. "I don't want to impose on your family. My home has been rather empty lately. It's just me. I'm almost bored to the point of mold. I've been longing for someone to chat and explore with." The thought of having a companion ignited a flicker of excitement in Sheng Yao. "Come on, just think of it as keeping me company. Fate brought us together today, and it must be for our cohabitation." Looking into Sheng Yao's bright eyes, Chu Shuang slowly replied, "I'm not alone, I also have." "Someone else? A boyfriend?" "No, I have a little dog. It might be inconvenient to bring it to your home." "I adore dogs. Bring it along, we can have fun together." Seeing that Chu Shuang still seemed hesitant, Sheng Yao continued, "You come to my place, and we can snack on treats while watching movies in the evening. We could even cook our favorite dishes together. On weekends, we can drive out to the countryside for a picnic. Isn't that better than being alone at a bar? Living in a strange city can be quite isolating with me around. You won't have to be alone anymore." Chu Shuang felt a twinge of temptation at her words. Having someone to talk to would indeed alleviate her loneliness, and she was in urgent need of a place to stay. Could you please inform your family first? If they agree, I will move in. If they object, I'll look elsewhere. Sure, don't worry. My family is quite easygoing. My parents and brother never interfere with my friendships. That evening, Sheng Yao casually notified her family in their group chat. No one responded. Having grown accustomed to her free-range upbringing, Sheng Yao figured her parents were likely having a splendid time in Phuket, while her elder brother was simply notorious for his lack of responsiveness. The following day, she eagerly urged Chu Shuang to move in. Chu Shuang, did your family agree? Sheng Yao, they did. Since it's Sunday, I'll come pick you up. Which hotel are you at? In the afternoon, Chu Shuang rode in Sheng Yao's car to the Sheng residence. As the vehicle glided into a picturesque lane adorned with blossoming peach trees and verdant willows, the surroundings grew increasingly tranquil. The streets, imbued with a sense of history and charm, struck Chu Shuang with an awareness of the difference that lay beyond the urban depths. Or perhaps a solemn grandeur. The sky was clear, and the branches of the poplars and late-flowering locusts extended gracefully along the road, their sweet fragrance carried by the gentle breeze and warm sun. The environment was exceptionally pleasant, almost overshadowing the propriety that lay beneath its orderliness. Passing by several well-kept homes, Chu Shuang noted the elegant residences, with stone lions guarding the entrance of traditional courtyard doors, adorned with intricate dragon motifs and topped with carved ridge beasts. This was a legendary realm of the capital's elite. The grandiosity and understated elegance of the place suggested that only the most prominent families could reside here. Upon arriving at the Sheng residence, Chu Shuang marveled inwardly. Even having seen her fair share of exquisite homes growing up, she was astounded by the sheer opulence of the Sheng family's abode. As soon as she stepped inside, she was enveloped by the fragrance of books. The corridors and courtyards exuded a classical beauty, and such a residence could not possibly be constructed in just a few decades with mere wealth. Its heritage was palpable. Sheng Yao led her upstairs to familiarize her with the rooms. As they passed a landscape painting, Chu Shuang paused. Is this the authentic work of Mr. Wu Yang? Sheng Yao raised an eyebrow. You can tell? My grandfather had a fondness for such things and possessed a deep knowledge of calligraphy and painting. I picked up a bit of understanding from him. After moving into the Sheng residence, Chu Shuang's life underwent a remarkable transformation. The surroundings were not only filled with the songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers, but the culinary creations of the Sheng family's cook were also nothing short of exquisite. On weekdays, she would carpool with Sheng Yao to work, while weekends were spent tidying up and exploring the city together. They sometimes indulged in exquisite manicures and shopping for fashionable attire at the mall, and at other times, they would pitch a tent in the countryside to savor the warmth of a sunny afternoon, visiting various scenic spots nearby. When they wished to stay closer to home, the two would take leisurely evening strolls with Chu Shuang's little dog through the neighborhood, often encountering retired officials playing chess at stone tables, familiar faces from the community, all of whom were connected in one way or another. Sheng Yao delighted in engaging Chu Shuang in games with them, and as time passed, Chu Shuang grew familiar with everyone. After work, they would often be invited to other grand residences for tea and snacks. These elderly gentlemen had once been formidable figures in their youth. Some retained a serious demeanor even in their later years, yet they were disarmingly endearing in their interactions. Chu Shuang, having grown up surrounded by such elder figures, quickly developed a sense of familiarity with her new environment. About 20 days into her stay, Sheng Yao's parents returned home. Upon seeing Mrs. Sheng, Chu Shuang could hardly believe her eyes. She was none other than Ji Wenyue, the renowned host of an international channel, a paragon of talent and beauty. During her school years, Chu Shuang had listened to countless episodes of her programs to practice her listening skills. Observing the woman before her, who appeared even more striking and impactful than on television, Chu Shuang felt a surge of excitement akin to meeting a celebrity. Mrs. Sheng's demeanor embodied the grace of someone well-versed in literature, exuding a calm and composed elegance in her speech. In contrast, Mr. Sheng was taciturn and exuded an air of authority without needing to raise his voice. Upon learning that Sheng Yao had a friend over, Mrs. Sheng presented Chu Shuang with a gift, pleasantly surprised that her daughter had befriended someone as composed and charming as Chu Shuang. Chu Shuang's poise and articulate conversation, coupled with her beauty and just the right temperament, delighted Mrs. Sheng, who hoped her daughter might quietly learn from Chu Shuang's demeanor. Since Chu Shuang's arrival, Mrs. Sheng began buying double portions of snacks, teasing that it felt like she was raising two daughters. Watching the two girls happily enjoy the little cakes Mrs. Sheng had bought, she smiled tenderly. If only I truly had two daughters. Chu Shuang had always had a special way of endearing herself to elders, partly due to her gentle and soft nature, and partly because she knew how to engage them and make them happy. Whenever Mrs. Sheng experimented with desserts at home, Chu Shuang would often lend a hand in the kitchen, while Xing Yao relished the opportunity to lounge on the sofa, waiting for the finished products. Chu Shuang's diligence and attention to detail impressed Xing Yao. She marveled at how her friend could spend hours in the kitchen without a hint of boredom, while she herself would grow weary after just a couple of attempts. With a diligent little helper by her side, Chu Shuang took on many of the tasks Mrs. Sheng had previously insisted Xing Yao do, leaving Xing Yao with plenty of leisure time. That on the weekend, the weather was delightful, and Madame Sheng, accompanied by two young girls, ventured to the lakeside park for a camping trip. Chu Shuang prepared her easel, eager to paint a portrait of Madame Sheng. Having never posed for a portrait before, Madame Sheng found the experience intriguing and settled amidst the blooming wildflowers, serving as Chu Shuang's model. Meanwhile, Xing Yao enjoyed slices of watermelon while observing the two artists at work, with the picturesque backdrop of shimmering lakes and mountains behind her mother and a vibrant array of flowers encircling Chu Shuang's easel. The scene was profoundly heartwarming. She lifted her phone and captured the moment, sharing it casually in the family group chat. As they returned in the evening, a Lincoln was parked in front of the Sheng residence. From a distance, Xing Yao spotted it, somewhat astonished. Isn't my elder brother supposed to be on a business trip for 2 months? Has he returned already? Madame Sheng remarked. That child, returning early without notifying the family. Chu Shuang turned her gaze towards the Lincoln, where a man emerged, clad in an elegant vest and suit, tall and poised, his arm draped over his coat. Noticing their vehicle out of the corner of his eye, he turned to look at them. Upon catching sight of his features, Chu Shuang was once again struck by the remarkable genes of the Sheng family. His brows and eyes were meticulously sculpted, and his cool demeanor made him appear even less approachable than Xing Yao. As he stepped out, Xing Yao crossed her arms, addressing him. Did you really come back empty-handed? Xing Yang replied nonchalantly. Did you ask me to bring something? Xing Yao scoffed. If you don't ask, how would you know to buy anything? Is this how you behave as an elder brother? Let's not bicker the moment you return. Madame Sheng chuckled at the childish antics of the two, then turned to introduce her son to Chu Shuang. Ah Shuang, this is Xing Yao's elder brother, Xing Yang. Chu Shuang politely nodded. Hello, I am Chu Shuang. Madame Sheng added, she is a good friend of Yao Yao. Xing Yang glanced over, noticing a smudge of oil paint on her clothing, and spoke courteously, a lovely name. His striking appearance was even more impactful up close, and Chu Shuang smiled. Thank you. During dinner, Madame Sheng praised Chu Shuang to Mr. Sheng. She truly is remarkable, a testament to her artistic training, with such deft hands. By the way, Ah Shuang, aren't you working at a comic company? I forgot to ask earlier. Which one is it? Chu Shuang replied, Kite Animation. Madame Sheng pondered for a few seconds, glancing at Xing Yang with curiosity. Isn't there a kite animation under your company? Xing Yang nodded. It's under Xingyu Culture. Madame Sheng laughed. What a coincidence. It happens to be a Yang's company.
Chapter 3. The uncle. As Chu Shuang was on the verge of slumber that evening, she received a phone call from her cousin. I will be traveling to Shangqing for work tomorrow, and I plan to visit you as well. Chu Shuang had yet to inform her family about her job change to the capital, so she hesitated and replied, I'm no longer in Shangqing. I've been in the capital for over a month now. Working with a comic company here, Shen Jinyan sighed softly. Why haven't you mentioned this to the family? After changing jobs several times and moving so far away, I'm worried about grandfather's concerns of brother. Please don't tell him just yet. Working in the capital is beneficial. Grandfather was worried that after your marriage, coordinating with a city far from the capital would pose challenges. By the way, are you staying in the company dormitory? If it's inconvenient, I can contact someone to help you find a place. For now, I'm staying at a friend's house. Chu Shuang pondered for a moment and added, could you help me find a suitable place? It is not ideal to keep imposing on them. Alright, with the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, I'll arrange for someone to bring you back to celebrate. Chu Shuang smiled. I can return by myself. It would be too much trouble for you to send someone for me. Grandfather mentioned that the Shang family may come to propose after the Mid-Autumn Festival, and if all goes well, your engagement to the Shang family member likely won't be delayed until next year. While initially on the call, Chu Shuang was reviewing sketches, but upon hearing Shen Jinyan's words, it took her a moment to react. It dawned on her that her betrothed was from the Shang family. She had never considered this before. Today, upon seeing Sheng Yang, she suddenly realized that he was very likely her intended brother. She inquired, "How many influential families in the capital have the surname Shang?" "There should only be one." "I haven't heard of any other Shang family in the capital." Chu Shuang pressed her lips together, convinced that it had to be true. It seemed that Sheng Yang was indeed the fiancé she had never met. It was a case of serendipity through misfortune. However, having spent some time with the Shang family, she had come to understand their family values. Everyone was quite pleasant, and there was little to criticize about her future in-laws. As for Sheng Yang, he was dignified and composed, courteous and gentle. His demeanor and actions suggested he was quite reliable. Most importantly, his striking appearance captivated her, as she had always appreciated beauty. Thus, her acceptance of this fiancé was relatively high. Even in the absence of love, coexisting harmoniously with a handsome, principled gentleman was not unappealing, especially since she had developed a fondness for her future sister-in-law and mother-in-law, since learning that Sheng Yang was her fiancé. Chu Shuang found herself subconsciously observing him. She noted his dining habits, his mannerisms, and his daily routines. After several days of observation, she concluded, Sheng Yang exhibited emotional stability, maintained good living habits, worked diligently and seriously, and approached tasks with organization and foresight, a quintessential quality of an exceptional young man. Her subtle actions soon caught the attention of Sheng Yao and Madame Sheng. Early one morning, the two had been secretly watching Chu Shuang for 5 minutes as she stretched in the garden, her limbs moving while her gaze remained fixed on Sheng Yang, who was also exercising nearby. Sheng Yao took a bite of her apple and sighed softly, "This charming young woman has been ensnared by my brother. Men like your brother do tend to attract women's affection." After Sheng Yang completed his workout, Chu Shuang casually turned away, just as Sheng Yao and Madame Sheng entered the house, suspecting that Chu Shuang might have feelings for her older brother. Sheng Yao decided to assist her friend and informed her that the opera house had adjusted its working hours, which meant she could no longer accompany Chu Shuang to her workplace. Consequently, the task of driving Chu Shuang to work fell to Sheng Yang. On weekdays, Sheng Yang's driver would first drop Chu Shuang off at the company before heading to the headquarters. As this arrangement continued, Chu Shuang began to feel uneasy. Initially, it had been a kindness on Sheng Yao's part to let her stay in their home, but it felt inappropriate to keep relying on them for transportation to and from work. During her time with Sheng Yao, being peers and friends had made it feel less significant, but now it was clear that she needed to move into her own place soon. Although that house would eventually also be hers, when Madame Shang learned of her intentions, she endeavored to persuade her to stay longer, suggesting that Chu Shuang delay her move until after the Mid-Autumn Festival. On the weekend, with Sheng Yang absent and Madame Shang and Mr. Sheng seemingly out on a date, Sheng Yao languidly napped on the sofa while Chu Shuang played with the puppy in the yard. The weather was rather sultry, and after engaging the puppy for a while, Chu Shuang noticed the deep blue sky was becoming overcast with heavy clouds, which made her feel somewhat drowsy, sensing rain was imminent. She retreated beneath the high eaves and settled into an old armchair, allowing her heavy eyelids to close. Just before drifting off, she heard the sound of raindrops tapping against the tiles. Rainy days are the most soothing for relaxation. The air is imbued with the fresh scent of grass and the subtle aroma of damp earth, while the rhythmic patter of rain serves as the perfect lullaby, inevitably reminding her of her childhood. When many such rainy days were spent falling asleep to her grandmother's gentle whispers, completely relaxed, Chu Shuang soon fell into a deep slumber. The delicate flowers in the garden were washed clean by the rain, some drifting with the water while others stood resilient and vibrant, each creating its own picturesque scene. The koi fish in the pond seemed to revel in the rain, occasionally poking their heads above the surface. As the light dimmed suddenly, it was unclear how much time had passed when the water pooling in the yard began to flow, and a car came to a steady stop outside the gate. Moments later, a pair of long legs clad in a sharply tailored suit stepped through the door, the hand holding the black umbrella pale and cool, keeping the dampness and chill at bay. The puppy nestled in Chu Shuang's arms perked up, barking at the man who strolled in with an air of ease, drawing his attention to in the old armchair. The woman appeared enchanting, her face turned slightly, delicate brows blending into dark tresses. The contrast between her lip color and complexion was striking, a perfect balance of purity and vibrancy. As she slept serenely, the puppy's barking roused her, and upon opening her eyes, she found the dim light of the overcast sky and an unmissable tall figure before her. The man, holding the black umbrella, had sharply defined features, his gaze deep and inscrutable, reminiscent of a desolate moon in the wild. Each step he took was steady and composed, causing the shallow puddles to ripple, as if even the drumming of raindrops on the eaves had slowed. The lights in the courtyard flickered on. As she discerned his profound eyes, a phrase sprang to Chu Shuang's mind. The mountain of jade has toppled. The man's obsidian pupils were unfathomably deep, and his features were so impeccably sculpted that one glance was enough to leave a lasting impression. With a hint of drowsiness still lingering, she rose and greeted, "Hello, may I ask who you are looking for?" The man's gaze swept over her drowsy features, assessing her. They were alone. Only Sheng Yao was present at home. Clutching the puppy, Chu Shuang turned to head back inside. "Please have a seat and enjoy a cup of tea. Aunt Sheng and the others should return shortly." "Uncle," Sheng Yao exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the man. Without turning on the lights, the man folded the umbrella and pressed the switch on the wall, instantly illuminating the hall. Did you just wake up? Faced with Shang Ting, Shang Yao suddenly felt awkward. Leaving with a quick, "I'll get you a cup of tea." Chapter 4. Do you still plan to date? The hall was brightly lit, spacious, and tranquil. Chu Shuang sat on the left side of the sofa. Her breathing light, this man exuded an air of indifference and authority that made it difficult to meet his gaze, remembering Shang Yao's earlier reference to him as uncle and her own demeanor of being a guest in this household. A tinge of embarrassment washed over her. After all, he was the true resident of this house, and her previous display of hostess was rather. No wonder he scrutinized her so intently. Shang Yao returned with the tea. Placing the cup before the man before sitting beside Chu Shuang. "Chu Shuang, this is my uncle." Sitting upright, Chu Shuang turned to him. "Hello, uncle." "Hello, this is my friend Chu Shuang. She is a comic artist." Upon hearing the greeting "Hello, uncle," Shang Ting's gaze shifted to Chu Shuang. His eyes darkening slightly. After a brief silence, Shang Yao fidgeted with her clothes, speculating about her uncle's potential displeasure at her bringing a friend home, but soon the man spoke. "Hello." Fortunately, the tense atmosphere did not linger long as Mr. Shang and Madame Shang soon returned home. With the arrival of the adults, Shang Yao pulled Chu Shuang upstairs. Lying on Chu Shuang's bed, she sighed slowly, prompting Chu Shuang to ask, "Are you afraid of your uncle?" "Yes, I've always feared him since childhood. My parents and brother usually wouldn't scold me for minor misdeeds, but if my uncle was around, I would definitely be lectured. When I was in middle school, I was a bit mischievous, and one time when my parents were busy, it was my uncle who attended the parent-teacher meeting. At that time, my grades had plummeted, dropping 200 places in the ranking. After the meeting, her uncle said nothing and immediately drove her to a tutoring center to find a teacher. It might not sound too terrifying, right? Shang Yao continued, eyes closed, but that day, he stayed with me at the tutoring center until dawn. I had to finish all 8 subjects' test papers before I could rest. And he wouldn't even let me eat dinner. I still remember feeling scared, hungry, and overwhelmed, crying as I apologized while completing the test papers. Listening to her, Chu Shuang couldn't help but shudder at the thought of that man's stern face downstairs. But it doesn't end there. After finishing the papers around 4 in the morning, he stayed with me until then. It was winter, and it was particularly cold at night. After we ate, he drove me around the streets. Shang Yao reminisced, that was the first time I saw the capital at 5 in the morning. Many business people were already up, preparing for the day's dealings, while sanitation workers began sweeping the streets. I shall forever remember the words spoken by my uncle during that time. That he remarked that I was born into the Shang family, endowed from birth with possessions that others toil for a lifetime to attain. Even if I fail to comprehend gratitude or empathy, I should at the very least not squander my time. He did not wish for me to become a person of no worth. Since that moment, I dared not take my studies lightly, for I thought that even achieving good grades would suffice to demonstrate that I am not without merit. In truth, his profoundly impactful style of education left a significant mark on my adolescence. I am inherently quite lazy, and given that I need not worry about making a living or my future, without my uncle's guidance, I might have ended up casually enrolling in an ordinary university just to drift through life. Upon hearing this, Chu Shuang slowly curved her lips into a smile, remarking, "Yet you have become incredibly accomplished, securing a position at a prestigious theater in the capital, engaging in work you adore while contributing to the arts. You truly shine brightly. Although your uncle may not vocalize it, he must surely feel proud of you deep down." Shang Yao gazed at her, her eyes slightly misty. "Oh, how you flatter me. How will I manage once you move away?" Chu Shuang found her endearing and couldn't resist ruffling her hair. This gesture caused Shang Yao's defenses to crumble, revealing her hidden vulnerability as she nestled into Chu Shuang's embrace. "It's strange, I come across as aloof to others. Yet I can't help but act spoiled when I'm with you. Truly, you are the epitome of a beautiful sister." As autumn arrived, Chu Shuang planned to procure some charming little vests for her puppy. Shang Yao also intended to buy some clothes, and after finishing their lunch, they ventured to the mall together. However, upon their exit, Shang Yao received a call from the theater. There was an issue with the Mid-Autumn Festival program, and they needed her to come in. Chu Shuang, seated in the passenger seat with the puppy, alighted from the car. "Since the theater requires your attention, you should hurry along. I can take a cab back." Shang Yao leaned out of the window. "It looks like it might rain soon, and hailing a cab could be difficult. Would you care to join me at the theater? Business takes precedence. You prioritize your work, and I shall visit another time." At that moment, a Lincoln pulled up at the roadside, and Shang Yao smirked. "They say timing is more fortunate than mere punctuality, your brother." She waved at Shang Yang. "Could you give Chu Shuang home? I need to head to the theater." A woman with wavy long hair exited Shang Yang's vehicle, casting a bright smile at him before glancing over at Chu Shuang and the others, nodding with a smile before entering the mall. Seeing the little dog in Chu Shuang's arms clad in a dinosaur outfit, Shang Yang asked, "Finished shopping? Are you heading back now?" "Yes, I am," Chu Shuang replied, approaching him. "Mr. Shang, do you have other matters to attend to? If so, I can take a cab back myself. I have no pressing engagements. Please hop in, and we shall return home together." As soon as Chu Shuang settled into the car, Shang Yang received a call, seemingly from his uncle, requesting his assistance in retrieving something. If you have matters to attend to, I can take a cab. Shang Yang started the car. No need, I can pick it up on the way. By the way, he handed her a box of strawberry cakes. I heard these are sugar-free and low in calories. Miss Chu Shuang, do give them a try. Thank you. Chu Shuang felt her heart warm momentarily, but her gaze quickly landed on the small hair tie around his wrist. After taking a couple of bites of the cake, she noted its ice cream-like texture, rich yet not overly sweet. Only a connoisseur of desserts would procure such a delicacy, reflecting on the girl she had just seen. She hesitated before inquiring, was that just now Mr. Shang's girlfriend? Not at present, not at present. Sensing the subtlety in his choice of words, Chu Shuang pressed further, do you intend to date someone? Shang Yang looked puzzled. Intend to? Clearing her throat, Chu Shuang continued, you wish to experience the feeling of being in love, do you not? His serious demeanor left her somewhat perplexed, thus Shang Yang was sincere, he was not merely seeking a fleeting romance as she had assumed. He genuinely cared for that girl. What then would that girl face after marriage? Do you not think this situation is less than ideal? Chu Shuang tentatively asked. Shang Yang stole a glance at her. What is less than ideal? Never mind. It is nothing, the future could be discussed later. What route Shang Yang and that girl might traverse, and whether his marriage would come to fruition, remained uncertain. If Shang Yang truly cherished that girl, he would likely find a way to annul the engagement, which would be the best outcome for all parties involved. She did not wish to entangle another girl in suffering. For her, the engagement was merely a contract. But for that girl, it meant far more. The vehicle glided smoothly along the road as rain began to fall, drops pattering against the window. Chu Shuang gazed out, softly suggesting, Mr. Shang, being a wise man, should discern right from wrong. Ultimately, it is best for everyone to maintain dignity. Her marriage might lack love, but it must not harbor a third party. If marriage is a necessity in life, the character of one's partner must take precedence. Should you need assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me. She spoke with utmost sincerity. After all, the two of them held no emotional ties, since Shang Yang had someone he genuinely liked. She did not mind helping to annul the engagement with the elders. As they paused at a red light, Shang Yang glanced at her, somewhat bewildered, before nodding slowly. The faint sounds of rustling papers from his Bluetooth headset indicated his call with his uncle had not yet concluded. Uncle, yes, I thought we had disconnected. Sheng Ting, no matter, drive carefully on the road. After hanging up, Shang Yang felt a twinge of confusion. His uncle seemed to have the leisure to eavesdrop on his conversation. Chapter 5, a fragrance colder than the night scent. After dinner, Chu Shuang was in her room sketching, but her puppy was particularly lively that evening, bouncing around the room without pause, disrupting her work. So restless, do you wish to go outside and play? Closing her laptop, she attached a leash to the puppy and took it for a walk in the backyard. The crescent moon hung in the night sky, and a few phoenix trees seemed to conceal a nest of birds, which occasionally chirped softly, capturing the puppy's attention. Observing its curious stance as it gazed at the tree trunk, Chu Shuang gently patted its head. Do you like the little birds? I shall buy you a couple of parrots for companionship. Leading the puppy forward, they approached a pond adorned with a full mountain, where the shifting lights reflected vibrant hues on the water's surface. Blending with the moonlight and evening breeze in a scene of tranquility, the leash tightened slightly, and noticing the puppy had halted again, Chu Shuang chuckled affectionately. Do you fancy the colorful lights? Suddenly, her phone buzzed in her pocket. Upon checking, she noticed an unknown caller. Hello, a clear male voice resonated from the other end. You've blocked my contact. You sure are bold, Chu Shuang. Chu Shuang paused momentarily. Hello, can you hear me? It seems the signal here is. Don't play coy, not good. Uncertain what had triggered Gusui's reaction, he chuckled lazily. Xianger, have I made you that fearful? After all, I am still your boyfriend. We've embraced and kissed before, how could I bear to harm you? Chu Shuang corrected him, we have not kissed. Oh, is that so? You've been away for so long that you've forgotten. Ji Yusui replied, unfazed, then let's make up for it the next time we meet. Chu Shuang plucked a leaf, holding it in her palm as it crumbled from whole to fragmented. Her tone was calm yet tinged with resignation. Ji Yusui, have you ever considered marrying me? There was a brief silence on the other end before Gusui responded with surprise. Marriage? Chu Shuang inhaled deeply, her voice softening. Yes, have you never thought of marrying me? Ultimately, we have no future together. Her voice almost broke. I initially intended to walk this path with you earnestly, but the women around you, including yourself, only serve as reminders that we are not meant to be. I desire unwavering loyalty and companionship for a lifetime. You seek mere novelty. Given this, I am someone who can let go as easily as I can hold on. It is better to cut my losses now than to be left with wounds later. Ji Yusui, I am not one of those women who would base their entire existence on your fleeting kindness. If you cannot provide me with marriage, do not pursue me. Ji Yusui had never heard Chu Shuang speak with such a tone of vulnerability, especially when she expressed her deep-seated feelings for him, which softened his heart a little. Chu Shuang, she continued, my family is quite traditional. Girls are expected to prepare for marriage immediately after graduation. I cannot wait for you for 3 to 5 years. I want a family. I want to marry. Suppressing his own conflicting emotions, Gusui inquired, where are you working now? How is the workplace? Is anyone bullying you? Everything is quite fine. You need not worry. Chu Shuang's voice softened. Please reflect on your true feelings for me before reaching out again. Or we could part ways amicably and cease to disturb each other in the future. Goodbye, and may you find happiness." Without waiting for his response, she hung up, exhaling a breath of relief. Why had she not realized sooner that dealing with a man like Gusue required a gentle yet assertive approach? His reluctance stemmed from his inability to possess what he could not have. He had never intended for a long-term commitment, let alone marriage. She had painted herself as a pitiful figure longing for love. Given Gusue's nature, he would not seek such complications. In her preoccupation with the phone call, she had failed to notice when the puppy had wandered off. Looking down, she saw it had vanished from her side. "Puppy," she called out, realizing she had yet to name it, resorting to calling it baby or little dog as she walked along. Before long, she received a response. The puppy had ascended a few steps by the Faux Mountain. Reaching the koi viewing pavilion, which was directly above where she had just been on the phone. In the pavilion, a dim orange lamp casts a hazy glow, illuminating the distant silhouettes of a man and a dog. Chu Shuang, standing a few paces away, observes the scene within the pavilion, her pace slowing. The man stands tall, his facial contours accentuated by the shadows, exuding a depth and ruggedness. At his feet, a small dog wags its tail incessantly. While the dim light from a smartphone screen flickers in his fingers, the man is enveloped in the interplay of light and darkness, yet a certain aloofness clings to him. Hearing a sound, he turns his gaze, meeting his profound black eyes. Chu Shuang slightly purses her lips. "I asked my uncle out for a walk too." Casting a glance at the dog at his feet, Sheng Tian replies nonchalantly, "When taking pets out at night, one must be cautious. The pond here is quite deep." "All right, I will be more careful in the future." She gently calls to the small dog. "Come here." The little golden retriever whines, its bright eyes looking up at Sheng Tian as if pleading for something. But the man offers no further response. Realizing there is no hope, the dog scampers back to its owner, securing its leash. Chu Shuang turns to Sheng Tian and "Uncle, we'll head back now. You enjoy your play." As she walks away with the dog, Chu Shuang secretly breathes a sigh of relief. She has never encountered such a cold elder. The little dog craves human affection, always eager for a pet, yet it had been ignored by Sheng Tian earlier. She scoops it up, exclaiming, "Oh, you poor thing." Thankfully, her relatives have always been amiable, lacking such sternness. After a moment of quiet gratitude, she suddenly halts, realizing that if she were to marry Sheng Yang in the future, he would also become her elder. Upon entering the house, Madame Shang, with a gentle demeanor, beckons Chu Shuang. "Shuang, come and have some chicken soup. The kitchen has made plenty." The little dog, catching the scent, excitedly scurries over, and Madame Shang affectionately pats its head, instructing a nearby servant to prepare some chicken for it as well. After enjoying the chicken soup and chatting with Madame Shang, Chu Shuang takes the dog upstairs. Perhaps the soup was too salty. In the dead of night, she awakens parched and descends to find water. The deep silence of the night envelopes her, the sound of her soft slippers barely making a noise against the wooden floor. Midway down the stairs, her steps abruptly halt. Chu Shuang's clear eyes capture the silhouette of a tall figure. The moonlight spills through the window, bathing half of him in a cool silver glow as he lifts a glass to drink. The liquid inside shimmering lightly, his long fingers cast shadows in the moonlight, blending seamlessly with the darkness around him. Although his features are obscured by the dimness, Chu Shuang, relying solely on his profile, recognizes him from afar. How peculiar, they had only met a few times. A pot of night-blooming jasmine sits on the flower stand beside her, its rich fragrance mingling with the crisp air, blurring the line between dreams and reality. A strange sense of familiarity stirs within her. This scene feels oddly reminiscent. In those few moments of contemplation, the fleeting sensation vanishes, and her gaze refocuses, locking onto the abyss. Sheng Tian observes her from a distance, his expression tranquil, uncertain if a breeze has stirred. His deep voice breaks the silence. Thirsty, Chu Shuang notices him refilling his glass, and she approaches him. "Thank you, uncle." Sheng Tian does not linger, replying simply, "Good night, good night." The scent that lingers is colder than the night-blooming jasmine. And for the first time, Chu Shuang describes the aroma as refreshing. The glass is cold, yet the water inside is warm. Chapter 6. I am the one who comes to propose. Chapter 7. Registering the marriage after washing her hands. The two return along the same path, arriving at the dining room where a long table is already filled with guests, a special spot left for them side by side. Second Aunt scrutinizes the two as they take their seats. Smiling, "You truly are a perfect match." The old generation's judgment is indeed commendable. The atmosphere at the table is lively, with everyone expressing delight at the impending marriage, except for Shang Yao. She casts glances at her uncle and her close friend, noting their calm and composed demeanor, and bites her chopsticks in frustration. My close friend is about to become my aunt. What a devilish experience. She had envisioned Chu Shuang as her sister-in-law, but the sudden shift in relations leaves Shang Yao feeling quite conflicted. After the meal, the elders gather seriously to discuss the wedding arrangements and set a date. Chu Shuang, earnestly cracking sunflower seeds, listens to the adults converse, but when the eldest aunt notices her, she hands her an apple, saying, "Children should go play upstairs. This matter does not concern you." Chu Shuang pauses, and the eldest uncle, seeing her dazed expression, chuckles. "Take Shang Yao upstairs to play. The elders will chat for a while." As they enter the room, before the door can close, Shang Yao's excitement bursts forth. "Chu Shuang, how much have you been hiding from me? I didn't mean to keep it from you. I initially had no idea your family was the Shang family I was to marry into. I thought you were just a modest beauty, not realizing your grandfather was Mr. Shen. No wonder you paint so beautifully. How could a girl from such a scholarly family end up in the capital without a place to stay? I feel so deceived. Seeing Xingyao's brows furrowed, Zhu Shuang gently replies, I have never deceived you, you simply never asked. The reasons for my move to the capital are somewhat complex, and it was difficult to explain to my family. So I became self-reliant. The troublesome experiences I encountered while looking for a place to stay were all true. I did not deceive you. Mr. Shen is not my grandfather, he is my maternal grandfather. I lost my parents at a young age and grew up in my grandfather's house. Shang Yao pauses for a moment. I'm not blaming you, I'm just shocked. I initially wanted you to be my sister-in-law. And now, in the blink of an eye, you are to become my aunt. She sighs. I'm not sure how to feel, partly regretful, partly astonished, but I'm also quite happy that you can be part of our family. Yet, thinking about you marrying my uncle and becoming his wife feels surreal. You are nothing like the aunt I had envisioned. Who would have thought that my serious and stern uncle would marry such a charming beauty? Zhu Shuang bursts into laughter. What kind of description is that? Shang Yao maintains a serious expression. You can't possibly understand my complex feelings. Indeed, I cannot. I thought my uncle's fiancée would be a traditional, stern woman. Very poised and serious. I always saw you as a sister. You even called him uncle before. It felt like you were the younger generation and he the elder. How did you end up together? Zhu Shuang ponders for a moment. I do feel a bit of that. The preconceived notion influences her. She instinctively regards her interactions with Shang Tian as those with an elder, beyond the title of uncle. He does indeed exude a significant distance, however. To be honest, Shang Yao leans on her temples, her eyes lazily drooping. You and my uncle really match well together. Both of you are quite striking. After thorough discussion between both families, it is decided that their wedding will take place during the National Day holiday. With Shang Tian's busy work schedule, the public holiday presents the best opportunity. This year's National Day falls on an auspicious date. Missing it would mean waiting until next year. The engagement has already been prolonged for 2 years, and to avoid any further complications, both sides agree on this date. Just half a month after the Mid-Autumn Festival is National Day. And both families have discussed keeping the wedding low-key, inviting only close friends and relatives, which aligns with their capabilities and available time for preparation. The only concern is Zhu Shuang, who had expected at least a 6-month gap between the proposal and registration. Never anticipating such rapid proceedings, however, she is generally adaptable. After all, marriage is inevitable, and an earlier date is just as fine. As the only daughter of the Shen family, her marriage is of utmost importance to the elders. And everything is chosen with the highest standards. For major matters, her grandfather and uncles are involved, while her attentive aunts take care of the details without any room for error. On the day of registration, Zhu Shuang dons a homey and elegant makeup look, wearing a beloved red dress. The moment Shang Tian sees her, his expression becomes subtly complicated. Perhaps you should change your outfit. Zhu Shuang glances at her dress. Is it not pretty? The wedding photos have a red background. You shouldn't wear red. Zhu Shuang pauses. I hadn't considered that. She returns to change into a white dress, and when she comes down again, this time, Shang Tian nods approvingly. That works. As they exit the Civil Affairs Bureau, the sky is a vibrant blue, and the bright red booklet in their hand stands out. In the photo, the man appears composed and dignified, while beside him, Zhu Shuang looks like a picturesque maiden, her lips curving into a gentle smile. Watch your step, Shang Tian's deep voice warns. Zhu Shuang lifts her gaze from the ID photo, following him towards the parking lot. Mr. Shang, a middle-aged man in formal attire approaches from a BMW, followed by a young assistant carrying a briefcase, indicating a notable position. The middle-aged man greets them with a cheerful smile, wrinkles forming at the corners of his eyes. What a surprise to run into you here. You should have let me know you were coming to the bureau. I could have arranged for someone to host you. From his tone, it is clear he holds some official capacity at this Civil Affairs Bureau. Zhu Shuang stands quietly, awaiting Shang Tian to engage in conversation. Shang Tian slightly bows his head, his tone distant. It's not a work matter. I brought my wife to register. Only then does the middle-aged man turn his attention to Zhu Shuang, whom he initially mistook for a secretary. The lady is fair-skinned, with a serene demeanor, exuding a classical charm. Indeed, a rare beauty. Congratulations, Mr. Shang. Mrs. Shang is as beautiful as jade, truly a remarkable appearance. The flattery feels somewhat forced, and Zhu Shuang smiles politely. Thank you. I just bought some Westlake Longjing tea for my office yesterday. Would you and your wife care to join me for a cup before you leave? Not necessary, Shang Tian replies calmly. We have matters to attend to at home. Not on the journey back. The atmosphere within the car was remarkably tranquil. The afternoon sun streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon one side of her body, and the lingering light refracted a hint of silver. Zhu Shuang lowered her gaze, momentarily entranced by the diamond ring adorning her fourth finger. It was only under the caress of the afternoon's gentle warmth that she realized, albeit with a slight delay, the profound truth that she was indeed married. Sheng Ting, sensing her quietude, glanced sideways and caught sight of her deep in thought, fixated on the ring. Would you care for something to eat? he inquired. Chu Shuang lifted her eyes, responding, "Sure." The car halted in front of an elegantly decorated CAF, where Shang Ting ordered an assortment of desserts for her, while he himself awaited only a cup of warm water. The blueberry pudding was delectably sweet and creamy. Chu Shuang took a spoonful and asked him, "Aren't you going to have any?" "I have no penchant for sweets," he replied. Thus, Chu Shuang indulged in the dessert alone, while Shang Ting sat quietly beside her, patiently waiting. Though it was a seemingly ordinary afternoon, devoid of any memorable highlights, with soft, pure music playing in the CAF and the wind chimes tinkling lightly by the door. The sun was warm, and they exchanged not a single word. Yet, in the years to come, Chu Shuang would often reminisce about that day, recalling only the sweetness of the pudding and wondering what thoughts occupied Shang Ting's mind. Chapter 8. What should I call my uncle? The day following their marriage certificate registration, the Shang family hosted a wedding banquet for the couple at the old Shang residence, inviting close friends and family without the involvement of a wedding planning company or excessive formalities. It was a gathering of dear friends, fine wine, and beautiful flowers, simply yet elegant. As Chu Shuang linked arms with Shang Ting to toast, she received sincere compliments and well wishes from many. After the banquet concluded and the guests departed, Shang Ting led her to their new home, a villa nestled in the picturesque outskirts, specially chosen by the elder Shang. That night, a gentle rain began to fall as they reached their destination. The driver opened the door and offered an umbrella, while Shang Ting looked down at her and asked, "Are you cold?" Chu Shuang shook her head, and they entered the house side by side. The room was tastefully decorated, exuding warmth. The master bedroom featured a large bed, with a vase of lilies blooming splendidly on the bedside table. Exhausted from the day, Chu Shuang yearned to collapse into bed. Yet the thought of it being their wedding night made her heart race. The man removed his suit jacket and turned to her, saying, "You may wash up first." "All right," she replied, taking her sleepwear and heading to the bathroom. Not wishing to linger, she hurriedly washed up and emerged, towel-drying her damp hair. "I'm done. You can go now," she informed the man sitting on the sofa. Shang Ting cast a brief glance at her elegant neck and nodded. After drying her hair and completing her skincare routine, Chu Shuang turned off the brightest light and climbed into bed. After her bath, she felt a wave of relaxation wash over her, and a sleepiness overtook her. She drifted off before Shang Ting had even emerged. Upon seeing her breathing steadily, he displayed little surprise, gently lifted the covers, and extinguished the remaining dim lights, plunging the bedroom into profound darkness. The following morning, when Chu Shuang awoke, she found herself alone, sitting on the edge of the bed. She lingered in thought, slowly recalling how she had fallen asleep the night before. The simplicity of their wedding night had caught her off guard. Her earlier worries had been unfounded. After freshening up, she descended to find Auntie preparing breakfast, yet Shang Ting was absent from the living room. As if sensing her thoughts, Auntie chuckled softly, "Sir is in the garden." Chu Shuang nodded. "All right." She seated herself and began pouring herself some soybean milk. Observing this, Auntie felt a flicker of curiosity. The tranquility of this newlywed couple's first day together seemed a bit too placid. Both were composed individuals, and the serene morning felt as though they had shared countless days together, evoking a sense of a decade-long marriage. Auntie cleared her throat. "Perhaps you should call for Sir to join you for breakfast." "Hut." Chu Shuang lifted her gaze from the beautifully crafted rabbit-shaped buns, biting her lip. "All right." Rising, she made her way toward the garden, where the morning light revealed the man standing tall, his fair hands gracefully watering the flowers. "Uncle, breakfast is ready," she called out, her voice inadvertently betraying her familiarity. As the title slipped from her lips, she was momentarily oblivious to her blunder. Shang Ting turned to her, his deep-set eyes reflecting a mixture of surprise and inscrutability. In his gaze, Chu Shuang stood beside the orchid stand, dressed in a light blue, fitted long dress, slender and graceful, her eyes clear and imbued with a hint of respectful admiration. In light of her address, it appeared she still regarded him as an elder. Shang Ting's expression remained neutral as he approached her, asking, "Who are you calling uncle?" Standing before him, his imposing stature rendered Chu Shuang momentarily speechless. Her lips pursed as she recognized her misstep. "I shall amend it in the future," she promised. Shang Ting, not wishing to press the matter further, turned to leave. After breakfast, they made their way to the old Shang residence, where Shang Ting engaged in conversation over tea with Mr. Shang, while Chu Shuang and Shang Yao basked in the sun in the courtyard. A small golden retriever wagged its tail, trying to climb onto Chu Shuang's lap. "I completely forgot about bringing him yesterday. I must take him over today. It is too much trouble for you here," she mentioned. Shang Yao pouted. "The old residence is so spacious. You and uncle could have stayed here. Everyone would have enjoyed the company, yet uncle insists on bringing you over." "Auntie," Shang Yao's mother interjected, "don't speak so casually. You should address her as aunt." "Aunt." Shang Yao complied. Not only Shang Yao, but Chu Shuang too found herself in a quandary. She had always called Mrs. Shang auntie, and now she had to adjust to calling her sister-in-law, which felt quite awkward. "You'll get used to it in time. One must adhere to the proper etiquette," Mrs. Shang advised. "By the way, does Chu Shuang fancy flowers?" "Yes," she replied. "Then come, I shall take you to see them." As they passed the tea room, Mr. Shang inquired, and Mrs. Shang replied, "I am taking Chu Shuang to the flower house." Shang Yao took Chu Shuang by the arm and said, "Uncle, may I borrow my little aunt for a moment?" Shang Ting glanced at the radiant figure beside Shang Yao. Then spoke, choose some flowers you like to take home. Alright, Chu Shuang agreed. The flower house at the old residence was grand, with a specialized greenhouse system and ample sunlight nurturing hundreds of blooming flowers. A sight to behold. Sheng Yao handed Chu Shuang a pair of scissors, and she plucked a stem of each flower she fancied, ultimately filling her arms with a vibrant bouquet. That evening, they were invited to stay overnight at the old residence. And Sheng Yao, at Chu Shuang's request, insisted on sharing a room with her. Initially, Sheng Yao was reluctant, fearing her uncle, but ultimately she couldn't resist Chu Shuang's gentle persuasion and bravely gave it a try. To her surprise, the process went smoothly, with her uncle raising no objections. That night, as they nestled under the same blanket, Sheng Yao cleared her throat and called out, "Little aunt." Chu Shuang turned her head. "Just call me by my name in private. No. Sheng Yao shook her head earnestly. "Our family values respect for elders. If uncle found out I was being so informal, he would surely reprimand me. By the way, may I ask why you aren't sharing a bed with my uncle?" Chu Shuang pondered for a moment as Sheng Yao supported herself on her elbow, her curiosity growing evident. "Is it really that painful?" For a first time, realizing the implication of her words, Chu Shuang widened her eyes and pressed her lips together. "I don't know what, I drank last night and fell asleep as soon as I got into bed." She tugged at the blanket and whispered, "Not yet, but it was your wedding night. What a pity not to hear the juicy details." Sheng Yao lamented. "A delicate girl like her in his bed, how could uncle be so restrained?" Chu Shuang cleared her throat. Moments later, Sheng Yao clicked her tongue. "But my uncle is such an aloof person. It seems inconceivable he could be that composed. What kind of celestial being is he? Able to remain unmoved even with beauty by his side. His composure is truly admirable." "So, you came to sleep with me out of cowardice?" Chu Shuang asked, slowly. "On the third day of their marriage." Sheng Ting accompanied Chu Shuang to visit her family privately. Her aunt discreetly pulled her aside to inquire about how the Sheng family treated her, and upon receiving a reassuring response, she felt relieved. It was evident that the Sheng family, with its upright and honorable traditions, would not make things difficult for a young woman. However, given their illustrious lineage, it was inevitable that there would be some familial customs to navigate. Should she ever feel wronged, she was encouraged to seek support from her own family, as her uncles and cousins would stand by her side, though the Shen family may not hold the same prestige as the Sheng family. They were also well respected in their own right. Before marrying into the Sheng family, her aunt had been a true heiress, possessing an elegant demeanor and straightforward manner, though her appearance bore a certain seriousness. Her heart was warm and generous. Listening to her aunt's motherly advice during her visit, Chu Shuang felt a wave of warmth, responding, "I understand everything you've said. Rest assured, I will not allow myself to be wronged." As part of the homecoming customs, they entered the ancestral hall to kneel on the mat and light incense, honoring the deities and affirming their union before their ancestors. Later that evening, Sheng Ting returned to their room first. While Chu Shuang played with her little nephew for quite some time, reluctant to ascend the stairs, it was only when her older cousin, noticing her fatigue as he bore the sleepy child, came to her rescue that she decided to stop. While others entertained children, she, as an aunt, found herself being entertained instead. Chapter 9, unaccustomed to sharing a bed as her sister-in-law passed by with a pitcher of water. She, having been in a similar situation before, recognized the cause of Chu Shuang's predicament. With a warm smile, she remarked, "Children are meant to be played with. They are adorable when they are young. But in a few years, they will lose the charm." Chu Shuang had 3 male cousins. Her second aunt had only one son, Chen Zhenyan, while her eldest aunt had 2. The eldest cousin had married and had children, while the second cousin had graduated from military school and was serving as a pilot, rarely at home. As the little one yawned, the eldest cousin protectively cradled his son, bidding his little cousin goodnight and promising to play with him again tomorrow. The child, with a sweet disposition, yawned and said to Chu Shuang, "Good night, little aunt, see you tomorrow." Chu Shuang's heart melted. "Good night, darling." The hour was late, and no matter how much she delayed, she had to ascend the stairs. As she passed her grandfather's study, she unexpectedly encountered Sheng Ting, who had just stepped outside. Had her grandfather summoned him for a conversation, returning to Chu Shuang's boudoir, she caught a glimpse of Sheng Ting in formal attire. Clearly having skipped his bath, she remarked, "Why don't you wash up first?" "All right," he replied while he was in the shower. Chu Shuang quickly tidied up the bedroom she had already organized that afternoon. Only when she felt everything was in perfect order did she settle onto the small sofa to check her phone. With a soft click, the bathroom door swung open, and the man emerged. Chu Shuang glanced up to see his damp black hair hanging slightly, his features stern, and a subtle yet striking intensity about him. Not wishing to linger, she gathered her clothes and stepped into the bathroom. When she re-emerged, Sheng Ting was at the low table, sipping milk. The elegance with which he held the cup caught her eye, prompting her to steal a glance. Hearing a sound, he turned his gaze toward her. "The milk just arrived. You should have some." There was another cup on the table. Chu Shuang hesitated momentarily before placing her towel down and approaching. Lifting the cup, which was pleasantly warm after finishing the milk, she inadvertently met his dark gaze. Realizing he had been watching her for an unknown duration, Sheng Ting maintained his usual demeanor as he stood, saying, "It's time for bed." The loose-fitting pajamas offered Chu Shuang a modicum of security. she only settled under the covers after he ensured she was comfortably tucked in, and only then did he switch off the light. This was the first time she shared a bed with him while fully aware, and it was her first experience sleeping beside a man. The scent of him filled her senses, causing her to consciously lower her breathing. Minutes passed, 5 then 10, while the man beside her remained still and quiet, allowing her to gradually relax and drift into slumber, perhaps due to the novelty of sharing a bed with a man. She awoke early the next day. The moment she opened her eyes and beheld his handsome face magnified before her, she nearly gasped. Holding her breath, she gently covered her mouth and turned slightly, staring at the ceiling for a moment before stealthily glancing at his prominent nose and thick eyelashes. As an artist, she longed to meticulously study and sketch his features, noticing the slightest flutter of his eyelashes, indicating he might awaken. She quickly closed her eyes. A rustle beside her signaled that Shang Ting was awake. His features were sharp, his lips soft, and the blanket only covered him to his waist. He rose, adjusted the covers for her, and then entered the bathroom. With the National Day holiday ending, they would return home after lunch, and by the time they reached Qinjiwan, evening had fallen. After dinner, Chu Shuang took her dog for a stroll in the garden. Discovering a sprawling maze of greenery with interwoven paths. As she ventured deeper, she realized some areas were too barren, and, having grown up helping her grandfather in the vegetable garden, she suddenly envisioned cultivating those spaces into a garden of her own. Perhaps she would discuss it with Shang Ting once their relationship grew closer. Wandering through the labyrinthine garden, her thoughts were interrupted when the clever little golden retriever guided her back. Upon returning to the master bedroom, she found it empty. Encountering Aunt Yuan outside, she learned that her husband was in the study. Not wishing to disturb his work, Chu Shuang showered and pulled out her tablet to begin conceptualizing new characters for her comic. After sketching the first draft, Shang Ting opened the door, glancing at her seated on the sofa before checking his watch. It's 11. Not still awake, Chu Shuang set down her pen, replying, "Yes." The man, unruffled, removed his coat and was about to take off his watch to shower when her gentle voice interrupted. "I'd like to sleep on my side." Shang Ting turned to face her, his dark eyes calm. Chu Shuang continued, "I just checked. The side bed is fully equipped." Shang Ting removed his watch, inquiring, "And the reason?" "I am not accustomed to sharing a bed." Chu Shuang spoke candidly, though uncertain of his reaction. "Do as you wish." With that, he entered the bathroom, leaving her to gaze at the door, her lips parting slightly only to close again as those unspoken words faded away. She wanted to ask for time to adjust before returning. After the holiday, their routines became regular, both leaving early and returning late, merely exchanging glances while living under the same roof. Chu Shuang found this coexistence quite pleasant. Marriage felt surprisingly liberating. After adding each other on WeChat, they exchanged only a few messages, the last being a week prior when she asked Shang Ting what time he would be home and if she should wait for dinner. His succinct reply was, "Eat without me." Consequently, she dined alone, returning to her room after finishing her meal. The differing rhythms of their lives often led to days passing without them seeing each other. After a month of cohabitation, Chu Shuang began to understand Shang Ting's schedule and temperament. He was meticulous in his work, maintaining the same serious demeanor at home as he did in public, often retreating to the study upon arriving home. One evening, after working late until 9, she decided it was too late to venture back to Qinjiwan and opted instead for the apartment that Shen Jinyan had purchased for her. She quickly messaged Shang Ting to inform him of her plans. Receiving a prompt affirmation the following day, as her workday ended, she again found herself reluctant to brave the evening rush hour and instinctively made her way back to the conveniently located apartment. The long commute to Qinjiwan took 40 to 50 minutes, an eternity for someone weary from a day's labor. In her mind, the time spent commuting was precious, and wasting it diminished her quality of life. She reasoned that there was little for her to do at Qinjiwan, thus opting for the closer apartment. Her actions were not deliberate, but the outcome became clear. She moved from the master bedroom to not returning to Qinjiwan at all. Shang Ting did not voice any objections. He was not one to meddle in others' affairs. In fact, given his cool demeanor and intense focus on work, he perhaps remained oblivious to Chu Shuang's absence from home for days. It was only when Aunt Yuan mentioned that the golden retriever had been lacking appetite due to missing its owner that Shang Ting realized Chu Shuang had not returned to Qinjiwan for quite some time. Aunt Yuan's observation revealed that he was unaware of the situation, initially assuming that the couple communicated and kept each other informed. Had she known the truth, she would have notified Shang Ting the very next day that Chu Shuang had not returned, thus avoiding the considerable misunderstanding. Chapter 10, The Return of Madame. When Chu Shuang married, the Shen family gifted her a Bentley as part of her dowry, which remained unused in the garage of Qinjiwan. Too ostentatious to drive to work, living closer in her apartment, she no longer needed a car, having acquired a small electric scooter instead. The route from her apartment to the office featured a long avenue lined with maple trees, and after work, she delightedly rode her scooter along the golden path, feeling the wind in her hair and her spirits soaring. In her solitary yet fulfilling life, Chu Shuang almost forgot that she had a family. One day, however, a sharp whistle caught her attention. Spotting a uniformed traffic officer at the intersection, she lamented her luck, lowering her head to avoid eye contact, just as she contemplated making a swift exit. Another whistle rang out. You there, the one riding without a helmet, come here. Chu Shuang glanced up to see the officer beckoning her. She parked her scooter and stood obediently. Why aren't you wearing a helmet? Did you forget it? I have one, but I rushed out this morning and forgot to put it on, she explained. The officer admonished her. You young people have such a low safety awareness. Riding an electric scooter is already dangerous enough without a helmet. He began jotting something down in his notebook and asked, Are you an adult? What is your guardian's phone number? Chu Shuang felt a surge of pride. I'm already working, after showing her ID. The officer nodded. There's a shop nearby selling helmets. Go buy one and wear it before continuing. My home isn't far. Just 2 more intersections, she replied, noticing his silence and relenting. Alright, after purchasing a helmet and putting it on. The officer instructed, as punishment, take a photo and post it on social media, encouraging your friends to ride safely. Use yourself as a cautionary example. Ultimately, under the officer's watchful eye, Chu Shuang snapped a selfie and shared it on WeChat. Everyone, remember to wear a helmet while riding scooters. Don't follow my example. I just got a lesson from the police, she added. Traffic enforcement has become strict lately. Wear your helmet and be a responsible citizen. Upon returning home and opening WeChat, she found her friends mocking her in the comments. Li Bingbing wrote, Oh, isn't this our beautiful Chu Shuang, caught breaking the law. Lin Su added, I've screenshot this for posterity. Haha, Chang Yao chimed in, haha, your expression when getting caught is adorable. Guilt is written all over your face. Her second aunt commented, Oh, Chu Shuang, how did you get caught? Shen Jinyan advised, remember to wear your helmet next time. It is too dangerous. Ji Sui liked the post. Chu Shuang hesitated, contemplating whether to hide her post from him, but upon reflection, she felt it would seem guilty. Ultimately, she decided to let it be. The next moment, she thought of someone, her finger pausing as she adjusted the visibility of her post. Meanwhile, the man sitting in his car after work squinted, watching as Chu Shuang's post disappeared from view, having learned her lesson. Chu Shuang was now diligent about checking for her helmet before leaving home. When her salary was deposited last month, she cheerfully invited Shang Yao out for a celebratory meal, only to be declined due to her friend's prior commitment to a class reunion. After work, she meandered through the streets on her scooter, the delight of her paycheck unshared, and she felt a wave of loneliness wash over her, initially planning to indulge in a lavish meal. She found herself riding into an unfamiliar alley as the sun dipped below the horizon. Spotting a vendor selling fried rice, she called out to him, 1 serving of sauerkraut and minced pork fried rice. Please. Just as the vendor began preparing the dish, a distant shout echoed, the city management is coming. The elderly gentleman, swift in action, extinguished the flames and pedaled away on his tricycle. Chu Shuang paused momentarily only to realize and hurriedly chase after him. Exclaiming, my fried rice, the old man glanced back briefly, his pedaling growing more rapid. Ahead, I'll fry it for you. Slow down, Grandpa, my rice. At that moment, a man standing by the balcony of a billiard club on the 3rd floor chuckled softly. His companion, noticing, inquired with curiosity, what his brother how seemed to be so amused. The man flicked the ash from his cigarette and languidly replied, a comical lady. Despite his advanced age, the old man pedaled with surprising vigor. Leaving Chu Shuang, who had followed him, panting in exhaustion, it took her quite a while to remember why she hadn't ridden her electric bike. Embarrassed by her own folly, Chu Shuang turned back to retrieve her electric bike. But by the time she returned, the old man had vanished without a trace. After searching street after street in vain, she stopped at a convenience store, reflecting on her recent streak of bad luck. She couldn't help but chuckle upon returning to her empty apartment. A thought began to take shape in her mind. Although living alone is liberating and pleasant, it inevitably brings about loneliness. Thus, on Friday after work, she headed to Qingyu Garden, taking along the little golden retriever. At that moment, Aunt Yuan was busy in the kitchen. She barely had time to express her joy upon seeing Chu Shuang before noticing she was about to leave. Aunt Yuan immediately set down her tasks and rushed out, asking, Madam, why are you leaving again? You've not been home in ages. Where are you taking the dog? I live in an apartment in the city. Aunt Yuan, you needn't worry. It's too burdensome for you to care for the golden retriever. I'll take it back to raise myself. Oh, at least have a meal before you go. The sir hasn't returned yet. What kind of behavior is this? It was half an hour after Chu Shuang had left that Sheng Ting returned, as usual dining alone in the restaurant. Noticing Aunt Yuan's hesitant expression, he calmly inquired, is there something wrong? Aunt Yuan tightened her grip. Madam, has been indicating the past tense. Sheng Ting raised his gaze. Where is she? She took the golden retriever, and left again. I couldn't keep her. The blueberry juice in his glass shimmered beautifully as the man lightly tapped the glass with his fingertip. His dark eyes were tranquil, and suddenly he chuckled softly. Yet that smile did not reach his eyes, making Aunt Yuan feel a twinge of unease. During the weekend, Mrs. Sheng invited Chu Shuang to the ancestral home, mentioning that they were to replant dozens of flower varieties in the greenhouse. The flowers they had grown tired of would be cleared out, allowing Chu Shuang to select the ones she liked to take home. Chu Shuang busied herself for an entire afternoon, moving out dozens of pots of flowers. If she didn't take them, Mrs. Sheng would dispose of them. These were all precious flowers, and Chu Shuang couldn't bear to let them go. Intending to bring every single one back. Do you want them all of them? Shang Yao observed the plethora of flowers that had been moved out and pondered. These won't fit in the car easily. We'll need a small truck or something. No need for a truck, Chu Shuang said, brushing the dust from her hands as she stood up. I'll find a tricycle. Where will you find one? 10 minutes later, Chu Shuang arrived at the greenhouse in an electric tricycle. Impressive, little aunt. Where did you find this tricycle? Borrowed it from the gardener. Loading the flowers onto the vehicle filled the entire compartment, the vibrant colors decorating the tricycle, making it resemble a whimsical vehicle from a children's cartoon. Taking her place in the driver's seat, Chu Shuang raised her chin towards Shang Yao, who was staring blankly at the tricycle, and asked, "Wanna hop on and enjoy a ride?" Once seated in the back, Shang Yao raised her hand. Let us go. Chapter 11. Speak of the thoughts of not returning home in the gentle autumn sun. The flower-laden tricycle traversed the road, capturing the attention of countless passers-by. Shang Yao let the light breeze tousle her hair, squinting her eyes in lazy enjoyment of the sunlight and gentle wind. So cool. She raised her phone for a selfie, with the flowers as her backdrop, looking stunning in every shot. Meanwhile, in a nearby Maybach, Chen Jiazhu, seated in the driver's seat, caught sight of the flower-laden tricycle and remarked to the person in the back seat, "Sir, look, there's a tricycle filled with flowers ahead. It's rather romantic." Cheng Ting, lifting his gaze from the folder of documents, found the scene oddly soothing against the warm, soft light of the sun. As he looked ahead, the silhouette of the person in the back seat bore a resemblance to Shang Yao, and as he peered closer, he caught a glimpse of the driver's fair profile. The tricycle was already moving slowly, and as the Maybach caught up alongside, the man lowered the window, calling out with a hint of curiosity, "Chu Shuang." The driver turned, unexpectedly locking eyes with the man she hadn't seen in a long time. Chu Shuang was taken aback for a moment, then curved her lips into a polite smile. "Hi," Shang Yao exclaimed. "Uncle, why are you driving a tricycle? Mom redecorated the greenhouse, and these flowers were moved out for my little aunt to take home." Shang Yao answered helpfully. Stop for a moment. The two vehicles came to a halt by the roadside, and Shang Yao and Chu Shuang obediently stood together. "Little uncle," Sheng Ting turned to Chen Jiazhu and asked, "Can Assistant Chen drive a tricycle?" Chen Jiazhu was taken aback for a second but nodded. "Yes, I can drive them back." Since Chen Jiazhu had been present at the wedding, he naturally recognized Chu Shuang as the madam and politely inquired, "Madam, where would you like these flowers delivered?" Jiulan International, Qingyu Garden. The simultaneous responses from both locations caused Chen Jiazhu to pause momentarily, one being his superior and the other his superior's wife. Whom should he heed? Shang Yao observed from the side, glancing between her uncle and her aunt, discreetly stepping back a couple of paces. Even she thought her aunt would take the flowers to Qingyu Garden, but to her surprise, Chu Shuang intended to take them to her small apartment. Withdrawing her gaze from the man's profound eyes, Chu Shuang pressed her lips together. "Let us go to Qingyu Garden." Shang Ting opened the door and took a seat in the driver's position. Chu Shuang and Shang Yao reached for the rear door handle simultaneously, but Shang Yao deftly pried it open, whispering in a volume audible to both, "You sit in the front." Chu Shuang protested softly, "The back seat is so spacious." Shang Yao pushed her slightly. "Do you think of him as a driver? That's your designated spot. Hurry up. Aren't you coming yet?" The man's deep voice resonated. Reluctantly, Chu Shuang took her place in the passenger seat. The crisp scent of wood wafted over, faint but present due to their close proximity, making Chu Shuang blink and focus intently on the scenery outside the window. Sheng Ting drove, his gaze fixed ahead as he calmly inquired, "I heard you've been quite busy with work lately." "A bit busy. No wonder you haven't been home." His words were nonchalant, but Chu Shuang found herself at a loss for words, thinking it best not to elaborate. Thus, they remained silent until they reached Qingyu Garden. Upon arriving at the entrance, Shang Yao was the first to open the door and exit the vehicle. The atmosphere inside the car was stifling. Little At really has it tough. After helping Chu Shuang place the flowers in suitable spots, Shang Yao picked up her small bag to take her leave. Sheng Ting spoke. "Have dinner before you go." "Dinner will be ready shortly," Chu Shuang replied. No, my mom just called me, saying we're having lamb hot pot tonight, and she insists I come home. I won't disturb you and your uncle any longer." Grabbing her phone, she smiled at Chu Shuang. "Goodbye, little aunt." In a moment, she had vanished without a trace. Observing the empty hall, Chu Shuang suddenly had a flash of inspiration and stood up. "The little golden retriever is still at Jiulan International. I need to go pick it up." Sheng Ting set down the evening newspaper, the lenses of his silver-framed glasses reflecting a cool light as he glanced at Chu Shuang. "I'll have someone fetch it." Chu Shuang had no choice but to sit back down. Dinner was consumed in silence, so quiet that she made an effort to lower her movements while eating. "I've finished eating. You take your time." Just as she was about to leave the table, the man's calm voice called out, "Come to my study in a bit." Oh, half an hour later, Chu Shuang knocked on his study door. "Come in." This was her first time entering his study. Adorned in dark gray tones, with shelves upon shelves of books filling her view, the few sofas in the seating area were also a somber black. Sheng Ting seemed to have unfinished business, so Chu Shuang quietly sat on the sofa, waiting for him. The sound of papers rustling echoed clearly in the quiet room, and as boredom set in, her gaze wandered to the figure at the desk, who appeared composed and serious. Sheng Ting's brow was strong, his lashes thick, and his nose was remarkably well defined. the sense of detachment he exuded while focused on his work made it hard to imagine what he was like off-duty. With a slight understanding of him, Chu Shuang thought to herself that for a person like him, there should be no clear boundary between work and life. He would be the same in both realms. After what seemed to be the completion of his paperwork, Sheng Ting put down his pen and looked over. You've been waiting long. It's nothing. He moved to sit in the seating area, leisurely sipping his tea before steering the conversation toward the matter at hand. Are you currently residing at Jiulan International? Yes. Speak of your thoughts about not returning home. Chu Shuang fiddled with her fingertips and replied softly. I've been working late frequently, and it's a bit far from here. I spend too much time commuting, and sometimes after a long day, I just want to get home and lie down. Working late every day, the man's calm gaze was fixed on her, causing Chu Shuang's eyes to flicker slightly. Yes, I often have to rush projects until 9 at night. Sheng Ting remained silent for a moment, observing her fiddling with the cuff of her sleeve. What about the weekends? Were you working late the last 2 weekends as well? Looking into his steady gaze made Chu Shuang feel as though she was being seen through. On weekends, last weekend the golden retriever was unwell, so I took it to the vet. Her face was calm and her heartbeat steady. Sheng Ting casually played with his phone. Will you be working late next week? Chu Shuang caught sight of Shang Yang's chat on his WeChat interface and pursed her lips. I'm not sure, but it should be less busy than before. Her company was a subsidiary of the Shang family's enterprise, making it easy for Sheng Ting to gain information, thus she refrained from saying too much. The mobile phone was flipped over and laid on the table, long fingers unconsciously tapping against its body. The man spoke in a nonchalant tone. Since you are not busy, you might as well move back. His tone was light, yet it bore the habitual weight of a command. It depended on the circumstances. If the meaning of marriage should require no further elaboration from me, Chu Shuang was momentarily taken aback. Having spent little time with him, she could not ascertain whether he was displeased at this moment. Sheng Tian sipped his tea, remarking that he was busy with work and did not wish to impose too many restrictions on her, suggesting that some matters were best left to unfold naturally. If she constantly approached things with an interfering attitude, she would likely find herself mentally and physically exhausted. And knock, come in. It turned out that the lady of the house was also in the study. Chu Shuang had been wondering why she couldn't find her anywhere. Auntie Yuan entered, carrying a bowl of freshly made ginseng chicken soup. Sir, please have some. I will go downstairs to serve madam. Chu Shuang stood up and said, I'll go down and have some myself. For following Auntie Yuan out of the study, she released a small sigh of relief. Reflecting on Sheng Tian's earlier words, she lowered her gaze. Moving back seemed reasonable, as staying over there for too long was indeed inappropriate. Chapter 12, Mrs. Shang's skills are quite impressive. After finishing the chicken soup, Auntie Yuan brought in another bowl of bird's nest for her. With her stomach feeling full, Chu Shuang politely declined but eventually took it back to her room. After finishing her shower, she noticed the silvery moonlight spilling onto the balcony of her bedroom. The moonlight tonight was extraordinarily beautiful. She walked straight to the balcony, sinking into a chaise longue to admire the clear moon in the sky. Opening her playlist to let the soothing sounds of Guqin flow gently, listening to her favorite music, she felt utterly relaxed. Living in Qingyu Garden had its perks, with a myriad of exquisite cuisines, vast night views, and a spacious balcony. Indeed, an apartment could not compare to a villa. Seeing that the moonlight was delightful tonight, Sheng Tian planned to step out to smoke on the balcony. As he picked up his lighter and stepped outside, a long ethereal melody reached his ears. Jins Wuduan Sheng Wei Yingdeman Sheng Lei Ji Dao Jun Xan Bu Mei Ri Yi Dong Lu Shui Si Yu Sai Hen Yu Sai Yishir Fong Shir Xiao. Ban Jiang Xan Ban Jiang Qiu. The lyrical performance, imbued with a haunting quality, was accompanied by a clear, melodious female voice, dancing gracefully in a silk robe of smoke blue, her figure slender and delicate. She sang and danced classical ballet beneath the moonlight, appearing quite spirited. The autumn scenery was rich and layered, with the cold mist mingling with the green hills, mountains reflecting the sunset, and fragrant grass lingering beyond the slanted sun. Every night, sweet dreams keep one in slumber. The tall building offers no solitary leaning. Who is the one whose heart is troubled by wine, turning into tears of longing? The high, crisp notes of the song concluded beautifully. Sheng Tian watched quietly, his right hand toying with a metallic lighter, clicking it open with a spark. The fleeting flame under the moonlight was too conspicuous. Chu Shuang focused her gaze to discover the figure standing in the shadows. Her delicate fingers froze midair in a rigid posture, her mind blank for a moment. Wasn't he still in the study? When did he come to stand there? Chu Shuang lowered her stiff hand and smiled. Uncle, surprised by her address, Sheng Tian's dark eyes deepened, yet he did not respond. Momentarily, Chu Shuang regretted her hastiness, wishing she could bite her tongue for the awkwardness that had ensued. Why did she think of that title the moment she saw him? The moonlight is lovely tonight. Are you here to enjoy it as well? He replied, the flame at his fingertips flickering gently, though he did not take a drag, his thin lips curving slightly. The song is nice. Chu Shuang's toes curled, her face adorned with a polite smile. This song is called Su Muzha. If you like it, you can find it and listen to it. Now facing Sheng Tian directly, she realized she was not in practice attire but rather a sleepwear style reminiscent of classical dance costumes, graceful and delicate. Indeed more suited for her. Where did you learn to dance? It looks quite impressive, just something I did spontaneously. Chu Shuang's heart skipped a beat, noting his composed demeanor, devoid of any teasing or laughter. The title seemed perfectly normal to him. You flatter me, she said with a light cough, rubbing her arm. It's getting chilly. You should head back inside to rest. Good night, good night. Once inside her bedroom, Chu Shuang took a deep breath and buried herself in the covers. She declared to herself that this was the most awkward incident of the year. A common ailment among dancers is the irresistible urge to dance when they hear a favorite song. And she had just been singing and dancing with great immersion. Time for sleep. Once I am asleep, I won't feel awkward anymore. Early the next morning, as soon as Chu Shuang awoke, she went to the backyard to check on the flowers she had brought in yesterday. She also took a jog in the maze and passed by a patch of grass that was rarely used, thinking how she would love to plant some vegetables there. After breakfast, Xing Tian left for the day. Chu Shuang played with her dog for a while, pondering a name for it but unable to find a suitable one. When Li Bingbing's call came through, "Where are you?" Chu Shuang replied, "What do you mean? Where am I?" There was a moment of silence on the other end. As she scratched the dog's head, it suddenly dawned on her. Oh right, Bingbing is back in the country today. Miss Chu Shuang, I guessed it. You haven't left yet, have you? Or did you completely forget about picking me up? Li Bingbing teased playfully in her Cantonese accent. Not at all. I am already on my way. I was just queuing to buy you strawberry mousse. Just hold on a moment. Hanging up the phone, Chu Shuang dashed upstairs to grab her car keys, driving her dowry car straight to the airport. Several times she almost exceeded the speed limit, but fortunately, the roads were clear. To passers-by, it might have seemed like some frivolous young master showing off. Upon arriving at the airport, it was already 10 minutes later. Li Bingbing spotted her from afar, removing her sunglasses and walking over elegantly. You must have had a tough time rushing over, Chu Shuang, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied. I set off early. I just spent a long time waiting for the strawberry mousse. The dessert shop has been quite popular. Where's the strawberry mousse? In the car. Upon seeing Chu Shuang's Bentley, Li Bingbing's eyes sparkled. Wow, what a handsome car. Why hasn't my dad ever gotten me one? Did Uncle Li not say he would get you a car once you earn your degree? Just be patient, more than a year to go. How am I supposed to endure this? All my friends studying abroad have cars, and I am the only one left out. My dad is really stingy. After taking a bite of the mousse, Li Bingbing's expression brightened. I've been looking at cars recently, and I found a super cool Maserati. I must celebrate with champagne on the day I graduate and get my car. That indeed calls for celebration, but before that, you should focus on passing your driving test. The driver operated the car with precision, his profile strikingly handsome. Li Bingbing leaned back, watching with a smile, her eyes widening with excitement. Finally, I've seen you. Chu Shuang turned her head casually, only to find Li Bingbing staring at her with an expression that seemed to melt. Can you really be so enchanted just by eating mousse? Li Bingbing lunged forward to hug her, beaming. Finally, I've reunited with my Shuang. Those superficial friends from outside just can't compare to our childhood bond. As she said this, she tilted her head to nuzzle against Chu Shuang's neck, resembling the golden retriever she owned. We're driving, so let's keep it steady, you remember. Safety first. Chu Shuang knew her friend's character too well. The proud young lady in front of others turned into a spoiled golden retriever behind closed doors. Restarting the engine, Li Bingbing exclaimed, "Why are you so cold?" Chu Shuang chuckled lightly. Quickly finish your mousse. I'll treat you to a nice meal. Will you let me meet your husband? Chu Shuang hesitated, feeling that he had been quite busy lately. I'll introduce you when he has time. Fortunately, my dad isn't into arranged marriages. Marrying someone I barely met is just terrifying to think about. It's not that scary. It's not much different from before. Li Bingbing leaned closer. Is your husband handsome? Flashes of Xing Tian's chiseled features crossed her mind, and Chu Shuang nodded. Yes, he is. I see more handsome than your ex-boyfriend. It's hard to compare. They're not the same type. Do you have a photo? Chapter 13. My husband. Do you have a photo? No, then I bet he is definitely not as handsome as your ex. Gu Sui is the epitome of male beauty, both in looks and figure. When she first learned that Chu Shuang was in a relationship, Li Bingbing had been ecstatic, bombarding her with calls until she finally managed to get a photo of Gu Sui. After seeing it, she was relieved to know her friend had not chosen poorly, reassuring herself that Chu Shuang's taste in men was impeccable, having even dated a standout like him. Chu Shuang pondered for a moment, then spoke. But in the long run, it's important to consider inner qualities. One can tire of appearances. Li Bingbing nodded, so breaking up with him was no loss. The car came to a stop in front of Ling Sui Pavilion, and a waiter led them through the corridor into a quaintly designed private room. The architectural design of Ling Sui Pavilion was renowned throughout the capital for its exquisite Chinese courtyard dining experience. The residence embraced the mountains and water, with the view from the windows showcasing a garden styled after the landscapes of southern Anhui, and behind a delicate screen, a beauty was playing the guqin. Before long, several young ladies dressed in Han Dynasty skirts entered, serving dishes that were nothing short of exquisite. Li Bingbing poured herself a cup of tea and took a sip, remarking on the place's charm. As they chatted and dined, when they had nearly finished, Li Bingbing mentioned needing to use the restroom, promising to return swiftly. However, after waiting for several minutes with no sign of her, Chu Shuang decided to call. Why haven't you returned yet? Are you lost, Zhishuang? I think I've encountered my crush. He is so handsome. You met him in the restroom. On my way back, I was looking down when someone brushed past me. I inadvertently looked up and saw his profile. He's incredibly handsome, tall, with a mature and noble demeanor, just like the ideal type I could only dream of. And then I stood there momentarily stunned, before quietly following them to their private room. Now crouching in wait. No wonder her speech always carried an air of secrecy. Zhishuang, are you going to wait for them to come out? I want to wait, Li Bingbing whispered. You can come over after your meal. Turn right when you exit, follow the corridor straight until you see an archway. I'll be behind a small rockery. Alright. Observing the meager amount of food left on her plate, Zhishuang slowly filled her stomach before leisurely seeking out Li Bingbing. From a distance, she spotted a figure swaying by the rockery and, shaking her head with a smile, approached. Still not out. Li Bingbing shook her head. What if they just arrived? It might be a while before they finish. Li Bingbing, will you wait with me? Of course, I'm curious to see what kind of man has inspired such extravagant praise from you. After waiting for a while, Zhishuang felt her feet ache and, noticing the soft grass, leaned against the rockery and sat down bored and drowsy, while Li Bingbing remained alert, her eyes vigilantly scanning a particular room. Time passed, and Zhishuang had already drifted into slumber when suddenly the door to the private room creaked open. A few men, clad in suits, stepped out, each one more strikingly handsome than the last. It seemed they had stumbled into a den of beautiful men. Li Bingbing excitedly shook Zhishuang awake. Hurry, they're coming out. Jolted awake by her shake, Zhishuang blinked, where 3 men had already emerged, and when the 4th stepped out, Li Bingbing's eyes lit up. Should I go ask for their contact information? There are so many people. What else? If you hesitate after waiting so long, you might never have another chance. Li Bingbing tilted her chin. Alright. She completely failed to notice the sudden shock on Zhishuang's face. Zhishuang recognized the man emerging from the private room. Who else could it be but Shang Ting? As Li Bingbing eagerly prepared to approach, Zhishuang quickly grabbed her. Wait, the men around them were all rare beauties. Li Bingbing felt a bloom of joy within her heart, out of the corner of his eye. Shang Ting noticed someone by the rockery and casually glanced over before stepping away. Ignored. Zhishuang clutched Li Bingbing's hand tightly, lost in thought. Zhishuang. Li Bingbing looked at her in confusion. Why are you holding on to me? They leaving. I have to go get their contact information. Zhishuang bit her lip, her expression complicated. I already have it. Li Bingbing's eyes widened. You know him? He's my husband. After taking a few steps, Shang Ting realized something was amiss and turned back, only to see Zhishuang clearly, along with her declaration of my husband ringing in his ears. Li Bingbing's expression turned subtly complicated as she slowly asked, are you saying that man in the black suit is your arranged partner? Zhishuang nodded. Shang Ting, what are you looking at? Zhao Jinzhou followed Shang Ting's gaze and caught sight of the 2 women. Hearing someone call Shang Ting's name, Zhishuang turned her gaze, locking eyes with him. Why didn't you call out when you saw me? The man asked first. Zhishuang replied, I didn't have the chance. Before she could gather her thoughts, he had already turned away, ignoring her. Shang Ting paused for a moment, assessing her. Have you eaten? I have. Zhishuang glanced at the several people behind him. Did you come here to eat with friends? She recognized Jingze and Zhang Yuan from the wedding banquet. But the other man was a stranger. So you're the sister-in-law, he said, having caught a glimpse earlier but not recognizing her. I was wondering why Shang Ting didn't bring his sister-in-law to meet us. Turns out he has been keeping his treasure close. He approached, smiling as he extended his hand. I missed your wedding while I was abroad and couldn't share in your sweet treats. Sister-in-law, I'm Zhao Jinzhou. Zhishuang politely nodded and shook his hand. There are plenty of sweet treats. Come to Qinjuan to play sometime. We have all sorts of candies, more than enough. Zhao Jinzhou laughed heartily. Shang Ting, your sister-in-law is much more generous than you. Li Bingbing silently watched Zhishuang converse with these handsome men, realizing it was indeed true. This man was her husband. Zhishuang remembered to introduce her somewhat dazed friend. This is my childhood friend, Li Bingbing. Shang Ting turned to her and nodded, hello, gazing at the tall, handsome man with his thick brows, straight nose, and thin lips. His striking appearance was unforgettable. Recalling his earlier behavior in front of Zhishuang, Li Bingbing awkwardly smiled. Hello. Since they had run into each other, Jingze suggested they all go to a tavern together, so Zhishuang and Li Bingbing joined them. They headed to a Tang Dynasty tavern in the west of the city, where the lights were bright and the crowd sparse. The warm glow of red lanterns illuminated the corridor, and the fragrance of orchids wafted through the air. Sister-in-law, what would you like to drink? Zhang Yuan asked. Before Zhishuang could respond, Shang Ting interjected, get her some low-alcohol sake. He turned to her, is that alright? Yes. Before long, the server brought several jars of alcohol. The 2 girls received sake while the men had 2 different types of liquor before them. Lowering her gaze, Zhishuang watched Shang Ting pour the sake, his fingers long and elegant, the aroma of the liquor wafting towards her, piquing her curiosity about its taste. Chapter 14. Intoxicated men. The men chatted amiably. With Zhishuang sitting next to Shang Ting, his low, rich voice resonated clearly in her ear as he spoke, his suit's cuffs adorned with elegant golden threads, and his enamel cufflinks exuding a deep, noble charm. As he lifted the jade porcelain cup to his lips, his thick brows furrowed slightly, and the movement of his Adam's apple caught Zhishuang's attention, making the aroma of the liquor seem even more intoxicating. She was well aware of a gaze lingering upon her, and when Shang Ting turned to look at her bright eyes and clear brows, he asked, "Would you like to try? What does it taste like?" The taste of the liquor. Chu Shuang parted her lips slightly, seeing him take her cup and tilt the jar, pouring a little into it. "Just a bit is enough. The aroma is strong, don't drink too much." Chu Shuang smiled. "All right." She took a small sip, and the flavor was far richer than the sake they had. This was her first time tasting such a fragrant Chinese liquor. "This is delightful. What kind of liquor is this?" Zhenzi replied, "This one is called Lunangxiu." Chu Shuang paused, recalling the poetic lines. In the hucking pool, the beautiful concubine shared Lunangxiu. Zhao Jinzhou chuckled lightly. "Sister-in-law is quite knowledgeable. This liquor is what Emperor Xuanzong of Tang shared with Yang Guifei at hucking pool. It is a tribute to the palace, said to be made with sweet dew and red water. Its clarity is unmatched, and its fragrance fills the room." Indeed, it was a palace-grade liquor. Chu Shuang finished the last drop in her cup and asked, "How did you find this hidden gem?" "The owner is right here." Zhang Yuan smiled lightly. "Sister-in-law, the next time you come to drink, I'll treat you and your friend. Li Bingbing had already asked Jingzi for a cup, and the flavor of Lunangxiu was intoxicating. She raised her glass to Zhang Yuan. "Generous Zhang, cheers." Midway through, Li Bingbing needed to use the restroom and pulled Chu Shuang along, moving away from the group of men. She finally had a chance to vent her pent-up thoughts. "Sister, I need to clarify. I was indeed taken aback by your husband's good looks when I first saw him, but you know I tend to exaggerate. It was purely admiration and awe. There is no intention of stealing your man. You mustn't overthink it." Chu Shuang quietly regarded her, momentarily at a loss for words. Li Bingbing licked her dry lips. "We have principles and boundaries. A sister's man must never be touched. I swear on my happiness for the rest of my life." Not wanting to tease her further, Chu Shuang chuckled. "I know your character well enough." Li Bingbing sighed in relief. "You gave me quite a scare. Who would have thought that the handsome man we encountered while dining would turn out to be your husband? Thank goodness it's you. If it were someone else, I wouldn't be able to explain myself today." Chu Shuang chuckled lightly. "Do you want his contact information?" "I have it." No. I dare not." Li Bingbing shook her head. "It's best if I don't run into your husband again. Just seeing him reminds me of today's awkwardness." After washing her hands, Li Bingbing recalled his aloof face and added, "But on another note, you've struck gold with this arranged marriage. Such a handsome man just brightens the mood." Suddenly feeling that arranged marriages weren't so terrifying after all, that you've changed your tune quite quickly. "You were just saying how scary it was." "It depends on the person." Li Bingbing laughed lightly. "Your husband truly has an impressive demeanor. Sitting next to him is quite pleasing to the eye, and he seems to treat you well. You can tell that in such a short time? A person's words and demeanor aren't easy to fake. He carries himself with principles." Just now, at the table, when he spoke to you, his voice dropped lower, and he slightly bowed his head. "It shows he respects you. And so do his friends." Chu Shuang pondered for a moment and realized it was indeed true, but if someone else were in an arranged marriage with him, he would behave the same way. "Are you allergic to romance?" Li Bingbing asked. As soon as they returned and sat down, Shang Ting received a phone call and stepped outside to take it. Chu Shuang watched his disappearing figure, her gaze drifting to the jar of Lunangxiu. He had only poured her a small amount earlier, just enough for a taste. With him absent, Chu Shuang bit her lip and quickly filled her cup to the brim. Zhang Yuan caught a glimpse of her action and paused, then smiled. "It seems sister-in-law truly enjoys the liquor here." Shang Ting returned sooner than expected, and as he took his seat, Chu Shuang quickly downed the remaining half of her drink. As he settled in, she quietly lowered her head. The group continued their conversation for a while, with Li Bingbing being quite the chatterbox, engaging with the handsome man, while Chu Shuang eventually dozed off on the sofa, unaware of when she had fallen asleep. As Shang Ting caught a glimpse of the person beside him, who was in a light slumber, her dark hair concealed much of her face, her breathing shallow, and her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush. Zhao Jinzhou divulged, "Your Mrs. Sheng recently took advantage of your absence to sneak a drink." She barely sipped but managed to intoxicate herself. Shang Ting glanced at his watch and remarked, "I shall escort her home. You may continue your revelries." Chu Shuang sensed someone lifting her up. She struggled to open her eyes, and there before her was Shang Ting's sharply defined visage. "Can you walk?" she inquired with a nod. Managing to rise unsteadily and take several steps, however, her trajectory soon veered, her head swaying as she progressed. An unfortunate misstep caused her left foot to trip over her right, and with an unstable center of gravity, she teetered forward. The anticipated pain never came. Instead, a powerful grip around her waist secured her firmly. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself staring at the man's chin. Without uttering a word, Shang Ting held her in that embrace and guided her into the vehicle. As the designated driver merged onto the main road, Shang Ting cast a sidelong glance at the slumbering figure beside him. "How much did you drink?" he queried. Chu Shuang raised a finger, then bent it slightly. Her voice hoarse yet soft. The man let out a light scoff, bemused that she was unaware of her own capacity and refused to heed caution. Chu Shuang wrinkled her nose and adjusted her position to sleep. Not only was her mind spinning, but her body felt warm. The alcohol was indeed rich. By the time the vehicle arrived at Qingyu Garden, she was still disoriented, uncertain of her surroundings. The man alighted. Regarding her, "We have arrived home." Glancing at the unfamiliar entrance, Chu Shuang shook her head. "This is not my home. There are stone lions at my doorstep. She raised her gaze to the man, whose features were illuminated against the light. Casting a shadow from his eyelashes across his face, with earnestness, she asked, "Who are you?" Sheng Ting regarded her with a sidelong glance, surmising that she was intoxicated to the point of oblivion. "Who do you think I am?" He countered. Chu Shuang shook her head. "I do not know you." A sudden gust of night wind swept by, prompting her to stifle a sneeze. Sheng Ting furrowed his brow, choosing not to engage further, and simply hoisted her from within, carrying her across the threshold with one arm. Chu Shuang found herself clinging to his shoulder for balance, observing the scenery as she spoke again. "This is not my grandfather's house." "Are you sent by Gu Sui?" The man hesitated for a fleeting moment, but his expression remained unchanged as he ascended the stairs with her in his arms. "Why are you silent?" she pressed, sneezing once more. "Gu Sui is offering you money. I will give you double. I am not to be trifled with. Should I be harmed, my uncles and cousins will not spare you." Sheng Ting replied coolly. "Be quiet." After a brief silence, she added, "My husband is quite formidable as well. He will have you arrested." Chapter 15. A kiss on the man's sensual Adam's apple. He laid her on the bed, meeting her gaze at eye level, his dark eyes deep as he instructed. "Take a good look at who I am." Chu Shuang's vision blurred slightly as she studied him quietly for a moment before muttering, "I don't care who you are." With a faint smile, Sheng Ting rose. "Stay put. I will fetch you some medicine." Upon returning from downstairs with a hangover remedy, he found the bed empty, his brow slightly furrowed. Given her current condition, she would likely stumble wherever she went. Just as he prepared to leave, the sound of running water emerged from the bathroom. He settled onto the sofa to await her return, which took approximately 20 minutes before the bathroom door swung open. The dim light illuminated Chu Shuang, clad in a wine-red camisole nightgown, her long neck and defined collarbone prominent, unaware of his presence. She pulled the blanket around herself, intending to sleep. Sheng Ting approached, urging her to take some medicine. The sudden voice startled Chu Shuang, and she opened her watery eyes to see a shadow by her bedside. The proximity allowed Sheng Ting to observe her trembling lashes and bewildered gaze. Her features, softened by drink, appeared more alluring than usual. Propping herself up on her elbows, her position inadvertently revealed her graceful shoulders and full curves to him. Sheng Ting maintained his composure, extending his hand to offer her the medicine at her lips. Realizing what he intended, Chu Shuang leaned in, her red lips parting to take the medicine from his fingertips. The exquisite softness of her touch sent a shiver through him, and his eyes narrowed, fixated on her delicate lips as he gently lifted her chin. After being married for several days, it felt as if he was only now truly examining her face. Her hair was tousled, her long brows dark, and her ordinarily gentle features bore an elusive charm reminiscent of a landscape obscured by morning mist. Perhaps discomforted by the angle, Chu Shuang turned her head away, lying back down to resume her slumber. This time, Sheng Ting did not protest, pulling the blanket up for her before stepping out. That night, Chu Shuang's sleep was restless, alternating between warmth and chill, until someone lifted her from the covers in the middle of the night. Sheng Ting, as effortlessly as if cradling a doll, carried her out of the side room. Chu Shuang felt herself awakening, realizing she was intimately nestled against him, her ears flushed with warmth. "Where are we going?" she murmured. "You are unwell. You need to take some medicine." After retrieving the medication, Sheng Ting sat on the sofa. Chu Shuang, still straddling him, instinctively felt awkward and attempted to dismount, but he held her firmly against him. "Open your mouth," he instructed. The capsule-shaped medicine was difficult to swallow, and Sheng Ting offered her some water, gently guiding her back. Chu Shuang clutched the edge of his shirt, murmuring, "Thank you. Do you know who I am now?" he asked. Then tell me," he urged. "Husband." The man seemed to emit a soft scoff, his lips curving gently. Chu Shuang stared at his warm expression, feeling a sense of enchantment. His gaze, steady as ever, now bore a deeper scrutiny. "What are you doing?" he asked. Her heart raced, unable to withstand his gaze. "I didn't mean to." When she awoke, the morning sun streamed brightly, her blanket kicked to the side. Chu Shuang sneezed and stared at the ceiling in a daze. The rhythm of her heartbeat was still strong, and she slowly placed a hand over her heart, swallowing hard. What a vivid dream it was. The depth of his gaze lingered in her memory. Why had she acted so boldly? It was utterly audacious. Usually she wouldn't dare entertain such thoughts about Sheng Ting. Why had her dreams betrayed her with such absurd actions? Could it be that her subconscious? Shaking her head, Chu Shuang rose to wash up, glancing at her reflection in the mirror, clad in a cool camisole. Memories of the previous night flooded back, how he had carried her from the car and fed her medicine. His gaze when he held her chin bore an uncanny resemblance to that in her dreams. It seemed her dreams had altered the reality of the previous night. Not only had she called him husband in her dreams, but she had also uttered it when he carried her upstairs. My husband is quite formidable. He will have you arrested. At that moment, Sheng Ting had merely responded with a "be quiet," with a soft sigh. Chu Shuang splashed cold water on her face. Descending the stairs, she found Sheng Ting already seated in the living room. Hearing her footsteps on the stairs, he looked up. In the morning light, Chu Shuang's complexion appeared fair, her features defined, brimming with vitality, a stark contrast to the sulky demeanor from the night before. Casting a glance at him, she smiled softly. Good morning," Sheng Ting replied, setting down the newspaper. "Are you feeling unwell?" No, I slept quite well. Chu Shuang merely regarded him distantly, avoiding direct eye contact. I don't recall when I became inebriated last night. Thank you for bringing me back. I hope I didn't cause you any trouble. Shang Ting scrutinized her. You don't remember anything from last night? Chu Shuang hesitated, her eyes narrowing in confusion. I don't remember. Did something happen? Removing his glasses, the man replied, nothing much. Breakfast proceeded quietly, with Chu Shuang discreetly observing him from across the table. He was impeccably dressed in a suit, his tie perfectly knotted, exuding an air of detachment and indifference that starkly contrasted with the gentleness he had shown in her dreams. Her gaze inadvertently drifted upward, catching sight of his prominent Adam's apple, causing her cheeks to flush. Lowering her head, she focused on her breakfast. The phone on the table buzzed a few times. Upon checking, she saw a reminder for company morning meeting. Suddenly, she sprang up. I've finished eating. Please enjoy yours. In a flurry, she dashed upstairs to grab her bag and coat, quickly returning. As she passed the living room, Shang Ting's deep voice called out, take a bottle of milk with you. Chu Shuang paused, noticing the milk beside him. She reached for it with a smile. Goodbye. Shang Ting watched her retreating figure, slowly sipping his morning tea, having been previously reminded to act with the awareness of a married individual. Chu Shuang obediently returned to Qingyu Garden after work, foregoing her small apartment. The evening was pleasant. She took her golden retriever for a stroll in the back garden. In the distance, she spotted a persimmon tree laden with golden fruit, perfectly complementing the deep autumn sky. Retrieving a fruit basket from the kitchen, Chu Shuang returned to the garden, eager to pick some persimmons for drying. The tree was quite tall. Standing beneath it, she could barely reach a few fruits at the edges, far less appealing than the plump ones on the branches. After a brief moment of hesitation, she resolved to climb the tree, removing her slightly heeled shoes and tying up her hair, grasping the trunk. She utilized her arm strength to ascend, naturally agile, having honed her tree climbing skills since childhood. Scaling the tree was no challenge for her. From her elevated vantage point, the view of the back garden was transformed. The sun hung low, casting a warm golden light through the unruly branches, and the sky was a clear, sparse blue, creating an astonishingly warm vista. Chu Shuang stood atop the tree, momentarily entranced by the setting sun before recalling her intent to pick persimmons. After securing 2 fruits in her hands, she suddenly realized that she had forgotten to bring the bamboo basket with her. As she pondered whether to toss the persimmons down or climb back down for the basket, a tall figure entered her peripheral vision, strolling leisurely. Chapter 16. Come and call you for dinner as Mrs. Shang. One must maintain an air of dignity both in public and private, and it would be wise to avoid being seen climbing a tree. Chu Shuang glanced at her khaki long shirt, noting that the dim yellow light should allow her to blend seamlessly with the persimmon tree. Presuming that Shang Ting would not look up, she boldly cast her gaze upon him. The man wore exquisitely tailored trousers, his long legs subtly accentuated, while the deep navy vest further enhanced his air of aloofness. For someone like Chu Shuang, who studied aesthetics, his proportions rendered him a living model of composition. As he approached, the man halted a few meters from the tree. Chu Shuang held her breath, hoping he had merely paused by chance, yet she overlooked the fruit basket and the little golden retriever beneath the tree. The puppy wagged its tail and bounded over to Shang Ting's feet, prompting him to glance down. Chu Shuang's heart skipped a beat, and in the next moment, their eyes met. Shang Ting, unfazed, regarded the slender figure among the branches. Clad only in socks, her long hair casually tied up, yet appearing somewhat disheveled from her arboreal activity, stray strands danced in the gentle breeze, lending an air of softness and spontaneity to the dusky scene. Chu Shuang flashed her signature smile, her eyes curving slightly. You're off work? Yes, I came to call you for dinner. So he had come specifically for her. She had foolishly considered pretending to be invisible. Alright, I'll pick a few persimmons. Could you please pass me the basket? Noticing the basket beneath the tree, Shang Ting handed it to her, his thin lips curling slightly. Do you need my assistance? No, I'll be done quickly. After gathering a half basket of fruit, Shang Ting took the basket back and reached out to help her, but Chu Shuang politely declined. It's alright, I can come down by myself. Embracing the sturdy trunk, she gracefully slid down the tree with ease. Once she donned her shoes, Chu Shuang stood up. Let us go. Catching a glimpse of her clear, bright eyes, Shang Ting walked ahead with the basket in hand. Following behind, Chu Shuang sighed inwardly, feeling a pang of dismay at having been caught in such an unkempt state. Despite her careful efforts to maintain her image. In the lush, flower-filled backyard, the two strolled together, with the little golden retriever trotting alongside them. As Chu Shuang observed their elongated shadows cast by the slanted rays of the sun, she felt an inexplicable warmth in her heart at the sight. Will we be able to eat all these persimmons? The man asked in a calm tone. Chu Shuang stepped forward to walk beside him. I picked them to make dried persimmons. Can you do that? Yes, I make them every year at home. I don't particularly enjoy fresh persimmons, but I love them dried. Chu Shuang looked up to see his strong jawline. Have you ever had dried persimmons? Shang Ting turned his gaze slightly. Of course. Chu Shuang bit her lip, realizing she had asked a rather foolish question. Dried persimmons were hardly an exotic delicacy that one could have missed. They walked in silence for a few steps before the man remarked leisurely, but it has been many years since I've had dried persimmons. Upon hearing this, Chu Shuang paused momentarily. Then I'll make a bit more this year, and we can share. Alright. As they passed a small clearing, Chu Shuang recalled to inquire whether the land would be used for planting anything else in the future. Nothing will be planted, it's just grassland. Could you give it to me? I'd like to plant something. Chu Shuang spoke softly. I won't take much. Sheng Ting glanced at her. I'll find someone to till the soil for you, thank you. The little golden retriever dashed ahead, prompting Chu Shuang to quicken her pace and play with it. Observing her gentle profile, Sheng Ting allowed a subtle smile to tug at the corners of his mouth, indicating that he was in good spirits. The 2-month-old golden retriever was round and playful. And after much deliberation, Chu Shuang finally found inspiration for a name while feeding it Little Bones one day. The dog's round nose and eyes made it resemble a little hamster when eating. Hence she named it Hamster. One day, Sheng Ting overheard this and did not quite comprehend. It is called Hamster. Yes, I named it the day before yesterday. Isn't it adorable? The man watched the golden retriever munching on a bone in the living room. Looking rather foolish, why name a dog Hamster? I think it's fitting, Chu Shuang replied. Is it not pleasant to hear? The man paused for a moment. It is pleasant. Originally Li Bingbing had invited Chu Shuang to visit Disneyland together over the weekend. But Chu Shuang's department had a last-minute team-building event, forcing her to cancel on her friend. This left Li Bingbing quite upset, and she sent a message expressing her grievances. As a young lady from a prestigious family, haven't you received enough education on integrity? Does Grandpa Shen know you were such an unreliable person? To abandon a childhood friend for a last-minute company event? Chu Shuang, you have truly hurt my feelings. Don't invite me to hang out next time. I was even ready early with my makeup products. I should have known better than to trust a lousy factory. At that moment, Chu Shuang was already en route to the team-building event when she saw Li Bingbing's messages and couldn't help but laugh. Bingbing is so adorable. Li Bingbing replied, don't mess with me. JPG, passing by a commercial street, Chu Shuang spotted a bubble tea shop with several adult mascots outside. After a brief contemplation, she instructed the driver to turn around and change their destination while simultaneously sending a sick leave request to her editor. When Li Bingbing received Chu Shuang's call, she let the phone ring for a long time before finally answering. Just before hanging up, what's up, Bingbing? Let us go have some fun. Li Bingbing snorted. You go play with your department colleagues. I'm not going. It's just the two of us. I'm pretending to be sick to skip the team building. Let us go to Disneyland. If you can reach my place within 10 minutes. ILL reluctantly agreed. 8 minutes later, Chu Shuang called out to her from downstairs. Li Bingbing opened the window to look down, seeing Chu Shuang in a light woolen coat, smiling sweetly. Li Bingbing leaned against the window, arms crossed. You got here pretty fast. Chu Shuang waved her hand at Bingbing. Let us go to school. Li Bingbing slowly smiled, realizing how well Chu Shuang understood how to charm people. The memories of their childhood, walking hand in hand to school, were vivid. From a young age, Chu Shuang had always been the diligent one, calling out for Li Bingbing every morning as she struggled to get out of bed. Many mornings, Li Bingbing would open the window to see Chu Shuang standing by the rose bushes, sunlight gracing her face, making the dreary thought of school seem like an exciting adventure. That was Li Bingbing's most unique childhood memory, and her affection for Chu Shuang had been a habit formed since then. Her mother once remarked that had Chu Shuang been a boy, she would have fallen in love early, and Li Bingbing herself agreed. Are you really going to wear that to Disneyland? Chu Shuang glanced at her outfit. What's wrong with it? You should wear something in pastel colors. Come on, let us wear matching outfits, sister outfits. The two friends explored all 7 themed parks at Disneyland, enjoying themselves thoroughly yet feeling exhausted after a long day. Eventually, Li Bingbing suggested they not return home, insisting that since they were finally at Disneyland, they should stay at the themed hotel. Tell your man that you'll be staying out with me tonight. Chu Shuang, savoring her ice cream, didn't take it to heart. It is fine. He won't interferes. Chapter 17. Your ex-boyfriend has arrived. Li Bingbing observed Chu Shuang's carefree demeanor and advised, you should at least let him know. It won't cost you anything. I can see that your man is not easily swayed. It's best to inform him, lest he disallows you from spending time with me in the future. That is impossible. We don't interfere with each other, just like last time when he didn't let you drink. You were quite obedient. Later, when you were drunk, he abandoned his friends to take you home. Chu Shuang paused, the memory of being carried upstairs by the man after the drunken night purposefully slipping her mind. Suddenly, being reminded of it felt akin to recalling a dream. At that moment, her mind had been too foggy, and her vision unclear. She could hardly remember his expression or warmth, yet the true dreams continued to disturb her for many days. After purchasing several figurines at a joint store, they returned to the hotel, which had a dream garden theme, making the room look as if it were pulled straight from a fairy tale, while Li Bingbing lay sprawled on a plush toy selecting photos to share on social media. Chu Shuang sent a message to Sheng Ting, I'm with Li Bingbing tonight, so I won't be returning. Don't wait for dinner. Seeing this simple string of text, Chu Shuang added 2 smiley faces to the message, only to delete them before sending. Chu Shuang, come pick which photo you like best. I'm about to post on WeChat. Li Bingbing presented the photos they had taken together. Choose one. Not this one. We look so happy. Alright, this one it is. Li Bingbing flipped to another photo of Chu Shuang smiling over her shoulder. This one of you is stunning too. I'll send it to you. Okay, the hotel staff delivered dinner. And by that time, the castle in Disneyland was illuminated. Their hotel boasted a splendid view of the nightscape from the balcony, allowing them to enjoy their meal while gazing at the scenery. Li Bingbing marveled, "It's so beautiful. I wish I could live in a fairy tale like this forever." Indeed, Chu Xuan captured a dazzling night view and shared it alongside the photos taken during the day. Happy weekend. While posting, she made sure to hide the update from her colleagues. Just as she finished, a new message notification appeared at the top of her screen. Sheng Ting. Alright, stay safe. I and the Shang family's old residence. Shan Yao spotted Chu Xuan's beautiful photos on social media and eagerly shared them with her mother. "Look, Auntie is at Disneyland. This one is so lovely. Her figure is absolutely stunning. How does she make even a stepmother dress look so graceful?" Mrs. Shang, noticing her excitement, glanced over. "What is a stepmother dress? A recent trend. It refers to dresses that accentuate one's figure. Some netizens jokingly say that wearing them makes you look like a wealthy stepmother. And thus it's been dubbed as such." Mrs. Shang remarked, "Today's youth come up with the strangest names." In the living room, as she shared tea with Mr. Shang, Sheng Ting suddenly raised her gaze and scrolled through her social media feed. Finding it devoid of any updates. "Oh dear." A Shuang's glance over her shoulder is indeed captured beautifully, Mrs. Shang remarked, admiring the photo on her phone. "Such exquisite features and grace. She truly embodies the essence of a girl hailing from a scholarly family." The man refreshed the screen, only to find it still barren, and turning off the display, continued his conversation with Mr. Shang. Li Bingbing, unable to withstand the chill of the night, retreated to her room, while Chu Xuan lingered on the balcony a little longer. Captivated by the night view. A figure from the upper side of the balcony caught sight of her delicate silhouette, pausing momentarily before discerning her features, his phoenix-like eyes glinting with intrigue. Chu Xuan's profile was elegantly defined, her delicate features softening her otherwise frosty demeanor. Her voluminous black hair cascaded down her back, her posture upright, casual yet exuding an air of untouchability. This evening, she bore an air of distinction, perhaps revealing subtleties previously unnoticed. After observing her for a while, the man lowered his gaze and typed a few words on his phone. Downstairs, the faint glow of a phone screen caught her attention. She glanced down with an expression unperturbed, then turned off her device to resume enjoying the night scenery. The man's eyes narrowed slightly. "Mr. Gu, I've called you several times. What has captured your attention so thoroughly?" A soft, sultry voice resonated from behind him. Gu Sui, maintaining his composure, averted his gaze and continued to admire the view of the woman, clad in alluring nightwear, her collarbone pale and alluring, felt her ears flush as Gu Sui's gaze lingered on her. "Aren't you cold out here?" Gu Sui stepped closer, wrapping his arm around her waist as they retreated indoors together. The woman, her makeup subtle and her beauty undeniable, would shyly smile and make an effort to please him. As Chu Xuan had noted, any other woman would be more adept at showing affection. Though she herself was gentle, her softness did not extend to seeking his approval. More often than not, she appeared rather obtuse. Indeed, it was quite dull. The woman remained oblivious to his distraction, bashfully reaching to loosen his tie. Observing the flush on her cheeks, Gu Sui was suddenly reminded of their previous encounter at the CAF, where he had uttered some threatening words that had greatly angered her. Her eyes had sparkled, her ears tinged with pink, her demeanor torn between wanting to speak and the reluctance to argue, ultimately leading her to leave the table. It was quite vivid. Gazing down at the woman from above, Gu Sui suddenly lost interest, his brows knitted slightly as he turned his attention to adjusting his cuffs. Picking up his coat and casually handing her a card. "This hotel is quite nice. Enjoy yourself." His voice was light. The woman paused momentarily, grasping his meaning, but unable to comprehend why he had suddenly changed his stance. Being rejected by such an exceptional man was undeniably disheartening. She held the card out towards Gu Sui, biting her lip as she spoke. "No free lunch." His expression remained unchanged, lips curling with indifference. "I do not shortchange women." With that, he vanished from the room, leaving the woman momentarily stunned. She had been with Gu Sui for less than a week and had heard tales of his cold demeanor. Yet she found him quite the gentleman. Accompanying her to Disneyland that weekend, they had silently agreed to share a hotel room that evening, and just moments ago, she had thought something might transpire. Yet he had unexpectedly handed her a card instead. Gazing at the card, she felt her spirit deflate slowly. The underlying implication was unmistakable. It seemed to mark the end. Indeed, as the rumors suggested, no woman could remain with him for more than a month. As Gu Sui descended the stairs, he recalled his words about not shortchanging women. Chu Xuan was the only one who had never benefited from him. The gifts of bags, cars, and jewelry had always been accompanied by generous compensations upon parting. Yet Chu Xuan had never asked him for anything, claiming she needed nothing. Though she had mentioned a fondness for beautiful things, for a man like Gu Sui, it was far simpler to directly purchase bags and jewelry than to invest effort in deciphering a woman's heart. Chu Xuan was content and understanding. She thrived even in his absence, leading Gu Sui to invest less thought into her than he did with other women. He hadn't previously compared, but now, upon reflection, it was clear she had never received anything from him. Even he could not articulate why he, typically generous with women, was so miserly towards Chu Xuan. It seemed that possessing material things would alter the nature of their relationship. A knock echoed at the hotel door, and Li Bingbing peered through the peephole, her eyes widening in surprise. She turned to Chu Shuang and exclaimed, "Your ex-boyfriend is here." Chapter 18. Are they really getting married? Still on the balcony, Chu Shuang, taken aback by the news, entered the room and headed toward the bathroom. "That he can't possibly know I'm here. You need to send him away." Once she had hidden herself, Li Bingbing opened the door. Upon seeing the unfamiliar woman, Gu Sui paused for a moment and inquired, "Hello, is Chu Shuang here?" Li Bingbing, bewildered, responded, "What Shuang?" Gu Sui peered inside, scrutinizing her as he spoke. "Are you a friend of Chu Shuang?" Having seen the man's photo before, Li Bingbing was struck by how much more handsome he was in person. After studying him for a moment, she crossed her arms and regarded him with amusement. "Oh, now I understand. You're here to flirt." This approach of pretending to search for someone is rather outdated. Gu Sui frowned slightly. "Do you want my contact information? I can give it to you." Noticing that his gaze remained fixed on the room, Li Bingbing flashed a charming smile. "Are you not satisfied with just a phone number? Since no one else is around, why not come in for a bit of fun?" Gu Sui's expression turned cold as he shifted his gaze from the two pairs of women's shoes by the door. "I apologize, I may have the wrong place." As he walked toward another room, Li Bingbing closed the door and headed toward the bathroom. "I've sent him away. It's all good now." As soon as Chu Shuang emerged from the bathroom, she gathered her belongings. "I can't stay here tonight. Gu Sui will soon find out my room information." "Wait, are you really leaving? Do you have any idea how expensive this hotel is? You're just going to leave after such a short time?" Grabbing her phone, Chu Shuang donned a mask and replied, "Bingbing, you enjoy yourself. I can't risk running into Gu Sui out. If he doesn't see me, he might forget about me, but if he does, complications will arise." The hotel was quite expansive and secure, with no outside vehicles allowed inside. Reaching the main road to catch a taxi required walking a fair distance. It was not an ideal time to hail a cab, and the rideshare app had been unresponsive. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw a car approaching. She turned to glance but realized it wasn't a taxi. As she returned her gaze to her phone, the car came to a halt by the curb. "Where to? Are these nice cars now offering rides?" "I'm heading to Jiulangui." Gu Sui. The window rolled down slowly, revealing his cool, aloof face. Chu Shuang took a moment to process. "You aren't," Gu Sui chuckled lightly. "Can your friend's poorly concealed acting really fool anyone? If I don't leave, would you come out on your own?" "How did you find me? I didn't deliberately search for you. I just happened to see you from the balcony upstairs." Gu Sui instantly regretted his words as he realized what they implied. "Why go to such lengths to avoid me? I'm not going to eat you. Don't get the wrong idea. I just happened to find work in the capital." "All right." Gu Sui tapped his fingers against the window frame, speaking leisurely. "Get in. I'll take you home. No need for Mr. Gu's trouble. I can take a taxi." Chu Shuang distanced herself slightly, lowering her head to check her phone. Gu Sui gazed at her delicate profile for a moment, his eyes drifting down to her full, beautiful lips, which darkened momentarily. Turning off the engine, he stepped out and stood beside her, but Chu Shuang avoided making eye contact, silently shifting away. Noticing her movement, Gu Sui chuckled. "Have you perhaps misjudged me?" Snatching her phone, Gu Sui tilted his chin. "Don't be stubborn. I'm taking you home. It's too late to be out alone." Chu Shuang met his gaze, not rushing to reclaim her phone. "Is this how you treat every ex-girlfriend?" She was dressed in a figure-hugging dress that accentuated her curves, her eyes clear and her demeanor graceful and composed. Gu Sui maintained eye contact. "Only with you. After all, no one has ever mentioned breaking up to me before." "Oh." Chu Shuang casually lifted her hand, displaying a silver ring on her ring finger. "How do you like my wedding ring?" Gu Sui glanced at it, raising an eyebrow. "Wedding ring? You found someone to marry so soon?" His nonchalant expression betrayed disbelief. He took the ring from Chu Shuang's finger, examining it. "If you want a ring, I can buy you one adorned with a big diamond. This one is more suitable for a child." Startled by his sudden action, Chu Shuang frowned. "Give it back to me." Observing her sudden seriousness, Gu Sui moved the ring slightly away, a faint smile playing on his lips. "What? Are you truly married? It's been a month already." Chu Shuang's voice was cool. "Mr. Gu, perhaps you should be more mindful of your reputation and refrain from teasing a married woman." A Rolls-Royce slowly exited the hotel, and Zhao Jinju caught sight of Chu Shuang with a man from a distance, exclaiming to the person on the phone, "What a coincidence. Guess who I just saw?" Recalling that Shang Yao had mentioned Chu Shuang was at Disneyland, Zhao Jinju inquired. "Chu Shuang." Observing the two, Zhao Jinju added with a smile, "Sister-in-law seems to be quite popular." Gu Sui, "I've made myself very clear. I don't wish to repeat myself. A dignified separation is preferable so as not to disturb each other's lives." Chu Shuang locked eyes with him, her usual patience waning. "Return my ring. It's late, and my husband will worry." The man's affectionate gaze darkened with frustration as he observed her aloof demeanor, his words laced with intent. "You really married someone just like that?" "It was arranged by our parents. There were formalities involved, not just a casual decision. I mentioned before that my family is quite traditional and hopes for me to settle down soon." Mr. Gu, while you wish to remain uncommitted, you also disallow me from seeking my own happiness. Not everyone has the luxury of time and energy to play with others' feelings as you do. A Rolls-Royce came to a steady halt by the roadside. its window revealing the handsome visage of Zhao Jinzhao. Is your sister-in-law not back yet? He inquired. My elder brother has asked me to escort you home. Ji Yusui followed his gaze, recognizing the man within the vehicle, Zhao Jinzhao. The scion of the Huanyu group, wielding significant power and belonging to an exceptionally affluent family. Seizing the moment while Gu Sui was distracted, Chu Shuang snatched her ring and entered Zhao Jinzhao's car. Gu Sui, hands tucked into his pockets, nodded casually. Mr. Zhao. Zhao Jinzhao raised an eyebrow. You know me? Indeed, Mr. Zhao seems to be a man of many forgettable acquaintances. Ji Yusui bore a lingering dissatisfaction. It was Zhao Jinzhao who had snatched away a lucrative overseas deal that Gu Sui had nearly secured. Upon learning that the other party hailed from the influential Zhao family in Beijing, he had intended to confront him. Business may be lost, but the Zhao family's arrogance needed to be addressed. However, when his assistant sought Zhao Jinzhao, he learned that the latter had boarded a flight that very night after sealing the deal. Ji Yusui had not forgotten this incident over the past 2 years. Why was Chu Shuang now entangled with this man, Zhao Jinzhao, being the sole heir of the Zhao family? Who was this elder brother he mentioned? You mean Gu Zong? Zhao Jinzhao nodded, showing little interest in further conversation. I shall take my leave with her. As the car pulled away, Chu Shuang caught a glimpse of Gu Sui's slightly somber expression in the rearview mirror, letting out a slow breath. Thank you, Zhao Jinzhao remarked. That Gu Zong is not someone to be trifled with. Is he a friend of yours? Not quite a friend, she replied. Zhao Jinzhao nodded, refraining from further inquiry. As they passed through several intersections, the road opened up. And he suddenly mentioned, your sister-in-law is yet to understand Shangting. Chu Shuang glanced at him, puzzled. Chapter 19, President of the Kyoto Chamber of Commerce. He dislikes troubles and is quite principled. Zhao Jinzhao paused for a moment, then smiled slightly. In any case, sister-in-law, be cautious not to touch his sensitive spots. Chu Shuang nodded slowly, still uncertain. What are his sensitive spots? It depends on the situation and the person. Why did everyone around Shangting speak in such an obscure and convoluted manner? I find his temperament rather composed, she remarked. Men of his age often exude an air of calm deliberation. Despite their profound and inscrutable demeanor, it is undeniable that he operates with remarkable organization and grace, both in professional and personal dealings. Zhao Jinzhao chuckled lightly. It's always good for you to be more observant. Upon returning to Qingyu Garden at 10 in the evening, the golden retriever was munching on a dog bun. Chu Shuang approached and affectionately ruffled its little head. Why is Auntie giving you a late-night snack? Did you not eat well during the day? Behind her, steady footsteps approached. Turning around, she saw Shangting in a thick black robe, holding a mug as he emerged from the kitchen. Your back, there's coconut milk peach gum in the kitchen. The man seemed to have just showered. His dark hair fell lightly on his forehead, casting a shadow over his deep-set eyes. His tone was casual, almost merely polite. Before he turned to leave, the little golden retriever lifted its head and followed him upstairs. It turned out that the bun was meant for the dog. Chu Shuang stood still for a moment, the living room feeling unusually cold. After drinking some coconut milk peach gum from the kitchen, the refreshing aroma filled her senses, yet she could not manage to drink much. As she pushed open the bedroom door, she unexpectedly heard the sharp barking of the dog, causing her heart to flutter. Would Shangting mistreat the dog? Following the sound to the study door, she found it slightly ajar. A gentle push revealed a frowning man and a pouting golden retriever. What happened? Shangting glanced at her, his lips parting. I accidentally stepped on it. Chu Shuang instantly understood. The small dog must have been too clingy. Standing at his feet, leading to the unintentional mishap, the little dog was still whimpering in front of him, and Shangting reached down to comfort it, which soon silenced its cries, noticing a book open on the desk. Chu Shuang walked over, scooping up the golden retriever. It's time for you to go back to your bed, don't disturb him. She nodded at Shangting. I'll take it back to its bed. You should rest early. As she closed the door, Chu Shuang let out a faint sigh, feeling the chill in the air. Perhaps it was just her imagination, but Shangting seemed particularly aloof today. Maybe it was the late hour. The next day, she lingered in bed until the sunlight flooded the room before descending for breakfast. During the meal, she learned from Aunt Yuan that Shangting had left for a business trip early that morning. He left so early, Aunt Yuan replied. He didn't even have breakfast. The sir said he wasn't hungry, and his assistant came to take him away. They are headed to Shanghai for a short week or possibly half a month. Observing the subtle shift in Chu Shuang's expression, Aunt Yuan asked, didn't he mention it to you last night? Chu Shuang shook her head, taking a sip of the soy milk. Aunt Yuan, seeing this, felt compelled to keep her thoughts to herself. Watching this newlywed couple for over a month, she began to realize that such family unions often lack emotional foundation. Maintaining a respectful distance was already commendable. The sir mentioned that if you find this place too remote, you could stay in the city apartment, and you could take the dog with you. As she spoke, her voice trailed off, sensing the ambiguity in her words. Surely the lady must have noticed. Chu Shuang lowered her head, continuing her breakfast. After relaying the necessary information, Aunt Yuan left. With winter approaching, the temperature inside the well-insulated house was warm, yet the view outside the glass windows revealed a thin mist in her line of vision. A glimmer caught her attention, prompting Chu Shuang to lower her cup and gaze at her ring. How could she not have perceived it? Since last night, Shang Ting's coldness had become markedly apparent. Previously, he carried an air of dignified coolness. But during their interactions, he had been a gentleman. However, since last night, there was an added layer of detachment. Chu Shuang was certain he knew about her encounter with Gu Sui, reflecting on Zhao Jinzhao's words regarding Shang Ting's principled nature and aversion to trouble. She understood that despite their previous circumstances, they were now nominally husband and wife, and both should possess the awareness to maintain the stability of their marriage. After all, her past relationship with Gu Sui left her at a disadvantage. From Shang Ting's perspective, it was indeed somewhat unjustifiable. She resolved to find an opportunity to discuss it with him, but now that he was away on business, it was inappropriate to address such matters over the phone. After finishing her breakfast, feeling somewhat aimless, Chu Shuang decided to check the backyard. The small plots of land she desired had already been turned over. Armed with tools and seeds, she spent the afternoon planting vegetables. Having sown the seeds, she made it a point to check on her garden daily. After work, she refrained from visiting Zhoulan International, instinctively returning to Qingyu Garden since Shang Ting was not home. Under her diligent care, the vegetables sprouted within a week, showing a high germination rate. Chu Shuang derived a sense of accomplishment and relief from the simple act of labor. A vegetable garden brought her considerable joy. Each time Aunt Yuan saw her heading to the backyard with her tools, she would smile, as Chu Shuang paid no heed to the vibrant flowers but instead frequented her little garden several times a day. She always found ways to inject joy into her life, working on sketches during the day, playing with the golden retriever, checking on her garden in the evenings, reading novels, listening to music, and occasionally learning culinary skills from Aunt Yuan. Thus, her days passed peacefully and fulfillingly. One day, she caught sight of clusters of blue hydrangeas in the yard, and a fleeting memory surfaced of a certain someone tall and graceful, watering the flower beds. It dawned on her that Shang Ting had been away on business for nearly 10 days. With no messages and no word on his return that evening, a news article caught her eye on the homepage of her browser. The second Cooperation and Exchange Conference of the Beijing-Shanghai Chamber of Commerce concludes successfully. The photo backdrop showcased a magnificent conference hall, a grand red carpet with a sweeping arc-shaped table, and a multitude of attendees in formal attire, exuding an air of solemnity. At the center of the image stood a distinguished figure. Clad in a suit that exuded an aura distinctly his own, with a straight back and a sharp chin, confidently delivering a speech. In front of him, a silver nameplate bore the inscription President of the Kyoto International Chamber of Commerce. His dignified demeanor commanded respect, evoking awe from all who beheld him. Chapter 20. The Married Woman. After reading, Chu Shuang realized the magnitude of Shang Ting's accomplishment, which could influence the economies of 2 regions and even beyond. A cooperative agreement benefiting hundreds of thousands, if not millions. This was not merely an enterprise matter. Even the government offered its robust support. He had been perpetually busy, often retreating to the study after work, and weekends filled with meetings, all in preparation for this significant event. Although the exchange conference had concluded, the associated gatherings and banquets would continue for some time. Exiting the news page, Chu Shuang mused that she could enjoy a few days of freedom. Before she knew it, it was time for her second paycheck, and this time, she invited Sheng Yao and Li Bingbing for a lavish meal. However, when it came time to settle the bill, she was informed that it had been waived. Upon inquiring with the manager, he revealed nothing, merely stating that someone was waiting for her in a private room. Chu Shuang dialed Shen Jinyan. Brother, are you in the capital? No, I'm in Shanghai. Why do you ask? I recall that you have several restaurants in the capital city. Is the Shangri-La Western restaurant located on Mingxi Road of the Third Ring Road yours? No, Shen Jinyan replied. Are you craving Western cuisine? I will send you the addresses of our family's Western restaurants in the capital shortly. Feel free to visit whichever you prefer, as they will not be inferior in taste to the restaurant you just mentioned. No need, I was just inquiring casually. It was only then that Chu Shuang remembered to ask him, what are you currently doing? Attending a cocktail party? Shen Jinyan chuckled as he glanced at the person beside him. I'm with your husband. Chu Shuang bit her lip. So you've also joined the networking event? Yes. When will you finish and come to the capital to have some fun? Alright, I'll visit you in a couple of days. The voices around her grew somewhat noisy, and Chu Shuang faintly heard Shang Ting speaking to someone, his tone steady and distinct. Suddenly Shen Jinyan interjected, by the way, would you like to say something to your husband? Chu Shuang paused, but before she could respond, Shen Jinyan had already called out to Shang Ting. It's a Shuang on the line. Moments later, a deep voice came through the receiver. Hello? Chu Shuang cleared her throat. Are you busy? Not busy. Oh, Chu Shuang stared at the hem of her clothing, biting her lip. How much longer until you return? I should be back within 3 days. Okay, please drive safely. Their first conversation after nearly 10 days felt somewhat dry and awkward. And while Chu Shuang's mind raced to find a topic, Shang Ting spoke first. Is everything well at home? Everything is fine. The vegetables I planted in the backyard have sprouted, and the persimmons I dried earlier are ready to eat. The hamster has gained some weight. The man paused slightly. Are you currently living at home? Yes. Beside her, Shang Yao, aware that her little uncle was on the other end, leaned closer to the phone and chimed in. Little uncle, your absence has made little aunt miss you terribly. She can't even eat and has lost some weight, but if you don't hurry back, your wife will. Before she could finish, Chu Shuang, startled, covered her mouth. There was a moment of silence on the other end. Are you with Yao Yao? Yes, we are dining out, make sure to eat well. Chu Shuang was momentarily taken aback as Shang Ting swiftly changed the subject. Is there any gift you would like? Is he planning to bring her a gift? I don't lack anything, jewelry, perfume, or a handbag. Do you like any of those? I have plenty in my wardrobe. Chu Shuang thought for a moment before replying. If you must buy something, please bring me a bouquet of flowers. Alright. After hanging up, Chu Shuang approached the manager to settle the bill, only to be met with a look of discomfort. Miss, we cannot charge you for this meal. Our gentleman has been waiting for you in the VIP room for quite some time. No need, it's just a meal. I'll pay for it myself, though I don't know who your gentleman is. I appreciate the kind gesture and wish you prosperous business. Without waiting for the manager to insist, she left it feeling apprehensive. The man in the VIP room silently contemplated, as expected, since their parting that evening. Gu Sui had dispatched someone to investigate Chu Shuang, but there was no information regarding her so-called marriage. Either she was lying, or the man behind her was quite formidable. Contemplating the latter possibility, Gu Sui couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly. Upon exiting the restaurant, Li Bingbing teased Chu Shuang. Indeed, beauty can be quite beneficial, can't it? Just going out for a meal and someone is already thinking of you. Chu Shuang tilted her head, feeling lighthearted. What can I do? It was rare to see her so conceited. Bingbing nudged her arm. Why are you suddenly in such a good mood? In the past, she remained indifferent to anyone's flattery. Li Bingbing deliberately elongated her tone as if she had just realized something. I see. Chu Shuang was puzzled. What? Shang Yao raised an eyebrow and laughed. I know too. Exchanging a knowing glance with Li Bingbing, they teased. You know what you're happy about? A married woman, huh? Chu Shuang replied. I don't understand what you were talking about. Li Bingbing chuckled lightly. By the way, I feel like the owner of this restaurant is your ex-boyfriend. He still has feelings for you. You should be careful in the future. Upon hearing this, Shang Yao looked as if she had stumbled upon a tremendous secret. What, an ex-boyfriend? Little aunt, did you date before? Chu Shuang hesitated. It was a youthful folly just this year. Youthful folly. Shang Yao was on the verge of putting her hands on her hips to interrogate. Does your little uncle know? He should be aware. When she was still living in the Shang family, one night she received a call from Gu Sui by the rockery, and coincidentally, Sheng Ting had caught her in the act. Not long ago, Zhao Jinju had come to her aid. Given how well he knew Sheng Ting, they likely exchanged information. On Saturday, Shang Yao's friend opened a CAF on Nanhua Street and invited her to come over. Bringing Chu Shuang along, the newly opened CAF was artistic and stylish, with prices for drinks and desserts that were exorbitant, costing more than twice that of other places. Shang Yao's friend was a man dressed in a simple white shirt and slacks. His hair neatly parted, exuding a clean and gentle aura, making for a comfortable interaction. Once you taste his skill, you'll understand if it's worth that price. Chapter 21. Who is the woman beside him? Shang Yao placed a matcha cake and a cup of latte art coffee in front of Chu Shuang. Give it a try. A minute later, Chu Shuang looked up, her eyes sparkling with surprise and admiration. It smells wonderful, so pure, with a lingering aftertaste. I am honored that Miss Chu Shuang enjoys it. Sure, you chuckled. Shang Yao beamed. Sure, you is a genius, trained by the illustrious master Hong Ying. He has participated in various competitions since childhood and can make both Western and Chinese drinks. It's a shame he is opening shop here. Then I truly lucked out today. This price isn't considered expensive on Nanhua Street, where the clientele consists of securities moguls and entrepreneurs, with the Kyoto Chamber of Commerce building just ahead. Chu Shuang paused. The Chamber of Commerce building? Yes, your little uncle usually works around here. As a customer arrived, Sure, you stood up to prepare coffee, while Shang Yao and Chu Shuang chatted in the warm orange glow above. Their conversation flowing seamlessly with the CAF's soft music, creating a relaxed atmosphere. During an inadvertent glance, Chu Shuang noticed a set of bear mascot costumes on a shelf against the wall. Are those for attracting customers? Sure, you nodded. Yes, the staff member who was supposed to wear it called in sick today, so the costume is just sitting idle. Looking at the fluffy and chubby costume, Chu Shuang's eyes sparkled with excitement. I want to give it a try. Wearing the mascot costume for the first time, Chu Shuang was utterly delighted. Once transformed into a chubby bear, she stepped outside to enthusiastically serve as a mascot. Having a splendid time inside the CAF, Shang Yao watched her with amusement and called out, You don't have to put in so much effort. You'll tire yourself out later. Sure, you wiped his hands. A hint of a smile playing on his lips as he remarked to Shang Yao, Your friend is quite lively, and her looks are rare. Shang Yao raised her eyebrow and whispered in a tone audible to both. Are you interested in her? Sure, you chuckled helplessly, just appreciating her. Even if you were interested, it wouldn't matter. She is married, my little uncle. He paused, glancing at her before continuing, Isn't she your uncle's wife? Yes, Shang Yao lifted her chin slightly like a proud peacock. Aren't they quite a match? After a few seconds of silence, Sure, you suddenly laughed softly. It's indeed an interesting combination. Who says otherwise? Shang Yao looked toward the amusing bear outside. It is cold outside. Come back in, little aunt. This costume is warm. I want to play a little longer. Chu Shuang continued to play the role of the lively and dedicated bear, attracting several customers who wanted to take photos with her. A Maybach pulled up to the roadside, and a woman alighted from the back seat, surveying the CAF as if thinking business had arrived. The bear waved enthusiastically, and the woman indeed approached just as Chu Shuang was thrilled. She spotted a tall figure entering her line of sight, a man impeccably dressed in a suit, his shirt buttoned up to the collar, who closed the front passenger door and walked over. Just by his stature, it was easy to identify him. Shang Ting had returned. Wasn't he supposed to come back in 2 days? As the man approached, Chu Shuang's demeanor shifted, becoming more composed, seeing them enter the CAF. The bear's head turned to follow, but Shang Yao, who had been there moments ago, seemed to have vanished. Upon spotting Shang Ting, Sure Yu glanced at the bear outside before walking over to greet him. Little uncle Chu Shuang, still wearing the large headpiece, curiously observed the two inside when someone tugged at her from behind. Turning around, she saw Shang Yao's anxious face. Why is your uncle back? I don't know. He returned without even informing you, using the bear costume for cover. Shang Yao sighed. Thank goodness I was smart. I spotted my uncle getting out of the car the moment he arrived and slipped away. Hey, who is that woman next to him? I don't know. Chu Shuang peered out from the costume. Although she couldn't see clearly, she could discern the woman's beauty. With long wavy hair and a purple suit, her makeup was both bright and dignified. And her demeanor resembled that of a businesswoman. Chu Shuang remarked. What a slender waist, TSK, Shang Yao exclaimed. What are you thinking at a time like this? Didn't you notice your husband is having coffee with another woman? Catching sight of the documents on their table, along with Shang Ting's stern and businesslike expression, Chu Shuang innocently replied, Aren't they just discussing work? Shang Yao tilted her head slightly to glance at the two individuals inside. Reassured by her reliable uncle's character and the fact that they were on Sure Yu's territory, allowing her to set her mind at ease. What's delicate? It's not as delicate as mine. She mused. You are a professional dancer, of course, you're more refined. Shang Yao grasped the hand of the chubby bear and said, Let us go explore somewhere else. We shouldn't linger here. Surprisingly, wearing such an outfit in winter was quite warm. And a fall wouldn't hurt at all. I should try this next time. Yao Yao, there's grilled cold noodles ahead. Upon seeing it, Shang Yao exclaimed, Wait, I'll buy it for you. After purchasing grilled cold noodles and hot milk tea, the two sat on a bench by the roadside. As Chu Shuang found it inconvenient to move in her doll costume, Shang Yao patiently fed her, taking a bite for herself before offering a bite to her little aunt. The plump bear's head was set aside, its breath evaporating into a misty haze. Chu Shuang gazed at the tranquil street corner and sincerely remarked, Weekends are wonderful. Shang Yao sniffed and replied, Am I not wonderful? Turning her head to look at her, Chu Shuang, having been fed a mouthful of grilled cold noodles, smiled with her eyes. Absolutely delightful. Shang Yao raised an eyebrow in agreement. You should head home early today. Your uncle is back, but he might be back quite late. Isn't he still working? Indeed, it's quite inconsiderate of him not to inform you about returning early. Chu Shuang replied, Everyone has their own matters. TSK, only your laid-back nature can tolerate my frosty uncle. My brother mentioned he would come to the capital with your uncle, promising to inform me upon arrival, yet I haven't received a call from him. Shang Yao lifted her gaze. Shen Jinyan is coming to the capital. Yes, he said he would come to see me. Perhaps he hasn't arrived yet or is not with your uncle. A gust of cold wind blew, prompting Chu Shuang to huddle closer. We've finished our food. Let us return to the CAF. It's a bit chilly. By now your uncle and the others should have left. Let us go. Upon returning to the CAF, indeed, no one was inside. Sure Yu was busy preparing milk and, upon noticing the two entering, cautioned them to be careful not to step on the milk spilled on the floor before he could finish his sentence. The chubby bear had already slipped. The floor was too slippery, and the doll costume made it difficult to walk. As she slipped, Chu Shuang ended up doing the splits, with the bear's head rolling onto the floor. The scene was both amusing and endearing. Shang Yao doubled over with laughter. Someone entering through the back door immediately spotted Chu Shuang, who was unable to rise, and went over to assist her. It was quite challenging to get up in the heavy doll costume while doing the splits, but with a kind person's help, Chu Shuang finally stood up. Thank you, as she caught sight of the handsome features of the person before her. Her eyes widened slightly. Shang Ting, aren't you supposed to have left? Shang Ting noticed the bear's head lying to the side, bent down to pick it up, and handed it to her. Chu Shuang pursed her lips and accepted it. The man then lowered his gaze to her. Do you recognize me? Chu Shuang paused momentarily. Since you know me, why didn't you speak when you saw me earlier? I knew from the start. Knew that he had seen her outside the shop while he was drinking coffee. Watching Shang Yao sneakily whispering to the bear, it was obvious that the person was Chu Shuang when they disappeared hand in hand. She always ran away upon seeing him, ignoring his messages. It turned out he had sent her a message, but Chu Shuang hadn't checked her phone all day, so she must have missed it. Shang Ting scrutinized her from above. Her hair was slightly disheveled from the doll costume, her unadorned face pale and translucent, and her expression somewhat awkward. Not pursuing the matter further, the man asked, Have you eaten? I just had grilled cold noodles and Odin with Yao Yao. Do you want to play some more? Not anymore. I need to change. Chu Shuang went to change at the back, leaving Shang Yao alone with Shang Ting. She chuckled awkwardly. Uncle, why didn't you inform the family that you were coming back early? We should have gone to the old house for dinner. I'll go over another day, alright, next time. Ah Shuang, you both come along, and we'll prepare delicious food for you. Such a lack of decorum. Shang Ting's lips remain calm. Is this how you typically bring her to evade me? Huh? Shang Yao's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately distanced herself from the accusation. I haven't done anything. It's just that little aunt has always been afraid of you. The air fell silent for 2 seconds. And Shang Yao sensed her uncle's expression seemed to cool slightly, though upon closer inspection, it appeared unchanged. Chu Shuang emerged from changing clothes, and Shang Ting approached her. Would you accompany me to grab a bite? Oh, sure, Shang Ting addressed Shang Yao. Come along. Shang Yao shook her head vigorously. No, I just ate a lot of snacks and can't eat anymore. Chu Shuang chimed in. Let us go together. I'll treat you to something delicious. No matter how Chu Shuang subtly signaled, Shang Yao feigned ignorance, believing she had enough sense not to intrude upon their reunion as a couple. A car was already parked in front of the CAF. And the driver was not Assistant Chen. Shang Ting noticed Chu Shuang's gaze on the driver's seat and explained, Chen Jiajia took Vice President Hong Rui back. The earlier person was Vice President Hong Rui, who had come to sign the membership agreement. This served as an explanation, and Chu Shuang nodded. Oh, before night fell, the car drove into Lingchuego Garden. The last time she met Li Bingbing was also here for a meal. And there had been quite a mix-up then, with Li Bingbing lurking outside and encountering Zhang Zhe and the others. It seemed Shang Ting quite enjoyed dining in this area. The garden was softly illuminated by street lamps, and the two walked side by side along the cobblestone path, their shadows intertwining, evoking that familiar sense of long acquaintance. Stealing a glance at the man's profile, the shadows cast a clear outline. His dark eyes tranquil, and the shadows of his eyelashes fell upon his eyelids. This face always gave her an uncanny sense of familiarity, a feeling she had had from the very beginning. Shang Ting suddenly turned his head and asked, Are you cold? Not cold. Passing through the winding water corridor, the waiter led them to a private room, where all the dishes were ordered by Chu Shuang. However, a few extra hearty dishes were served, and thinking it was a mistake, she inquired. The waiter respectfully replied, These are from our general manager Wei for you and your husband. They are Ling Chui Ji's signature dishes. Chu Shuang didn't recognize this general manager Wei and presumed he was a friend of Shang Ting. Shang Ting acknowledged, Wei Yize is here. Yes, he is with Xiao Shang and the others in the West Wing. Knowing you were coming with your wife, he said it wouldn't be polite to disturb you and instructed the kitchen to prepare a few extra dishes. This jar of Lunon wine is also a gift for Madam. How thoughtful. The hearty dishes look like pieces of art, one dish exquisitely carved, a golden phoenix soaring as if to fly into the sky, vibrantly alive. This is golden phoenix presenting auspiciousness. Shang Ting pushed the plate towards her. This is Buddha jumps over the wall, pine, and crane longevity, colorful stir-fried camel hump. Chu Shuang gazed at the last dish, golden toad, and jade abalone. These are all of state banquet standards. Your friend has exquisite taste. When she was young, Chu Shuang had accompanied her grandfather, Mr. Shin, to numerous international banquets and was quite familiar with these renowned dishes, especially the golden toad and jade abalone, which left a deep impression on her. Once after consuming this dish at a National Studies Spring Festival, she fell ill, crying inconsolably, which alarmed many elderly artists, only to later find out she had eaten abalone and then secretly had beef liver, leading to digestive issues. Since that incident, she had remembered never to eat abalone and beef liver together. Chu Shuang wasn't very hungry, yet regrettably she couldn't eat much of the exquisite food laid before her. Noticing her early cessation of eating, Shang Ting calmly urged, Have a bit more. This golden phoenix presenting auspiciousness is only prepared once a month, and it won't be as easy to enjoy next time. His words had an effect, and Chu Shuang ate a little more. They returned to Qingyu Garden around 9 in the evening, where the little golden retriever, seeing its long-missed master, wagged its tail excitedly. Circling around Shang Ting's feet, the sight of the dog joyfully wagging its tail and panting was quite silly, and Chu Shuang couldn't help but smile slightly, delighted to see its happiness. Shang Ting gently patted the golden retriever's head and walked straight to the living room. Chu Shuang followed and froze. On the marble table lay several beautifully wrapped gift boxes, alongside a bouquet of delicate lavender roses, resplendent with color. Come take a look. Approaching, Shang Ting handed her the roses. I brought you a bouquet. She initially thought he had forgotten this amidst his busy schedule. Thank you, lowering her head to inhale. The floral fragrance was refreshing and pleasant, distinct from other roses. Shang Ting suggested, Try breathing on it. Chu Shuang glanced at him and complied, exhaling warm breath towards a rose, watching the color shift in her eyes as several petals turned blue. This is the color-changing rose from Jianggi-do. Chu Shuang was momentarily taken aback, then exhaled onto the other flowers, watching as the entire bouquet transformed into brilliant blue. So beautiful. Witnessing her astonishment and joy, Shang Ting unhurriedly opened the gifts. The small black velvet box was exquisitely crafted, revealing a necklace within, featuring a large translucent emerald drop pendant at its center, surrounded by symmetrical, sparkling gemstones. The necklace glimmered under the light, radiating a soft green glow. Creating an impression of opulence at first glance, her fingertips brushed over the surface of the stones, feeling their coolness. With so many gemstones, this must be expensive, right? Do you like it? Chu Shuang nodded earnestly. Of course. As long as you like it. Shang Ting glanced at his watch. Take your time with the rest. You've been busy all day. I'll go take a shower. Alright. Unwrapping the gift boxes one by one revealed lipstick, perfume, high heels, and limited edition luxury dresses. All were treasured versions from the counter. Had he really bought everything he could think of as gifts? The high heels, in a matte red with subtle sparkle, boasted a graceful arc design. Just looking at them was enough to captivate anyone. Among these gifts, there is one that captured Chu Shuang's favor, the thermos cup adorned with a design of elegant lotus flowers in a national style. The deep azure serves as the backdrop, while the pristine white lotus stands gracefully, complemented by a few others, basking in tranquility by the water's edge, exuding a sense of serenity and detachment, asking for nothing in return. Subsequently, this cup became a regular companion on her desk. Chapter 23, Illness. All the gifts were pleasing to the heart, leaving one to ponder whether he was self-taught or possessed extensive experience. After unwrapping the gifts, Chu Shuang began to tidy her desk. As she gathered her belongings to ascend the stairs, her peripheral vision caught sight of a brocade box that had mysteriously fallen to the floor. Upon opening it, she was momentarily stunned. She placed each gift into the side display cabinet and sat on the sofa for a while, estimating that it was nearly time before she knocked on the master bedroom door. Come in. As she turned the knob, the man in the sitting area appeared composed, drying his hair. There's something you need. Chu Shuang approached and opened her palm, revealing a card. You dropped this downstairs. With a fleeting glance, Shang Ting responded nonchalantly, It's not lost, it's for you. This was a substantial black gold card. Chu Shuang hesitated. Why give me this? It was during the preparation of gifts these past few days that I realized you have ongoing expenses in your life. I am too busy with work to attend to every detail, so take this to buy whatever you wished. I have my own money. Save your money for yourself. Clutching the black card, Chu Shuang understood his resolute nature and did not decline further. Alright. The man, freshly bathed, bore a subtle, wild fragrance, his silk sleepwear slightly open at the collar, revealing a hint of skin just below his collarbone. Even so, he emanated an air of restrained aloofness, devoid of ostentation. Having been away on business for several days, he must have been fatigued. Recognizing she was in his private space, Chu Shuang bit her lip and said softly, After your long journey, I won't disturb you. Please get some rest. Shang Ting pinched the bridge of his nose and nodded. As he turned to leave, Chu Shuang paused, her gaze lingering on him. Thank you for the gift. I really like it. Returning to her room, Chu Shuang, in high spirits, retrieved a bottle of Lu Nong Xiao to savor. During dinner, she had drunk tea, but now she had brought back a bottle of fine wine once she touched the alcohol. Her restraint vanished. In the dead of night, the temperature plummeted, perhaps the window had not been properly closed, and in the midst of her sleep, Chu Shuang found herself feverish, her body racked with pain. Unconsciously, she tossed and turned in bed for quite some time. Eventually, unable to endure any longer, she groggily descended the stairs in search of medicine. In the darkness, she knocked over a vase at the staircase's foot. The sound of shattering breaking the stillness of the night. Ignoring the vase, she stumbled downstairs to the medicine cabinet, the throbbing in her head intensifying, accompanied by sharp abdominal cramps that left her in a cold sweat. She vaguely sensed she had a fever, her vision blurred, making it difficult to find the medicine. As a new wave of pain surged, she moaned involuntarily, her entire body trembling as she gritted her teeth to continue searching for the medication. Suddenly, the overhead light flickered on. The blinding brightness caused her momentary discomfort, and after a few seconds she opened her eyes to see a tall man descending the stairs. Shang Ting noticed the shattered vase and the pale woman kneeling on the floor. Her expression dazed, brows furrowed, and beads of sweat glistening on her forehead, portraying a visage of utmost pain and endurance. He stepped forward to assist her, checking her forehead, which was burning hot, yet her sweat felt icy cold. Seeing him, Chu Shuang parted her dry lips. I think I'm sick, I know. He helped her to the sofa and began searching for medicine, returning with a cup of hot water, his gaze catching her clutching her abdomen. Is your stomach uncomfortable? She nodded. It hurts a bit. Take this first, he said, bringing the medicine to her lips. She obediently took it, and Shang Ting gently rubbed her back. Drink more hot water. Chu Shuang finished the water in the cup. What time is it? Her voice was somewhat hoarse. 3 in the morning. So late. Chu Shuang looked at the handsome man. Why are you down here? I heard the vase break. Shang Ting furrowed his brows. Having long sensed the scent of alcohol on her. How much did you drink before sleeping? That jar of Lu Nong Xiao. Chu Shuang remained silent, closing her eyes and leaning against the sofa. Breathing heavily, with beads of sweat forming on her nose. Ignoring his question was genuine, but her discomfort was also real. After observing her for a few seconds, Shang Ting spoke. I'll help you upstairs to rest. He lifted her up, his gaze catching a glimpse of something crimson on the sofa. His attention halted, falling upon her nightgown, the pale pink fabric revealing a hint of vibrancy. You, Shang Ting hesitated, is it that time of the month? Chu Shuang, confused, replied, What? Gazing at her bewildered expression, Shang Ting exhaled slowly, his features tightening. Let us get you upstairs. He pushed open the door to the side room, a faint scent of alcohol lingering in the air. Upon glancing at the table, he saw a toppled wine glass and an empty jar. The man pressed his lips together, his tone turning icy. Chu Shuang, you are an adult. Being careless enough to be unaware of your own cycle is one thing. But drinking like this, you finished the wine I just brought home the moment you stepped in. Sheng Ting frowned. Is this how you've always been? The cramping in her abdomen intensified, and Chu Shuang struggled to meet his gaze. Noting the faint disappointment in his eyes, his handsome face taut. In her muddled state, she felt a pang of anxiety, trying to explain. It's not that I accidentally. He abruptly pushed open the bathroom door, saying, take care of yourself. He placed her on the toilet seat and left. The explanation she had yet to finish lodged in her throat, and Chu Shuang froze for a moment. As a fresh wave of pain gripped her abdomen. She reached for the sanitary pads in the cabinet, just as Sheng Ting returned. In his hands were her nightgown and undergarments. As he extended them to her with his long, elegant fingers, Chu Shuang slowly pressed her lips together. Thank you. Stepping out of the bathroom, Sheng Ting noticed the wide-open window. Despite the villa's constant temperature, he had felt the chill upon entering the side room. In such cold weather, sleeping with the window open would surely lead to illness. He approached to close the window, only to be captivated by the night view outside. The thick darkness was softly falling snowflakes, while a few lamps in the garden below stood isolated in the snowy night. Their warm glow trapped in the endless blackness, creating an atmosphere both desolate and romantic. Was the warm glow tearing through the darkness, or was the darkness imprisoning the warm glow? A sound behind him signaled Chu Shuang emerging. Now dressed, after shutting the window, Sheng Ting pulled back the covers and returned to embrace her in bed, asking softly, is it any better? Chu Shuang continued to breathe heavily, nodding in response. The warmth of his hand pressed against her forehead revealed an alarming heat, and the tension in her body was evident as she rubbed her abdomen discreetly. Lie down first, he instructed, tucking her in. Would you like some hot water? No, thank you, Chu Shuang replied in a low voice, her words appearing laborious. After watching her for a moment, Sheng Ting silently exited the room. Only when he was out of sight did Chu Shuang feel the calmness within her shatter. Her body was in turmoil, her abdomen feeling as though weighed down by 1,000 pounds, the pain rising in waves of furrowing her brow. She curled into a ball, her thoughts a muddled mess. Slowly urging herself to sleep, she lost track of time, whether it was half an hour, or longer, when she felt movement beside her again. Half awake, she was propped up, her eyes heavy and dry, struggling to open them as a bowl of red sugar and bird's nest soup was offered to her lips. She took a sip. The warmth and sweetness, laced with a hint of rose, enveloping her senses. It was strange to have red sugar and bird's nest at such a late hour, especially with the aunt not present in the villa. This must have been prepared by him. Chapter 24. Have we met somewhere before? Chapter 25. Do you need me to take care of you tonight? The vulnerability of her menstrual period left her weakened. The illness from the previous night had not yet healed, and before long, she felt drowsy again. The bed in the master bedroom was undeniably softer and more comfortable than the one in the side room, and she spent the entire day drifting in and out of sleep. When the lights in the room flickered on again, she remained deep in slumber, unaware that night had fallen. Sheng Ting observed her for a moment at the bedside, then reached out to check her forehead, which still felt warm. He set out dinner and herbal medicine before calling her gently. Chu Shuang, wake up and eat something before going back to sleep. Her eyelashes fluttered, and she pulled the covers over her face, sinking back into a deep sleep. After a brief pause, Sheng Ting pulled back the covers, revealing her pale face. Eat first, then sleep. 5 minutes. She offered no response. He pinched her nose, and within 5 seconds, the suffocated girl frowned and turned her head. Are you awake? Chu Shuang stared blankly at the handsome face before her, taking a few seconds to process before slowly sitting up. She was unaware of how disheveled and dazed she appeared, her hair tousled, eyes vacant, lost in the haze of sleep. Are you dizzy? Sheng Ting asked softly. Dizzy. Everything is spinning. Eat something first. The enamel bowl held fragrant soup dumplings, and at last Chu Shuang felt hunger gnawing at her. Without hesitation, she opened her mouth. The dumpling didn't reach her lips quickly. Sheng Ting shot a glance at her unguarded expression before bringing the food to her mouth. After finishing the first dumpling, Chu Shuang finally regained her senses. Why did she instinctively open her mouth to be fed? Stealing a glance at Sheng Ting, who remained calm and unfazed, it seemed nothing could surprise him. Being ill truly dulled one's reflexes and intellect. Feeling awkward in hindsight, Chu Shuang pursed her lips and extended her hand. I'll eat by myself. Can you hold the bowl? Chu Shuang nodded. I can hold it. Watching her finish her dinner, Sheng Ting remarked, take the herbal medicine after 20 minutes. Okay. With that, he left her with his instructions and entered the bathroom. Listening to the sound of running water, Chu Shuang quietly scanned the spacious bed. It wasn't as if they hadn't shared a bed before, so she felt no anxiety. 10 minutes later, the bathroom door swung open. Chu Shuang allowed her gaze to be candid and unpretentious as she looked up. Before her stood a tall man who could make anything look like a mere hanger. The black silk pajamas he wore exuded unparalleled quality, a stark contrast to his usual meticulous work attire. The edges of the pajamas clung damply to his skin, revealing the prominent lines of his chest muscles, and after his bath, he radiated an aura of languor that was both casual and inoffensive. Seeing her, Sheng Ting's lips parted slightly. Do you need me to take care of you tonight? Much better tonight, I don't need much care. A bit of medicine and I'll be fine, the man nodded. Call me if you need anything. I'm just next door. As he stepped out after draping a towel over his shoulder. Xu Shuang suddenly realized he would not be sleeping in the master bedroom tonight. His inquiry about her needs had implied that he would stay only if she required his care. Would Sheng Ting think that she had chosen to refuse his company? Having not visited the vegetable garden for days, Xu Shuang recalled that the snow had piled up outside for 2 days. In such frigid weather, the little seedlings might have perished early in the morning. Upon hearing that she intended to venture out, Aunt Yuan was alarmed and spotted the man descending the stairs, promptly reporting, "Madam says she wants to go to the back garden." Sheng Ting glanced at the icy white landscape outside and took a seat. Unfazed, checking on the vegetables, Xu Shuang hesitated momentarily. "Yes, I want to see if the seedlings have frozen." "They haven't, there's a heated greenhouse." A greenhouse? Xu Shuang asked, puzzled. "Did you have someone build it?" "Yes." Sheng Ting methodically poured himself a glass of milk and sat down for breakfast. After a brief pause, Xu Shuang took a seat across from him. "Thank you for taking care of my garden." He always attended to details with great care. "How much have the seedlings grown in the past few days?" Sheng Ting replied, "About the length of a middle finger." "That much?" Xu Shuang's tone brightened. "Then soon we can have a vegetable hot pot. In the south, we love to use young, tender seedlings for hot pot. They are fresh, nutritious, and delightful." "Do you eat like that?" "Rarely." "Then let us wait for them to grow a little more before having our vegetable hot pot." Agreed. Sheng Ting noticed that she was more talkative today than usual. The brightness in her eyes significantly improved. "How is your recovery?" "Much better, I feel lighter, and my head is clear again." After breakfast, the man seemed in no hurry to leave, prompting Xu Shuang to ask, "Aren't you going to work today?" "No, I'm spending the next 2 days with you." After a brief silence, Xu Shuang nodded slowly. "By the way, would you like some dried persimmons?" Sheng Ting replied, "Sure, just a moment." Upon returning from the warm room with the dried persimmons, she found the man on the expansive floor-to-ceiling window. Engaged in a phone call, Xu Shuang settled onto the sofa, slowly savoring a persimmon. The sweet, soft delicacy melted in her mouth. After finishing one, she glanced at Sheng Ting, who was still on the call. His shirt cuffs were slightly rolled up, revealing a well-defined forearm, and the watch on his wrist reflected a cool, ethereal light. Watching him, Xu Shuang quietly touched the necklace around her neck. The emerald felt cool to the touch, her fingertips brushing over it, its color reminiscent of the hue on his watch face. After finishing her second persimmon, the man finally ended his call and approached her. Xu Shuang offered him the persimmon she had chosen earlier. "Try it and see if it's good." Sheng Ting took a bite, seeming to savor it thoughtfully. "It is indeed sweet. No wonder you enjoy it." Suddenly, Xu Shuang recalled the afternoon they obtained their marriage license at the CAF, where Sheng Ting had mentioned he did not like sweets while quietly waiting for her. "You seem to dislike desserts. This level of sweetness is acceptable. The sweetness of fruit is quite natural." Xu Shuang smiled. "That's good." After enjoying the dried persimmons, Xu Shuang nestled on the sofa to watch television while Sheng Ting, donning glasses, read the newspaper. They rarely had such tranquil time together. Both preferred silence, and even with minimal interaction, the atmosphere was not awkward, maintaining a relaxed and comfortable ambience. After watching 2 episodes, Xu Shuang stretched her neck and casually glanced sideways. Sheng Ting's features were clear and distinct, the silver-framed glasses perched on his nose, reflecting a cold light that rendered him wise and distinguished. For some reason, her gaze instinctively drifted downward, resting on the meticulously buttoned collar of his shirt, just a little above his Adam's apple. In a hazy dream, she had once dared to act inappropriately. Unable to dwell on such thoughts, her heart raced. Sheng Ting shifted his focus from the newspaper. "Are you bored?" Xu Shuang paused. "If you're bored, should we play a game of chess?" "Sure." Sheng Ting retrieved the chessboard, inquiring, "Would you like black pieces?" "Yes." Black goes first. Benefiting from the initial move, the two began to arrange the pieces, with the man's strategy being meticulous and his layout rigorous. He maneuvered effortlessly, refraining from reckless attacks. After more than 20 minutes, not a single black piece had been captured. Xu Shuang, on the other hand, began with a rather haphazard arrangement, responding to his moves as they came, occasionally disrupting his strategy while pursuing her own. Her approach appeared illogical, reminiscent of a novice who had only grasped the basics without understanding deeper strategies. After she placed a piece to encircle one of his, Sheng Ting looked up. "Are you certain?" "Yes, no regrets in my move, yet it still seems rather immature. After all, you are quite young and your thinking is rather simplistic." Chapter 26. Emerging from the gym, the man completed his layout and began to close in. As expected, the black pieces suffered heavy losses. Xu Shuang remained calm, almost as if she had anticipated this outcome. Her fingertips caressed the pieces as she strategized. Time passed gradually, the white pieces amassed in a formidable position, while the black pieces were systematically dismantled. Xu Shuang maintained her composure, piquing Sheng Ting's curiosity. Before long, he found his answer. The board lay barren, and the scattered black pieces, previously disregarded, each held significance. Xu Shuang gradually expanded her slight advantage, realizing that her earlier sacrifices were part of a well-prepared strategy. As several white pieces fell, Sheng Ting observed the board, a smirk tugging at his lips. What seemed like naivety was, in fact, a display of clarity and finesse. She understood everything. With the black pieces victorious, Chu Shuang finally allowed a relieved smile to break through. Thank you for the game. In that moment, her eyes sparkled, the arc at the corners perfectly balanced, clear and bright. As if she had temporarily forgotten her usual composed demeanor. You played quite well. Did you learn from Mr. Shin? Yes, from my grandfather, but I always lose. Sheng Ting chuckled lightly. Mr. Shin is a master. He naturally teaches only the best. Gazing at the gentle lines of his face, Chu Shuang found herself entranced. It was the first time she had seen him smile. His smile was truly captivating. Even a slight curve of his lips felt like a warm spring breeze. Enough to make one feel dazed. His previous comment had seemed like a compliment. Chu Shuang smiled back. I only narrowly won a few moves by using some tricks. Competing against you feels like showing off in front of an expert. Besides my grandfather, you are the most strategic chess player I've encountered, with a commanding presence and a keen perception of the bigger picture. Playing chess with you feels like treading on thin ice. Every move requires immense thought, which is quite challenging. Does it strain your brain that much? Yes. Then shall we continue? Chu Shuang paused for a second before responding. Yes, although it's taxing on the mind, it's quite interesting. Alright, this time I'll aim to make it easier for you to win. As he reached to collect the pieces, his phone buzzed with an incoming call. Chu Shuang waited quietly for him to finish the call. A moment later, the man's demeanor shifted. His gaze turned toward her. Chu Shuang understood his look and softly said, if you have something to attend to, please go ahead. We can play again later. Sheng Ting nodded and headed upstairs. Still on the call, the living room fell into silence, and Chu Shuang stared at the chessboard, taking a photo with her phone. She then looked outside, where large snowflakes danced through the air, and the snow on the ground deepened further. From her vantage point, the expansive glass wall framed the snow-covered world outside, creating a beautifully artistic scene. She captured the snowy landscape in another photo and updated her social media. The compatibility of a snowy day with a chessboard is 100. Aunt Yuan brought in warm goat milk tea and snacks. After having a few, Chu Shuang lay back on the sofa, admiring the snowfall. She realized that the northern region could have such continuous heavy snow for days. While her hometown Guiyun, being a southern water town, saw little snow in winter, a mere thin layer that vanished the next day. Once she fully recovered, she must invite Shang Yao to a snowball fight, feeling drowsy in the cold. She allowed herself to drift off to sleep. Halfway through her slumber, someone covered her with a blanket, the distinct scent of snow pine unmistakable. When she awoke again, the living room was empty. Instinctively, she glanced at her phone. It was 4 in the afternoon. There were several notifications on WeChat, and as she checked her social media, she noticed numerous likes and comments. After responding to each one simply, she came across a comment from her cousin. Shin Haru, what an intriguing chess game. The white pieces were brilliantly strategic, while the black pieces were unfortunate, almost achieving victory. Chu Shuang, puzzled, returned to analyze the chessboard. Upon closer inspection, she discovered a new world within the intricate, intertwined game, a chaotic yet dense structure. Only by examining the details did she realize she had not actually won. Sheng Ting had already subdued her moves, although it appeared she had triumphed at a glance. In reality, she had been the one restrained. Understanding dawned on her. Chu Shuang stared blankly for a long while. Sheng Ting must have known the outcome but chose not to shatter her moment of triumph. In every aspect, he had thoroughly won this game. Chess, much like understanding people, was indeed fascinating. Wrapping herself in the blanket, she gathered her belongings and headed upstairs. Habitually, she walked to the side bedroom door, only to realize and turn back towards the master bedroom. The color-changing roses in the vase on the bedside table were exquisite and vibrant, a sight that was pleasing to behold. Gently blowing warm air onto the flower's heart caused the petals to change to blue. And as she gazed at the mesmerizing colors, Chu Shuang slowly curved her lips into a smile. Taking a book from the bedside, she nestled into the cloud-like bed, her mood lifted as she swayed her feet. Beginning to explore the literature he had read, somewhat profound and obscure, and feeling a bit drowsy, after Shang Ting finished his tasks, he went downstairs in search of her, only to find she was no longer there. Upon reaching the master bedroom, his gaze fell upon a figure deeply immersed in slumber, clutching his copy of Rawls's Theory of Justice. Leaning down, he retrieved the book and noticed she was engrossed in the first chapter. Justice is the foremost virtue of social institutions. Much like truth is the paramount virtue of a system of thought, the subject of justice pertains to the fundamental structure of society, which is employed to allocate the basic rights and obligations of citizens. Delineating the principal systems by which the benefits and burdens arising from social cooperation are distributed, the man let out a slight scoff, closing the book and returning it to its original place. It seemed rather taxing for her. Having fallen asleep while reading, lowering his gaze, he scrutinized her fair visage, her sleeping face serene and tranquil, exuding an air of carefree innocence. Sheng Ting felt a twinge of curiosity as to how one could possess such an abundance of sleepiness. Drifting off regardless of time or place, a rather enviable ability. Over the past few days, she had spent nearly all her time in slumber. Evidently, falling ill was indeed quite unpleasant. Seeing her sleep soundly, Sheng Ting refrained from waking her. Taking a theory of justice to the sofa, Chu Shuang awoke naturally, and due to the angle at which she lay, the moment she opened her eyes, she spotted the man seated on the sofa. His long pale fingers poised over the pages of that esoteric A Theory of Justice. Still somewhat dazed from sleep, she quietly observed him. His eyes were indeed captivating, his nose straight, and his thin lips habitually pressed together. Bearing a faint shade of crimson, these features combined to create a visage that radiated an air of austere detachment. Sheng Ting continued to read without lifting his gaze, his lips slightly curling as he remarked that it was time to go downstairs for dinner. Xu Shuang paused, rising to her feet. Have you finished your work? Yes, he replied. As he set the book aside and approached her, his gaze lingered on her face. What is it? She inquired, puzzled. There's a mark on your face. Alarmed, Xu Shuang covered her face with her hands. Rushing into the bathroom, upon glancing in the mirror, she noticed a slight redness on her left cheek, seemingly a result of having pressed against her silver bracelet while sleeping. Leaving a faint imprint that appeared somewhat comical. Feeling vexed, she rubbed her face. This appearance certainly did not convey intelligence. The man's steady voice resonated from outside the door. Get ready and come downstairs. Okay, she replied. After washing her face, Xu Shuang descended the stairs once the mark had faded. In the afternoon, she received a commission to design a couple's avatar. After finishing her meal, she took her tablet and began working in the living room. The client expressed a fondness for the couple dynamic of Sesomaru and Rin from Inuyasha. Xu Shuang collected numerous character images before setting to work. Today, her creativity flowed well. Within 2 hours, she had completed the outline and added colors. Deciding to refine the details tomorrow. On her way back to her room, she encountered Sheng Ting, who had just exited the gym. A towel hung over his shoulder, his dark hair damp and carelessly swept back, revealing his fair forehead and brow, his features strikingly impactful. Chapter 27, Shang Xiaoshu, a man of formidable prowess, not to mention the smooth lines of his physique beneath his attire, radiating health and strength, broad shoulders, narrow waist, and perfectly proportioned muscles. His physical beauty was the ultimate aspiration of many fitness enthusiasts. Such a tall man, particularly one who had just finished exercising, exuded an unspoken pressure that was palpable. The disparity in strength and posture between men and women was stark. As she approached, Xu Shuang felt her throat tighten. Did you go to the gym? Just finished, he replied. She smiled. That's a good habit. His physique was clearly the result of consistent training. No wonder he maintained such excellent body management. Seeing her ascend the stairs with her tablet, Sheng Ting inquired, Are you done with your work? Not yet. I won't be able to finish tonight, so I plan to continue tomorrow. I want to rest now. Xu Shuang could only see his jawline from her vantage point. Standing closer, the cool aura emanating from him became more pronounced, especially after his workout. Good night. As she pushed open the master bedroom door. Just before stepping inside, an inexplicable impulse compelled her to glance back at the man's silhouette in the corridor. His back was straight, resembling a cedar tree. Having slept in the master bedroom for several nights, she would always tidy up the room upon waking, feeling a sense of unease about occupying someone else's space. After chatting with Sheng Yao for a while, Xu Shuang went to the bathroom to take a shower. Once finished, she remembered there were no sleepwear options in this room. Her gaze fell upon a bath towel in the cabinet, which she wrapped around herself before stepping out to retrieve her clothes from the side room. Upon opening the door and taking a few steps, she felt a slight tremor run through her body. Freezing in place as she caught sight of the man seated on the sofa, Xu Shuang's mind momentarily blanked. Sheng Ting's gaze had already shifted to her, studying her for 2 seconds before he lightly smiled. Have you showered? The more composed he appeared, the more her ears burned with embarrassment, compounded by the guilt of being caught in a moment of vulnerability. It had been several days since she last bathed, and she felt it was becoming unbearable. The man's eyes remained calm as he remarked, You're aware of your own condition, aren't you? Clutching the bath towel, Xu Shuang's voice lacked conviction as she replied, I thought I would wait until I felt better. The air became thick with tension for a moment as she noticed the thin towel draped over her figure and her slightly damp hair. Sheng Ting spoke again, Aren't you cold? Come over and change. With pursed lips, she softly replied, My clothes are in the side room. I'll go get them. He left the room, having already risen to his feet. After a brief pause, Xu Shuang plugged in the hairdryer and began drying her hair. When Sheng Ting returned, he carried several sets of sleepwear, all designed for warmth with long sleeves and pants. He placed the garments by the bed and changed. Xu Shuang selected a smoke blue set and headed to the bathroom, while Sheng Ting hung the remaining sets in the wardrobe, after calming her heartbeat in the bathroom. Xu Shuang exited, her hair neatly arranged. Come over and drink this, Sheng Ting instructed, placing a bowl of light brown soup on the table. She realized he had come to deliver soup following his instructions. She took a sip, only to be overwhelmed by the strong flavor of ginger, which assaulted her throat, mouth, and even her nostrils with its pungent aroma. She coughed abruptly. What is this? Brown sugar ginger tea. Xu Shuang had never been fond of ginger, and upon hearing this, her brow furrowed. She hesitated for a long moment before attempting a second sip. The man beside her held a piercing gaze, and after a moment's hesitation, she met his eyes. I don't like ginger tea. Her refusal was evident. Sheng Ting's dark eyes remained steady as he regarded her furrowed brows, slowly speaking, This is medicine. No matter how unpleasant it is, you should drink some. His tone was cool and businesslike, and Xu Shuang stared at the ginger tea in silence for a while. During her time at the Shen family, Everyone was aware of her aversion to ginger, it never appeared in her meals, and no one ever forced her to eat what she disliked, even if it was under the guise of good intentions. However, Shang Ting, being unfamiliar with her preferences, was genuinely concerned. Holding her breath, she drank down more than half the bowl, her throat burning with the spicy ginger flavor, the sweetness of the brown sugar failing to mask it. Her fair face contorted slightly, clearly expressing her distaste for the ginger tea. Shang Ting seemed to produce a small packet of candied fruit from nowhere. Pressing it into her hands, Chu Shuang accepted it. Revealing glistening, honey-soaked fruits within the bag, she popped a jujube into her mouth, savoring the sweet fragrance of fruit and honey. "Are you going to drink more?" he asked. Shaking her head, Shang Ting took the bowl from her hands and finished the remaining soup. Chu Shuang stared in astonishment, offering him a jujube, but he accepted it with his long fingers. "Have you been sleeping well these past few nights?" "Yes, I'm not too picky about beds, the master bedroom is more comfortable than the side room." "You might as well stay here." Shang Ting rose with the bowl. "Get some rest, and don't play on your phone too long tonight." "Okay." After rinsing her mouth in the bathroom, she climbed into bed. A message from Li Bingbing arrived. "Let us share good things together." Following that was a short video, featuring a shirtless man doing push-ups on a bed illuminated by the warm glow of sunset. Li Bingbing exclaimed, "Ah, look at the veins on his hands, the taut abdomen, the bulging muscles, who wouldn't be mesmerized by that?" Chu Shuang watched, acknowledging that the physique was indeed impressive, the kind that would garner hundreds of thousands of likes online. "He has been training well." Li Bingbing sent another video showcasing the same man, this time in a mountain stream, wearing a thin traditional shirt, the fabric soaked, revealing his abdominal muscles, captured with an artistic flair. "Look at this man's physique, the muscle definition is incredible, those broad shoulders and slim waist, he's definitely capable." Chu Shuang typed, "Having a good physique has nothing to do with being hardworking." Li Bingbing responded with an emoji, "Ahem, this capability is different from that capability." Realization struck Chu Shuang, causing her to exclaim, "Bingbing, where did you learn these predatory phrases?" Li Bingbing replied, "Tisk tsk. Even as a married woman you remain so innocent." Your Shang Xiaoshu is clearly a man of formidable prowess. Not everyone has the fortune of being Mrs. Shang, but with your delicate physique, can you handle it? Reading those words, a blush crept over Chu Shuang's cheeks. Such matters were far from her thoughts concerning Shang Ting. The aura of reserved detachment he exuded seemed to indicate a lack of interest in such matters. After 2 months of marriage, he had always been restrained and respectful, fulfilling his duties as a husband while granting her the freedom and respect she deserved, and that was where it ended. It was quite easy to discern a man's interest in a woman, yet Shang Ting's eyes remained tranquil and undisturbed. He did not harbor romantic feelings towards her when she emerged from the bathroom in disheveled attire that evening. Shang Ting's gaze did not waver, displaying a calmness that left her uncertain about her feelings. As her eyes fell upon the candied fruit on the bedside table, she popped one into her mouth. Savoring its sweetness, unable to respond to Li Bingbing's comments, she wished her good night and turned off the light. Drifting into sleep, her dreams became a kaleidoscope of surreal images, one moment featuring a youthful Shang Ting, the next depicting her past with Gu Sui while shopping, only to shift to a dimly lit room where the atmosphere was charged with heat, the man's presence overwhelming her senses. She recognized it was the master bedroom's large bed. With a slight movement, she discovered her wrist was restrained, and in the darkness, the man's features remained indistinct, revealing only a tall silhouette. The crisp and invigorating scent of wooden perfume disturbed her senses. Chapter 28, Fulfill Your Duties as a Wife. A warm presence brushed against her ear, and Chu Shuang shivered, her voice trembling. "Uncle." Shang Ting's kiss migrated to her neck, and upon hearing her words, he emitted an ambiguous scoff. "Uncle, are you calling me by Shang Yao's name or Shang Yang's? What does that mean?" As his garments were gradually stripped away, the man's deep voice resounded, "Do you like Shang Yang?" Chu Shuang shook her head vigorously. Sensing danger, "No, I do not." His long fingers traced her brow and eyes, gliding down her nose to rest on her tender lips, applying gentle pressure. "What should I be called?" Her heartbeat raced uncontrollably, the air was thick with heat. And although 2 words lingered on her lips, they remained unuttered. Anticipating her hesitation, the man was not angered. Instead, he replaced words with action, his movements forceful and impossible to refuse. "Let us fulfill your duties as a wife." Chu Shuang bit her lip sharply, her mind tumbling into chaos. The scene of tumult was vague. In a fleeting moment, the man's thin lips drew near, and a lingering kiss sent shivers through her. Upon awakening with a start, she found the ceiling pristine and white. Realizing what dream she had just experienced, Chu Shuang buried her face in the quilt, her toes curling as she gasped for breath, struggling to regain her composure. After freshening up, she opened the door and was met by Shang Ting ascending the stairs. Upon seeing her, he halted, having risen earlier than anticipated. He held a cup of milk, dressed impeccably, and his deep blue tie accentuated the pronounced Adam's apple. The dream's alluring images flashed back, and Chu Shuang's gaze was scorched, quickly averted. "Are you heading to work? Surely you won't oversleep," Shang Ting remarked, handing her the milk. "I thought you had forgotten." So he was the one who came upstairs to wake her. Following him down, Zhu Shuang took a sip of the milk, her inner state contrasting starkly with her serene exterior. Breakfast consisted of crystal purple sweet potato cake, visually delightful and delectably chewy. Zhu Shuang usually had impeccable dining habits, quietly enjoying her meal without being picky, yet today, she was excessively quiet, her gaze fixed on her plate, focusing solely on one pastry. Noticing her unusual demeanor, Shang Ting prompted, "Try something else, don't just eat that." "Alright." She picked up a nearby steamed dumpling, chewing delicately with downcast eyes. After a prolonged gaze, Shang Ting slowly sipped his tea. Once the meal concluded, the man donned his suit jacket. As Zhu Shuang caught a glimpse of him approaching, she rose, but suddenly felt the warmth of his forehead against hers. Stopping in place, she looked up at him. Shang Ting's thick brows were unconsciously furrowed, his expression serious as he withdrew his hand from her forehead, then humorously touched his own. "Are you still feeling unwell?" Their eyes locked, and fleeting, indescribable images flitted before Zhu Shuang's mind. The same face, the man from her dream, was irresistible. Slightly tilting her head, she endeavored to appear calm and composed. Perhaps a tad feeble, but she reassured him, "I'm in good health. Shall we still go to work?" "Yes." After a moment's contemplation, Shang Ting nodded. "I'll drive you. Oh, wait, I need to grab some brown sugar and bird's nest from the kitchen." She filled the thermos with bird's nest, and upon seeing it, Shang Ting inquired, "Have you sterilized it?" Aunt Yuan did. The snow in the courtyard had been cleared, but the ground remained slick. Zhu Shuang slipped unexpectedly, but the man was quick to catch her. Shang Ting merely glanced sideways. "Be careful." His large hand held hers as they crossed the courtyard, stepping over the threshold. Once inside the back seat of the Maybach, Zhu Shuang placed her bag beside her, her left wrist feeling slightly stiff, as if still imbued with lingering warmth. His palm was exceptionally warm. Outside the car, the snow-covered landscape and barren trees retreated in layers. The snow-laden capital appeared transformed, and Zhu Shuang concentrated intently, striving to disregard the influence of the man beside her. As her neck stiffened, she turned slightly to find him resting with his eyes closed. Releasing her facade, she exhaled imperceptibly. His fingers were long and elegant, his wrists delicate, while a dark green watch exuded understated luxury. Her gaze wandered upward. The black shirt could not conceal his strong physique, and his thin lips were pressed into a line, exuding an air of icy calm. The fervor from her dream felt starkly exposed, overwhelming her with embarrassment. "Zhu Shuang, oh Zhu Shuang," she thought. Truly, it was rather unrefined. When Shang Ting opened his eyes, they were nearly at the Kite Animation Company building. He inquired about her finishing time. 5:30. After a moment's thought, he instructed, "You may need to wait about 10 minutes. I'll pick you up around 5:40. "Alright." After exiting the car, Zhu Shuang waved to him from the roadside. "Goodbye, drive safely." Shang Ting responded, "You too, it's cold out." Once the clock struck 5:30 and most colleagues had left the office, Zhu Shuang, positioned by the window, noticed it had begun to snow again. It was already 5:40, and her phone remained silent. Shang Ting had yet to arrive. "Call me when you get here." She edited the message and sent it off, then gathered a pillow to rest for a moment. As the minute hand passed halfway, she vaguely felt a tap on her shoulder. Awakening from her side, she opened her eyes to see long, straight legs and a face devoid of flaws. He wasn't answering his phone. Shang Ting looked down at her, his fair face tinged with a hint of pink, his delicate features appearing concerned. He suspected she might have fainted at work. "Why are you so lethargic?" Zhu Shuang snapped to attention, sitting upright. "What brings you here?" "To check if you had fainted at the office." There was a playful undertone to his words, and Zhu Shuang chuckled silently. Not at all of the snow outside had accumulated further, and the short walk from the building to the car had exposed her to the biting cold. Once nestled in the warm vehicle, Zhu Shuang rubbed her hands together, lamenting the harshness of northern winters. Shang Ting, overhearing, adjusted the heater. "It's only natural to struggle with the cold. Growing up in the south, this illness came on rather suddenly." After a brief pause, he added, "It's also my oversight." "Not at all," Zhu Shuang countered, sensing that Shang Ting underestimated her resilience. Such minor ailments could easily be remedied with some warm soup and rest. She had never taken it too seriously. "I've loved exercising since childhood. My health is quite robust. A small illness can be resolved with rest. Moreover, you have been quite attentive to me lately." Noticing the car veering off the route toward home, Zhu Shuang felt puzzled. "Where are we going?" "The old residents mentioned wanting to have the first winter hot pot. Your niece has been urging me to take you there for days." Zhu Shuang's eyes brightened. "Hot pot? I've heard that the hot pot in your capital is authentic, but I've never had the chance to try it." The thought of food intensified her hunger. After waiting for him today, she was famished. Shang Ting caught sight of her subtly rubbing her stomach. "Are you hungry?" A little. Opening the backseat's cooler, Shang Ting produced a bottle of warm milk and 2 pieces of chocolate from the storage compartment. "Have a little something." Upon seeing the chocolate, Zhu Shuang was momentarily distracted. Shang Ting was not fond of sweets, so why would he have this in the car? Could it be for her? How thoughtful, sipping the milk through a straw. She found it sweet in a way that warmed her heart. The 2 large chocolate pieces he offered were more than she could eat. She tore off a piece, devoured 2/3, and found she could manage no more. "Would you like some?" she asked him lightly, knowing he might not be interested in sweets. Chapter 29. Uncle is truly fortunate. Can't eat anymore. No. Shang Ting took the remaining piece and popped it into his mouth. His expression unchanging, revealing neither aversion nor delight. In the end, they shared the chocolate. Is it sweet, excessively sweet? Chu Shuang chuckled lightly, and the man turned to glance at her, prompting her to clear her throat and redirect her gaze to the snowy scenery outside. The gentle curve of her lips remained throughout the journey. Upon arriving at the old residence, the driver handed Sheng Ting a black umbrella. He took it and led her across the front courtyard. Flurries of white snow fell haphazardly, and the space beneath the umbrella was narrow. Their shoulders brushed occasionally, prompting Chu Shuang to recall their first meeting when he had held the same umbrella, slowly drawing closer to her obscured vision. Auntie, at the door, Shang Yao awaited them, clad in a crimson modified qipao that accentuated her graceful figure, her smile radiant, a true flower of prosperity. Are you feeling better? Completely recovered, Chu Shuang examined her qipao closely. Unable to resist complimenting, that outfit suits you beautifully. Is it new? Shang Yao raised an eyebrow. It's a new Chinese style. Isn't it lovely? Astonishingly so. The flower of affluence beamed, linking arms with Chu Shuang as they entered the house. I waited a month for this. I just picked it up from Yunifang yesterday, and I made one for you as well. For me, Mrs. Sheng smiled gently. Your figure is quite similar to Yao's. And she wanted to surprise you, so she made one in her size for you. Go upstairs and try it on to see if it fits. Chu Shuang's qipao was a sky blue, tailored to accentuate her waist. The phoenix hairpin and lustrous pearls were exquisite details. Upon donning it, she appeared breathtakingly beautiful. The waist is so tightly fitted. She pinched the soft flesh at her waist while gazing into the mirror, locking eyes with Shang Yao's reflection. How does it look? Shang Yao leaned against the wardrobe, pondering for a moment, her red lips parting and closing several times. I knew this outfit would suit you, and I was aware of your beauty, but to see it in reality is simply captivating. One could only marvel at how fortunate Uncle truly was. Of the two descended together, and they were spotted by Mrs. Sheng in the living room while still on the stairs. Oh my Chu Shuang, that outfit suits you so well. I was worried that the size made for Yao would not fit, but it looks like it was tailor-made. Upon hearing the words, Sheng Ting lifted his gaze and beheld the graceful figure descending the stairs, her ebony hair cascading like silk, her skin as delicate as jade, and the sky blue qipao accentuating her soft, alluring curves. She exuded an elegance that was both refined and suitable for home life. The qipao looked exquisite on her. Chu Shuang, aware of Sheng Ting's scrutiny, subtly furrowed her brows as she followed Shang Yao down the stairs. Before dinner had commenced, Shang Yao playfully urged her to join in a game. It was their first time teaming up, and at that moment, Shang Yao remained oblivious to Chu Shuang's prowess. Auntie, over there. Eliminate the one hiding in the southeast bushes. Chu Shuang felt disoriented. Southeast? Where were the bushes? Observing the character on the screen moving in the opposite direction, Shang Yao questioned, are you returning to heal? With a timely reminder, Chu Shuang finally oriented herself. I see the bushes now. I'll take him down. Shang Yao glanced up from her phone, only to find that the target had already fled. Oh, has he escaped? No worries, stick close behind me. We shall tackle the big boss together and collect the loot. Chu Shuang with utmost seriousness replied, yes, I'll confront you while you flank. Unleash your firepower, and let us finish this swiftly. Okay. Their enthusiastic banter drew the attention of several tea drinkers nearby. Auntie, now's the moment, here they come. Chu Shuang activated her skills and charged forward with fervor, aiming for her target with a decisive strike. Shang Yao gasped. Her fingers froze, and she stared at the screen in disbelief, at a loss for words. Realizing the absurdity, Chu Shuang was equally stunned. The atmosphere had shifted. Mrs. Sheng couldn't help but chuckle, inquiring about Shang Yao's reaction. Shang Yao, still in shock, turned to Chu Shuang, unable to process what had just transpired. Auntie, Chu Shuang coughed lightly, sheepishly amused. I'm sorry, Yao. It's been so long since I played. I told you I wasn't good. But you wouldn't believe me. I shouldn't have reached 4 stars. In truth, this account had been leveled up by Bing Bing, who had borrowed it during a period of restricted access. Returning it at 4 stars, their eyes met, and Shang Yao lingered in silence for a few moments, her clenched fist relaxing as she pondered that had it been anyone else, she would have unleashed her wrath. Yet this was Auntie, the very person she had insisted on playing with. Mrs. Sheng had already discerned the little schemes in her heart. Had it been any other friend, her fiery temperament would have erupted by now. What happened? You were supposed to tackle the boss together, but Auntie misfired and hit me instead. Shang Yao's tone carried a hint of grievance as she cast a forlorn glance at Sheng Ting, only to quickly straighten her posture upon catching his calm gaze, averting her eyes. My apologies. Chu Shuang genuinely struck a comedic chord, but I'll practice my skills diligently from now on. It's merely a game. No harm done. Everyone makes mistakes from time to time, huh? What more could she say? Alright, let us cease the gaming and commence dinner. As Mrs. Sheng called out, Chu Shuang set her phone down and moved to sit beside Sheng Ting. He was preparing the dipping sauce and, noticing her approach, inquired, can you handle spicy food? Absolutely. He pushed the prepared oil-based dipping sauce towards her, adding a slice of lamb to test the flavor. Chu Shuang savored a bite, her eyes lighting up. Delicious. The man nodded before turning to prepare his own. Not long after everyone had begun dining, Shang Yang returned home. Upon seeing Sheng Ting and the others, he politely nodded. Uncle, Auntie. Chu Shuang smiled. You've arrived just in time. Come join us for dinner. We've only just started. Alright, I'll wash my hands first. A cool voice chimed in beside her, as Shang Ting asked, what would you like to drink? Turning around, Chu Shuang replied, Coke. The man poured the soda into a cup, using chopsticks to stir out the carbonation before handing it to her. Taking a sip, she found it not spicy at all. They feasted on a pot of lamb hot pot, and Shang Ting consistently added meat to Chu Shuang's plate, his attentive gestures not escaping the eyes of others. Mrs. Sheng teased, so Shang Ting, you truly are a doting husband. Such details and awareness, how is it your elder brother differs so greatly? Truly our Shuang is fortunate. Chu Shuang paused, merely smiling, being called out by his wife. Mr. Sheng kindly served Mrs. Sheng a bowl of soup. Ideal for warming the body during winter. Mrs. Sheng shook her head and remarked to Chu Shuang, yet, the two brothers do share a similar stoic demeanor. Chu Shuang chuckled, would you like some soup? Shang Ting added. No ginger, then just half a bowl, please. Sure. Accepting the bowl of soup from Shang Ting's hands, Chu Shuang politely expressed her gratitude. Observing the harmonious atmosphere, Shang Yao nudged Shang Yang's arm. Did you see that? Take notes, uncle is quite the attentive husband. Shang Yang nodded. Indeed, I noticed. Chapter 30, the first kiss. Halfway through dinner, Shang Yao received a message on her phone, promptly rising to ascend the stairs. When she returned, she was clad in a coat and carrying a bag, her makeup seemingly refreshed, exuding an air of someone about to venture out. Mrs. Sheng inquired, have you finished eating already? Where are you off to? Shang Yao's response was somewhat vague, meeting a friend in this freezing weather. Why arrange to meet at night? Drive safely. Understood. Once she departed, Mrs. Sheng murmured, this child is so laid back. When did she acquire such an important friend to meet on a snowy night? There is something off about it. After dinner, the entire family engaged in television and conversation for a while. As the clock struck 9, Chu Shuang glanced at the wall clock multiple times, concerned about the treacherous night roads. Yet, Shang Ting leisurely sipped tea, continuing his conversation with Mr. Shang. Was he not planning to return home? Are you feeling sleepy? Shuang, you have work tomorrow. If you're tired, you can head up and rest. Prompted by Mrs. Sheng's remark, Chu Shuang felt it inappropriate to say more and decided to head upstairs. Remaining in the old residence meant sharing a bed with Shang Ting. The mere thought quickened her heartbeat. Upon entering Shang Ting's room, Chu Shuang first took a shower. When she emerged, her hair dried, the man was already present. Someone called you earlier. Approaching, she picked up her phone to find it was Li Bingbing. Since she hadn't answered the call, Bingbing had sent a message inviting Chu Shuang to a concert over the weekend. The concert featured the renowned singer Ji Jun, whose tickets were notoriously hard to come by. With scalpers driving prices through the roof, Bingbing mentioned she had 2 tickets. Rather than typing, Chu Shuang sent a voice message. Sure, I adore Ji Jun as well. I've been too busy with my studies to attend his concerts before. I've heard the atmosphere is incredible, so I'll clear my schedule for the weekend, and we can go together. Shang Ting interjected, you're going to a concert this weekend? Yes, Bingbing happens to have tickets. We're going for some fun. Her phone vibrated twice in messages from Chen Jiazhu. Sir, the tickets for Ice and Snow World have been booked. Shang Ting typed back, not needed for now. Please cancel. Chu Shuang had already climbed into bed, engrossed in her conversation with Li Bingbing. The man observed her for a moment, shedding his outerwear and preparing to head to the bathroom. As he casually glanced up, he caught sight of her watching him as he loosened his tie, her gaze momentarily fixated. Silently, she noted how much smaller this bed was compared to the one in Qingyu Garden's master suite. On her phone, Li Bingbing was animatedly sharing videos of handsome guys, and Chu Shuang watched several, finding them either too youthful or overly eager. Her mind wandered back to Shang Ting's effortless gesture of loosening his tie, casual yet aloof. Effortlessly seductive. 10 minutes later, the bathroom door swung open, but before the man emerged, Chu Shuang had already settled into bed. The room was dimly lit by the bedside lamp as Shang Ting placed a towel down. Seemingly pausing for a moment before approaching her, his footsteps drew nearer. He pulled back the covers and climbed in. Chu Shuang unconsciously tightened her grip on the blanket. Shang Ting lowered his gaze. Noticing her tightly shut eyelids trembling slightly, he took his time, not rushing to lie down, simply watching her. Her hand within the blanket twisted tighter, and the calm demeanor she maintained began to falter. In the stillness, the man let out a soft chuckle. Are you afraid of me? Chu Shuang's heart raced, realizing that continuing to feign nonchalance would be too contrived. She slowly opened her eyes. The man loomed above her, his expression questioning her tension. With a slight purse of her lips, Chu Shuang replied in a voice barely above a whisper, anyone would feel nervous, afraid I might consume you? Shang Ting leaned in slightly, the angle allowing Chu Shuang to see every detail of his face, and he could clearly perceive the faint blush on hers. Their gazes locked, breaths intertwined, the atmosphere grew palpably charged. Chu Shuang, with her clear, glistening eyes, held his gaze, too fearful to speak, worried that uttering a word would shatter the fragile tranquility they had managed to maintain. Shang Ting's eyes traced her features, her luminous eyes. The graceful curve of her nose, and her exquisitely defined features framed by the dim light, her red lips, focused and cautious, remained fixed on him. A tranquil heart began to ripple with subtle waves. As if something in the air was fermenting, Chu Shuang, Shang Ting spoke leisurely, "Are we strangers?" No, the man gently lifted her chin with his finger, squinting as he scrutinized her for a moment before leaning down. His soft lips brushing against hers, Chu Shuang's heart raced, breath caught. As the moment crystallized, the crisp scent of pine filled her lungs, the man's breath enveloping her with no time to react. This was her first kiss, completely unprepared. Observing her stunned reaction, Shang Ting's lips curled into a faint smile. "Don't be afraid, I won't bully you." Chu Shuang blinked several times, clutching the blanket to her shoulders. A hint of foolishness adorning her face, Shang Ting turned off the light and lay down, the subtle fragrance of her hair wafting over, creating a sensation vastly different from sleeping alone in the darkness. Chu Shuang quietly took a breath, her fingertips brushing against her lips, as a surge of electricity coursed through her heart. The unexpected first kiss left her at a loss for words, yet the sensation was undeniably pleasant. On Saturday evening, Chu Shuang and Li Bingbing arrived punctually at the concert venue. Their seats were located in the front row of the VIP section, where a T-shaped stage awaited, rumored to be the site of an interaction segment where Teacher Ji would come over. Allowing them a close-up view of him, Bingbing, in high spirits, brought along a support lightboard and a glowing headband, which proved to be a boon for the unprepared Chu Shuang. The blue glowing headband perched atop her head melded seamlessly with the vast expanse of blue in the grand venue, granting her a sense of belonging. As soon as Teacher Ji appeared, the atmosphere within the venue surged, with several nostalgic songs resonating deep within the tender hearts of the audience. Truly, he was a pillar of the Chinese music scene, each note and rhythm encapsulating the youth of his fans. When everyone sang in unison, Chu Shuang found herself moved to tears. Glancing back at Li Bingbing, she noticed her die-hard fan friend with tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. "A Shuang, this is my youth." In the vast sea of blue formed by their collective memories, every flicker of light represented genuine passion. During intermission, Chu Shuang received a call from an unknown number. "Hello, are you the resident of Jolan International Room 602? Amidst the cacophony, Chu Shuang pressed the phone to her ear. "Could you hold on a moment?" Struggling to navigate through the crowd to the back of the venue, the voice on the other end kept speaking urgently, occasionally mentioning something about a fire. "I apologize, it was a bit noisy back there. Could you please repeat that?" The man on the other end paused, then urged, "You need to come see for yourself quickly. It's a big fire, burning like an explosion." Chu Shuang froze for a moment. "Is my house on fire? How did it happen?" She had checked all the appliances before leaving, and with no one at home, a fire shouldn't have occurred. Chapter 31, The Man in the Cap Who Knows How It Started. "Hurry over here." The caller sounded even more anxious than she was. After hanging up, Chu Shuang called Li Bingbing, who quickly answered. "Bingbing, I need to return to Jolan International." "What?" Li Bingbing's voice boomed. Chu Shuang raised her voice. "My house is on fire. I have to go back." "I can't hear you. Let's talk when you return." "Hurry, Ji Jun is back." Chu Shuang decided to send a message instead, taking her time to edit it before putting her phone away and heading towards the exit. On her way, she brushed past a man wearing a cap. Observing her retreating figure, Han Jinhao found her calm demeanor amusing. Even in the face of a house fire, he had thought she would appear more anxious, especially after chasing after fried rice last time. Having not seen her in a while, he had assumed he would not encounter her again. By the time she arrived at Jolan International, a crowd had gathered downstairs, with firefighters working to extinguish the flames. Amidst the roaring fire and the surrounding noise, Chu Shuang felt a sense of urgency. It turned out that the fire had originated from the 5th floor and spread to the 6th. Watching the billowing smoke, she was relieved that she had not stayed there that night. Thanks to the firefighters' professional efforts, the fire was extinguished, and all residents were evacuated safely without any casualties. Given the safety concerns following a fire, she could not go upstairs to assess the damage, and after providing some relevant information to the staff, she prepared to hail a taxi back to Qingyue Yuan. As she reached for her bag, she realized her phone was missing. After pausing for a few seconds, she concluded that she must have left it in the taxi, thus she would have to pay in cash. Just as she turned to the roadside to catch a cab, a Maybach approached. That license plate number, it belonged to her family. As it drew closer, she recognized the rugged features of the man behind the wheel. Chu Shuang was slightly taken aback. It was quite late for him to be here. "What brings you here?" Shang Ting stepped out of the car, scanning her from head to toe, and only relaxed upon confirming her safety. "I heard there was a fire here and feared for your safety." Chu Shuang smiled. "I was at the concert. I wasn't in any danger. I only came after receiving the call." Thankfully, the fire had not occurred late at night. Observing the charred remnants of several apartments, the man instinctively frowned. Had the fire broken out in the dead of night, and she had decided to stay there after the concert, the consequences would have been dire. "You shouldn't stay here anymore. It's too unsafe." Noticing the headband atop her head, Shang Ting inquired, "Are you going back to listen?" "I'm not. By the time I return, it will likely be over." "Then let's go home." "Alright." Once in the passenger seat, Chu Shuang turned to borrow his phone. "I think I left mine in the taxi. Could I use yours to make a call?" After receiving his phone, she entered her number. Just as she finished typing the first 3 digits, a saved contact popped up at the top, labeled with a single word, "Wife." Her heart fluttered at the sight of the word. Momentarily lost in thought, she finally tapped to dial. The the call was answered swiftly by a middle-aged man. "You're looking for your phone, right? Yes, that's me. I believe I left it in your card. I figured as much. I'm off duty now, and if you're not in a hurry, I can drop it off tomorrow, but that's fine. If you could leave it with the property management at Jiulan International, I'd appreciate it, thank you." After hanging up, Zhu Shuang returned the phone to Shang Ting. The drive was unusually quiet at night. Prompting the man to break the silence first, "How was the concert?" "It was delightful. The fans were so enthusiastic, and the atmosphere was truly moving." Bingbing even cried. She's been a fan of Teacher Ji for over a decade. She couldn't attend concerts before due to her studies, so this was a long-awaited dream come true. Shang Ting shot her a glance. "Do you like him too?" "I suppose I'm a casual fan. Teacher Ji is a leading figure in the Chinese music scene, talented and upright. It's hard not to like him." As she looked out the window, her eyes caught sight of several food stalls. And she spotted grilled cold noodles. "Could we stop for a moment?" Shang Ting parked the car, and Zhu Shuang hurriedly dashed over to buy some food. Once back, she felt a chill from the outside air. Rubbing her hands together, "It's so cold out. Those vendors are so hard-working to be selling in this weather." Opening her food box, she pierced a meatball with her chopsticks, her gaze inadvertently drifting to the focused face of the driver beside her. After a moment's hesitation, she softly asked, "Would you like to try one?" The man turned his head, noticing the meatball in her hand. "What is that?" "Octopus balls. They're really delicious." Glancing at his profile, Zhu Shuang extended her hand toward him. "Just try it." The driver's gaze dipped, but he opened his mouth to eat it, sighing with relief as her mission was accomplished. She asked, "Is it good?" "Very good." She smiled, popping another into her mouth. Savoring the flavor of the crispy exterior and tender interior, "Have another one." Thus, under the man's tacit approval, Zhu Shuang fed him while enjoying the meal herself. Indeed, sharing food was always more delightful. After finishing the octopus balls, she opened her grilled cold noodles, relishing them just as much. Observing her content expression, Shang Ting's lips curled slightly. "You're like a little kid." Early the next morning, Zhu Shuang drove to retrieve her phone and take care of her apartment. Upon arriving, she discovered that someone was already cleaning up. The fire on the 6th floor had not been as severe as that on the 5th, but most of the furniture was blackened and needed to be cleared out completely. The walls and floors would also require thorough cleaning and repainting. Watching the housekeepers come and go, Zhu Shuang called Shang Ting. "I see that someone is already taking care of the apartment. Did you send them?" His voice was solemn as he replied, "Yes, the fastest it can be renovated is in half a month. For now, stay at home, and we can discuss staying there occasionally later." "All right," Zhu Shuang replied softly, "thank you. By the way, did you lose any valuable items?" "No, I didn't have much there, just some personal belongings. Do you have work today?" She had not seen him since early that morning. And Sundays were rare for him to be free. "I have a meeting this morning. I'll be busy afterward. Are you coming back for lunch?" There was a brief pause on the other end. "No, I have to meet a friend in the afternoon. Would you like to come along?" Since it was a meeting with friends of his, Zhu Shuang felt it would be inappropriate to intrude. "No, I think I'll just stay home and watch TV." "All right, drive safely on your way back." As Shang Ting had already arranged for someone to assist her, she found herself with some leisure time and planned to head back home. Just as she started the car, someone knocked on her window. Lowering it, she saw a man in a cap with rugged features and a somewhat refined demeanor standing outside. Zhu Shuang nodded. "Hello, sorry to bother you," Han Jinhao said, pinching a cigarette between his fingers, his accent distinctly Beijing. "My car has run out of gas, and I was wondering if you could spare a little fuel." "Of course, but I don't have a siphon." Han Jinhao smiled, extinguishing his cigarette. "I have one." When he returned with the siphon, Zhu Shuang also stepped out of the car, watching as he filled a small bottle. "If that's not enough, feel free to take more. There is plenty in the tank." "That is enough. Just get us to the gas station ahead." The man, adeptly pulling out his phone, said with familiarity, "Let us add each other on WeChat. I'll transfer the fuel cost to you." "No need, it's not much money. Everyone has their tough times," she replied. "That one tea do," Han Jinhao remarked, scrutinizing her face closely, increasingly convinced it was to his liking. With a smile in his tone, he added, "I'm the type who dislikes being in debt to others. Whatever is due should be settled." Noticing the seriousness in his eyes, Zhu Shuang readily handed over the payment QR code. "All right then. Let us make it 10 yuan. Han Jinhao chuckled as he glanced at the QR code. She appeared gentle and harmless, yet she had her principles. Adding someone on WeChat isn't that simple. "All right, thank you, Miss. No problem." As she opened the car door and got in, Zhu Shuang's phone rang. Upon answering, Li Bingbing exclaimed, "Ah Shuang, you finally picked up. Did you get your phone back?" "I did." Thankfully the driver was honest. Han Jinhao, carrying the gasoline, approached the Koenigsegg, murmuring Shuang. His gaze fell upon the sleek, cool vehicle, which he had specifically chosen with his favorite 4-digit license plate, yet, the beauty barely casted a glance, with a soft click of his tongue. He mused, well, that is how it should be. If one obtains amusement too easily, they lose half of it. After receiving Bingbing's call, Zhu Shuang turned the car around to find her upon arriving at the mall. She spotted Li Bingbing, who was dressed in a fashionable manner. Zhu Shuang handed her the milk tea she had purchased on the way. "What brings you to the mall on such a cold day?" "Shouldn't I be going back? I need to buy some gifts for my little nephews. Chu Shuang paused. Are you returning to Guiyun? Yes, I've been in the capital for a while now. One reason was to visit you. And the other was to attend my Idoless concert. It's time to head back. That's good. Uncle Lee and the others miss you too. Once we part ways, it'll be a long time before we meet again. It is not easy to see you when you're abroad. Li Bingbing playfully tapped Chu Shuang's chin. We'll definitely meet during the new year. You're not abandoning Guiyun. Come over to my house to play then. After wandering around the mall, Li Bingbing had accumulated quite a few bags. Influenced by her, Chu Shuang also considered buying something to take back. Previously, Shang Ting had gifted her many presents, and she hadn't bought him anything in return. Passing by a men's clothing store, Chu Shuang called out to Li Bingbing, I want to take a look inside. Sure. Linking arms with her, Li Bingbing's curiosity sparked. Are you buying something for your man? Just looking. As the enthusiastic store attendant approached, she inquired, How may I assist you too? Which suits are the best in the store? This row at the back features the finest men's attire. May I ask what age range you're shopping for? Early 30s. Under the bright lights of the store, each suit exuded an excellent quality, leaving Chu Shuang at a loss for comparison. One silver gray suit appeared elegant, while a navy blue offered a gentlemanly appeal. And a deep black was more understated but had the best cut, accompanied by an English waistcoat embodying the so-called ascetic style. It's all about the fit. Noticing the store attendant hesitating to speak, Li Bingbing asked, What's the matter? There is only one of this particular style, and it's a larger size. Oh, so it requires someone tall to fill it out. Li Bingbing casually smiled, My man is 1.9 meters tall. It should fit him perfectly. If he is 1.9 meters, it should be no problem at all. A tall and robust man would certainly look good in this. Li Bingbing glanced at the waistcoat inside and nudged Chu Shuang's elbow teasingly. A fitted waistcoat, how splendid. I can already envision the scene. Chu Shuang cleared her throat, turning to the attendant. I'm not sure if he is 1.9 meters, but he should be around 1.88 meters. That said, it's usually necessary to try on a suit to see if it fits. Right, rest assured, based on what you mentioned, it will definitely suit him. I've been a sales associate for 5 years. I have some experience in this. If you trust me, you can take it home for him to try on. If it doesn't fit, you can return it any time, but if you're still hesitant, there is no rush. He can come back to try it on when he has time. But if Shang Ting comes to try it on, it wouldn't be considered a gift. Alright then, please take it down for me. The sales associate's eyes lit up. Would you like me to help you choose a tie to go with it? Certainly. The sales associate skillfully folded the suit into a gift box, tying a neat bow with a ribbon. Chu Shuang swiped her card without hesitation, her eyes glued to the stream of zeros on the card machine. After they left, the sales associate excitedly messaged her friend about the extraordinary customer she had encountered, who purchased the most expensive clothing in the store in less than 10 minutes, enough commission for 2 months' salary. As they walked a bit further, Li Bingbing recalled how Chu Shuang had swiped her card without blinking, teasing, It's rare to see you spend so extravagantly. You're quite generous when it comes to buying for your husband. It is all about knowing when to save and when to spend, Chu Shuang replied lightly. Li Bingbing chuckled, No wonder you managed to hold on to your money. Spotting the restroom, Chu Shuang handed her things to Li Bingbing. Wait for me a moment. During the time she spent in the restroom, Li Bingbing discovered something interesting. When Chu Shuang re-emerged, she found Li Bingbing holding a gift bag. This is a farewell gift for you. Chu Shuang, curious, asked, You never used to give farewell gifts. Just as she was about to open it, Li Bingbing stopped her. Save it for later. After swimming around for a while, I'm hungry. Let us go eat. They dined on spicy crayfish at a Sichuan restaurant, the flavors intoxicating. Before leaving, Chu Shuang packed a large portion to take home. Upon returning to Qingyu Garden, she cast aside the farewell gift from Li Bingbing to check on her vegetables in the backyard. The creamy bok choy, mugwort, spinach, and cilantro were thriving in their respective plots. It was time to plan a hot pot feast. She gathered some into her basket, anticipating a delightful dinner. In the afternoon, she lounged on the soft sofa in the master bedroom. Watching a few episodes of her favorite anime. As she glanced out the window, dusk was settling in. After a yawn, she slipped on her slippers and headed downstairs to prepare dinner with Aunt Yuan. Just wash those vegetables for me. I'll take care of the hot pot base. Watching her roll up her sleeves with enthusiasm, Aunt Yuan quietly asked, Is that all right, madam? Chu Shuang confidently nodded, Of course, I'm quite good at cooking. When Shang Ting entered, Aunt Yuan was busy arranging the hot pot ingredients in the living room, and the sound of pots clanging echoed from the kitchen. Chu Shuang emerged holding a pot, her hair pinned up with a wooden stick. Her sleeves rolled high to reveal her fair arms, and her apron signified her culinary endeavors. Chapter 33. When did I sleep? Back in the master bedroom, upon seeing him, Chu Shuang's eyes brightened. We having hot pot for dinner. Shang Ting surveyed the table laden with greens and meats, pausing slightly. I've already eaten. Chu Shuang's hand, poised to place duck blood into the pot, hesitated for a moment. Oh, you've eaten already? I called you, but you didn't answer. I sent you a message. My phone was upstairs. I finally felt inspired to cook, so I generously invited him. Would you like to eat a bit more? If you're not hungry, we can just have the vegetables without rice. These are the freshest veggies from the garden. I also brought back a huge box of spicy crayfish. It's too much for one person to finish, alright? I'll join you for a bit. He removed his coat and took a seat. Chu Shuang's eyes curved in delight as she handed him disposable gloves. These are from lunch with Bingbing. I thought they tasted quite good, so I packed some to take home. Give it a try. After peeling one and placing it in his mouth, Shang Ting nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, quite good, after trying the beef pulled from the hot pot. He added, I prefer this. Mrs. Shang, your culinary skills are commendable. Chu Shuang felt a flutter in her heart, slowly responding, is that so? Then do eat more. As Shang Ting ate, he gradually slowed down with his chopsticks. The living room's large screen TV played cheerful skits. And Chu Shuang felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction as she ate and watched. Lowering her gaze, she discovered a plate of neatly peeled shrimp tails had appeared in front of her, looking up at the man. She noticed his focused expression as he peeled shrimp while wearing gloves. His long fingers were a sight to behold, his thoughtfulness and attentiveness were endearing, and she wondered how he managed to do it so well. After dinner, as they headed upstairs, Chu Shuang mentioned she had a gift for him. He calmly nodded, saying he also had a gift for her, when she received the two thin cards from his hand. Chu Shuang felt a bit dazed. Upon reading the names signed on them, her eyes widened slightly. Is this a handwritten signature from teacher Ji Jun? How did you get this? The person I met this afternoon was him. Chu Shuang, still bewildered, asked, so you sought him out just to get a signature for me? Shang Ting smiled lightly, not exactly. I had an appointment already. Recalling what you said about your friend liking him, I thought to ask for two. So the friend you were talking about was teacher Ji Jun. Knowing he remembered to help her get the signature filled, Chu Shuang felt a wave of happiness. If Bingbing got to see this signature, she would be overjoyed. Noticing her subtle delight, Shang Ting slowly smiled. He is Shang Yao's uncle by blood. Chu Shuang opened her mouth in surprise. So he is your relative? Oh, then that makes him my relative as well. What a curious twist of fate. Yao had never mentioned this before. Bingbing would be thrilled to see this. I'll thank you on her behalf. Leaning against the sofa, Shang Ting inquired, what about my gift? This, handing over the suit box to him, Shang Ting weighed it in his hands, noting its considerable heft. Upon opening the box and seeing the suit inside, his brows raised slightly. I gauged the size when I bought it. Why don't you try it on to see if it fits? In the brief interlude while Shang Ting changed his attire, Chu Shuang was engaged in sending signed photographs to Li Bingbing. As anticipated, the chat box was bombarded with a flurry of emoticons. After briefly explaining the context, she received a cascade of adorable expressions depicting kisses, hugs, and playful gestures. Please extend my gratitude to President Shang. And thank you, dear Shuang. It seems your husband's affection has inadvertently extended to me as well. I truly appreciate the generous gift you bestowed upon me this afternoon, wishing you both a love as sweet as honey and a harmonious and fulfilling relationship. Prompted by her words, Chu Shuang recalled the gift she had yet to unwrap. The packaging was exquisite, adorned with intricate patterns, and exuded a faint, inviting fragrance that beckoned exploration. Upon unwrapping, she was met with a vivid red sheer fabric, and it took a moment for her to process what it was. This was undeniably scanty lingerie. The bold and daring design made her cheeks flush with warmth. Meanwhile, Li Bingbing continued to message, wishing you an unforgettable night filled with passion. As the man emerged from the changing room, Chu Shuang deftly concealed the items. When she finally raised her gaze to him, she was momentarily spellbound. She had imagined how splendid the outfit would look on Shang Ting, but witnessing it in reality was nothing short of breathtaking. He exuded an air of restrained desire, complemented by a meticulously knotted tie, a shirt that accentuated his muscular physique, a fitted vest that showcased his narrow waist and powerful legs, and a perfectly shaped posterior. My goodness, anyone who remained indifferent in the face of such allure must be an ethereal being. Shang Ting calmly fastened his cufflinks, his voice deep and rich, his appearance impeccably tailored. Chu Shuang could only nod in agreement, hoping he was pleased. Why is your face so red? My face, it's probably just the heat from the radiators. As Shang Ting approached, his eyes fell upon the gift box on the table. Is this also for me? Chu Shuang was taken aback, quickly embracing the box. No, this is a gift from Bingbing to me. Noticing her anxious demeanor, the man let out a soft chuckle. I don't want yours. He leaned slightly, one hand resting on the sofa as he scrutinized her, asking with an even expression, what made you think to gift me something? With him so close, Chu Shuang steadied her nerves. It's merely a gesture of reciprocity. The man nodded in approval, their gazes aligned, and her attention was drawn to his enticing lips, inevitably recalling that delicate and enchanting first kiss from the old residence. Chu Shuang felt a disarray of emotions as she noticed him reach up, his fingers brushing against the hairpin at the back of her head, gently pulling it free, allowing her hair to cascade down. Her raven locks shimmered, and her bright eyes sparkled with the beauty she had inherited from her mother. Shang Ting gazed at her intently, his lips parting to utter a seemingly disjointed thought, if only tomorrow weren't Monday. His voice held a husky quality that made Chu Shuang ponder, but before she could respond, his large hand guided her forward, his lips pressing against hers with a warm intensity. The masculine energy enveloped her. A blend of tenderness and dominance, cool yet soft. This time, their connection was far more profound, the atmosphere charged with fervor as her heart raced, yet retreat was not an option. As her eyes began to mist, An electric current coursed through her, rendering her senses weak. Just as she was losing herself in the moment, Sheng Ting finally relented, lowering his gaze to her, his breath slightly quickened, his eyes tinged with a rosy hue. His features adorned with an indescribable allure, perhaps likening him to a delicate lotus in the late summer rain. Would be apartment. When will I return to the master bedroom? Chu Shuang's eyelashes fluttered under his penetrating gaze. Her tone light, I'm not that domineering. The master bedroom isn't solely yours. If you wish to stay, just come over. Isn't that simple? Sheng Ting's gaze shifted lower, eyeing her luscious red lips. Giving a quiet affirmative, quite domineering indeed. What do you want for breakfast tomorrow? The topic shifted abruptly, and Chu Shuang replied slowly, a poached egg. Very well. Ultimately, the man did not stay the night. The room returned to tranquility. But Chu Shuang secretly swallowed hard, feeling a bit parched. Her eyes fell on the lingerie box, and her cheeks flushed again as she hurriedly tucked it away in the depths of the wardrobe. The next morning, as she descended the stairs, she spotted Aunt Yuan feeding the fish in the tank. Typically, at this hour, she would be in the kitchen, preparing breakfast, remembering Sheng Ting's question from the previous night. Chu Shuang made her way to the kitchen. Chapter 34. What is it that I cannot see? At that moment, Sheng Ting was drizzling ketchup over golden poached eggs on a plate, catching sight of her in his peripheral vision. He motioned with a fork and a glass of milk. Take these out, will you? Oh, the poached eggs were beautifully cooked, and after admiring them for a moment, Chu Shuang snapped a photo. It seemed to be the first breakfast Sheng Ting had prepared for her. After waiting for a while at the dining table without seeing him emerge, Chu Shuang finally realized she should lend a hand in the kitchen. Is there anything I can help with? Sheng Ting glanced over, noticing her peeking in the doorway. He pointed to a plate beside him. Take the hot dog out. I'll be out shortly. All right. Chu Shuang approached, spotting warm porridge in the pot. I'll take the porridge out. No need. I'll handle this. Returning to the dining room to begin breakfast, it wasn't long before Sheng Ting appeared, carefully placing a pot of steaming porridge on the table. Let me serve you some, thank you. Chu Shuang curiously observed the pot. What kind of porridge is this? Longdan and lotus flower porridge. Sheng Ting leisurely ladled her a bowl, adding, unfortunately, it's out of season. So I had to use dried petals, and next summer, when the lotus flowers bloom, I'll make you the real lotus flower porridge. Chu Shuang relished the feeling of being included in his future plans. Sounds great. Taking a sip of the porridge, she savored the light sweetness infused with the fragrances of lotus and longan. It was unmistakably his style. This is delicious, she exclaimed, pleasantly surprised. I didn't expect you to know so much. Sheng Ting remained unruffled. Did you think I had never touched a drop of water? I just thought you were quite busy. Chu Shuang gently caressed the spoon, sincerely expressing, thank you for waking up early to prepare breakfast for me. You're truly kind. Sheng Ting smiled faintly. Is preparing breakfast worthy of such praise? You're quite easy to please. Since you think I'm kind, why did you always avoid me before? Chu Shuang hesitated briefly. I didn't. The man scrutinized her for a moment, then straightened up, pulling out his phone. With a few swipes on the screen, he pushed the device toward her. What is it that I cannot see? Chu Shuang stared in astonishment, glancing at the screen displaying her social media page, where a line indicated she had blocked him. Why did you block me? Clearing her throat, she feigned ignorance. I didn't realize you couldn't see my posts. I always wondered why you never liked anything I posted. It must have been an accidental click when I added you as a friend. Let me fix that. After adjusting her settings, she smiled. All set. What a mix-up, huh? Why would I block you? Observing her restore his access to her social media, Sheng Ting took the phone back, locked the screen, and gazed at her. Chu Shuang, she responded softly, knowing that you're close with Shang Yao. You should heed some of her words. She is concerned that I might impose on you due to our age difference, as I occasionally had to guide you in childhood. She is younger. And you're not. I'm not a monster. What is there to fear? You've spent some time with me. Do you find me intimidating? Chu Shuang shook her head. No, then don't treat me like an elder to be revered. I am not much older than you, but it's 9 years. The man's voice was light, that is counting by the lunar calendar. 8 years. Then, noticing his dark eyes, Chu Shuang quickly adjusted her words. Not wishing to press further, did you remember what I just said? I did. Shang Yang pushed open the office door to find Han Jinhao leaning against the sofa, a wisp of smoke curling from his fingertips. A faint smile gracing his lips. What brings you here? Han Jinhao replied, I'm here for a matter. What is it? I want to inquire about someone. He had already gathered information near Jiulan International and was inquiring about a single woman working at Kongjin Animation on the 6th floor. Does your company Xingyu Culture have a subsidiary called Kongjin Animation? Shang Yang took a sip of tea. Is there a particularly pretty girl there? Do you know her? Shang Yang was momentarily speechless. Realizing that this man had come all this way to pursue a woman. Do you think I have so much free time? Those scattered subsidiaries operate independently. I hardly know anyone while stationed at headquarters. Han Jinhao seemed to have anticipated this response. I knew you wouldn't have any useful information. I'll just borrow your company's system. He fiddled with his computer. Shang Yang didn't stop him. You should come over for dinner more often, see your aunt, and stop flirting outside. Now it's causing trouble for my employees. As Han Jinhao entered the employee information search section of the system, He typed in Shuang and several employee profiles appeared. Scrolling down, he noticed a particular profile and paused. At the same time, Xiang Yang also spotted the information. Kongjin Animation, Ancient Style Group 2, Chu Shuang. Chu Shuang, Han Jinhao softly repeated the name, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. A name fitting for such a person. Intriguing. Xiang Yang raised an eyebrow slowly. Is this the person you're looking for? Indeed, Han Jinhao enlarged Chu Shuang's photo. What do you think? She is quite beautiful. Isn't she? This serene, classical beauty is exactly my type. Observing his exuberance, Xiang Yang chuckled softly. Allow me to give you a piece of advice. Not everyone is worth pursuing. Be cautious not to entangle yourself. Han Jinhao shot him a puzzled glance. What is wrong with pursuing a girl? Are you envious of me finding someone before you do? I have heard that your girlfriend is wholeheartedly devoted to her career and has gone abroad again? Xiang Yang's previously relaxed demeanor grew slightly tense. Han Jinhao had merely mentioned it casually, yet he found it rather curious that Xiang Yang would react in such a manner, after noting Chu Shuang's contact information. He flicked the car keys with his fingers and, as he passed by, Xiang Yang gave him a light pat on the shoulder, saying, "There are plenty of fish in the sea, with your qualities. The girls who fancy you are queuing up all the way to France. Don't hang yourself on one tree." Xiang Yang frowned, urging him to leave quickly. The joys and sorrows of humanity are not universally understood. Han Jinhao could not fathom his feelings, suppressing a smile as he sauntered away, stating, "I'll come over for dinner next week and pay a visit to your aunt." Recently, Chu Shuang's workspace has been inundated with flowers. Each day presenting a different arrangement. These are from a rather expensive collaborative floral shop, delivered daily, an expense that ordinary people could hardly afford. Colleagues jokingly remarked that someone in the office finally had the courage to pursue this elusive flower. However, in their group, there were only two men, one of whom was married, and the other appeared quite forthright about his feelings, showing no signs of subtlety. After learning of this, Li Bingbing's first reaction was to think of Gu Sui. Concluding that it must be her ex-boyfriend behind such gestures, speaking of which, it seemed like a while since she had seen Gu Sui. He was probably no longer in Shangqing. What are you thinking about? The man's deep voice broke through her reverie. Chu Shuang snapped back to reality, replying, "Nothing. Where are we headed? Don't you like Lingsui Pavilion? I'll take you there for a meal." "All right." The car's music played softly as Chu Shuang pondered various thoughts. Occasionally glancing at the man beside her, "Sheng Ting, are you perceptive enough to sense something I wish to discuss?" After a moment's hesitation, Chu Shuang felt it best to address certain matters openly. "Actually, I had a relationship before marriage." The man's tone was neither warm nor cold. Chu Shuang toyed with her ring on her fourth finger, choosing her words carefully. "He was my superior when I first joined the company as an intern. I encountered some unpleasant situations, similar to what people refer to as workplace harassment, and he helped me significantly during that time." In her gratitude, she unwittingly entered into a brief relationship with him. In reality, they hardly spent time together. He was a busy man, and their emotional connection was quite shallow. Eventually, due to various trivial matters, they parted ways after just 2 months. There was little to say about it. Her experiences were too scant, lacking any genuine sense of romance. Once they broke up, they ceased all contact. However, I felt it necessary to inform you about this. The driver's profile was stern, his gaze unnaturally calm. I see. His tone was flat, devoid of any discernible emotion. Chu Shuang discreetly studied him, unable to decipher his thoughts. Perhaps he was thinking nothing at all. She had initially assumed she would need to elaborate on the matter. But it appeared that was unnecessary, that he likely did not care about her past, provided it did not disrupt the peace of the present moment. The vehicle's music continued to play, yet the atmosphere within the space had turned suddenly silent. It had been a while since she had felt this way. After a brief interval, Sheng Ting, sensing the unusual quiet beside him, turned to look at her. She furrowed her brows, her delicate nose casting shadows from her lashes as she examined the buttons on her sleeve. Her eyes unblinking for quite some time. "What is wrong?" Sheng Ting inquired. Chu Shuang hesitated, shaking her head. "I'm just a bit sleepy." With that, she leaned back against the seat and closed her eyes. Logically, she should have felt relieved that he did not press her about the past. Yet a perplexing feeling lingered in her heart. She was uncertain if she desired his concern or indifference. She decided to dismiss the thought and rest. By the time they arrived at Lingsui Pavilion, she had indeed fallen asleep, and Sheng Ting simply watched her as he parked the car. Zhang Yuan had noticed Sheng Ting's car entering the garden long ago, yet the occupants had yet to emerge. "I heard my uncle has arrived." Shang Yao approached, muttering as she spotted a certain vehicle. "Why are they still inside? I'll go check." "Hey, what are you going to do? To call them out?" Zhang Yuan shook his head at this carefree girl. Pondering why she felt the need to intrude upon a couple's intimate world, little auntie awakened by the voice from outside the car. Chu Shuang opened her eyes to see the man beside her, sitting upright like a pine tree. "How long have we been here?" 10 minutes. Chu Shuang was slightly taken aback. "Why didn't you wake me?" Sheng Ting remained unperturbed. "You look so peaceful in your slumber." "I didn't want to disturb you. I'm sorry. Next time, please wake me directly." She tidied her hair, opened the door, and stepped out, only to be greeted by Shang Yao. "What were you two doing in there for so long?" I fell asleep. It turned out that the reason for their visit to Lingsue Pavilion was a dinner gathering, which included the Zhang family brothers Zhao Jinju and Wei Yize, whom she had not seen since their last encounter. They were all friends of Shang Ting's and treated Chu Shuang with utmost respect, addressing her as sister-in-law with great deference. After exchanging polite greetings, Chu Shuang quietly complained to the man beside her, "Why didn't you tell me in advance that we were meeting your friends? I should have dressed up a bit." She had come straight from work without changing her clothes, and she hadn't even applied any lipstick. The man dismissed her concerns. "They're all familiar faces. What has the need to dress up?" He appraised her from head to toe, adding, "Besides, you look good even without dressing up." Chu Shuang paused slightly at his words. This was the first time he had straightforwardly complimented her appearance. She had thought him to have a rather monotonous sense of aesthetic. Seeing everything as the same, yet, even when complimenting her, he did so with such nonchalance, as if merely stating a fact. "Would you like some roasted duck?" Shang Ting asked softly. Just a little. Chu Shuang felt a bit shy to reach for the serving plate. Whenever she lingered on a particular dish, Shang Ting would ensure it found its way to her bowl. Such thoughtfulness and meticulousness were timeless virtues. Over time, dining with him had cultivated a sense of ease within her. During the meal, Chu Shuang occasionally engaged in the men's conversations, though she preferred focusing on her food or sharing small interactions with Shang Yao. The advantage of dining with peers was that one need not exert much effort to navigate the table's topics. There was always someone to continue the conversation, and silence would not feel awkward or impolite. Chu Shuang preferred listening while eating, finding satisfaction in the act of dining itself, relishing the light-hearted stories they shared. She cherished this feeling. Beside her, Shang Ting spoke at a measured pace, yet his hands remained busy, expertly removing the bones from a piece of fish with his chopsticks. She could watch him for ages as he meticulously deboned the fish. Once he finished, he slid a small plate towards her, softly declaring, "There are no bones left." It turned out he had prepared it for her. "You should eat it yourself. You've worked hard to pick it out." Shang Yao watched with a grin, her chopsticks in her mouth, clearly amused. Shang Ting leaned in closer, speaking in a voice only she could hear. "Hurry and eat. You take too long." Wow. Wei Yize, seated across from them, was taken aback by Shang Ting's attentive actions. "How could one not wish to marry you after witnessing such meticulous care?" His remark elicited light laughter from the others. Zheng Zhe chimed in, "Well, that is why he has a wife." After finishing their meal, Chu Shuang and Shang Yao took a stroll in the back garden. As they made their way back, they spotted Zheng Yuan in the distance. Prompting Shang Yao to concoct a mischievous plan, quietly, she grabbed a handful of snow from a nearby flower bed, forming it into a ball, and hurled it at him. Zheng Yuan turned around, spotting the mischief maker, and retaliated in kind, leading to a playful snowball fight between them in the snowy landscape. Chu Shuang smiled as she watched for a moment before continuing on her way, crossing beneath the garden arch. She caught sight of the tall figure of the man standing beneath a verdant pine tree. His voice, rich and clear, resonated as he conversed earnestly with someone on the other end of the line. Always maintaining a serious and composed demeanor, she paused, quietly observing him for a moment, her lips pressed together. In this tranquil garden, her heart felt anything but peaceful. Her fingers, lightly stroking the snow, betrayed her restlessness. Acting impulsively, she seized a handful of snow from a nearby tree, the coldness biting against her palm as she molded it into a small ball. Glancing at the man's back, her heart raced unexpectedly. Raising her hand slowly, she felt a tightening in her throat, and just as she was about to throw it, a snowball struck his back with precision. The impact caused the snow to scatter, cascading down the luxurious fabric of his suit. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Shang Ting turned around, his deep-set eyes narrowing as they locked onto her hand, which still held the remaining snowball. Their gazes met, an awkwardness hanging heavily in the air. He muttered something to the person on the other end before ending the call. Pocketing his phone, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he casually remarked, "Why did you hit me?" The sudden shift in his demeanor was unsettling, and as he approached her, Chu Shuang felt a wave of panic wash over her, compelling her to flee. "It wasn't me. I swear it wasn't." Meanwhile, Shang Yao, who had successfully diverted the blame, had already found a hiding spot, reveling in her mischief. As Chu Shuang fled, she dashed into a more secluded area of the garden. The man followed leisurely behind her, observing her frantic escape with a hint of amusement in his eyes. This corner was a dead end. Once inside, there would be no escape. Noticing her futile attempts to retreat into the corners, Shang Ting slowly spoke, "Come here." He was genuinely pursuing her. Chu Shuang exclaimed, "I really didn't throw it. You must believe me. Look, I still have the snowball in my hand." He cast a disinterested glance at her, observing that they were alone and no one else was around. "If you didn't throw it, then why are you holding a snowball?" "Well," caught off guard by his logic, Chu Shuang struggled to defend herself, insisting, "But it truly wasn't me." As he drew closer, she swallowed hard, her back pressed against the cold wall with nowhere to retreat. Shang Ting stood before her, one hand propped against the wall, casting a commanding gaze down upon her. His voice, a mix of magnetism and depth, resonated. "You truly have little courage, Chu Shuang." The initial frost maintained her composure, offering a cold snowball as a gesture of retribution, suggesting that one hit each would settle the score. With her eyes closed and head tilted, she awaited the impending punishment, her eyelashes quivering in anticipation. Shang Ting observed her delicate, pale neck, his gaze drifting to her beautifully shaped lips, and then he opened his eyes. Chu Shuang felt her chin being lifted. Just as she opened her eyes, a searing breath brushed against her lips, causing her heart to flutter unexpectedly. The handsome face before her was magnified, its contours sharply defined. With a prominent nose pressing against hers, the scent of cedar enveloping her senses, this was the first time she was so close to him, and her heart raced under the overwhelming weight of emotion. Warmth radiating from her forehead to the rest of her body, the cold wall behind her contrasted starkly with the heat emanating from him. She was suddenly aware of a large hand gripping her lower back. Pulling her tightly against him, it was an intimate closeness that brooked no refusal. Shang Ting was an adept kisser. The impact, both physiological and psychological, was staggering. She was no match for him, and soon enough. Her body softened, her mind melting like heated pudding. When he finally released her, she leaned against him, her breath disordered while he remained composed, as refreshing as a clear breeze. Chu Shuang was truly taken aback by his domineering demeanor today. "You," she began, her voice a low, husky murmur tinged with lingering affection. "You know it wasn't me." Chu Shuang had come to realize he was deliberately teasing her, and if it wasn't you, then what of it? Shang Ting's eyes sparkled with amusement as he watched her suppressed indignation, his tone languorous. "Do I need an excuse to kiss you?" A familiar itch stirred within her, unable to withstand his direct gaze and words. Just as she intended to look away, her lips were pecked once more. That he was usually so composed. "Let us go," he said, leading her out of the back garden. Still in a daze, the onlookers noticed the delayed return of the two. Sharing knowing glances without speaking of it, Shang Ting appeared invigorated, while his little wife had flushed cheeks and lips that hinted at their earlier escapade. To it seemed that some individuals were not as consistently aloof and restrained as they appeared. Upon returning to Qingyu Garden, night had fallen. They exchanged goodnights before retreating to their respective rooms. After her shower, Chu Shuang felt a bit parched and went downstairs for water, passing by the man's room. She heard the incessant ringing of a phone. Why wasn't he answering? Was he not in his room? Puzzled, she gently pushed the door open. The dim light illuminated the room, and the phone on the table had automatically disconnected after ringing for too long. The bathroom door glowed, indicating someone was inside. Just as she intended to leave, the phone screen lit up again, this time with a message. Scanning it briefly, Chu Shuang froze. "Didn't you say you wanted to play with the car models? I saved the prettiest one for you. Come over tomorrow night." It was from Weiza. She stood there for a few seconds, until the phone screen dimmed again. With a calm expression, Chu Shuang exited the room before the man emerged. Upon returning to her bedroom, the first thing she did was brush her teeth, ensuring every corner of her mouth was immaculate before repeatedly rinsing with mouthwash. She lay back in bed, trying to cultivate a sense of drowsiness. But the effect was far from ideal. After half an hour of fruitless attempts, she decided to get up and paint, finally feeling drowsy at 1 in the morning, though she had gone to bed late. She woke early, and by the time Shang Ting descended the stairs, she was already having breakfast. Up quite early, she noted without looking at him, focused on her meal. There's an early meeting today. Shang Ting had barely eaten a few bites before she finished, gathering her bag and keys. "I'm off now." Having previously relied on his car, Shang Ting reminded her to drive carefully when he saw her preparing to take her own vehicle. She had already stepped out the door when Aunt Yuan suddenly rushed from the kitchen. "Madam, you forgot your thermos today." The car had already driven far, leaving no chance to catch up. Aunt Yuan sighed softly. Recalling how Chu Shuang used to have her prepare a cup of hot soy milk every morning, wondering why she had rushed off today, Shang Ting contemplated the thermos in Aunt Yuan's hand, which featured a painting of a clear lotus. Pondering Chu Shuang's sudden change in demeanor that morning, after work, Chu Shuang did not wait for him, driving back on her own. During dinner, she received a message from him. "Don't wait for me for dinner, I'll be back later." Glancing at it, she continued to focus on her meal, returning to her room afterward to read and play with her dog. The minute hand on the wall ticked steadily, and it was already 9 o'clock. Remembering the message she had seen in that room the previous night, her gaze darkened slightly. Shang Yao called, and during their casual conversation, Chu Shuang suddenly asked, "Yao Yao, do you really know your uncle well?" Shang Yao paused, offering a thorough analysis. Who in this world truly understands another person? Even between mother and child, there are things left unsaid. People are complex and multifaceted. Everyone has their own corners. Familiarity and understanding are merely relative terms. Who dares claim to know every aspect of another person? What if there are stark contrasts? Chu Shuang's voice was cool and low, a tone she had not used before, creating an almost unreachable distance. Shang Yao, perceptive, asked softly, "Auntie, what's wrong? Did you have a quarrel with my uncle?" Chu Shuang laughed lightly, her tone returning to its usual lightness. "No, arguing with someone is a waste of time and energy. It's not my style." "You startled me. I thought your uncle was bullying you." As vehicles approached from outside, the headlights of a Maybach illuminated the villa, and Chu Shuang glanced over, turning off the lights inside. "It's late. Good night, Yao Yao." Shang Ting stepped out of the car, instinctively glancing towards a certain room on the second floor, which was shrouded in darkness. Was she resting? Aunt Yuan responded. Madam went upstairs early today. She seemed a bit unwell. The man paused. Is she sick? Aunt Yuan shook her head. It seems her mood isn't great. Perhaps work hasn't been going well. Sheng Ting cast another glance at the second floor before entering with a small cake he had bought along the way. Chu Shuang observed everything quietly, shutting off her phone and climbing into bed. Footsteps echoed in the hallway, halting at her door, followed by a knock. Chu Shuang closed her eyes and did not respond. The knock persisted. At Chu Shuang. After a moment's contemplation, Sheng Ting turned the doorknob and entered. Chapter 37, Alienation. The room was dim, and he switched on a soft light. The outline of her figure under the covers remained unresponsive, and he gazed at her slender back before speaking. Are you feeling unwell for sleeping so early? Chu Shuang's voice was hazy. No, just tired. Do you want to get up and have some cake? I'm not hungry. A moment of silence enveloped the room as he studied her fragile form, and Sheng Ting slowly spoke. Then I'll put it in the fridge for you to have in the morning. The next day, as Sheng Ting descended the stairs, he encountered Chu Shuang, who was preparing to leave. Today, she was dressed like a pure white camellia. A silk v-neck shirt tucked into her slender waist paired with a black mermaid skirt accentuated her figure, the sound of her heels echoing on the floor. Two small silver earrings highlighted her porcelain-like skin. While her lips were strikingly vibrant, noticing him, she nodded, good morning, before stepping out the door. As he watched her graceful silhouette, Sheng Ting's gaze was inscrutable. Since returning from Ling Sui Pavilion that night, there had been a subtle distance between them. Upon reflection, nothing particularly significant had occurred. That evening, she had made plans with Xiang Yao to attend a Peking opera at Liyuan. After work, Chu Shuang stood in line at a bustling dessert shop near her office to buy cream puffs, only to find they had just sold out when it was her turn. I'm sorry, but they're all gone. The durian pastries are also quite delicious here. However, Chu Shuang only desired cream puffs, having promised to bring some for Yao Yao. How long will it take for you to make more? Probably another 20 minutes, then I'll pass. You want cream puffs? Just as she turned away, a male voice inquired beside her. Chu Shuang looked up to see a man with a strong jawline and sunglasses, vaguely familiar. Han Jinhao flashed a lazy smile, pushing his glasses down slightly. We meet again. Young lady, you're right, he was the one she had lent gas to last time. He had been 2 spots ahead of her in line and bought 5 boxes of cream puffs, leaving none for her. Chu Shuang nodded. What a coincidence. Are you here for cream puffs too? Han Jinhao casually asked. Yes, but they're sold out, so I'll check another dessert shop. How many do you want? I can give you 2 boxes. Before she could respond, he had already pressed 2 boxes of cream puffs into her hands. No, you should keep them for yourself. I'll buy from somewhere else, Han Jinhao replied. They were originally for a friend who isn't coming anymore, so you might as well take them. Are 2 boxes enough? Chu Shuang was momentarily taken aback. That is plenty. Let me pay you. The man smiled and nodded. Sure. His long fingers swiped across his screen, revealing a QR code and presenting it to her. Chu Shuang scanned it, only for her phone to indicate it was not a payment code but rather his personal WeChat page. After a moment's thought, she decided to add him as a friend. Seeing her complete the action, Han Jinhao raised an eyebrow and accepted her friend request. Thank you. No problem. I owe you one from last time. Noticing her car parked at the roadside, Han Jinhao remarked, I was going to offer you a ride, but it seems that opportunity has passed. Are you meeting someone? Yes, I have plans to meet a friend, Chu Shuang said, lifting the boxes of cream puffs in gratitude. As she watched the Bentley drive away, Han Jinhao leaned against the wall, lighting a cigarette and browsing her moments with interest. It was apparent that her life was quite simple. She enjoyed sharing food and beautiful scenery, occasionally posting a selfie, but most often her artwork. There were exquisite character drawings created on a tablet, cute version figures sketched on napkins during moments of boredom, and then, Han Jinhao's gaze froze, an inkwash painting that clearly reflected her dedication. The perilous chasm, the vast river, the gentle mist and breeze. In this landscape painting, she infused her own understanding of mountains, water, fog, and wind. Not only do the lines deftly and gracefully outline, but the interplay of blank spaces, sparse, dense, converging, and diverging, also reflects the exquisite beauty of layout. The painting style, imbued with both softness and resilience, seamlessly blends elegance and grandeur, exuding a vigorous spirit. While the brushwork is undeniably vivid, Han Jinhao's home is adorned with numerous masterpieces from renowned artists. Having studied traditional Chinese painting for 2 years in his childhood, he possesses a certain level of appreciation for the art, recognizing the profound foundation in her technique, which is certainly not the result of a fleeting effort. The application of brushwork, the intricate rendering, and the techniques and aesthetics have found a vivid expression in her hands. An artist requires both innate talent and a delicate, sensuous means of expression, qualities she possesses in abundance. Despite her exceptional skill in traditional Chinese painting, which has garnered the admiration of many, she willingly chooses to work as an illustrator in a comic company, a somewhat underappreciated position. These 2 paths are starkly divergent. Should she continue to pursue traditional Chinese painting, she is destined to become a distinguished figure in the field. It is precisely this contradiction and enigma that render her character all the more fascinating. Han Jinhao saves photographs of her artworks, lightly tapping on his phone, chuckling softly. This is becoming increasingly intriguing. Initially drawn by mere aesthetics, he now finds himself genuinely interested in understanding her on a deeper level. Driving to Nanhua Street, he enters a CAF where soothing instrumental music plays. The barista, upon seeing the dessert box handed over by Han Jinhao, is slightly taken aback, wondering when he had become so polite as to bring a gift when meeting him. Sitting on a high stool at the bar, Han Jinhao teasingly remarks, "I can't finish this. It's for you, but if you can't finish it, why did you buy so much?" "Sure," you retorts as he samples a cream puff. Finding it quite delightful. "What will you have to drink?" "I'll make it for you. A latte, please." That is sure you busies himself with the beverage. He glances at Han Jinhao's refined and handsome face, prompting Han Jinhao to suddenly speak. "Old sure, you've always had a way with the opposite sex. They say you're a friend to women. May I ask you a question?" "Ask away. Have you ever pursued a girl?" "Sure," you steals a glance at him. "You should have more experience in that department than I do, and not just anyone, but a serious pursuit. Have you ever done that?" "No, you're the only one I know who understands women." Han Jinhao contemplates for a moment before asking. "How does one pursue a girl who is financially stable, has a steady job and interests, yet remains polite yet distant?" "Sure," you hands him the latte, unfazed. "Who have you set your sights on?" "This isn't about my friends. I'm serious. I want to seriously pursue a girl and need your analysis." "Sure," you wipes the marble countertop, his tone smooth as he delivers a blunt truth. "Girls like that typically won't be interested in someone like you." Han Jinhao clicks his tongue. "After knowing you for over 20 years, must you be so cruel? Think about it. She likely has both material and emotional needs. In matters of the heart, she must be rational and mature. If you lack absolute advantages, how will you win her heart?" Han Jinhao ponders. "So, according to you, such a high-minded flower is unattainable, not entirely impossible. Do tell, you mentioned she has interests and hobbies, right? Perhaps you could approach her from that angle." Han Jinhao suddenly lifts his gaze, enlightened by the suggestion, and lazily smiles. "Good point, old shi. No wonder you studied psychology. I never realized you had such insight. From now on, consider yourself my strategist." Chapter 38. Do you have a woman outside? Today, the performance at the Liyuan Theater is Qin Shanglian, and Shang Yao is upstairs in an elegant room, shaking her head as she enjoys some snacks. Qin is truly a pitiful character, after her husband ascended to a high position. He not only forgot the virtues of his first wife but also heartlessly harmed her and their children in his quest for power and status. Such a man deserves to be punished severely. Seeing her agitated, Zhu Shuang offers her a sweet date, gently explaining, historically, Chen Shimi was a clean and upright official. After achieving success, many from his hometown attempted to bribe him for favors, but he distanced himself from such dealings. Later, those resentful individuals wrote him into tales, and a once respected official has borne disgrace for centuries. Shang Yao frowns. The person who spreads such rumors is utterly detestable, condemning him to generations of slander. In life, encountering such petty people is the worst. Zhu Shuang nods in agreement. The stage continues to perform, while Shang Yao, with a sullen face, reflects that people are more inclined to appreciate the dramatic rather than offer praise. They prefer to criticize rather than help, and often harbor malicious assumptions about others, which is why such stories are so popular. Hearing this, Zhu Shuang slowly raises her gaze. Shang Yao inadvertently notices the depth in her eyes. "What is it?" "I just think what you said makes a lot of sense." After the performance concludes, the actors retreat backstage to rest and change costumes, leaving the Liyuan quiet during the intermission. "My uncle asked if anything has happened to you these past few days." "Oh," Shang Yao replies, "this morning, he called me, saying you seemed a bit down lately and asked if I knew what was troubling you. He is quite concerned about you." Zhu Shuang notes. Shang Yao pauses. "Did he say that himself?" "No, he would never say such things. He notices every little change in your emotions. That's concern." Shang Yao leans her cheek on her hand. "What is troubling my aunt lately? Do I look like I'm having a rough time?" "Not really. You appear just as you always do. However, my uncle said you had matters to attend to, so you must have." Playing with the celadon cup in her fingers, the fragrance of osmanthus wine wafts through the air as Zhu Shuang contemplates. What kind of person is Wei Yize? In what sense? In the realm of relationships. He has probably had a few girlfriends. He possesses a certain charm typical of the young masters of Beijing, and in matters of love, he is not too serious, but compared to other second-generation heirs, he is relatively proper. After all, he has had his fair share of relationships. Since everyone has known each other since childhood, his reputation for being a scoundrel hasn't affected him personally, so let's say he is someone dependable. Does he engage in any transactions that disrespect women? Shang Yao is taken aback. "You mean, like manipulating?" "I doubt it. He probably doesn't. Although these young masters often exploit their wealth and power for leisure, the Wei family has strict rules. They may change girlfriends more rapidly than usual, but they are still genuine relationships. Those sordid affairs you mentioned, they would disdain." "Wait a moment," Shang Yao finally realizes. "Are you asking if my uncle has been unfaithful?" Shang Yao's eyes widen as she hastily clarifies. "Absolutely not. My uncle is not that kind of person. Even if Wei Yize and others were to stray, my uncle would never do such a thing." There is simply no truth to that notion. My uncle is far too traditional. He wouldn't even think of playing with women. Besides, if he wanted to, he wouldn't need to go to such lengths. There are plenty of noble women in the capital who would gladly accept him, so why would he need to resort to such underhanded means? You think his 30 years of abstinence is just a facade? The entire Shang family would vouch for him, especially since he is already married. He is definitely not irresponsible or reckless. Listening to her fervent assurances, Chu Shuang finds herself somewhat convinced. In truth, she has contemplated this more than once. Sheng Ting is not the type of man who shirks responsibility. If he truly had a woman outside, he wouldn't bother to hide it. He could have simply clarified during their marriage that they would each lead their own lives without interference. Yet he hasn't, and from his behavior after they registered their marriage, it is evident that he approaches their union with a sense of responsibility. It seems he even takes the time to understand her current situation. Fearing she might misunderstand her uncle, Shang Yao speaks at length in his defense until Chu Shuang finally nods in understanding, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. I worry too much for the Shang family. Without me, who knows when my uncle's wife would vanish? By the time Chu Shuang returns to Qingyu Garden, it is quite late. Initially thinking she wouldn't encounter Sheng Ting, she is surprised to find him seated on the sofa as soon as she enters. His long fingers tap away at the computer, and the cup beside him is nearly empty, indicating he has been there for quite some time. Hearing the noise at the door, Sheng Ting looks up. Have you eaten? I had something at Li Yuan. She enters, removes her coat, and heads straight to the water dispenser for warm water. The golden retriever wags its tail playfully at her, captivated by its cuteness. She drinks some hot water, ruffles its fluffy head, and remembers to fetch its frozen duck meat treats. Opening the refrigerator, she spots an exquisite little cake that he brought back last night. Hamster, come here. After feeding the dog its little treat, Chu Shuang brings out the cake, contemplates for a moment, and cuts it into small pieces. As she gazes at the man in the sofa area, their eyes meet unexpectedly. She approaches, sitting down silently as she picks at the cake. Sheng Ting's gaze falls on the plate before him, which holds a piece of strawberry cake. After 2 seconds, he takes a spoonful. He had intentionally avoided overly sweet options. Yet it is still sweet. He takes a single bite and does not continue. Chu Shuang quietly observes him from the corner of her eye, and he meets her gaze. She does not shy away. The strawberry bursting with juice between her teeth, its sweet and sour flavor blooming on her palate. She had noticed upon entering that he was wearing the suit she had bought for him. And due to work, he wears silver-framed glasses perched on his high nose. The reflective lenses give him a cold, unyielding appearance, much like a lofty figure devoid of desire. But what does private mean? Upon reflection, she realizes she knows too little about him. The winter night is desolate. The usually lively living room feels particularly quiet. Sheng Ting, calling his name from her lips, is like tossing a pebble into a tranquil lake. The man's gaze was fixated on her fair and delicate features. Her gentle eyes exuded tranquility, with a few stray strands of hair cascading down her slender neck unnoticed by her. Her tone was as soft as that of an old friend reminiscing after many years apart. As she spoke with ease, "May I ask you a question?" Her crimson lips parted slightly. "Do you have a woman outside?" Sheng Ting was clearly taken aback by her inquiry, his expression momentarily frozen before it swiftly vanished. His dark eyes like deep pools of ink. No. After a few seconds of intense scrutiny, it was impossible to decipher the calmness in his gaze. The only certainty was that there was not a hint of guilt. Chapter 39, Soft Jade and Gentle Fragrance. Chu Shuang nodded and continued savoring her cream. Sheng Ting closed his laptop decisively. "Let's clarify this. What does playing with car models mean?" The man paused for a moment, his mind sifting through thoughts until he finally connected it to a specific incident. "Did you come to my room that night?" Chu Shuang merely gazed at him. Sheng Ting eyed her, suddenly chuckling lightly, his chest and shoulders shaking, as if the more he considered it, the more absurd it seemed. Chu Shuang waited for him to finish his laughter. "The latest model of the Koenigsegg from Semkerlect. A precisely scaled and intricately crafted replica made from hundreds of parts, is rumored to be exquisitely beautiful. There are only 30 units produced globally, making it a rare collectible." Sheng Ting observed her slightly dazed expression as she listened, his lips curling slightly. "It's in my study. Would you like to take a look?" Chu Shuang blinked slowly, finally comprehending. "So it's a model? What did you think it was? A model?" They locked eyes, and after a moment, Chu Shuang couldn't help but burst into laughter, genuinely tickled by the misunderstanding. So all those wild thoughts of mine these past few days were completely misplaced. A car model, indeed, she laughed, her eyes sparkling. Feeling increasingly foolish. At this point, Sheng Ting understood her recent aloofness stemmed from her suspicion that he might be unfaithful. "Apologies, Chu Shuang, I didn't mean to pry into your phone. I merely passed by and thought you weren't in the room. My intention was to return your phone. Why didn't you ask me directly about the ambiguous things you saw?" Before she could respond, Sheng Ting calmly remarked, "Ultimately, it comes down to a lack of trust. Subconsciously, you believe I might engage in wrongdoing." Chu Shuang fell silent, recalling what Yao Yao had said in the pear orchard, that people often unconsciously speculate about others. This was indeed a misguided approach. She had been somewhat affected at the time, but she had also taken the time to contemplate Sheng Ting as a person. She didn't wish to be someone who judged others based solely on subjective assumptions. It was better to clarify matters face-to-face for efficiency, which had been her usual practice. Why had she hesitated this time, allowing days to slip by? On the surface, it appeared as if she was distancing herself. But only she understood that there was an element of avoidance involved. Deep down, she didn't fully believe in him. Rather, it was more accurate to say she didn't trust their marriage. The truth was, she feared confronting the potential outcomes. Why, after all, I don't know you well enough. Trust isn't something that can be conjured from thin air. This implied that their familiarity was insufficient. Sheng Ting observed her face, which had shed its aloofness, now radiating tranquility and gentleness once more. He was not without irritation, but her words held merit. Trust indeed cannot be established out of nothing. If I truly had someone outside, that would be quite unfortunate. His voice was deep and melodious. Next time something bothers you, don't keep it to yourself. Come directly to me. Understood? Since I have married you, I will assume the responsibilities and obligations that come with marriage and take care of you. Fidelity to marriage is fundamental. If one cannot even uphold this, then a cowardly man is better off without. Each word resonated with conviction, making his declaration particularly compelling. Zhu Shuang hesitated, slowly articulating, but a marriage of alliance isn't so easily dismissed. Is it? Can one simply say I don't want this and walk away? Sheng Ting regarded her with a serious expression. Of course, it's not that simple, especially when the man has committed no wrongdoing. Zhu Shuang nodded, acknowledging that one must have cause for divorce. Seeing her inquire about divorce so earnestly, Sheng Ting felt an inexplicable unease and gently reminded her, "You've gotten cream on your dress." Oh dear. Zhu Shuang glanced down, realizing she had been so engrossed in conversation that she hadn't noticed the dollop of cream had fallen onto her thigh. Just as she frowned, Sheng Ting had already handed her a tissue. After a few attempts to clean it, she realized it was futile. I'll have to change my clothes. Having concluded their conversation, she stood up. I'll head upstairs now. After hearing what she wanted to hear, she left rather swiftly, not lingering for even a minute. Sheng Ting remained seated for a while, tidying up the living room before heading upstairs to his study. Approximately 20 minutes later, a knock echoed on the door, and he was mildly surprised. The visitor at the threshold had changed into a cotton nightgown, her hair cascading in soft waves, presumably freshly bathed. I came to see the car model, she entered with an air of composure, a fluffy golden retriever trailing closely behind her. She casually glanced at the man behind the desk. Where is it? Sheng Ting pointed to a storage cabinet. Zhu Shuang approached to admire the model closely. Indeed, the Koenigsegg replica appeared both luxurious and exquisite. Her gaze shifted to the right, drawn to a framed photograph that captured her attention. It was a picture from their wedding taken at the studio, where she sat with flowers in hand on a black leather sofa, her smile warm and inviting, while the man beside her gazed not at the camera, but intently at her. How had she never noticed the depth of his gaze before? This collection of photos had found its way into his study. After a long look, Zhu Shuang turned her gaze, observing the man at the workspace, diligently focused on his tasks, with a light tap on the wooden cabinet. She noticed the shelf beside it was filled with an array of books. She casually picked one and cleared her throat. May I take a look? Sheng Ting raised an eyebrow. Feel free, settling into the sofa. She initially appeared engrossed in the book, but soon her attention was drawn to the man working across the room, stealing glances at him from time to time. When she saw his tightly pressed lips, she felt a sudden warmth, quickly diverting her focus to the golden retriever sprawled on the carpet. When Sheng Ting looked up again, he discovered she had already fallen asleep, the dog beside her in slumber as well. He stepped over quietly, gazing down at her peaceful visage, which bore a resemblance to the dog lying on the carpet. He gently took the book from her hands, one arm sliding beneath her neck and the other beneath her knees. Lifting her effortlessly, the delicate aroma of tea wafted through the air, refreshing and pleasant. His first impression was of fragrance, the second of softness. The woman's figure was well proportioned, with curves in all the right places, making her a delight to hold. As he walked through the corridor and entered the bedroom, he turned on the bedside lamp and gently placed her onto the soft, inviting bed. His gaze abruptly halted. Due to her position, the neckline of her nightgown was slightly ajar, revealing a glimpse of her fair collarbone and the alluring curve just below it. Soft jade and gentle fragrance were tantalizingly within reach. The man's expression darkened as he stared for a moment, feeling an unfamiliar dryness in his throat. He gently pressed his lips together, reaching out to pull the blanket over her long legs and slender waist. After adjusting her pillow, he quietly turned off the light and exited the room. A minute later, the woman on the grand bed slowly opened her eyes, biting her lip as she pulled the blanket up to her neck. Blinking at the dark ceiling, her heartbeat was erratic. Unable to sleep, she opened her phone and was surprised to find a message waiting for her. Han Junhao, are you asleep? I noticed you can draw. Do you have time for a private commission? Zhu Shuang, what do you want me to draw? I'd like a unique, exclusive avatar. It's important that it has character, and the price is negotiable. Sure, just specify your requirements. I can start tomorrow and expect to have the finished product in 3 days. If there are any adjustments needed later, feel free to let me know. If any of your friends need something, Please help me promote my work. Han Jinhao, no problem, I appreciate it. Feeling pleased about securing an extra income from the commission, Chu Shuang chatted with him a bit longer, only to realize it was already past 11. I've noted down your requirements, I'll begin tomorrow. Chapter 40, Mr. Han awakening naturally without an alarm the next morning, she hummed a tune while washing up in the bathroom, spending more time than usual choosing her outfit and applying makeup. Just before heading downstairs, she turned back to spritz some perfume. To avoid seeming overly deliberate, she held the spray away and applied a light mist before descending. The man, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, was already at the dining table. Good morning. In his view, Chu Shuang appeared exquisite with her meticulously done makeup, her dark hair secured with a sharp clip at the back, in a velvet gown that was vibrant yet elegant. Sheng Ting responded, good morning. Taking a seat, Chu Shuang noticed 2 golden fried eggs on her plate and looked up at him. Did you make these? Yes, she smiled. Thank you. You fell asleep before I could tell you about my business trip today. Chu Shuang was taken aback. You're going on a business trip? Where it will lead? It should be less than 10 days. Sheng Ting regarded her, softly asking, is there anything you'd like me to bring back? She shook her head. I don't lack for anything. During this time, take care of yourself. Don't follow like last time, but if you feel lonely, you can always visit Shenyao. Alright, I'll call you when I have time. If there is something urgent, you can reach out to Qin Jiazhu, and if you don't hear from me, you can contact me as well. After a pause, he added, feel free to reach out even if there is nothing. Chu Shuang poked at her fried egg. Okay, and you take care of yourself while I'm away. Don't worry about home. The man's eyes held a hint of amusement, having expected the trip to be shrouded in ambiguity. Now that the misunderstanding from last night had been resolved, he felt no lingering worry. Upon hearing his words, Chu Shuang felt a twinge of embarrassment. The misunderstanding had truly been quite mortifying. That evening, after Sheng Ting left, Chu Shuang returned to Qingyu Garden, feeling the long-lost chill of solitude. A solitary figure engaged in dining, another engrossed in television, and yet another playfully entertaining a dog. This solitary existence felt somewhat disconcerting, prompting a shift in focus towards the art of painting. Initially, it was presumed that he, fatigued from his journey, would refrain from making a call on the first day. However, to her surprise, a call arrived just as she was about to drift into slumber. Hello, am I disturbing your sleep? Not at all, Chu Shuang replied, clutching the quilt. I have just settled down. Well, before you sleep, do check the windows to ensure you don't catch a chill like last time, rest assured. I haven't opened any windows. Have you checked into the hotel? Yes, I have. Are you tired? Not at all. A brief silence enveloped the conversation, as if both parties were at a loss for words. Sir, your afternoon tea is ready. A voice with a British accent chimed in on the other end of the line. Please bring it in. Chu Shuang yawned, and it seemed that Sheng Ting had caught the sound of feeling sleepy. Not at all, she replied, her voice soft. Although she denied it, a hint of languor was evident in her tone. Gazing at the exquisite rose candy in the enamel dish, Sheng Ting spoke. The rose candy produced here is exceptional. I've heard it has beauty-enhancing properties. Shall I bring some back for you? The finest rose candy must come from the estate of the North Yorkshire Manor. Chu Shuang flipped onto her side. But alas, Leeds lies to the west, Sheng Ting offered. Would you like me to send someone to the North Rose Manor to fetch some for you? That would be lovely. Chu Shuang heard the crisp sound of a spoon clinking against a bowl on his end. Realizing it was afternoon in England, playfully guessed, I wager your afternoon tea includes ginger biscuits, black tea, and Yorkshire pudding. Sheng Ting paused, glancing at the half-accurate spread of afternoon tea before him, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. Have you been to Yorkshire before? After the college entrance examination, I took a graduation trip with Bing Bing and spent a month there, visiting Fountain Abbey and several medieval castles, just 2 days before returning home. I visited the Harry Potter filming locations in Edinburgh, including Platform 9. It was quite an unforgettable experience. Since you've spent some time here, you must have some cherished memories. Is there anything you desire that I could bring back for you? I don't have anything essential, just bring back whatever you see fit. Work is paramount, Sheng Ting inquired. Would you like to taste authentic ginger biscuits? Chu Shuang fell silent for a few seconds, suspecting he was teasing her. Thank you, but I don't eat ginger. His voice was melodious, and he seemed in good spirits. Alright, I'll see to it. Are you not feeling the jet lag? You should have a nap after your afternoon tea. Sheng Ting agreed. Rest well, you have work tomorrow. Alright, good night. Having promised to complete the portrait for Han Jinhao, Chu Shuang sent it over for review, receiving ample praise in return. Beautiful. The character portrait is vividly captured, and the accompanying racecar complements it beautifully. It truly embodies the exuberant atmosphere I desired. Miss Chu Shuang is truly skilled. This avatar perfectly encapsulates the feeling I wanted, far surpassing my expectations. Truly professional. Thumbs up. JPG. In the artwork, a tall man clad in a motorcycle uniform leans against a race car. His deep-set eyes and sharp jawline exuding an air of ruggedness, clutching a helmet, the breeze tousles his hair, revealing a striking face, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Embodying a rebellious yet nonchalant demeanor, her artistic style undeniably possesses tension. Initially, she had merely mentioned it in passing, and he hadn't taken it seriously, yet he never anticipated she could depict it so exquisitely. Upon changing his avatar, Han Jinhao promptly transferred a sum of 5,000 yuan. There's really no need for such an amount. A simple avatar usually costs just a few hundred. Though yours is undoubtedly more complex. I believe 1,500 would suffice, Han Jinhao replied. Keep it. I truly appreciate this avatar. It's clear that Miss Chu Shuang put in considerable effort, and I find it quite worthwhile. Chu Shuang responded with a bear emoji. No matter how much it appreciates in value, it's not worth this much. Mr. Han, please take it back. Seeing the title Mr. Han, Han Jinhao repeated it in his mind, imagining her calling him that in person. And felt a strange, subtle thrill. How about this? If you create another piece for me, can I consider this payment for 2 artworks? Chu Shuang asked, what would you like me to draw? Han Jinhao replied. Still a racing theme, but this time with a bit more complexity. I want it to have a dynamic style. Alright, please provide specific details. It might be easier to see the actual object while painting. This weekend, I happen to have a race at the track. If you have time, you could come over to observe, which would help with your concept. 2 minutes passed without a response, and Han Jinhao, who had been leisurely tapping the steering wheel, paused. Had he been too obvious, he sighed. In the past, with his more direct personality, he would have made swift progress in pursuing someone, but now he felt somewhat at a loss. While pondering the effectiveness of this approach, his phone pinged, prompting him to unlock it and see her reply. Chapter 41, The Peacock Displays Its Feathers. Sorry, my dog knocked over a water cup at home. I had to clean it up. I currently have no other plans for the weekend, so if nothing else comes up, I'll come over. Han Jinhao smiled. Alright. Chu Shuang added, I'm off to eat now. I'll catch up another day. Okay. Exiting the chat interface, Han Jinhao rubbed his temples and posted a moment on social media. This 5,000 yuan was well spent. The accompanying picture was his new avatar. And he made sure to exclude Chu Shuang from the audience. Soon after, likes began to flood in. What's going on? Shuriwei asked. Han Jinhao replied, just this. Shuriwei remarked, it feels like I've seen a peacock displaying its feathers. Get lost, Shang Yao chimed in. Wow, you finally parted with that avatar you've used for decades? Han Jinhao retorted, just say whether it looks good or not. Shang Yao teased, the person next to the race car isn't. Is it? That's me, handsome, right? Shang Yao laughed. Is the artist under some sort of misunderstanding about you? Did you threaten her? Han Jinhao remained silent. On the weekend, Chu Shuang arrived with her drawing tablet for their meeting. Han Jinhao led her to the best viewing spot, handing her a warm cup of milk tea. Thank you. You'll sit here. The view is excellent, and you can see the big screen clearly. He instructed while putting on his helmet, as a few men nearby called out to him, brother, how come on, the race is about to start. Han Jinhao turned to Chu Shuang and said, I'm number 1. Remember that. Okay, I know, then I'll be off. Chu Shuang nodded earnestly. I'll observe carefully. As Han Jinhao walked over to his friends, several young men exchanged knowing glances toward Chu Shuang in the stands and teased. Are you still pursuing her or have you already succeeded? This one is quite pretty. Your taste has suddenly improved. Wary of Chu Shuang overhearing, Han Jinhao patted their shoulders. Stop prying. Let us go. After the racing cheerleaders finished their energetic dance, the contestants set off, and the crowd surged with excitement, cheering with every roar of the engines. On the racetrack, the competitors sped along, each vying for supremacy, and Chu Shuang remained fixated on the number 1 racer. When her view became obstructed, she shifted her gaze to the large screen. Han Jinhao's maneuvers were executed with finesse, accelerating, overtaking, swerving, and executing sharp turns with swift decisiveness. Each movement was a thrilling blend of danger and exhilaration, sending adrenaline coursing through the spectators. Originally intent on gathering inspiration for her art, Chu Shuang became wholly absorbed in the event. By the time the race concluded, she realized her palms were clammy with sweat, and her drawing tablet remained untouched on her lap. The number 1 racer claimed victory, and as he returned to the finish line, the jubilant cheerleaders danced in celebration. Chu Shuang observed the scantily clad girls, glancing down at her own tightly wrapped windbreaker, marveling at their dedication. Han Jinhao, accepting congratulations for his triumph, removed his helmet. A middle-aged man, presumably an organizer, beamed at him, sharing a few words before gesturing towards the most alluring of the cheerleaders. As she approached, poised to link her arm through his, he politely sidestepped. He exchanged a few words with the older man, took the trophy, and made his way through the crowd to Chu Shuang, with a raised brow and a smile. He inquired, how did I perform? Chu Shuang, still seated, extended her right hand and slowly gave a thumbs up, her expression sincere as she remarked, you were quite impressive. It was exhilarating, and also, Han Jinhao tilted his chin, his expression gleeful. And what else? You truly are fortunate. Han Jinhao paused, chuckling as he held his helmet, his laughter shaking with mirth. The contrast between her serious demeanor and the earnestness of her statement rendered it amusingly sincere. Have you figured out how to conceptualize this painting? I have. I promise to create the most striking and dashing racing artwork for you. Feeling the chill in the air, Han Jinhao noticed Chu Shuang's skin had turned pale from the cold. Let us go. I'll treat the artist to a hot cup of coffee. While waiting for their coffee at the CAF, inspiration struck Chu Shuang, prompting her to pull out her tablet and begin sketching the racing image. Capturing the essence of creativity requires prompt action. Seizing the moment to draw is a good habit, for once that fleeting feeling is lost, it may never return, and the man beside her chose not to disturb her. Silently observing as she meticulously traced the lines, her fingers were exquisite, long and slender, with clean, rounded nails devoid of polish. Her profile was delicate, with long brows framing her eyes, and as she focused on her art, her lips instinctively pressed together, the entire presence exudes a gentle and comfortable aura, captivatingly beautiful without the need for embellishments. Observing her in silence, Han Junhao's fingertips unconsciously grazed over surfaces as coffee was served. He took a sip, suppressing the peculiar feelings within. He wanted to remind her to drink her coffee but noticed her deep concentration and refrained from interrupting. The vintage cuckoo clock in the CAF ticked away. And after sketching the foundational lines, Chu Shuang returned to reality, only to realize that a considerable amount of time had passed. Apologies, I tend to lose track of time when I paint, you can remind me. She said, not a problem, I'm quite idle myself. It's rather pleasant to spend time in a CAF, listening to music and admiring beautiful things, he replied, glancing at the time. Chu Shuang finished half of her coffee in one go. It's getting late, I must head back. I'll escort you, he offered. She waved the car keys in her hand. No need, I can drive. There was truly no reason to insist on her staying. After she departed, Han Junhao lingered in the CAF for a while longer until a phone call pulled him back to reality. Old Han, have you finished the car race? Yes, he replied. Good, hurry over. Everyone's here, you're the last one. Tonight, they had arranged a gathering with Jingze and the others. Noticing the time, Han Junhao rose to leave. Upon arriving at the bar, only Jingze and Zhang Yuan were present. This is what you call everyone being here? Han Junhao remarked. Jingze chuckled, almost. Wei Yize is already on his way. The first to enter was Zhao Jinju. Spotting Han Junhao, he raised an eyebrow. Long time no see, little friend. Han Junhao was a few years younger than them, and Zhao Jinju delighted in calling him little friend. Despite multiple protests from Han, emotionless, Han poured a glass of liquor for him. You're still joining the young folks' gatherings, even with your old bones? Aren't you worried about getting home late? Zhao Jinju leaned back comfortably on the sofa, lighting a cigarette. If you fall, I won't. Sure. You and Wei Yize entered almost simultaneously, but unlike the others, Wei Yize brought a female companion. While everyone pretended to be polite in front of the girl, privately, they were quick to criticize him. It wasn't that they had any issues with the girl, it was just that bringing a delicate lady to a gathering among brothers felt inappropriate. Conversations would require a certain decorum, and it was hard to enjoy drinking. This was a brotherly gathering, not a family affair. However, this was typical of Wei Yize, and everyone had grown accustomed to it. Isn't Uncle Shang coming? Han Junhao suddenly inquired. This uncle is on a business trip to the UK, Zhang Yuan replied. I thought he might bring his spouse along. Have you all met his lady? We have. You were abroad during the wedding, so you missed meeting his wife. Han Junhao was quite intrigued by Shang Ting's situation. A principled man like him agreeing to a family marriage was surprising. Shang Xiaoshu had gotten married, and he imagined that he and his wife were quite distant. Surely he wouldn't neglect her by not returning home, would he? Oh, Zhao Jinju scoffed. You're overthinking it. He is a devoted husband. Even when on business trips, he is constantly thinking of gifts for his beloved wife. His wife wanted flowers, and I happened to be on a business trip in Gyeonggi-do, so I brought back those color-changing roses. Wei Yize sighed. Incredible, the most serious and aloof person turns out to be a devoted husband. Shang Ting's marriage is quite intriguing. Listening to their conversation, Han Junhao remained skeptical. Is that for real? Could this lady actually be an angel? Sure, you interjected, you'll know once you meet her. Standing next to Uncle Shang, they made quite the interesting pair, seeing that the others had a favorable impression of the woman in question. Han Junhao grew even more curious. What is her background? She is from the south, a refined lady from a scholarly family. Perhaps Shang Ting simply has a preference for that type, Jingze explained. If Uncle Shang has chosen her, I suppose I should meet her in person. The topic shifted to something else. Jingze mentioned that there would be an auction at the Lion Royal Racecourse this Wednesday, with rumors that the items for sale were rare treasures. How rare could they be? Are they any more precious than the antiques and treasures in Jinju's collection? Zhao Jinju was known for his passion for collecting antiques and rare items. His basement was a veritable treasure trove. Lovingly dubbed the treasure vault by them, this auction's theme is calligraphy and paintings, so there should be some genuine masterpieces that aren't easily found on the market. Chu Shuang felt particularly inspired today. After hastily finishing her meal, she couldn't contain the urge to paint and settled in her study for 2 hours. When she turned to relax, a message arrived on her phone. She immediately set down her brush to check it, and her eyes dimmed slightly upon seeing the sender. Han Junhao, there is an auction at the Lion Royal Racecourse this Wednesday featuring rare treasures. Are you interested in attending? Chu Shuang, I don't have much time on weekdays. It's in the evening. Han Junhao added, I hear there will be many fine stones for seal carving. Aren't you artists fond of collecting seals? Upon hearing this, Chu Shuang's interest was piqued. Are there many varieties? They won't be too expensive, right? There are plenty, you should find what you want. As for the price, it depends on how many people bid against you. If no one else bids, you can still get them at a relatively low price. The auction is members only, and members can bring one guest. If Miss Chu is interested, you can accompany me. Still pondering how to respond, her phone displayed an incoming video call from Sheng Ting. She adjusted her hair briefly before answering, her smile warmed. Hi, upon seeing the backdrop of her study, Sheng Ting inquired, "Are you in your study?" Yes. Chu Shuang shifted the camera to include her painting. In a fleeting glance, Sheng Ting noticed the racing scene she had captured. Don't stare at the screen for too long, give your eyes a break, he advised, knowing her habit of focusing intently while painting. Chu Shuang nodded. Okay, how come you haven't contacted me? He asked. Having been on a business trip for several days, Chu Shuang rarely initiated calls, and her messages were infrequent. The time difference is significant. I wasn't sure when you'd be free and didn't want to interrupt your work. So she waited for him to call. Sheng Ting studied her smooth complexion, his voice low and soothing. Have you lost some weight? Maybe a couple of pounds. My appetite hasn't been great lately. Sheng Ting frowned slightly. Is work stressful? No, it's just that I haven't felt like eating much. There was a brief silence on the other end before he spoke again. Is it too cold in the capital, or are you just not accustomed to the northern winter? Not really, I've gotten used to it mostly. It is quite warm indoors, but I do dread going outside every morning. I struggle to get out of bed. This morning, I turned off the alarm and went back to sleep, almost oversleeping. Seeing her softly complain about the difficulty of waking up, Sheng Ting asked gently, is it really that hard? Chu Shuang nodded earnestly. It's quite tough. Then I'll take responsibility for waking you up when I return. His deep, magnetic voice, coupled with his serious expression, made her smile involuntarily. But I wouldn't want to trouble you. Recalling Han Jinhao's mention of the auction, Chu Shuang asked, do you have a membership for the Lion Royal Racecourse? I heard there is an auction this week that I'd like to check out. The Lion Racecourse? Yes, I believe only members can attend. You are a member, right? Not exactly. Okay then, the racecourse is mine, he revealed. Chu Shuang paused, slowly responding. It's yours? Yes, if you want to go, I can inform them, and someone will escort you into the venue. Alright, she switched hands to hold the phone. Then perhaps you could get me a membership card too. No need, they'll recognize you. Propping her chin in jest, she asked, so I can just flash my face to get in and out? Sheng Ting sipped his tea leisurely. Of course, Mrs. Sheng can certainly do that. Her heart raced uncontrollably. After chatting for a while, he seemed to have something to attend to and urged her to sleep. Don't stay up too late. You can always paint tomorrow if you can't finish tonight. Okay, I'll go to sleep now. After hanging up, she realized she hadn't replied to Han Jinhao's message. Chu Shuang typed in the chat box, thank you, but I won't trouble you. If I go, I'll manage it myself. Chu Shuang noticed that in the past couple of days, Aunt Yuan had been preparing dishes from her hometown. Initially, she thought it was a coincidence, but after several instances, she grew curious and asked Aunt Yuan, what made you decide to cook southern dishes? Aunt Yuan replied, is it not to your liking? Not at all, it's quite good. You can even cook dishes from Guizhou. Aunt Yuan smiled. It's because Mr. Sheng mentioned that you've been lacking appetite and have lost some weight. He asked me to prepare some hometown dishes for you. So it was him. Mr. Sheng truly cares for you. Despite his few words, he understands everything. It's rare for a man to be so thoughtful. The lady is fortunate. Aunt Yuan typically kept to herself but had noticed that the warmth in their interactions had increased significantly compared to before. This marriage within the affluent circle didn't seem as cold as she had imagined. The family members were decent, and the lady was well educated and respectful towards her. There were a few things she felt compelled to mention. Aunt Yuan had worked for several wealthy families before and had a good sense of character. Fate cannot be forced, but it can't be avoided either. One should simply follow their heart, and the rest will be up to destiny. Both the lady and the gentleman are good people. Aunt Yuan's words left Chu Shuang deep in thought for a long time. Chapter 43. Are you married? Perhaps the flavors of her hometown cuisine were particularly appealing as she indulged in a generous meal this evening. After ascending the stairs, she did not immediately resort to painting. Instead, she rummaged through the photo albums tucked away in the master bedroom closet. These were the photographs taken during her wedding, a time when she merely went through the motions, following the photographer's directions without giving it much thought. And now, as she unexpectedly flipped through the pages, a unique sentiment began to stir within her. After meticulously examining each photograph, Chu Shuang found herself lost in contemplation at the table. She opened her phone, only to find the WeChat interface devoid of any messages from him. After a moment's reflection, she took the initiative to send a message. Are you busy? After waiting for quite some time without a response, she decided to take a shower. 15 minutes later, after tidying herself up, she eagerly checked her phone and finally saw his reply. Sheng Ting, I have a meeting soon. It will take about 2 hours. I may not be able to call today. You should get some rest. A fleeting sense of disappointment crossed her mind, one she was unaware of. Chu Shuang typed in response, all right. She lazily applied body lotion and opened her tablet to sketch for a few minutes. But feeling unsatisfied, she erased it, gazing at the image of the man seated in a racing car. She exited and created a new canvas, the brush twirled at her fingertips, and a figure emerged in her mind. Inspiration flowing as she began to draw with renewed energy. As the night deepened, she yawned unconsciously and glanced at the time, surprised to find she had stayed up late working on her sketches. Looking at the image on her tablet, a smile curled at the corners of Chu Shuang's lips. In the misty drizzle, the tall walls and courtyard with their wet green tiles glistened, ripples dancing across the pond. At the center of the scene stood a man holding a black umbrella, his features shrouded in the rain, sharp yet cold. This moment had always been vividly clear in her mind while painting. And it was only at this instant that she realized how distinctly that first encounter with him lingered in her memory. She cautiously hit save before turning off the lights to sleep. On the night of the auction, staff greeted her as she stepped out of the car, personally escorting her into the venue. Eager to acquire the finest sealstone, she was not disappointed, anticipating a plethora of exquisite items at the auction. She had set a personal rule to limit herself to 3 purchases to avoid extravagant spending. However, after securing the first 3 items, the staff presented a piece of red cinnabar frieze, and her heart jolted painfully. This was the finest piece, and these people were cunning, saving the best for last, making her spend so much beforehand. The cinnabar's vibrant red hue and delicate sheen, illuminated under professional lighting, were breathtaking. If it were made into a seal for her artwork. Chu Shuang could hardly resist the temptation. After a moment of resolve, she joined the bidding. 100,000.150,000.200,000. Watching the bidding escalate, her heartache with each increase, she raised her paddle. 210,000.300,000.400,000. The price had already surpassed the item's value. And upon hearing 400,000, those who had been bidding alongside her hesitated. The auctioneer cleared his throat. 400,000 once, 400,000 twice. Chu Shuang looked at the exquisite cinnabar frieze on the ornate tray, bit her lip, and called out, 420,000. The man, Han Jinhao, who had been poised to secure it for himself, furrowed his brow and turned to the distant figure he had been following, even in the dim light of the audience. He recognized Chu Shuang at once. Surprised, he realized she had come as well. He had come for this piece, and having only recently taken his seat, he had not discerned her voice in the heated bidding. From afar, he admired her elegant profile, and he refrained from continuing to bid. After all, he was here for her, and since she had arrived, there was no need for competition. Ultimately, Chu Shuang secured the exquisite cinnabar frieze for 420,000. But just as she prepared to leave after acquiring what she desired, her gaze fell upon a newly displayed item, and she found herself rooted to the spot once more. This time, it was not a seal but a splendid go board. The board was inlaid with silver threads on redwood, and the 361 pieces were all treasures, 181 black pieces crafted from jadeite and 180 white pieces made of premium Hutian jade. Translucent and lustrous, a sight to behold. Recalling leisurely afternoons spent honing her skills with someone, Chu Shuang felt an inexplicable urge to bid on the set. If memory served her right, Sheng Ting's birthday was approaching. He had gifted her many valuable items in the past, and with a black card from him in her possession, this auction was fortuitous. She need not worry about selecting a birthday gift for him. This bidding war was more intense than any she had experienced before. Chu Shuang remained silent at first, observing the competitors until the final rounds, when she finally joined in. The price soared to 4 million. And without a hint of hesitation, she kept up with the bidding until she successfully acquired this luxurious treasure. Her lavish spending drew the attention of many in the venue, including Han Jinhao. It was clear she was not short of funds, but he had assumed she was merely well off. However, witnessing her expenditure exceeding 5 million tonight, he realized he had underestimated her. To be able to freely spend such amounts certainly indicated a remarkable status. After the auction concluded, the organizers prepared exquisite refreshments for their esteemed members. While waiting for the staff to package her items, an unexpected figure entered the room. Mr. Han has also arrived. Indeed, I was just competing with you for that cinnabar frieze. Han Jinhao replied, approaching casually. Do you mind if I share your table? Feel free, Chu Shuang said, pushing a cup of Longjing tea toward him. I didn't realize you were the one bidding against me. Han Jinhao shook his head with a smile. So you genuinely didn't need me to accompany you? I thought you were just being polite, Miss Chu Shuang. It seems you had quite a fruitful day, while I ended up with nothing. Chu Shuang offered an apologetic smile. Just engaging in some friendly competition. His gaze fell upon her left hand, where the ring on her ring finger gleamed brightly. That ring is quite lovely, but it seems it doesn't match the one on your right hand. Yes, the one on my right is a birthday gift from my family when I turned 18. The one on my left is my wedding ring. Han Jinhao's expression froze momentarily, his smile faltering. A wedding ring? You're married? Chu Shuang nodded, shaking her hand slightly to emphasize the ring. Isn't it obvious? I thought you knew. The man fell silent for a moment. He had noticed the ring on her left hand before, but since she wore another on her right, he never connected the dots. Moreover, her demeanor had always suggested she was a single woman, as he had never seen her with any other male companions. Who would have thought that the girl he had been secretly pursuing was already married? The once unattainable flower was now beyond his reach, leaving him in a state of perplexity. As staff entered the room in a line, they announced, "Madam, your items are all packaged and ready." Chapter 44. Wrong room. Chu Shuang stood up. "Thank you. Please take them to my car." Turning back to bid farewell to the still-dazed man, she added, "I'm leaving now." "Goodbye, Mr. Han." Han Jinhao nodded, and after a moment, he slowly regained his composure and pulled a staff member aside. "That lady from earlier, which family does she belong to?" The employee, displaying a high level of professionalism, replied, "I'm sorry, sir, but we cannot disclose client information. That lady is also from the capital." From the capital. He was familiar with most prominent families, yet he had never heard of her, given her appearance. If she were from the capital, he should have been aware of her long ago. It was unlikely he had only just noticed her after all these years. Exhaling slowly, he pinched the bridge of his nose. Feeling a surge of frustration and a subtle pang of bitterness, deep breaths did little to alleviate the turmoil within him. He found himself longing for a drink. Sure, you prepared to close the CAF for the night? A figure suddenly entered. Upon seeing the visitor, he raised an eyebrow. "What brings you here so late? Do you have any alcohol?" Han Jinhao's voice was heavy, and sure you found his demeanor intriguing. The usually carefree young master of the Han family appeared unusually dejected. "This is a CAF, not a bar," Sure you replied, but seeing Han Jinhao's glum expression, he relented. "Fine, since I owe you, let us go upstairs." The upstairs area was his private space, where he occasionally stayed late to work rather than return home. The sunset cast an orange glow in the lounge area as Sure you retrieved a fine bottle of liquor. "So, what is troubling you?" Taking the glass, Han Jinhao downed it in one go. Staring down in silence for a while, "That girl, she is married." Sure you stared at him in disbelief for several seconds. "Wait, are you serious?" Han Jinhao glanced up, his expression heavy. I don't know. He had never experienced such intense emotional turmoil before. Up until today, he had merely thought he was interested in her, nothing more, but upon learning of her marriage, a sudden wave of bitterness surged within him, forcing him to confront his feelings. Sure you sighed. Sometimes, fate is just not on your side. It's indeed disheartening to develop feelings only to find there is no opportunity, but, he added seriously, since she is married, you should let it go. We must not disrupt the social order. Han Jinhao nodded faintly, noticing his low spirits. Sure you wanted to capture this moment on camera to show him later. Though he verbally assented, the unease in his demeanor left Sure you feeling increasingly apprehensive. This young man, when rebellious, was capable of any misdeed. He must not allow himself to act recklessly or jeopardize another's marriage. That night, Sure you earnestly advised and comforted him, accompanying him in consuming considerable amounts of alcohol. Han Jinhao slumbered until the afternoon, awakening to a pounding headache that took him a while to shake off as he leaned against the bed. Recollections of the previous night flooded his mind, causing him to furrow his brow and massage his temples. Reaching for his phone to check the time, his gaze immediately fell upon a new message from Chu Shuang on WeChat. "Chu Shuang, the second draft is complete. Please let me know if there are any areas needing improvement." He scrutinized the image she had sent for a considerable time. The individual in the racing car exuded a sense of freedom and audacity, a reflection of how she perceived him. "Han Jinhao, the drawing is excellent. There is nothing that needs changing. Thank you for your hard work." After a while, Chu Shuang replied, "It was no trouble. It's what I should do." Following her return home the previous night, Chu Shuang had shared with Shang Ting the images of several seal stones acquired at the auction. His response had arrived well past midnight, by which time she was already asleep. She had decided to keep the go set she won as a surprise, not disclosing it to him. "Chu Shuang, how long until you return?" His birthday was merely days away, and she needed to ascertain whether he could make it back in time to celebrate. It was currently 7 in the morning in England, and he likely hadn't yet risen, nor was he monitoring messages. Chu Shuang then rose to brew herself a cup of coffee in the pantry. Several colleagues were discussing plans for team-building activities over the weekend, to which Chu Shuang felt perplexed. Was there a team-building event planned for the weekend? "Su Jie, our editor-in-chief is leaving, and the department is organizing a farewell banquet this weekend." Why the sudden announcement? "We only learned about it today. Apparently, the editor-in-chief is going home for maternity leave. And it will be mentioned in the afternoon meeting." The editor-in-chief had been quite kind, particularly to Chu Shuang as a newcomer, never making her job difficult. Hearing of her departure, Chu Shuang felt a twinge of reluctance. If she was going on maternity leave, she could take a break. Why resign? At a certain age, many yearn to return to familial life. Perhaps the editor-in-chief, having been a strong woman for so long, simply felt weary. Word had it that her partner treated her exceptionally well and was quite affluent. It seemed they were planning to relocate to New Zealand after her resignation for maternity leave. Female colleagues expressed envy. "How wonderful, she is married for love. After many years, her husband fully supports her career without pressuring her for children, and now she wishes to shift her focus toward family. Achieving both love and career success, it is truly enviable for a woman to reach such a stage in life." After chatting for a while, Chu Shuang returned to her workstation and noticed a message from Shang Ting. "I can be back in 3 days. That was soon. They would be able to celebrate his birthday together. After work, Zhu Shuang craved some crispy duck from a nearby restaurant. After queuing for a portion, she proceeded to her car, and as she was about to start the engine, she felt an inexplicable urge to glance across the street. No one was there. Odd. She had felt as though someone was watching her. After her car drove away, a man in a regular Land Rover raised his head, his gaze following the vehicle's departure. Han Jinhao's eyes dark and contemplative. She always ventured alone, with her husband never accompanying her to and from work. No matter how one looked at it, it hardly resembled a blissful marriage. That evening, the department held the farewell banquet for the editor-in-chief at an entertainment venue. In the private room, colleagues exchanged well wishes, and some took to the stage to sing, creating a somewhat sentimental atmosphere. In such a setting, drinking was inevitable, and everyone partook. It would be discouraging otherwise. Despite Zhu Shuang's attempts at moderation, after several rounds, she felt somewhat lightheaded. Excusing herself to the restroom, she stepped outside for a brief moment of reprieve. The cool breeze on the terrace provided some clarity as she leaned against the railing and opened her phone. The chat interface displayed messages from midday, where she had informed Shang Ting about the departmental gathering. He had advised her to drink sparingly. Calculating the time, he would be home tomorrow. A rustle at the entrance caught her attention, and turning around, she saw a middle-aged man lighting a cigarette on the terrace. Straightening her posture, Zhu Shuang tucked her phone away and prepared to return. Exiting the terrace, she exhaled slowly and followed the room number. Upon opening the door to the private room, she was greeted by flickering, dim lights, and the singer on stage appeared to have changed. Settling into a sofa, a pungent scent of smoke permeated the air. Two male colleagues from her department never smoked in her presence. Glancing around, she realized, amidst the dim lighting, that everyone was a stranger, with some couples blatantly entwined together. Chapter 45, Shower. What kind of bullying is this? From the moment she entered, the gazes of those men and women fixated on her, causing her heart to race. Startled, Zhu Shuang stood up, feeling embarrassed for having walked into the wrong place. However, as she turned to leave, her path was obstructed by a man with a cigarette dangling from his lips, a roguish smile gracing his face. Since you're here, why not stay and play with us, beautiful? Hearing such an address made her uncomfortable. No, my friends are waiting for me. As she attempted to sidestep him, another man approached. What a coincidence. Let us have a drink before you leave, shall we? How about we exchange WeChat? Their demeanor resembled that of spoiled rich kids, and the heavy scent of smoke clung to them. Zhu Shuang frowned slightly and spoke softly. Please move aside. My friends are urging me to join them, and I'll be here shortly. The men showed no signs of relent. Perfect. Are your friends male or female? Let them come join us. Refusing to waste further words, Zhu Shuang pushed past them and dashed towards the exit. The men anticipated her move, effortlessly seizing her wrist and pulling her back. Let go. Zhu Shuang struck back with force and admonished him sharply, yet the man's grip did not waver. Enough. Don't scare the little lady. A languid, cold male voice emerged from a corner, turning her gaze. Zhu Shuang paused momentarily. Gu Sui. Can't you invite her properly instead of resorting to intimidation? He lounged casually on the edge of the sofa, a cigarette glowing red between his fingers, his peach blossom eyes distant and indifferent. The palpable chill he exuded deterred any woman from approaching him. After a brief exchange of glances, Zhu Shuang stepped closer. Gu Sui patted the sofa beside him, and she sat down at a distance, her clear eyes calmly fixed on him. I want to leave. The man extinguished his cigarette and leaned slightly closer, catching a whiff of the faint alcohol scent on her. Have you been drinking? It is a departmental gathering. Observing her guarded demeanor, Gu Sui offered a faint smile, his gaze devoid of warmth, as he nudged a glass of alcohol on the table. You brought this upon yourself. If you wish to leave, drink this. The alcohol was potent. If she refused to drink, she could always plead with him. This was Zhu Shuang's first encounter with Gu Sui in such a lavish setting, and the lethal yet nonchalant danger he presented made her realize how little she truly knew him before. During their initial romance, she had felt a strong attraction. Back then, as an intern, she had only glimpsed the esteemed Gu Zong from afar on her first day at the company. Their department head had ulterior motives toward her, and one fateful night when she was working late, the office was deserted, and a sleazy middle-aged man revealed his true nature, creating a chaotic scene that nearly left Zhu Shuang in dire straits. Fortunately, Gu Sui happened to be in the building that night, descending to retrieve a document just as the incident unfolded. The bridge effect. During moments of peril, adrenaline floods the system, for the man who saved her. Zhu Shuang felt immense gratitude and attraction. From that point on, they began to intertwine, and in her eyes, Gu Zong was dignified and upright, a truly exceptional man. When he confessed his feelings and proposed a relationship a month later, she found it astonishing, yet they shared sweet moments, occasionally watching movies together, his gentleness and manners bringing her joy for a time. However, the situation shifted as various women began to provoke her, believing her to be an easy target due to her lack of status or background, which affected her work and life considerably. Initially, she confided in Gu Sui, but as nothing changed, she eventually ceased to mention it, especially since he often dismissed them as strangers. During this time, Gu Sui became increasingly busy, and their relationship, which had barely begun to blossom, gradually faded. Zhu Shuang, averse to complications, quickly regained her composure after feeling lightheaded. the stirrings caused by Qian Yun were merely the catalyst, the real issue stemmed from accumulated disappointment. It was only after their breakup that she began to see him for who he truly was, realizing that her previous perceptions were merely projections of her imagination gazing at the glass of alcohol before her. Xu Shuang spoke resolutely. "You must keep your word." Raising the glass, she downed its contents in one go. The forceful gulp of the strong liquor caused her to cough incessantly. Ji Yusui furrowed his brow. She was indeed stubborn, preferring to drink hard liquor than to concede defeat before him. "You really are something." Those around her, witnessing her compliance, teased playfully. "These days, are girls really all about looks? One word from Guzong is more effective than all of us." Xu Shuang stifled the fiery sensation in her throat, acutely aware of her rising body temperature and the onset of dizziness. Ji Yusui grasped her wrist and stood up, excusing himself, under the teasing gazes of others. He led Xu Shuang outside. Once on the terrace, she broke free from his grip. "Thank you." Observing her flushed cheeks, Gu Sui's tone was calm. "You've grown quite bold, coming to an entertainment venue to drink at night." "I already said it's a departmental gathering." After a moment of silence, he asked, "How will you return later? You can barely walk straight." "I'll find a designated driver." Xu Shuang felt increasingly dizzy, the world around her spinning. And she longed to leave. "I'm going now." Ji Yusui seized her wrist again, his gaze intense as he murmured, "You're not married to deceive me, are you? There has never been another man by your side." "I am indeed married." Xu Shuang's voice is husky from the alcohol, and she can only steady herself by leaning against the railing, uncertain if it is merely the effects of the drink. She feels utterly drained. Lacking even the strength to move her hands, the wedding photos are saved on her phone. "If you wish to see them, I shall send them to you later. I must take my leave." Observing her fading consciousness, Gu Sui approaches and supports her against his chest, his gaze lingering on her elegant nose as his words drift into the night breeze. "This marriage was orchestrated by our parents. Is it not? Do you harbor any affection for him?" Xu Shuang hesitates for a moment, then withdraws from his embrace, affirming, "Yes, I do like him. He is truly a wonderful person." Ji Yusui's grip tightens, his smile turning icy and mocking. "If he is as wonderful as you say, why have you not been seen together? You like him, but does he feel the same about you?" "Let go." Xu Shuang increasingly feels weak, her legs beginning to buckle. "Gu Sui, you must let me go. My husband will hold you accountable." The man's hand, which constricts her slender waist, remains steadfast, her words stirring a tempest within him, noticing her aversion to his presence. He recalls her gentle demeanor when they were together. The stark contrast and his possessiveness fuel a tumultuous unrest in his heart. The warmth of her body and her faint fragrance waft towards him. And Gu Sui's eyes darken, fixating on her beautiful lips as he firmly presses her head back, drawing her closer. As a searing kiss lands at the corner of her mouth, Xu Shuang's eyes widen in alarm. Struggling fiercely as clarity returns to her mind, "Step away. If you are in need of a woman, seek someone else. Bullying me is no feat, Shuanger. What you call bullying is nothing of the sort." Gu Sui feigns ignorance, attempting to lean in for another kiss when suddenly a gust of wind rushes in, accompanied by a powerful fist. Chapter 46. A cold and menacing aura. He is forced back several steps. The metallic taste of blood flooding his mouth, the force of the blow ringing in his ears. Raising his gaze, he sees a man clad in a black coat, his expression grim. Ji Yusui recognizes him as the president of the Kyoto Chamber of Commerce. The chilling aura of Shang Ting equally unsettles Xu Shuang. Having been close moments ago, she knows the force behind that punch. She has no time to ponder how he came to be here. Merely recalling the scene between her and Gu Sui, and the act that shattered his usually composed demeanor, makes her acutely aware of his rage. She opens her mouth but finds herself at a loss for words. Her gaze catching sight of a woman following closely behind Shang Ting. The woman, upon witnessing the scene, covers her mouth in shock. Shang Ting's voice is icy, his gaze fixed on Gu Sui. "Zhayang." The woman responds. "Yes, take her away." The woman named Zhayang pauses for a moment before stepping forward to support the dazed Xu Shuang. Upon seeing the danger in Shang Ting's eyes, Xu Shuang comprehends the implication of his earlier words and shakes her head helplessly. "No, please don't fight anymore." She clutches the man's hand, her voice trembling. "Can we go home?" Shang Ting lowers his gaze, brushing away the glimmer of moisture at the corner of her eye, and speaks deliberately to Zhayang. "Take her away." As Zhayang approaches Xu Shuang, grasping her hand and casting one last glance at Shang Ting, hesitating to speak but ultimately saying nothing as she leads the unwilling Xu Shuang away from the terrace. Settled on the sofa in a private room, Xu Shuang tastes the saltiness at the corner of her mouth. Realizing she has been crying, her head pounds painfully, as if someone has violently shaken it. Leaving her dizzy and in agony, Zhayang offers her a cup of warm water, but Xu Shuang merely gazes at it, unable to drink. Her unfocused eyes drift in the air until the door to the room swings open. And she suddenly looks up to see a man with a disheveled shirt and a bruised face. Xu Shuang's eyes well with tears. Shang Ting approaches her, without uttering a word, simply lifting her up. "Let's go home." As they exit the room, she instinctively glances toward the terrace, only to be turned back by the man. In the next moment, she finds herself cradled in his arms, leaving the scene behind. Once seated in the car, Xu Shuang remains in a state of shock, wanting to ask about Gu Sui's condition but refraining due to the heavy atmosphere in the vehicle. "I need to inform my colleagues." They've already dispersed. Sheng Ting arrived at the entertainment venue straight from the plane, having found Chu Shuang's phone unanswered for a while. Upon locating their private room, he was informed that she had left some time ago. Searching through various rooms, he finally spotted her phone ringing on the sofa in one of them, while the wealthy young men joked about a girl who had been taken away. Heaven knows the fury that ignited within him upon witnessing her being bullied on the balcony. The person he had been worried about all night was now intoxicated, rendered powerless. If he had arrived even a moment later, he dared not imagine the consequences. Sheng Ting dabs at her tear-streaked face with a tissue, his voice softening as he reassures her, "You need not be afraid." The tears that had already subsided now flow freely again as she responds, "I haven't done anything wrong. I know, I didn't realize he was there." It was truly an unexpected encounter. Sheng Ting wipes away the blood from her lips, his expression calm. "You're hurt." The man's thumb brushes against a small cut and his demeanor remains unperturbed. "It's nothing." Chu Shuang feels a sense of insecurity, still haunted by his cold and menacing presence on the terrace. "Did he hurt you?" "He cannot harm me." Sheng Ting methodically cleans each finger with a wet wipe. "Well, he won't die." Chu Shuang is left speechless. Sheng Ting smirks, "I have it under control, so do not worry." As he observes her tear-dampened eyelashes, he gently caresses her eyelids. "Were you frightened tonight?" Their eyes lock, and Chu Shuang admits softly, "You scared me." Using the wet wipe to clean her face, he reveals her fair and delicate features, his tone softening. "Do not be afraid." His proximity ignites a new wave of tension. The heaviness in her head returns, accompanied by a rising heat within her body. "I had quite a bit to drink." Sheng Ting detects the scent of alcohol on her and notices her glazed eyes and flushed cheeks. As her vision blurs, Chu Shuang struggles to articulate, "It won't happen again." Then, she finds herself unable to resist any longer, leaning back against the couch and closing her eyes for a moment's respite. Sheng Ting brushes his hand against her forehead, noting its warmth, and instructs the driver to lower the air conditioning. Throughout the journey, Chu Shuang breathes softly, the dizziness and heat overwhelming her senses, leaving her feeling restless. Is this what being drunk feels like? The car speeds along, arriving at Qingyu Yuan in no time. Sheng Ting glances at her. She seems to have lost all clarity, wrapping his arm around her waist and carrying her out of the car. The brief exposure to the cool air causes Chu Shuang to shiver, and the man quickens his pace. Once inside, he places her on the sofa. "I will fetch you some medicine." As he steps away, Chu Shuang feels an inexplicable sense of loss, regulating her breathing while her unfocused gaze follows him. He rummages through the medicine cabinet, leaning over to find the appropriate medication, then returns with a glass of warm water. Sitting beside her and attentively feeding her the pills that Chu Shuang takes in his every action, her eyes reflecting a hidden turmoil. The dry sensation in her mouth intensifies, and as she finishes a glass of water, Sheng Ting promptly refills it. Chu Shuang's fingers curl slowly, her lips press tightly together, unable to ignore the heat coursing through her body. Just the sight of him sends her heart racing and her throat parched. Sheng Ting turns to find her staring at him, lost in thought, and offers her the water, asking, "What is it?" Chu Shuang sniffs, avoiding his gaze, and does not take the glass. My head is spinning. Her voice carries a hint of frustration, as if she is grappling with the effects of her intoxication, having consumed so much. "How could you not feel dizzy?" Sheng Ting sets the cup down. "I will take you upstairs to rest." Once enveloped in his warm embrace, Chu Shuang feels a sense of stability, yet the heat within her remains unresolved. She clutches the fabric of his shirt, fearful of crossing any boundaries. Internally admonishing herself, she struggles to suppress her desires. As they ascend the stairs, Sheng Ting senses her body's warmth, and his gaze catches her tightly clenched fist gripping his shirt. Noticing her labored breaths, with a slight frown, he holds her closer and hastens his steps. Placing her on the large bed, Sheng Ting adjusts the room's temperature to ensure her comfort. Chu Shuang sheds her outer layers and sinks into the soft bedding, finally feeling a momentary reprieve from her fatigue. Sheng Ting surveys her slender waist and long legs, inquiring, "Would you like to take a bath?" Chu Shuang hesitates before responding, "Yes, I will run the water for you." "No, I wish to retain some semblance of clarity." She declines. "You should rest. I can manage on my own." The man disregards her, insisting, "If you are in this state, how can I rest?" Hearing the sound of running water from the bathroom, Chu Shuang bites her lip anxiously, feeling a surge of panic. If he does not leave soon, she cannot guarantee she will retain her last vestiges of self-control. Chapter 47. It seems I have been drugged. The drink she consumed in that private room did not seem to be ordinary alcohol. Feeling sensations she had never experienced before, Chu Shuang suspects she may have encountered what is often depicted on television as being drugged. As she watched Sheng Ting in the living room earlier, a wave of heat surged within her, a longing to be close to him, to bask in his warmth and embrace. At that moment, she sensed something was amiss. Unbeknownst to Sheng Ting, she now grapples with the unspoken dilemma of distancing herself from him as much as possible. Fearing what she might do if given more time, amidst her scattered thoughts, she recalls a vivid dream from long ago, one that was far too explicit for her liking, and it took her considerable time to suppress those memories. Now, as they resurface, her heart races violently when Sheng Ting emerges from the bathroom. His tie has vanished, and his shirt sleeves are rolled up, revealing his powerful forearms. Approaching her, he reaches out, but Chu Shuang startles and retreats. I will come to you. Sheng Ting paused at the side, neither insisting nor pushing, casually observing her as she rolled out of bed. After taking only a couple of steps, she wobbled unsteadily, her limbs lacking the strength to maintain balance. Unable to bear the sight, the man strode forward silently and lifted her into the bathroom. The oversized bathtub was filled 3/4 full with water, and upon reaching it, Chu Shuang steadied herself against the edge. Saying, "I'm fine now, you can go out. Do you need my assistance?" The man's voice was steady, and even Chu Shuang's heart skipped a beat, and she turned to look at him, finding his attire neat and his expression as serious as ever. As if he genuinely only meant to offer help. "I can manage on my own, please just leave." Chu Shuang felt her breathing grow heavier. After staring at her for a few seconds, the man finally stepped out. Immersed in the warm water of the bathtub, Chu Shuang splashed some water onto her face. Glancing sideways, she caught sight of her own flushed visage reflected in the mirror on the opposite wall of the bathroom. Unable to bear it, she averted her gaze and continued soaking. Time slipped away, and eventually, the water began to cool. The woman leaned her head against the side of the tub, utterly motionless, noticing something amiss. The man outside knocked on the bathroom door. "Are you done, Chu Shuang?" His dark eyes held a moment of hesitation before he turned the handle and stepped inside. His gaze wandered distantly, landing on the sight of a pale figure in the bathtub. Her long, lustrous hair cascading forward, obscuring some of her form, she had lost consciousness. The man furrowed his brow slightly, retrieved a bathrobe, and approached her, officially drying her off and helping her into her clothes without casting a sideways glance. As he carried her out, she was just regaining a flicker of awareness. She opened her eyes slightly and caught sight of his rugged jawline. Chu Shuang moved her parched lips, her voice barely above a whisper. "I think I've been drugged." A glimmer of coldness flickered in Sheng Ting's eyes as he placed her gently on the bed. Observing her state, which indeed seemed more than mere intoxication, frowning, he flipped open his phone. Appearing to make a call to someone, after hanging up, he reached out to check her forehead and asked, "Do you feel very unwell?" Chu Shuang's gaze traced across his brow, nose, and thin lips, and she turned her head slightly. Remaining silent, assuming she was too dazed to hear him, Sheng Ting refrained from further conversation, adjusting the blanket around her before heading downstairs to pour a glass of warm water. By the time he returned to the main bedroom, he noticed the redness at the corners of Chu Shuang's eyes. Sheng Ting paused, gently stroking her hair, murmuring softly, "It won't be long. The doctor will arrive soon." Chu Shuang had just begun to think he would leave her to her own devices. The discomfort of her body, coupled with unspoken words, birthed a subtle yet palpable sense of grievance within her. Despite her distress, why did he remain merely an observer? A surge of emotions overwhelmed her, and a tear slipped from her eye. With a sigh, the man gathered her into his embrace, his large hand gliding slowly along her back. "I know you are suffering, but we should at least allow the doctor to assess your condition. We need to determine if that medication poses any risk to your health." His voice was melodious, significantly softer than usual. Resting her forehead against his chest, Chu Shuang felt a slight alleviation of her discomfort. The fragile form in his arms stirred a protective affection within Sheng Ting. He tilted her chin and kissed her, the sweetness of her breath igniting a yearning within him. His kisses were tender and enchanting, tracing her brows, nose, and lips repeatedly, and Chu Shuang found herself effortlessly ensnared in the web of his gentleness. Unintentional yet undeniably heated, the atmosphere escalated, and at a certain point, a soft moan escaped her throat. Simultaneously, a knock echoed from outside the door. Stepping back, Sheng Ting brushed away a glimmer of moisture from her lips, his voice low and husky as he called, "Come in." Aunt Yuan pushed the door open. Standing at the threshold, "Sir, Miss Zhao has arrived." Sheng Ting nodded, inviting her in to take a look. Zhao Yu, clad in a British-style coat and carrying a medical kit, seemed unperturbed by being summoned at such an hour. She crossed the threshold after casually assessing the room. Sheng Ting rose to make space for her. After placing the kit down, she conducted a thorough examination of Chu Shuang, with the man observing intently. "How is she?" "Oh, nothing serious," Zhao Yu replied, extracting a vial of oral medicine and handing it to Chu Shuang. "It's just a common sedative that causes fatigue and weakness, with no side effects or after effects. Drink this, get some rest, and you'll be fine." Casting a discerning glance at Zhao Yu's composed profile, Sheng Ting inquired, "Are you certain there is nothing else?" She lifted her gaze. "What else could there be?" After Chu Shuang consumed the medicine, her cheeks still bore an unusual flush, prompting Zhao Yu to close her medical kit and rise to "It's merely excessive alcohol consumption. There is no aphrodisiac involved." The straightforwardness of her statement embarrassed Chu Shuang while also sowing seeds of doubt in her mind. If there was no drug, then what about her restlessness and peculiar feelings throughout the night? Was it simply an unbidden attraction towards Sheng Ting? "Really, it's nothing serious. The symptoms of an aphrodisiac are not like this." "Alright, let her sleep. I need to head back and catch up on some rest as well. I haven't had a proper break since getting off the plane." Sheng Ting parted his lips to express gratitude. "Thank you for your help." After Aunt Yuan saw Zhao Yu off, Chu Shuang inquired, "Is she your family doctor?" "No, just a friend," he replied, glancing at the time, noting it was already 1 in the morning. "It's getting late. You should sleep." Chu Shuang nodded, pulling the blanket around herself and closing her eyes. Hearing a soft click, the lights went out, yet the anticipated footsteps did not follow. In the darkness, a gentle rustling ensued, and soon after, the man climbed onto the bed, his crisp scent drawing nearer. Startled, Chu Shuang opened her eyes. Staring into the darkness as her hand clutched the blanket, her mind a muddled haze, she remained heavily intoxicated, and soon sleep overtook her once more. In the quiet, shadowy room, her rhythmic breathing was palpable beside Shangting, who swallowed hard and closed his eyes, urging himself to fall asleep. After a long while, a soft sigh escaped in the darkness as Shangting turned to cradle the delicate warmth of her form in his arms, his left hand gently patting her back, unsure whether he was soothing her to sleep or himself. A night devoid of dreams ensued. Chapter 48. The elixir of joy. As dawn broke, Shangting's first instinct was to check her forehead. Finding her temperature had returned to normal, observing her serene features, the unusual flush had vanished. Under the morning light, she lay in a tranquil pose, her eyelashes softly resting against her cheeks, her tousled hair lending her an exquisite beauty. He watched her quietly for a moment, unaware of how gentle his gaze had become. With a delicate touch, he traced her nose with his fingertip before rising to shower. Once dressed and tidy, he descended, where Aunt Yuan had prepared breakfast and a hangover remedy. By the time he returned upstairs, Chu Shuang was already awake. She seemed still somewhat dazed, maintaining her sleeping position, her gaze unfocused and staring blankly at the door. Shangting arranged the breakfast, propping her up against the headboard, encouraging her to sip some of the hangover remedy. Chu Shuang complied obediently, finishing the soup only to wish to lie back down and sleep again. But she was stopped by the man. "You need to eat some breakfast. I'm dizzy and not hungry." The sensation of a hangover was truly unpleasant. Noticing her lethargy, Shangting presented her with a small milk bun. "You should eat something. It will help you feel better. Your stomach can't be empty." Taking a bite of the bun, she found it dry, and consuming such starchy fare only exacerbated her lack of appetite. "Drink some soy milk." Gazing at the half-eaten bun, Shangting asked if she wanted more. "Not anymore." "Then try this." He offered her a fragrant pumpkin cake. After sipping the soy milk, her appetite slightly improved, and under the careful attention of the man, she quickly finished her breakfast. Feeling a sense of accomplishment, Chu Shuang finally lay back down to sleep. Closing her eyes, she began to drift off again, her unfocused demeanor reminiscent of a large, sleepy puppy. Shangting observed her for a moment, brushing away a crumb from her lips before drawing the blackout curtains to ensure her rest. When Chu Shuang awoke again, it was well past noon. She sat up on the bed, taking a moment to gather herself as last night's events replayed in her mind. Picking up her phone, she found numerous messages from colleagues expressing their concern. After reassuring everyone of her safety, she slipped on her slippers and headed to the bathroom. Upon seeing the large bathtub, memories of last night's haze surged back. She recalled how the man had rescued her from the water, dried her off, dressed her, and carried her out, while she had been ensnared in her own turmoil, believing she had been drugged. Replaying the details in her mind made her heart race, spitting out the foam from her mouth. She splashed water onto her face, and her thoughts suddenly shifted to their intimate kiss, the atmosphere charged with heat, yet nothing had ultimately transpired. Her ears flushed red as she steadied herself against the sink, taking a moment to regain composure before beginning her makeup. After achieving a clear and radiant matte finish, she styled her hair into a high ponytail and dressed before heading downstairs, where the man was feeding the fish in the aquarium. Noticing her neat appearance, Shangting set down the fish food and asked, "Are you feeling any discomfort?" "I feel fine now." Chu Shuang approached the aquarium, admiring the vibrant fish darting among the greenery. Pointing to one, she remarked, "This one is the most assertive. It always snatches food the quickest. Look, the others aren't as plump as it is." Shangting regarded her with a raised brow. "Is that so?" "Yes, that's why when I feed them, I do it separately. I draw this one away first before feeding the smaller ones." "You still feed them?" "Of course, I often help you with that," she replied softly, her brows knitting slightly. The fish he kept were quite delicate, and the beautifully arranged underwater scene of rocks and plants was indeed pleasing to the eye. On this rare sunny winter day, the gentle rays cascaded over her, the tips of her hair catching the glimmers of light, her eyelashes falling in a naturally graceful curve that required no embellishment, a scene of tranquility. "Are you hungry? Let us eat." "Have you eaten?" "No." As the first frost gently descended, it was time to hasten our pace and embark on the journey together. The afternoon sun bathed the bright dining table in warmth, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and comfort during the meal. After finishing her meal, Chu Shuang settled in the sunniest corner of the living room, retrieving the cinnabar jelly she had captured that evening, and began to meticulously carve characters with her tools. This was a significant undertaking, as crafting a seal entirely by hand required considerable time and dedication. She had no intention of outsourcing the task to an artisan, finding greater fulfillment in gradually creating it herself. If one could practice patience, it indeed became a form of self-cultivation. Shangting placed a fruit platter before her, noticing her humble tools. "Are you going to carve it yourself?" "Yes, there's more meaning in doing it myself. All of my previous seals were carved by my own hand," she replied, her tone laced with a hint of pride. The man gazed at the delicate curve of her neck for a moment before speaking. You've learned a great deal from old Mr. My grandfather's collection of seals is a treasure trove, truly magnificent and profound. The few that were passed down from my great-grandmother are family heirlooms. When I was young, he would let me play with them, but as I grew older, that privilege was revoked. While diligently engaged in her task, Zhu Shuang felt at ease enough to reminisce. My grandfather first taught me to carve seals when I was 9. I was so young then, every time I reached the character Frost, I would be overwhelmed by the complexity of its strokes and would resort to lazily carving only the character Chu, leaving the rest blank. Once, when Bing Bing came over to play, my grandfather brought us clay to carve with. I discovered that Bing Bing's characterly was even more troublesome than my Frost, which brought me a sense of balance, and I no longer disliked that character. Sheng Ting's lips moved slightly, his voice soft and measured. Why would you dislike such a beautiful character? Zhu Shuang's fingertips paused, her gaze lowered. As a child, I dreaded characters with many strokes, yours are so easy to write. You surely had no such troubles. Indeed, I did not. After engaging in conversation for a while, Sheng Ting retrieved a book from the shelf and quietly perused it, allowing her to continue her work undisturbed. The cuckoo clock on the wall ticked slowly, while a golden retriever lay on the carpet beside them, contentedly playing with its toy without causing a fuss. Zhu Shuang lifted her head and stretched her neck. Feeling the strain in her cervical spine and her hands, yet the jade she was carving bore only faint traces of her efforts. The sunlight outside was splendid. This afternoon felt reminiscent of early spring. She squinted to alleviate her eye fatigue and suddenly realized she was a bit parched, yearning for a refreshing drink. In her home, the only beverages available were either juice or milk. Zhu Shuang decided to order some takeout. Opening the app, she pondered what to drink and typed happy water into the search bar, curious about any delightful recommendations. The page refreshed, and upon the first glance she paused. The second glance brought confusion, and by the third, her eyes widened in astonishment. The recommended products were a bewildering array of items, not beverages at all, but rather various intimate products. Experiencing this for the first time, Zhu Shuang felt as though she had stumbled upon a new world. Unaware that the adult products industry had developed to such an extent, how could there be so many brands and uses? Hastily exiting the interface, she cast a furtive glance to the side, her heart raced unexpectedly. Sheng Ting's deep, dark eyes were fixed upon her screen, as if he were absorbing the very essence of what he had just witnessed. Chapter 49. Embraced in his warm embrace, Zhu Shuang's ears flushed with warmth as she hurried to explain. No, it's not what you think. I meant to order a drink, so I searched for happy water, and I never expected to see these people often refer to their favorite drinks as Fat House Happy Water. I just wanted to see if there were any good recommendations. The recommendation mechanism of this platform is truly, observing her earnest attempts at justification, with her fair cheeks tinged with a soft pink, it was evident she was quite taken aback. It's all right, the man replied. His expression unchanged, his voice steady. I too have just discovered the existence of these diverse items. Zhu Shuang felt a slight relief, yet his nonchalant remark made her heart race once more, her toes curling in an unseen place. I'll go squeeze some juice. She stood and slipped into the kitchen alone. She drank her juice to regain her composure. Once her mood settled, she emerged with a glass jug filled with freshly squeezed juice. Placing the jug and a glass on the coffee table, she said to Sheng Ting, "This is freshly squeezed orange juice, very sweet. You should try some." Sheng Ting's gaze fell upon the jug of juice. His brow slightly raised. "Could you fetch something for me from upstairs?" "Of course. What do you need?" "The box on my nightstand." Eager to help, she ascended the stairs, the little golden retriever following closely, and entered his bedroom to find the box, a sizable one that exuded an air of quality. She had expected a small container. Carefully cradling the box, she descended the stairs and placed it before Sheng Ting. Having completed her task, she was about to play with the golden retriever when he called out to her. "Could you help me open it?" Sheng Ting remained engrossed in his book, his gaze glued to the pages, exuding an air of habitual authority. Zhu Shuang deliberated for a moment, then decided to assist him fully and opened the heavy top lid. Inside, nestled within a velvety interior, lay an entire set of exquisite jade adornments, ranging from rings and bracelets to necklaces and hairpins, each piece intricately designed and elegantly understated, the verdant hues pleasing to the eye. "Do you like them?" he inquired, his lips curling slightly. "Are these for me?" she asked, slightly taken aback. "I noticed you often style your hair, and initially intended to gift you a hairpin. Upon seeing the necklace and bracelet, which were equally beautiful, I decided to purchase the entire set. They're stunning." The sparkle in her eyes reflected her delight. "I adore this color, elegant and reserved, yet imbued with a certain charm. These pieces were particularly suited for pairing with an elegant cheapao." She picked up a jade bracelet, its cool, smooth texture accentuating her fair wrist. She felt an attachment to it immediately. "Thank you, there's more beneath." Zhu Shuang glanced at him, lifting the top layer of the box, revealing yet another layer underneath. Initially expecting more jewelry, she was instead greeted by a collection of vibrant small tubes of paint. These were high-quality pigments from Winsor Newton, a brand that has long held a prestigious position in the realm of art materials. Favored by many artists, and notoriously expensive, the series was difficult to find domestically. She was astonished that he had thought to purchase paints for her. Zhu Shuang's gaze intensified, burning with fervor as she examined each one. until her eyes landed on a small blue glass bottle, distinctly different in its packaging. Picking it up, she exclaimed, ultramarine. Her eyes widened, and she scrutinized the bottle again, her fingertips trembling with excitement. I'd been reluctant to buy this for years. Fearing my skill wouldn't do the pigment justice, I was planning to purchase it next year, yet here you are, presenting it to me without a word. It's not difficult to discern. Feeling his warm embrace and solid presence, a tender part of Chu Shuang's heart melted. Thank you, I truly love it. Shang Ting nodded, his lips gradually forming words. It's merely a purchase of paint. I didn't expect you to be more excited than upon seeing jewelry. It is a pleasant surprise. If you cherish it, then it's worth it. As she felt her heart racing, Chu Shuang pulled back slightly to admire his handsome features, sharply defined, with a perfectly shaped nose and lips. Seeing her gaze upon him, Shang Ting lowered his eyes slightly, asking, "What is on your mind?" Chu Shuang's eyelashes fluttered. "It's nothing." She retreated to her seat, brushing aside a few stray strands of hair that clung to her cheek. "The weather outside is splendid, perfect for a stroll in the garden. I think I'll go for a walk." With that, she took the little golden retriever by the leash, and soon her soft silhouette vanished from view. Shang Ting returned his attention to his book. The garden was drenched in brilliant light, the seasonal roses blooming resplendently. Swinging on the swing, she absorbed the warmth, feeling as if she were stretching out. Reflecting on the earlier moment, her heart raced anew. The gesture and expression with which Shang Ting reached out to her replayed in her mind, filling her heart with sweetness. Such natural affection was irresistible. After indulging in her secret delight on the swing, Chu Shuang rose to tend to her small vegetable garden, realizing it was time to weed. When Shang Ting emerged, he contemplated for a moment and walked directly to the garden. As expected, finding her diligently occupied in her patch of green, she truly cherished her little garden. Finding a chair, he sat leisurely basking in the sunlight as he observed her labor, seated for half an hour. She remarkably maintained her composure, quietly spending an entire afternoon alone in the garden. This serene disposition unexpectedly harmonized with his, both gentle and unassuming, fostering a comfortable companionship. Chu Shuang had been unaware of his presence until she finished weeding. Then opened her camera to capture the vegetable patch. Before long, it transformed into a series of selfies. Chapter 50. Stunningly handsome, the lighting was superb, and the backdrop of the rear garden was beautiful. No matter the angle, he appeared photogenic. Gazing at her own fair and translucent features in the photos, Chu Shuang felt quite enamored. Experimenting with various poses, she attempted to take a photo with her back to the sunlight. Tilting her head as she turned, inadvertently catching sight of a tall figure on the bench, causing her radiant smile to falter. When did Shang Ting arrive? The man, calm and composed with clear eyes, silently awaited her to continue taking selfies. Chu Shuang found it difficult to press on. The self-absorbed antics she had just engaged in made it challenging to maintain her dignified facade. The weather today is truly delightful. Isn't it? Shang Ting replied. Indeed, it is. Noticing her pause, he inquired, "Aren't you going to continue?" Chu Shuang smiled lightly, indicating she had taken enough photos. Observing the relaxed man, she shifted the topic towards him, asking, "Would you like me to take a few pictures of you?" "As you wish." With her heart fluttering at his striking features, she felt a slight itch in her palms as she followed his suggestion, lifting her phone to capture his image. In the fleeting moment the photo was taken, Chu Shuang stared at the phone, momentarily taken aback. In the bright winter garden, with a deep blue sky stretching infinitely above and the sunlight warming the heart, the man seated on the bench exuded an air of refinement and steadiness. Presenting the photo to him, she remarked, "You look particularly photogenic." He glanced casually at it and replied, "It's acceptable." Is that all?" Chu Shuang asked, "Would you like me to send it to you? Please send over the earlier ones as well." "The earlier ones?" Referring to her selfies. "Alright, what would you like for dinner?" He swiftly changed the subject. Chu Shuang had not yet decided on her meal, and Shang Ting checked his watch before speaking. "I am free today. I can prepare a grand dinner. Just tell me what you would like." "Such opportunities are rare. You would personally cook?" Chu Shuang expressed a hint of doubt. "Do you know how to make what I want?" It was natural for her to question, as he didn't strike her as a man who would cook. Her knowledge of his culinary skills was limited to the 2 fried eggs and lotus seed porridge he had prepared for breakfast before. "I can dishes like scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried green beans with meat, and braised eggplant in soy sauce." "Is that all you eat?" The man looked at her, his expression devoid of jest, declaring, "A grand dinner. Then let us have donk pork, spicy crayfish, beef waffle soup, sour shrimp with beef, and tender pig trotters." Shang Ting nodded without hesitation, asking, "Do we have ingredients at home?" "I'm not sure. It had been a while since she last cooked." She had enthusiastically listed a variety of dishes, only to realize she was unaware of what ingredients were available. "Let us make do with whatever we have. I'm not picky." The man, understanding, rose, stating, "It's still early. I can go buy what we need." As he took a few steps, he noticed she had not followed and turned back, urging, "Let us go to the supermarket." Taking the car keys, Shang Ting headed to the garage, and Chu Shuang asked if they could bring along the little golden retriever. "If you wish to bring it, then do so," securing the little golden retriever with a leash and placing it in the back seat. Chu Shuang took her place in the passenger seat. Sheng Ting drove steadily. It was their first time enjoying such lovely weather on a drive together. Perhaps sensing her good mood, the little retriever appeared joyful in the back seat. Its bright eyes gazing out the window, its tail wagging much more vigorously than usual, Chu Shuang noticed, exclaiming, "Little one, are you that happy?" The puppy barked, exposing its adorable long tongue. Chu Shuang couldn't resist petting its head. Commenting, "It's thrilled to be out with us." Suddenly recalling something, she paused. "The dog can't go to the supermarket." Sheng Ting glanced at her, his eyes as clear and pure as the dog's. And after a moment of contemplation, replied, "There are pet-friendly supermarkets where dogs are allowed. Great, let us head there then." Passing a street vendor, Chu Shuang's eyes lit up at the sight of egg-wrapped sticky rice. It was a rare find in the north. Sheng Ting parked by the roadside, and she hopped out to buy a portion. "Try this, I used to love buying it after school." She offered the first bite to Sheng Ting. Watching him take a bite, she observed his expression intently. "How is it?" Initially, he seemed indifferent, but after a few moments, a flicker of surprise crossed his otherwise calm face. "Is it delicious? What flavor is this?" Chu Shuang replied honestly, "It's just egg and sticky rice." "No," Sheng Ting said, his brow furrowing slightly, "it's the seasoning." He savored the taste: chili, scallions, garlic, and pickled radish. Glancing at the egg-wrapped sticky rice in her hand, Chu Shuang realized the issue: the herb called folding ear root. "You don't eat folding ear root?" Noticing his less than pleased expression, she suppressed a smile, apologizing, "It seems that people from the north aren't accustomed to this flavor." "I didn't think of that." She took a bite herself, finding it undeniably fragrant. Not eating folding ear root was a significant loss. Without this ingredient, the street food lost its soul. Seeing her enjoy it so thoroughly, Sheng Ting recalled the indescribable taste he had just experienced, his gaze filled with confusion. "You think it's delicious?" "It's delightful. Folding ear root is the soul of the dish." Chu Shuang explained that many people in the south incorporate it into their daily diets, using it not only as a seasoning for various snacks but also in dishes like cold folding ear root, stir-fried meat with folding ear root, and skewers of folding ear root. By the way, a drink called folding ear root herbal tea has gained popularity in recent years. Sheng Ting's expression gradually shifted from impassive to slightly furrowed brows. Chu Shuang noticed this change, suppressing her amusement, and maintained a serious demeanor, expressing nostalgia for stir-fried folding ear root with cured meat, reminiscing about its flavor. "Such items are probably hard to find in supermarkets around here. Indeed, let us save it for when we return to my hometown." Upon arriving at the supermarket, Chu Shuang held the golden retriever's leash and walked alongside Sheng Ting, who was responsible for the purchases. After completing the shopping, she stood outside the supermarket waiting for him when two girls, who had just finished checking out, passed by, their hushed conversation catching her attention. "That man is devastatingly handsome. I accidentally saw his face, and my heart raced. His height and demeanor are just perfect." As their voices faded, Chu Shuang turned her gaze to the man standing in line to check out. Among the crowd, he stood tall and imposing, his features distinct and sharp, clad in a deep gray suit that exuded an air of cool composure. The word handsome seemed inadequate. Suddenly, the leash in her hand tightened, and before she could react, she was yanked backward by a sudden force. Her body instinctively rushed forward to maintain balance, but the momentum of falling was too strong. As she tumbled down the few steps, the golden retriever continued to run ahead. Chu Shuang fell heavily onto the pavement, her knees and elbows burning with pain. Having rushed down, her joints had struck the steps harshly, leaving her feeling pain radiating from several spots. Chu Shuang, Sheng Ting, emerging from the store with his purchases, witnessed her fall and rushed to her side, lifting her up. Blood trickled from her palm where she had scraped it. Chapter 51. Craving his presence, the little golden retriever, aware it had caused trouble, stood awkwardly to the side, neglecting to chase after the samoyed it had just seen. Sheng Ting shot a cold glance at the trembling dog. Striding over to pick it up and unceremoniously tossing it into the car. He helped Chu Shuang sit on a bench by the street before heading to the pharmacy for supplies. Upon his return with iodine, Chu Shuang suggested, "You don't need iodine. The ointment will suffice." Applying that directly to the wound would be painful. Sheng Ting firmly grasped her wrist, insisting, "It needs to be disinfected." Seeing his resolute demeanor, Chu Shuang closed her eyes and turned her head away. Sheng Ting opened the iodine bottle. Catching sight of her tightly shut eyes, hesitating for a moment, he set the iodine aside and opted for pure water instead. Dipping a cotton swab in the water, he meticulously cleaned around her wound before gently sprinkling the powder on the injury and bandaging it. His movements were swift and careful, ensuring he did not cause her additional pain. "Thank you." He also applied ointment to the scrapes on her wrist and hand. "Where else?" Chu Shuang straightened one leg, lifting her skirt to reveal a bloodstained scrape on her knee. Sheng Ting subtly frowned, lowering his gaze to tend to her injury. "Don't bring it out again. It's too rambunctious. It must have forgotten it was on a leash, wanting to follow after that pretty dog it saw." "Our golden retriever seems to be quite a connoisseur of beauty." Sheng Ting was in no mood for jokes, adding, "If you had fallen in a busy street, the situation would have been quite different." Chu Shuang remained silent. "Can you walk?" "Yes." Supporting her as she got into the car, Sheng Ting cast a brief glance at the little golden retriever, which looked small and helpless in the back seat. He said nothing, causing the dog to lower its head in fear, letting out a pitiful whimper. Chu Shuang felt a pang of sympathy and wanted to comfort it, glancing at the man beside her, who also sat quietly starting the car. Sheng Ting handed her something. She looked down to find a pack of white sugar pills. The lactose flavor was pure, with a faint milky scent reminiscent of the sweets given after childhood vaccinations. Glancing at Sheng Ting, she thought to herself that if he had children, he would likely be very good at soothing them. Upon returning to the Qingyu garden, Sheng Ting immediately ventured into the kitchen to prepare dinner. Followed closely by Chu Shuang. Do you need any assistance? She inquired. No need, he replied, rolling up his sleeves and commencing to wash the beef. Didn't you buy some snacks at the supermarket? Go indulge in those, he suggested. Consequently, Chu Shuang settled in the living room, munching on snacks while watching television. As she unwrapped some pork jerky, her gaze fell upon a small golden retriever on the carpet, and she tossed it a piece. As the sunset streamed into the room, casting a golden hue, the delicious aroma began to waft from the kitchen. The enticing scent stirred Chu Shuang's appetite, rendering her snacks unappetizing. She occasionally glanced toward the kitchen but saw no one. Only the silhouette of Sheng Ting cast by the fading sunlight on the wall. His profile was elegantly defined, with slightly lowered eyes and a prominent nose. Captivated, Chu Shuang hurriedly took out her phone to capture this beautiful moment illuminated by the twilight. She lingered over the image of his graceful figure, swiping left to reveal a photo she had taken of him in the garden. After a moment's contemplation, she recalled that she had yet to send him that picture. Flipping through a few selfies, she meticulously selected the 3 most flattering ones to share. When Sheng Ting emerged from the kitchen with the dishes, he happened upon Chu Shuang feeding the golden retriever the last morsel of pork jerky. Both of them momentarily caught off guard. It smells heavenly, and the presentation is exquisite, she remarked enthusiastically. Sheng Ting offered her a bite of the sour shrimp and beef he had prepared. The moment she tasted it, her eyes lit up. This is of a quality that could easily be served in a restaurant. How can you be so skilled? She exclaimed. It's delicious. Sheng Ting nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded to bring out other dishes. Mindful of her injury, he had kept the spice levels moderate, yet the flavors exceeded Chu Shuang's expectations. You truly excel in cooking. It's an innate talent, far surpassing my culinary attempts, she commended, unable to restrain herself from giving a thumbs up. Sheng Ting, composed and unassuming, replied, I'll make you more when I have the time. After finishing their meal, Chu Shuang settled onto the sofa to watch television. When Sheng Ting had tidied up the kitchen and returned, he found her engrossed in the show, her eyes sparkling and a faint smile adorning her lips. Unnoticed by her, following her gaze, he observed a historical drama unfolding on the screen. The emperor, with his handsome features, was delivering his lines with poise. Not familiar with the stars of the entertainment industry, Sheng Ting only noticed that Chu Shuang's smile grew more pronounced. How adorable, he mused, as she pulled out her phone to snap a picture. Noting her series of actions, Sheng Ting pondered how she found her so charming. Shouldn't we head upstairs for some rest? He suggested. Chu Shuang looked up. I'd like to watch for a little longer. In a firm yet gentle tone, he replied, It will be the same upstairs. I'll help you up. It wouldn't be convenient for you alone later? All right then, she conceded, switching off the television before standing up. The stairs would inevitably strain her knee, so Sheng Ting scooped her up effortlessly. The sudden lift caught Chu Shuang off guard, her heart racing slightly. His strong arms and firm chest reminded her of the fragmented memories from the previous night. It was as if, despite not being under the influence of any aphrodisiac, her reactions had been inexplicably intense. Reflecting on a bizarre dream she had with him long ago, she wondered if it suggested that subconsciously she had been yearning for him. Perhaps in more contemporary terms, she was craving his presence. The thought made her cheeks flush with warmth, and she felt a twinge of embarrassment. What if Sheng Ting possessed the ability to read minds? Would he have seen through her recent thoughts? Stealing a glance at him, she found his demeanor cool and calm, relieved that he likely lacked such powers. After placing her gently on the bed, Sheng Ting did not leave immediately. He loosened his tie and unfastened his vest, heading towards the bathroom. Listening to the sound of running water, Chu Shuang bit her lip, distracting herself with her phone. She navigated to Lin Su's WeChat and shared the screenshot from the show. Chu Shuang, look who I just spotted. The adorable little palace maid diligently serving tea to the emperor is so charming. After a considerable wait without a reply, she messaged again, Are you filming night scenes? In the bathroom, the water ceased, and Sheng Ting emerged, his damp hair slightly tousled. Your hands shouldn't touch water. Do you want to wash your face? He asked. Chu Shuang hesitated, then walked over. I would like to wash. Sheng Ting fetched a hairband for her and soaked a towel, preparing to approach her, but Chu Shuang halted him. I need to remove my makeup first. The makeup remover is over there. Not entirely familiar with the process, he investigated the remover before applying it to her face with care. After massaging it in, he prepared to rinse her face. Lower your head a bit, he instructed gently. Chu Shuang complied, and Sheng Ting supported her neck with one hand while cleansing her face with the other. Finally, her skin was free of makeup, revealing her natural features. As he dried her face, he spoke softly, You're all set. Returning to her original path, Chu Shuang caught a whiff of his refreshing scent lingering on her skin, and the nape of her neck felt warm. By the time Shang Ting stepped out, he had dried his hair and donned a loose bathrobe. Chapter 52, The fear of marrying the wrong man. Their eyes met, and Chu Shuang feigned calmness. Will you be staying here tonight? Shang Ting set down his towel. Not just tonight. Gazing into her beautiful eyes, his lips curled slightly. I promise to take responsibility and wake you up, steadying her racing heart. Chu Shuang replied politely, thank you for that. After 2 seconds of mutual gaze, Shang Ting chuckled softly. Her emotions were practically written on her face. It was clear she had little to hide. There was a clumsy yet endearing quality about her. Just then, her phone chimed with a new message. Lin Su. Ha, you saw that. Chu Shuang, I stumbled upon it inadvertently. I thought that little maid looked familiar. Is that your cameo in your first drama? Lin Su, yes, it was filmed 2 years ago. I was just a background maid, so not much screen time. I'm currently filming a new drama as the third female lead. Chu Shuang, that's amazing. You remaking progress bit by bit. As Shang Ting settled onto the bed, he caught a glimpse of her phone screen but remained silent, engrossed in his book. The room fell into a prolonged silence. After chatting with Lin Su for a while, she mentioned needing to rest early due to morning scenes. They exchanged goodnights, and Chu Shuang glanced towards Shang Ting. He happened to glance back, his tone casual. Who were you chatting with for so long? A junior from my university club. In her second year, she was scouted by a talent agent and has since developed a career in the entertainment industry. She explained, flipping through her phone. Chu Shuang pointed to a small maid beside the emperor in a photo. Look, that's her. Isn't her appearance quite appealing? Shang Ting examined the photo and suddenly realized. So she was the one you were watching downstairs? Yes, it's quite amusing to see a familiar face on television. Didn't Ti Shangyao mention you were also approached by a talent scout during your studies? Chu Shuang was taken aback. You know about that? Since you found it amusing, why did you turn it down? I feared the public scrutiny. Being a star means accepting 360 degrees of judgment from others. Which is not something everyone can endure. If you don't gain popularity, there are no resources. If you do, it's easy to attract trouble. Besides, what was my motivation? Some seek fame and fortune, others chase dreams. I have no interest in that circle, and lacking formal training, I believe it's better to let professionals handle it. I'd rather not compete for their opportunities. Drawing brings me joy. Shang Ting nodded approvingly. It is important to recognize one's position. Chu Shuang placed her phone aside, preparing for bed. As she shifted slightly, she inadvertently pulled at her knee injury and winced. Shang Ting set down his book and retrieved some ointment from the bedside table. Let us apply it one more time before you sleep. He lifted the blanket, and Chu Shuang applied the ointment carefully, but soon faced a dilemma. Noticing her deep in thought, Shang Ting asked, what's wrong? If I sleep like this, the ointment will stay in the blanket. I can't cover myself. Just change the blanket if it gets stained, he replied, pulling the blanket over her. Will it irritate your wound? Chu Shuang shook her head. No, it's fine as it is. Their eyes briefly met, and she took in his sharply defined jawline before snuggling under the covers, whispering, good night. His voice was warm and melodious as he responded. Good night. The following day, Shang Ting awoke to his internal clock, finding Chu Shuang still deeply asleep. Her thick hair covered nearly her entire face, and he couldn't fathom how she managed to sleep like that. With a soft chuckle, he gently brushed her hair aside. After getting dressed and ready, he went to rouse her. Those who hadn't been drinking found it much easier to rise upon opening her eyes to see him. Impeccably dressed, she greeted him with a sleepy voice. Good morning, Chu Shuang. Her face had only been washed lightly by Shang Ting. She could have managed it herself with a bit more caution. But she had grown fond of such considerate care. Opportunities for such tenderness were rare. How could someone maintain such a stoic exterior while being so patient? The chief editor had departed, leaving the position vacant. And everyone assumed that team leader Su would be promoted. However, during the morning meeting, the manager unexpectedly introduced a young woman, announcing her as the new chief editor, leaving the team members bewildered. The woman appeared to be in her mid-20s. And no one had seen her before. She was said to have transferred from another company. Appointing someone new from outside as chief editor raised eyebrows, especially from Su, who felt entitled to the position. It was quite unsettling to have someone, seemingly less qualified, suddenly intrude upon her rightful claim. In private, Chu Shuang offered words of comfort to Su Shirin, recognizing that such occurrences were all too common in the workplace. Han Jinhao, for reasons unknown, found himself driving back to the Kite Animation Studio. As he approached, he glanced at the CBD building and felt a sense of disinterest, unable to comprehend his own actions. Just as he was about to turn away, he noticed people emerging from the company. It was the end of the workday. After some contemplation, he turned off the engine and alighted from the car. Proceeding to the dessert shop she frequented, he ordered a small cake that he was not particularly fond of, found a discreet corner to sit, and after taking a few bites, his gaze remained fixed on the entrance of her company. One by one, individuals emerged. Some came to purchase desserts, yet she was nowhere to be seen. Hey, have you seen Sister Shuang today? That injury of hers is truly unfortunate. Two women at the adjacent table began to converse as they awaited their desserts. Having just exited from the Kites anime, they mentioned familiar names, prompting Han Junhao to listen intently. Injury? I didn't see anything. I greeted her this morning when I entered the office. She seemed fine. One woman replied, fine. Have you seen the bruises on her arms? It's appalling. The other woman lowered her voice, glancing around. I accidentally caught a glimpse when I went downstairs to fetch a document at noon. Those injuries couldn't even be concealed by long sleeves. The second woman was visibly shocked. Could it be that her husband is abusive? Han Junhao raised his eyes slightly. Don't even mention it. When she got married last year, I heard the man's family was quite well off. I thought Sister Xuanxuang had married well, but who would have guessed that just a few months in, he started hitting her? The woman sighed with regret. This isn't the first or second time. What kind of life is she living? Even now she hasn't divorced him. Perhaps the man is too domineering, leaving this marriage isn't easy for her. The other woman speculated, she is incredibly optimistic. Every time I see her she is so polite and graceful, with such a gentle disposition. How could that man be so ruthless? They say men fear choosing the wrong profession, while women fear marrying the wrong man. If I were her, I might have fallen into depression. As work hours concluded, Chu Shuang tidied her desk and prepared to head downstairs but was halted by the new editor-in-chief. Are you heading downstairs? Yes, I'm going home. I need you to bring me a work document that was delivered to the front desk. Since you're going down, could you fetch it for me? Sun Mengzhu spoke with an air of entitlement, treating Chu Shuang as if she were her lackey. Thanks, Chu Shuang responded lightly, while Sun Mengzhu continued sifting through her documents. Well, she is my superior after all. Helping out occasionally isn't too much trouble. Taking the elevator down to the first floor, she communicated with the receptionist, who, understanding, asked her to sign before retrieving the document. After signing, Chu Shuang waited for her to find the file and inadvertently caught sight of a faint bruise on the woman's wrist. Her gaze momentarily pausing. Chapter 53, May I Embrace You? The receptionist, named Zhou Wenxuan, was exceptionally kind. Every time Chu Shuang approached her for assistance, she was gentle and courteous, leaving a favorable impression on Chu Shuang. She had also gleaned bits about Zhou Wenxuan's family situation from casual office chatter. Previously, she had only heard rumors, unsure of their veracity, but witnessing it firsthand now left Chu Shuang at a loss for words, perhaps having been sheltered throughout her childhood in a simple and loving environment. She believed domestic violence was a relic of decades past, yet, upon seeing the reality, she felt a mix of shock and an indescribable heaviness. Zhou Wenxuan seemed to sense her gaze, tugging at her sleeve as she handed over the document. Is this it? Chu Shuang glanced at the file folder, noting Sun Mengzhu's name. Yes, thank you. You're welcome. As she turned, she encountered a male colleague rushing in from outside. You're back. Did you forget your phone again? What a memory. Aren't you off work yet? Chu Shuang waved the folder in her hand. I'll be leaving after I deliver this. Returning to the office, hand it over. I'll take it up for you. Chu Shuang smiled. All right, I appreciate it. Han Junhao sat quietly at his desk for a considerable while after overhearing the two women's conversation. There were many individuals with the name Shuang. It might not necessarily be her. But what if it truly was? A sudden possibility sparked in his mind, causing his breath to quicken. As the office began to empty, believing he would not see her, he stood to leave, only to catch a glimpse of someone slowly approaching from a distance. His heart raced at a frequency he could distinctly feel. After some time apart, their reunion seemed to carry an added tension. Lowering his duckbill cap, he shifted slightly in his seat. One match a black truffle. Please, he recognized the woman's clear and refreshing voice. Of course, would you like anything else? Do you have any delectable desserts that aren't too sweet? Desserts that aren't sweet? The young female attendant pondered for a moment. This pumpkin-baked custard has less sugar. Its sweetness is quite natural, preserving the lovely flavor of the pumpkin. You might want to give it a try. Accepting a small sample from the attendant, he found it indeed not overpowering. He surmised that this level of sweetness would likely be acceptable to Shang Ting. All right, let us add one pumpkin-baked custard, and pack both. After paying, the attendant handed over the packaged desserts. As Chu Shuang reached out to receive them, her sleeve slid down due to the motion, revealing the bruises on her skin, coupled with the gauze wrapped around her palm. Han Junhao recalled the words of the two women. His mind buzzed as he sat frozen, an unfamiliar sensation of dullness and coldness flooding his chest, almost suffocating him. So she was not living well at all, married to a scoundrel, suffering from domestic violence. No wonder he had never seen her husband. Her marriage was like this. Initially, he found her intriguing. Later, he discovered her to be gentle and talented, akin to a complex yet pure camellia. Just her presence could hold him captive. Yet, a coveted flower belonged to another, forcing him to restrain his wandering heart. During this time, he had tried to divert his attention, frequenting various indulgent venues and meeting numerous women, each one different, gentle, fiery, intellectual, or aloof, but his plans had failed. None could evoke the feelings she stirred within him. Eventually, he cursed himself for realizing that this time was indeed different. As Yu Chang had put it, he seemed to have fallen. Perhaps sensing something, Yu Chang had previously cautioned him, subtly reminding him not to disrupt another's family. Could he not comprehend this principle? The root of his discomfort lay in the inability to act. Yet now, knowing her marriage was far from ideal, he found himself grappling with a new kind of distress. His thoughts were a tangled mess. Deep within, a suppressed urge began to surface. Chu Shuang had long since departed from the dessert shop. Han Jinhao seemed to have finally clarified some matters. He pulled out his phone and navigated to her WeChat. His fingers hovered over the chat box, typing a few words, pausing before deleting them. No, he could not put her at risk. If her husband were to see something he shouldn't see, she would likely find herself in trouble. It would be better to seek an opportunity to speak with her privately later. Upon spotting her car, Chu Shuang approached with a smile, only to find that the driver was alone inside. Where is he? Sir might be working late. Let me take you home first, looking at the pumpkin-baked custard in her hand. Chu Shuang replied, let us go back together. The driver then navigated towards the Nanhua Street Chamber of Commerce building. This was Chu Shuang's first visit, and the building was indeed magnificent, with a row of flags fluttering high in the Grand Plaza. Entering the lobby, the decor was majestic and imposing. Although there were people passing through, it was quite tranquil, prompting her to instinctively lower her voice. Fearing to disturb others, she was led upstairs to the president's office, where the driver knocked on the door. Sir, the lady has arrived. Chu Shuang entered with the desserts and, scanning the room, noticed another woman present, Zhao Yu, the one who had treated her that night. Upon seeing her, Sheng Ting's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise. What brings you here? I've never been here before. I just wanted to take a look. She stepped in, nodding and smiling at Zhao Yu. Thank you, Miss Xiao, for coming over that night to treat me. I didn't get a chance to properly thank you. After a moment's thought, Chu Shuang offered her the black truffle cake. This cake is quite delicious. You should try it. It's nothing. Don't be so polite, please take it. It's genuinely tasty. Tasting it would be nice. Zhao Yu smiled reluctantly. Though she didn't like cream, she felt it would be impolite to refuse. Sheng Ting interjected, you should keep it for yourself. She is allergic to cream. Chu Shuang hesitated. I'm sorry. Zhao Yu chuckled softly. It's alright. Suddenly realizing something, she noted that she still didn't know the beauteous name. The last encounter had been so chaotic that she hadn't had the opportunity for a proper introduction. Turning to Sheng Ting, she said, last time was too rushed. You haven't introduced me to your wife yet. Chu Shuang extended her hand. Hello, I'm Chu Shuang. Raised in Guiyun. Zhao Yu's expression momentarily froze. Chu Shuang, as in the first character. Though the question was directed at Chu Shuang, her gaze shifted to Sheng Ting. Sheng Ting's dark eyes were tranquil. Yet Zhao Yu seemed to grasp something, her heart fluttering as her mind blanked, warmth pooling in her eyes. She blinked rapidly, suppressing her feelings, and similarly extended her hand to shake Chu Shuang's. This time, her gaze toward Chu Shuang was laden with complex, indistinct emotions Chu Shuang did not fully comprehend, yet she sensed a shift. Hello, Zhao Yu's voice carried a subtle tremor. Miss Chu Shuang, you are quite beautiful. Through her gaze, it seemed to veil a layer of sorrow. You're very lovely as well. Miss Zhao, I'm a classmate of Sheng Ting. You must be quite a bit younger than me, so you can call me sister from now on. Zhao Yu smiled softly, her lips curving as she gently asked, may I hug you? Chu Shuang was momentarily taken aback but eventually nodded. Chapter 54. Her husband is quite handsome. Chapter 55. Do you want a kiss? Sure. You polished the plates repeatedly with a soft cloth until they shone brightly. It was once speculated that his uncle had been placed into a loveless marriage, destined to neglect his wife, yet now it appeared he was rather enjoying himself. Han Jinhao took a sip of warm water, lost in thought, and then posed a question. In marriages lacking emotional foundation, isn't it quite normal for them to end in divorce after a while? When life becomes unbearable, divorce is indeed the only option. Otherwise, it would merely be a torment for both parties involved. Han Jinhao nodded in agreement. However, the nature of fate in relationships is enigmatic. There are numerous instances where couples, devoid of affection at the time of marriage, gradually fall in love through the passage of time, what people often refer to as love after marriage. As he pondered this, Han Jinhao found himself nodding in further agreement. Upon returning home, the first thing Sheng Ting did was retrieve a newly purchased ointment to tend to Chu Shuang's wounds, replacing her bandages with a more suitable adhesive. Observing the unfamiliar ointment in his hand, Chu Shuang paused momentarily and asked, you made me wait earlier just to buy medicine? Yes, he replied. I noticed a traditional Chinese medicine clinic nearby, reputed for its exceptional remedies far superior to Western medicine, so I thought it prudent to stock up. A warmth enveloped her heart as she watched him meticulously apply the ointment, prompting her to express, thank you, you truly resemble a caring elder. Her words were sincere, devoid of ulterior motives, and as the statement hung in the air, the living room fell silent for a few seconds. After sealing the ointment box, Sheng Ting fixed his gaze upon her, articulating deliberately an elder. Meeting his dark, elongated eyes, Chu Shuang felt her throat dry slightly and softly clarified, I meant no offense, I simply meant that you were very attentive. The man's voice, deep and rich, questioned, what sort of elder would tend to you in such a manner? Chu Shuang shook her head. Am I your elder? He shook his head in return. Only then did Sheng Ting soften his demeanor, lifting her into his arms as they ascended the stairs. He intended to retreat to his study to complete some pending work, while Chu Shuang wished to join him to peruse some books. Prompting him to take her along, he settled her onto the sofa and inquired what she wished to read. Her gaze swept over the bookshelf until it landed on a substantial volume, And she pointed out cultural tortures, handing her the book. Sheng Ting then proceeded to his desk. Chu Shuang recalled having read this book during her university days, captivated by Yu Chou's reflections on history and culture as he traversed various landscapes, narrating both lively and somber tales. And no matter how many times she encountered it anew, she felt an irresistible urge to revisit its pages. It was a single phrase from him: "I pay homage to the Durjianjian," that had prompted her to visit the magnificent Durjianjian during her sophomore summer vacation. Before reading this book, the vast expanse of northwest China was merely a geographical notion to her, but after delving into it, she profoundly felt the weight of history that land carried. Later, on a seemingly ordinary Friday in her junior year, as she lay in bed listening to the tempest outside, a sudden whim struck her to visit Dunhuang that weekend. Filled with youthful exuberance and a sense of adventure, such impulses seemed incongruous with her outward demeanor, yet they represented the wildness she concealed within. She adored the tranquil monotony of daily life but was equally enchanted by the occasional boundless expanse of travel. With her own anchor, she never strayed too far beyond defined boundaries, an invisible line tethering her back. Thus, no one perceived her as wild. After finishing his work, Sheng Ting looked up to find her quietly engrossed in the book. Lost in her thoughts, glancing at his watch, he noted the hour was late, 11 p.m. Rising, he gently took the book from her hands and locked eyes with her, stating, "It's late, you should rest. We can continue another day." "All right," Chu Shuang replied. Their gazes lingered, neither of them making a move. Chu Shuang instinctively awaited him to carry her to the bedroom. After a brief moment of realization, she remembered she could walk on her own. Feeling a twinge of annoyance at her subconscious expectation for him to embrace her, people can easily be swayed by habits. Today, Chu Shuang's hands were finally able to tolerate water, yet Sheng Ting still assisted her in removing her makeup and washing her face. The weather forecast indicated a significant drop in temperature tonight, with the following days promising bitter cold. Just as they had enjoyed a brief warmth, the chill was set to return once in the bedroom. Sheng Ting checked the doors and windows before climbing into bed. "You need not wait for me after work in the coming days. Return home and eat first. My duties have become rather demanding lately, and I will be returning late. Once the year-end rush is over, things should ease up." Chu Shuang opened her eyes. "All right. We are also quite busy as the year draws to a close, with the serialization of our comic coinciding with the holidays. I will need to stockpile a considerable amount of material to avoid working during the new year. However, with your busy schedule, what shall we do about your birthday?" Sheng Ting paused, realizing that the date held little significance for him. As he had almost forgotten about it, looking down at her, he inquired, "You remember my birthday?" Chu Shuang met his gaze, recalling a fleeting glance during their wedding. "You remembered it just like that?" "Yes." A hint of amusement seemed to play across his features. "It is not a major event. We can simply have a meal at the old residence." Chu Shuang nodded. "Or do you wish to celebrate it privately?" "A private celebration," he mused, "that is indeed an option." Yet, he knew Mrs. Shang would surely urge them to visit the old residence, making it difficult to decline. Perhaps it was best to forego the idea. Celebrating a birthday is most enjoyable when surrounded by family and friends. Gazing at her fair features, Sheng Ting felt a sudden urge to tease. His fingers grazed her straight nose. "As you wish." Chu Shuang's eyelashes fluttered, their eyes locked, and the air thickened with tension. "Chu Shuang, shall we share a kiss?" Her heart raced, leaving her momentarily paralyzed. Sheng Ting simply lowered his gaze, reaching out to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear, waiting patiently for her response. Chu Shuang curled her fingers slightly, her voice softening. "Yes." As his face drew nearer, she instinctively closed her eyes, only to feel a butterfly alight upon her nose, before fluttering into her heart. Sheng Ting's kiss was always a mixture of intensity and tenderness. Stirring her emotions, she surrendered willingly to his embrace. As she felt a dizzying sensation, the cool breath between their lips departed, replaced by a warm heat at her collarbone. His hand resting on her waist ignited a shiver within her. Overcome by the passionate encounter, she could not stifle a soft gasp. The atmosphere was charged with undeniable tension. Sensing the softness of her body in his arms, Sheng Ting was acutely aware of his deepening breath. Struggling to regain composure as he inhaled against her neck, Chu Shuang too felt breathless, her neck tingling under the warmth of his presence, compelling her to instinctively shrink away. Sheng Ting glanced at her delicate face, feeling a rush of warmth in his chest, and shifted his gaze, his voice husky. "Let us sleep." He pulled her into his embrace, wrapping his large hand around her slender waist, acknowledging the delightful sensation of her form against him. Chu Shuang's heartbeat had yet to stabilize, her ears flushed with warmth, feeling vulnerable under his intimate hold, her body languid and unwilling to move. Now enveloped by his scent, she reflected on his recent actions, her heart fluttering uncontrollably. Tonight, he exuded an unfamiliar desire. Had she not been injured, their evening might have unfolded differently. The mere thought rendered her throat parched. Chapter 56. "I am your aunt. Do you have any places in mind to visit for the new year?" The man's unexpected question broke the silence of the darkroom. Chu Shuang lifted her head from his chest, unable to see anything. "I should visit Guiyun to see my grandfather. I understand." Sheng Ting replied, his voice a smooth, soothing murmur akin to a heartfelt conversation before sleep. "Let us spend New Year's Eve in Guiyun. After all, we never did have a honeymoon. Should we plan a trip to the seaside during the holiday?" Chu Shuang smiled. Alright, I love the sea that you're so afraid of the cold. We'll need to find a warm destination. After a moment's thought, he suggested, how about Hainan? It's warm there, perfect. Thus, their plans to visit the seaside were set in motion. Chu Shuang found herself daydreaming of wearing beautiful dresses to watch the sunset by the beach, riding an electric bike along the coastal road, feeling the evening breeze. She realized it was time to start searching for lovely dresses. As finding the perfect one was no simple task, it required careful selection. The warmth of that location also necessitated proper sun protection, along with meticulously planned travel routes and accommodations. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, she gradually drifted off to sleep. But the consensus among everyone was that Shang Ting's birthday should not be spent casually at home, and after much discussion, Mr. Shang reserved a table at a luxurious restaurant. After work, Chu Shuang returned home to change, overwhelmed by a myriad of choices. In the midst of her indecision, she recalled the qipao that Shang Yao had gifted her. She remembered that Shang Ting seemed quite fond of that outfit. Dressing in the qipao, she adorned herself with the jade jewelry Shang Ting had brought back from his last business trip. She styled her hair into an elegant updo and donned the earrings, necklace, and bracelet, all in shades of green that complemented her attire, enhancing her beauty and grace. Staring at her reflection, Chu Shuang felt a moment of hesitation. Surely I haven't overdone it, yet there was no time to linger. She grabbed the go set she had won at an auction and made her way downstairs. Aunt Yuan was arranging flowers in a vase when she spotted the graceful figure descending the stairs. Her gaze freezing momentarily. Compared to the beauty before her, the flowers appeared somewhat dimmed. Madam, you look absolutely radiant in that beautiful attire. Her words struck a chord with Chu Shuang's earlier concerns about being overly extravagant. Is it too much? No, not at all. The warm jade qipao paired with your beauty exemplifies a refined and subtle elegance that suits you perfectly. Mr. Shang will surely be pleased. A smile graced Chu Shuang's lips. Then I shall take my leave. Aunt Yuan, please return home to your child once you finish. Aunt Yuan's expression softened at the mention of her new grandchild, whom Chu Shuang had seen in photographs, an adorably chubby little one. It is quite chilly tonight. Do wear an extra layer. Being from the south, you mustn't catch a cold. Oh, I have the perfect shawl that will complement your qipao beautifully. Just wait a moment while I fetch it. Moments later, Aunt Yuan returned with a pure white shawl, thick and adorned with tassels, both stylish and warm, perfectly matching Chu Shuang's ensemble. The it seemed to elevate her appearance even further, making her feel akin to a lady attending a grand banquet. Indeed, Aunt, this is the type of attire my second aunt often wears when she visits the pear orchard to listen to music with her friends. As soon as she settled into the car, she received a call from Shang Yao. Auntie, where are you? Chu Shuang, assuming she was being urged to hurry, responded in a typically Chinese manner. I'm almost there. Oh, have you already passed the theater? I was hoping to carpool with you. Aren't you driving to work? No, alright, wait for me a moment. I will come to pick you up. Shang Yao. Okay, roughly how long until you arrive? 10 minutes. Weren't you just saying you'd be here immediately? It's less than a 10-minute drive to the restaurant from here. Chu Shuang softened her tone. Yeah, let's wait for each other. This tactic worked wonders on Shang Yao. Alright, I'll stay in the office a bit longer. Just message me when you arrive and I'll come down. It's too cold outside. Sure. Upon picking up Shang Yao, as soon as she entered the car and noticed Chu Shuang's attire, she raised an eyebrow. Wow, you look like a movie star. Your outfit is so elegant. She leaned closer to Chu Shuang, exclaiming, Sister Beauty, let's stick together. Chu Shuang maintained her calm demeanor. I am your aunt, beautiful auntie. Let's stick together, under Shang Yao's dog-like charm. Chu Shuang quickly relented, affectionately patting her head. Good niece. After a moment of playful intimacy, they settled into their seats. Shang Yao retrieved a pair of earrings from her bag, for such an important occasion. You chose to wear the qipao I gifted you. I am quite pleased, as it shows I still hold significance in your heart, doesn't it? Who told you your taste is so exquisite? This exemplifies the joy of receiving positive feedback when gifting others. To give someone a rose leaves a lingering fragrance in one's hand. When the recipient genuinely appreciates the gift, it also reflects respect for the giver, and this transfer of emotional value is truly wonderful. I am saving room for a grand dinner tonight. I only had a light meal at noon, and now I am famished. Shang Yao rummaged through her bag and pulled out a chocolate bar. Well, let us have a little snack for now, as we don't know when the meal will be served. I wonder if Uncle is still at work. He seems quite busy lately, yet he should be arriving soon. He just messaged me that he is on his way. That's good. Breaking the chocolate into 2 pieces, Shang Yao handed one to Chu Shuang. Upon tasting it, Chu Shuang remarked, this flavor reminds me of a brand of chocolate I had a couple of days ago. Looking at the packaging in Shang Yao's hand, she confirmed, it is indeed from the same brand. You are eating it too. Their chocolate is delicious. I wanted to stock up after just one taste. I searched online, but it's not available domestically. Do you have a purchasing channel? Shang Yao paused slightly. No, I received this from a friend I met yesterday. Mine was also a gift from someone. The two exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing between them. Xiaoyu, Auntie, do you know her too? Chu Shuang replied, I've met her a couple of times. I heard she is a friend of Shang Ting. She even came to see me once when I needed medical attention late at night. I see. I remember Xiaoyu quite fondly. She always had a penchant for chocolate, whenever she saw me as a child. She would gift me chocolates, and I used to wonder how she always had sweet treats on hand like magic. It's remarkable that she has maintained that habit over the years. It shows she is quite sentimental and nostalgic. Shang Yao remarked, if you wish to find out where to buy this chocolate, I can ask her for you. Alright. Zhu Shuang pondered for a moment before asking, Yao, have you known Zhao Yu since you were little? Yes, I met her when I was in elementary school, around 10 years old. She was a classmate of uncle's while studying abroad. I haven't seen her for several years. I heard she settled in England after graduation. So I thought she wouldn't return. I was quite surprised to see her the other day. Chapter 57, Han Jinhao's revelation. How much do you know about her? Shang Yao reflected carefully. Realizing that although she had known Zhao Yu for quite some time, she didn't truly understand her. In my childhood memories, she was a beautiful and kind older sister, gentle and cheerful, with a sharp mind. Her personality was like the wind, warm yet elusive. She was genuinely carefree, seemingly unbound by anything. Perhaps that's why she has remained friends with uncle for so long. Upon arriving at their destination, the two disembarked one after the other. Zhu Shuang headed to the restroom, prompting Shang Yao to proceed to the private room first. Han Jinhao, feeling rather out of sorts recently, lingered outside the restaurant, smoking in the hallway. For the past few days, Zhu Shuang had been whisked away immediately after work, leaving him without an opportunity to spend time alone with her. Perhaps he could employ the same tactic as before. Using the pretext of asking her to draw as a means to create a chance for interaction, he had so much he wanted to ask her, so much he wished to convey. The thought of her staying at that household for even a day longer meant enduring the disdain of her wretched husband, which stirred his heart into a tempest. He could no longer afford to wait. The night breeze was frigid. The ember of his cigarette glowed a vivid red as he pulled out his phone, preparing to compose a message to her. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a graceful figure approaching. As he turned his gaze, he beheld the woman he had longed for. Today, she appeared breathtakingly exquisite, adorned in a qipao that accentuated her graceful silhouette. With her head slightly bowed, she adjusted her shawl while the earrings swayed gently, as if meant to capture the hearts of those who beheld her. His heart quickened, a delightful flutter coursing through him. Just gazing at her left him at a loss for words. Zhu Shuang was oblivious to the man smoking in the hallway and had taken only a few steps when a familiar voice called out to her. Zhu Shuang. Han Jinhao's gaze burned with intensity as he took in her entire being, relieved to see no new injuries visible on her. The scars on his palms appeared to have healed as well. Zhu Shuang greeted him politely. Long time no see. Indeed, long time no see. How have you been? Quite well. Peering into her innocent eyes, Han Jinhao assumed she was merely brushing him off. After all, they were not close enough for such intimate discussions. Clearing his throat, he slowly asked, do you want a divorce? Zhu Shuang was momentarily taken aback. If you wish, I can assist you in escaping this predicament. Why would I? I am fully aware of the torment you have endured in your marriage. I will hire the best lawyer to help you file for divorce. I will ensure you are free. Han Jinhao spoke with fervor, gripping Zhu Shuang's shoulders. Do not fear. I will not allow you any lingering worries. No matter who he is or how much power he wields, you are the one I, Han Jinhao, wish to protect. With the Han family's influence in the capital, I will not allow him to harm you in any way. Seeing his earnest and somewhat agitated demeanor, Zhu Shuang suspected he had been drinking. I'm sorry, Mr. Han, but you must have mistaken me for someone else. Keeping her distance, she glanced at the time. Did you come alone? Would you like me to contact your friends? I haven't been drinking. Han Jinhao's gaze was resolute. I have consulted many lawyer friends during this time. In your situation, if you wish to divorce, we can facilitate it. You should no longer endure such a life. Zhu Shuang, I am serious. This is no jest, believe me. I can protect you and ensure he has no opportunity for retaliation if you lack security. We can marry post-divorce. With the Han family backing you, no one will dare to bully you. Zhu Shuang was dumbfounded. He was indeed calling her name, and the probability of someone sharing her full name was exceedingly low. Why should I divorce, only to marry you? I know your scoundrel of a husband is abusive. I am aware. I know you are gentle in nature, but you cannot allow yourself to be bullied without a word. Seeing her lack of any anticipated joyful reaction, Han Jinhao grew anxious, blurting out, I like you, I want to help you, and I want to marry you. Leave that scoundrel of a man. What is there to miss about a man who only resorts to violence? I will not stand idly by. Whatever you desire, I can assist you with that. If you do not wish to marry me, that is fine, as long as you leave him and can live well. We can take things slow moving forward. Zhu Shuang was incredulous, feeling as if she had stepped into a parallel universe. My husband is abusive. This is a disaster. Shang Yao rushed over, slapping Han Jinhao's arm. What on earth are you doing? Are you harassing Auntie? Zhu Shuang turned to see several people standing in the direction Shang Yao had come from, including Shang Ting. She was uncertain how much of their conversation they had overheard. Silence enveloped the group, all caught in a state of bewilderment. Shang Yang, witnessing the situation escalate, recalled a time long ago when Han Jinhao had inquired about Zhu Shuang in his office. At that time, he had thought nothing of it, merely mentioning it in passing. What could have prompted this young man to go as far as inciting someone to divorce? He never anticipated things would develop to this extent. He bore an undeniable share of responsibility for this unfolding drama. Meanwhile, Shiryu suddenly realized that the girl Han Jinhao had been pursuing all along was Miss Chu. He had previously offered advice to Han Jinhao in his pursuit. And knowing she was married, he had even visited him for a drink to vent his frustrations. Reflecting on this, Shiryu pinched the bridge of his nose, sighing inwardly, what a mess. Sheng Ting approached Chu Shuang. His voice calm and cool. What is going on? The parties involved. Han Jinhao watched in disbelief as Sheng Ting approached and stood beside Chu Shuang, only to witness Shang Yao furrow her brow and cast a questioning glance in his direction. Coupled with her earlier remark about auntie, Han Jinhao felt a chill run down his spine as he incredulously uttered the ridiculous thought, "Is your husband him?" Chu Shuang found herself utterly perplexed by him. In that fleeting moment, various rumors regarding this auntie rushed to her mind, prompting Han Jinhao to point at her arm and ask, "What about those scars on your arm from some time ago?" "I fell down the stairs," she replied. "How did you know I had scars?" The focus of the conversation had evidently shifted. Sheng Ting's dark gaze swept across Han Jinhao's ever-changing expression, his thin lips uttering a few words. "You won't call out when you see someone?" Locking eyes with Sheng Ting's deep and tranquil gaze for a brief second, Han Jinhao glanced at Chu Shuang and then back at him. Feeling as if he had been struck by lightning. No matter how hard he tried to digest the situation, he felt a lump of frustration lodged within him, accompanied by a faint sense of powerlessness. "Auntie," calling out this title towards Chu Shuang caused his heart to convulse. "So you know each other?" Chu Shuang inquired, puzzled. "It seems you are relatives," Shang Yao interjected. "He is my cousin, his mother is his biological aunt. Thus, he belonged to the same generation as Shang Yao, naturally making him younger than her." Chapter 58. Don't stare at your wife, blow out the candles first. Reflecting on Han Jinhao's earlier fatal comment, Shang Yao cleverly sought to provide him with a way out. "You've been wanting to see your uncle's wife for ages. Were you deliberately teasing her today? That's rather unfair of you. Not telling us about such a plan. Look at how poorly you executed it. This joke has gone too far. It's quite inappropriate." Han Jinhao stared at her, dazed. Shang Yao subtly raised her eyebrows at him. And seeing that he did not understand her good intentions, she pinched his arm. "Yes, just a joke with auntie." Han Jinhao glanced at Chu Shuang before quickly averting his gaze. "Everything I just said was nonsense. Don't take it to heart." Though he said as much, anyone with keen insight could discern the underlying implications. "Why is everyone standing outside? Come on, let us go in and eat." Mrs. Shang Ji Wenyue noticed several young people lingering outside and called them back to the private room. Chu Shuang sat beside Shang Yao, whispering in her ear, "How much did you hear just now? From him saying you have a scumbag husband who abuses you to encouraging you to divorce and then..." Shang Yao narrated, increasingly feeling that Han Jinhao had acted outrageously, having heard both what he should and shouldn't have. Chu Shuang inhaled sharply, glancing sideways at Sheng Ting, who was engaged in conversation with Mr. Shang, before turning back to Shang Yao. "Did your uncle hear it too?" "Yes, he was there when Han Jinhao mentioned wanting to help you get divorced, when he later heard that he wanted to marry you." His expression soured significantly, with a disapproving gaze directed at Han Jinhao. Shang Yao added, "If there weren't so many people here today, your uncle wouldn't have let him off so easily. What a mess this is. How did he come to know you without knowing your background?" "It's a long story," Chu Shuang replied. "Yao Yao, stop focusing on your aunt, let her eat in peace." From Mrs. Shang's perspective, it seemed as though Shang Yao was dragging Chu Shuang into conversation, and she couldn't refuse, thus enduring the situation with patience. After her remark, the two who were whispering instantly sat up straight. Sheng Ting glanced at Chu Shuang beside him, noting that her plate contained only 2 pieces of greens. He added a piece of braised short rib to her bowl, stating in a rather authoritative tone, "Eat well." Observing the rib, Chu Shuang looked at the man's handsome face. Why the sudden sternness? She lifted her bowl to eat rice, opting to serve herself other dishes, while the rib Sheng Ting had placed in her bowl remained untouched. The atmosphere at the table was pleasant, as Wei Yize and others recounted amusing stories. Chu Shuang occasionally listened intently, pausing to sip her drink as she engaged in their conversation. At an inadvertent moment, her gaze met Han Jinhao's across the table. He had been discreetly watching her, and upon being caught, he feigned nonchalance as he poured himself a drink. "If you don't eat soon, it will get cold." The cool voice of the man beside her broke through her thoughts. Chu Shuang stared at the solitary rib in her bowl and, for reasons unknown, uttered, "I don't really feel like eating ribs today." Sheng Ting glanced at the short rib in her bowl. Recalling how much she usually enjoyed them, he then transferred the rib from her bowl to his own, offering her slices of marinated beef instead. "Have something else." The rib had vanished from her bowl, leaving Chu Shuang momentarily stunned. Each time the rib on the rotating platter came around to her, she hesitated to take it, feeling constrained by her earlier words. After several rounds, the dish of short ribs was entirely empty. The atmosphere at Wei Yize's side was lively, in stark contrast to the unspoken chill on their side. No matter how engaging Wei Yize's stories were, Chu Shuang found it hard to muster any interest. Shang Yao pulled Chu Shuang aside to chat, while the restaurant staff came in to refill rice and drinks. Sheng Ting seemed to summon the staff, but Chu Shuang did not catch what he said. "Shall I pour you some grape juice?" he inquired. She already had a glass of milk in front of her, but upon seeing the attractive liquid in his hand, she nodded slightly. Soon, she resumed chatting with Shang Yao. After an indeterminate amount of time, the private room door swung open again. A waiter entered, carrying a new dish, the first being a steaming plate of golden short ribs. Upon seeing this, Chu Shuang froze for a couple of seconds. Sheng Ting had already picked up 2 pieces and placed them in her bowl, speaking in an orderly manner. This dish is different from the previous one, honey-glazed ribs, not as greasy, give it a try. After observing for a moment, she quietly picked it up and tasted it. It was particularly delicious. Is it good? He asked. She nodded. Then I'll save it for you. Sheng Ting did not place the plate on the rotating platter but set it directly in front of Chu Shuang. As the others had already eaten, Chu Shuang lowered her eyes, eating quietly. The earlier bitterness in her heart was sweetened, transforming from sour into a delightful blend of sweet and sour. After finishing their meal, everyone moved to the entertainment hall upstairs, where the staff brought in a beautiful cake and helped light the candles. Soft, soothing music played in the background, and someone dimmed the lights. Sheng Ting, make a wish. Initially, Sheng Ting did not place much importance on such so-called rituals, but since it was Mrs. Sheng's request, he closed his eyes. Shang Yao was the first to sing the birthday song, and soon everyone joined in. As the candlelight flickered, Chu Shuang stood closest to Sheng Ting, singing along while gazing adoringly at the man's handsome face. This was her first time celebrating his birthday. In this warm moment, she suddenly envisioned spending the second, third birthdays with him in the future. As the birthday song concluded, Sheng Ting opened his eyes, the first sight being Chu Shuang gazing up at him with bright, sparkling eyes. Happy birthday, she said. Sheng Ting silently regarded her. Stop staring at your wife, blow out the candles first, Zhao Jianzhou teased. After the candles were blown out, the room lights came back on. Sheng Yao handed a knife to Sheng Ting. Let us eat the cake, uncle, hurry and cut it. Sheng Ting passed the knife to Chu Shuang. You cut it for me. Chu Shuang felt as if she had been given a task, and she earnestly began to slice the cake fairly. However, when it came to Shang Yao, she couldn't help but indulge her own desires and added extra fruit to her portion. The subsequent entertainment activities were more suited for the younger crowd. After finishing the cake, Mrs. Shang and Mr. Shang departed. Someone had already taken the microphone and was singing on stage, with Wei Yize being the most lively among them. Shi Yu and the Zheng brothers sat decorously, merely enjoying their drinks while watching him sing. Eventually, perhaps feeling bored, a few of them pulled Han Jinhao and Shang Yang into a card game. On Chu Shuang's side, things remained more civilized. She and Shang Yao focused on eating cake, while Zhao Jianzhou chatted with Sheng Ting. On stage, Wei Yize, feeling as though the crowd viewed him as part of a show, scanned the audience and fixed his gaze on those quietly eating cake in a corner. Today is Sheng Ting's birthday, sister-in-law. Aren't you going to sing a song? Called out. Chu Shuang looked up and quickly shook her head. I sing poorly. Shang Yao, enjoying the spectacle, chimed in. Auntie was among the top 10 singers at her university. Wei Yize, holding the microphone, encouraged, don't be shy, today is Sheng Ting's birthday, you are his beloved, you must sing a few lines to show your appreciation. Chapter 59, Is it permissible to make mistakes? Amidst the crowd's urging, Chu Shuang stepped onto the stage, dressed elegantly in a cheongsam. She had barely steadied herself when Shang Yao cheered enthusiastically. Auntie, you look stunning. What song will you sing, sister-in-law? Chu Shuang pondered for a moment and decided on Taylor's Love Story. Wow, that's a great choice, excellent song, Wei Yize said as he sourced the accompaniment and stepped down. The room was bathed in soft, enchanting lights, and as the captivating melody filled the air, Chu Shuang raised the microphone and began to sing softly. We were both young when I first saw you. I close my eyes, and the flashback starts. I'm standing there on a balcony in summer air. Her voice captivated the audience as she sang the English lyrics with heartfelt sincerity, evoking a deep emotional resonance. Below the stage, Sheng Ting sat watching her, the soft glimmers of light reflecting off her figure, her features both delicate and harmonious, enveloped in an aura of gentle radiance. She looked particularly beautiful tonight. As the song reached its climax, her melodious voice blossomed into a fuller sound, her gaze drifting toward Sheng Ting. That you were Romeo, casting pebbles, and my father warned me to steer clear of Juliet. I found myself weeping on the staircase, imploring you not to depart, as I exclaimed, Romeo, take me to a place where we can be alone. It is a love story, darling, simply utter yes, I am the romantic melody of the lyrics. Chu Shuang glimpsed a fragment of sincerity. A sensation unprecedented became strikingly clear. As the song concluded, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Auntie is simply marvelous, this song makes one yearn for love. Shang Yao, a little fan, clapped fervently. Everyone praised Chu Shuang. Yet Han Jinhao remained strikingly silent. Chu Shuang, her eyes glimmering with mirth, returned to Sheng Ting's side. Before she had even settled, Zhao Jinzhou began to tease, give her a kiss. The thought of witnessing Sheng Ting and his wife share a kiss in their lifetime was too tempting for Jingze, who usually maintained a serious demeanor. Sheng Ting, she just serenaded you. Indeed, Wei Yize chimed lazily. Quick, give her a kiss. Only peers dared to jest at his expense. The younger ones remained quiet, some visibly distressed, others eager to watch but hesitant to overstep boundaries. Amidst the deliberate teasing, Chu Shuang felt a tinge of embarrassment and cast a pleading glance towards Sheng Ting. The man, perceiving her silent plea, spoke with a blend of authority and resignation to the jesters. She is shy, do refrain from causing a ruckus. Having seldom seen Shangting in such a helpless state, the others were unwilling to relent. After several rounds of coaxing, it culminated in Shangting taking a drink as a form of punishment. The so-called birthday gathering stretched late into the night. Upon returning to Qingyu Garden, the hour was already late. Zhu Shuang, having indulged in a few sips of alcohol, had consumed much less than Shangting. Tonight, everyone seemed intent on pouring drinks down his throat. Though the motive remained unclear, thankfully he possessed a good tolerance. Had it been Zhu Shuang, she might have succumbed to inebriation. The man appeared remarkably sober, stepping out of the car with steady gait, even draping his coat over Zhu Shuang as they entered the house. Upon illuminating the living room with the overhead light, Zhu Shuang discovered an array of gifts that had been delivered by friends, who certainly excelled at orchestrating surprises. Gazing at the presents, Zhu Shuang recalled the gift she had prepared but had not had the chance to present. Now returning with her instead. Fortunately, being close to him meant she could always gift it later. However, at that moment, she decided to find some hangover remedy for both of them, to spare them the discomfort of a difficult morning. She felt that Shangting had drunk quite a bit and took it upon herself to care for him, settling him on the sofa before searching for the medicine. Shangting, having shed his coat, sat calmly in a black shirt, his gaze quietly following Zhu Shuang's slender figure, his eyes a deep, dark hue. After finally locating the remedy, Zhu Shuang inquired, "Shall we open these gifts?" "Not now, let us save it for tomorrow." "All right." She too felt it was a tiresome task. "Then I shall assist you upstairs." In truth, the man's steps were steadier than hers, making her support unnecessary. Halfway up, Zhu Shuang realized this. Perhaps it was the late hour or the proximity to him that enveloped her in his scent. Or perhaps it was the alcohol, but with each step upward, her heartbeat quickened. "Once in the room," she asked, "would you like to shower first, or shall I?" "You first." "Okay, I'll be quick." She needed a thorough wash to rid herself of the lingering scent of alcohol. Upon entering the bathroom, she admired herself in the mirror for a moment before removing her jewelry. After bathing and applying body lotion, she emerged wearing a nightgown. "I've washed." The bedroom was dimly lit. And before she could fully comprehend her surroundings, she found herself pressed against the wall by a sudden force, her lips captured. The man's kiss was fervent, clutching her delicate waist and drawing her towards him. The kiss chaotic and marked by evident impatience, perhaps more than just impatience. Zhu Shuang was taken aback by his assertiveness, sensing the imminent events of the night. As he kissed her soft lips, Shangting's low, husky voice articulated, "That kiss was for you." How could he allow anyone to witness their intimacy? Zhu Shuang, dazed by his passionate assault, quickly grasped his intent, just as a hint of sweetness began to bloom in her heart. She felt herself lifted and pressed against the wall, his kiss trailing down to her exquisitely delicate collarbone. Waves of tingling sensations coursed through her, and as she opened her eyes, all she could see was the man's dark head. Sending her heart racing, unable to withstand the overwhelming sensation, she squirmed slightly, but it was futile. In his eyes, she was merely a fragile creature. As his kisses descended, his warm hand slipped beneath her garment, causing Zhu Shuang to flinch, a sound escaping her throat that could have been a gasp or a plea. Shangting gazed into her eyes, his voice deep and lingering, "You look beautiful tonight." As she was placed upon the soft bed, her garments had vanished without a trace, and Zhu Shuang shivered, uncertain if it was from the chill or fear. The warmth of his breath enveloped her ear. Could she make a mistake? Zhu Shuang's throat felt parched as she listened to his alluring, magnetic voice, her senses overwhelmed. She did not respond, and Shangting, unhurried yet assertive, softly inquired again, his tone deceptively calm while his actions were anything but restrained. Chapter 60. He could be considered hers now, right? Zhu Shuang, like a drowning person gasping for air, felt her chest constrict and throb, her heartbeat racing as she gazed into the man's glistening eyes, her ears flushing. "Your injury has nearly healed." Shangting's fervent kisses trailed along her neck. IV already bathed. Zhu Shuang had showered while he had taken a side shower earlier. Thankfully, Shangting was perceptive and would not put her in an awkward position, not waiting for the bashful one to utter a word. In the silence of the bedroom, only heavy breaths and heartbeats remained. Shangting's bluntness and assertiveness nearly brought Zhu Shuang to tears. She had never intended to evade this moment, but now that it had arrived, claiming to be unperturbed would be a lie. The innocent girl, untouched for over 20 years, was unprepared for such treatment. Feeling the atmosphere teetering on the brink of explosion, blood surged through her veins. And amidst the haze of heat, Zhu Shuang's consciousness dulled. Shangting's jawline was taut, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Adjusting his breathing, he glanced at the girl beneath him, her fair face pale, her delicate brows furrowed, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes, reflecting an agonizing turmoil. The man swallowed hard, lying on his side, embracing her and gently stroking her. Do not cry. The previously explosive atmosphere began to soften. Tender kisses graced her lips, brows, and earlobes, gradually calming the weeping girl. Zhu Shuang cherished his gentleness. Feeling profoundly cherished, she found herself more accustomed to this side of Shangting. Reflecting on the recent heart-wrenching pain, a shiver ran through her. This ordeal was an immense challenge for her. Fearing it from the outset, she now felt even more terrified. Why must they engage in such acts? She believed that merely exchanging kisses and embraces would suffice for her happiness. As his large hand rhythmically caressed her back, Zhu Shuang's eyelids grew heavier. Tonight had been exhausting, and just as she was on the brink of slipping into slumber, the rich, deep timbre of his voice broke through. Do not fall asleep. The awakened girl, bewildered, opened her eyes only to be met by his profound gaze. Instinctively, her heart raced, his movements were imbued with a resolute confidence, as he kissed her tender neck. His large hand patted her thigh, laden with implications. Chu Shuang's breath quickened, yearning to glance back at him, yet he pressed her head down, his warm breath fanned against her ear, his words a low, intimate whisper. In that instant, Chu Shuang's eyes widened. Is it permissible to proceed this way? The activities in the bedroom extended into the late hours, and this time, there were no cries of pain, instead, the creaking of the springs under pressure and soft, fragmented breaths filled the air. When it concluded, Chu Shuang's lower lip bore the marks of fervent passion, her face glistening with perspiration, strands of hair clinging to her flushed cheeks, her breath quick and labored. Struggling to regain composure, a portrait of someone who had been thoroughly overwhelmed upon witnessing her state, Shang Ting nearly lost control of his own simmering desire. As dawn broke, Chu Shuang awoke to warmth. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself ensnared in his embrace, her face inches from his muscular chest, warmth radiating towards her. Her throat tightened as memories of the previous night flooded her mind, overwhelming her senses, even without crossing the final threshold. He had claimed what he desired. Just the thought of Shang Ting's assertiveness from last night sent her heart racing. Closing her eyes to temper the heat on her face, Chu Shuang cautiously reopened them. The man's stature was imposing, his well-defined muscles perfectly sculpted, not excessively bulky nor too slender, broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and perfectly arranged abdominal muscles mirrored the ideal model she had sketched in her mind. Who could resist such beauty? In truth, she had longed to touch him the night prior but lacked the courage. Simply avoiding provoking him had proven challenging enough, and she feared the consequences of any advances. Now, with the freedom to admire him openly, Chu Shuang could almost hear her heartbeat echoing in her ears. As her gaze traced the contours of his physique, a thought crossed her mind, causing her cheeks to flush. And she averted her gaze in embarrassment. Upon resting her eyes on his resolute face, she couldn't help but marvel at his striking features, more handsome than any man she had ever encountered. His unique blend of elegance and poise rendered him unapproachable, but now, he could be considered hers, could he not? With that thought, a hidden sense of possession blossomed within her, sweetness seeping into her heart. After admiring his captivating beauty for a while, Chu Shuang feared that when he awoke, the two of them lying bare would be too awkward, so she decided to rise first. Barefoot, she stepped onto the carpet and noticed the scattered garments on the floor. Her cheeks flushing slightly as she picked them up and placed them in the wardrobe. Selecting another outfit, she made her way to the bathroom. By the time she emerged, Shang Tian had already dressed impeccably and was fastening the buttons on his cuff. The contrast between the composed, formally attired man and the one who had breathed heavily and tangled with her the previous night was stark. Their eyes met, and Chu Shuang's gaze flickered momentarily. You're awake? You should wash up. I'll go check on breakfast. Alright. Exiting the bedroom, Chu Shuang let out a soft sigh. She intended to help in the kitchen, but Aunt Yuan insisted otherwise, so she went to feed the fish instead. Watching them compete eagerly for food, she suddenly felt curious about how fragrant the fish feed must be. After taking a pinch and bringing it to her nose for a gentle sniff, she found it surprisingly aromatic. Don't feed them too much. Shang Tian descended the staircase, reminding her that they only needed to be fed every few days, not daily. Chu Shuang set the fish food down and clapped her hands. Got it. The gifts were still piled up in the living room, and after finishing breakfast, Chu Shuang encouraged Shang Tian to unwrap them. Could you help me with it? The man, holding a mug of tea, appeared disinterested. Fine, then I'll unwrap them all for you. Chu Shuang found the act of unwrapping gifts quite enjoyable. Wow, men's perfume. This brand's fragrance is exquisite. Let me see, it's from Jingzi. Mr. Zheng certainly has good taste. What a beautiful Guanyin statue. This is from Zhao Jinju. It looks like a collector's item. He gifted you this. Shang Tian cast a glance, recognizing it as a statue of the child-giving Guanyin from the Ming and Qing dynasties. Chu Shuang paused slightly, realizing his thoughts were quite long-term. After unwrapping more, there were so many gifts that her hands began to ache. With 3 boxes remaining on the table, her gaze landed on a large azure gift box, her own gift. Chu Shuang halted her actions. You can unwrap the last few yourself. The man surveyed the remaining boxes, reaching for one and starting to unwrap it. When he got to the 3rd box, Chu Shuang's heart raced a bit. This gift's wrapping was different from the others. Once opened, he took a moment to glance inside, his eyes catching a card nestled within. He picked it up, revealing a few elegant characters inscribed, "Happy Birthday." No signature. As he unveiled the gift box, a fine jade chess set lay inside, exquisitely crafted. After a moment of contemplation, a subtle smile curved at the corners of Shang Tian's mouth. Thoughtful, Chu Shuang had been quietly observing his reaction, and she was somewhat surprised when he thanked her. How did you know this was from me? Seeing the chess set made it obvious. Besides, among the people I know, none possess such beautiful handwriting. Your handwriting is lovely. Chu Shuang beamed at the compliment. So, do you like it? Among all the gifts, yours is the most to my liking. The curve of her lips couldn't be suppressed. Shang Tian looked at her. When did you prepare it? That time at the auction. The man nodded, feigning ignorance. It must have cost quite a bit, didn't it? If it were for herself, Chu Shuang would certainly hesitate to spend that money. But she had always been generous towards friends and family. She waved her hand nonchalantly out. It's alright, why not use the card I gave you? Since giving it to her, Xing Tian had never seen any expenditure from her account. Oh, buying you a gift with your money feels insincere, Chu Shuang replied, her tone matter-of-fact. With a knowing look, Xing Tian slowly spoke. Are you my little money keeper? Huh? I gave it to you to use, not to hoard as a collectible. You needn't guard my finances. Chu Shuang found the term money keeper rather endearing and let out a soft "oh." The man picked up a chess piece, gazing at it closely, and asked her, would you like to try your hand at it? I've tried it before, she replied straightforwardly. I've done it several times. The feel is really quite nice. Xing Tian's gaze lingered on her for a couple of seconds. Chu Shuang paused. What? Looking into her bright eyes, he noted how intelligent she appeared. Yet at times she seemed rather innocent. I meant, would you like to play a game? Realizing the implication, Chu Shuang couldn't help but chuckled. Sure. Aunt Yuan emerged from the kitchen and spotted the two engaged in a game. Smiling with satisfaction as she returned to bring out some candied fruits and nuts, Chu Shuang was focused on the chess match when small plates of snacks appeared on the table, warming her heart as she softly thanked Aunt Yuan. After eating a date, her eyes landed on the salt-baked walnuts in another dish, which she picked up. Eating walnuts is good for the brain. Hopefully today I can win against Xing Tian. Suddenly feeling a weight on her foot, she looked down to see the golden retriever had come over and was resting its adorable head on her foot. Chu Shuang's heart melted. How can there be such an affectionate little dog in the world? Previously, the golden retriever's affection was equal, loving to play with her and also happily following Xing Tian. However, ever since the last time it had caused her to fall and Xing Tian had scolded it, the dog seemed hesitant to approach him. Chu Shuang thought she needed to find an opportunity to mend their relationship, stealing a glance at the man opposite her, who sat like a pine tree. His movements precise and graceful, she noted how his hands matched perfectly with the chess pieces. With such a luxurious set of chess, he appeared almost ethereal, untouched by the mundane world. She was lost in thought, her ears growing warm, and as her focus wavered, she made several missteps in the game. Xing Tian noticed, observing that her play today was less stable than before. After finishing the walnuts, Chu Shuang, wanting to cover up her blunders, reached for the cashews. It seemed that eating nuts wouldn't make one smarter in the short term. Why aren't you focused? The man asked, his gaze steady on the chessboard. You're playing exceptionally well. I was so focused on winning against you that I walked into a dead end. Don't take winning or losing too seriously. Ultimately, Chu Shuang lost the game, but as it concluded, she felt a sense of relief and rubbed her shoulders. Xing Tian noticed and asked calmly, were you tired last night? The tranquility maintained throughout the morning was disrupted by his casual remark. It was in that moment that Chu Shuang truly felt the reality of the man before her as the one from the previous night. Meeting his dark, serene gaze, she suddenly felt a flush of embarrassment, aware that he had perhaps crossed a line at the end of the night. I wasn't the one who was tired, was I? She raised an eyebrow, her voice low, feeling slightly awkward. Afterward, Xing Tian observed her lively expression, a hint of amusement glimmering in his eyes. Feeling the warmth of his gaze, Chu Shuang quickly averted her eyes. The man chuckled lightly. As long as you're not tired, that's good. He smiled, her heart raced unexpectedly. I'll go get some snacks for the hamster. With that, she slipped away. The golden retriever, disturbed from its slumber, opened its eyes to find only itself and the man in the living room. Feeling a bit awkward, it got up and headed in the direction of its mother. After grabbing some dog food and a small bone, Chu Shuang gave the hamster a couple of treats, watching it eat happily while her mind wandered elsewhere. The phrase together had been echoing in her mind since last night, like an enchanting melody that occasionally resurfaced. Just recalling the way he spoke to her with a husky, intimate tone sent shivers down her spine, making her feel entirely overwhelmed. It turned out that not all forms of intimacy were physical, completely reshaping her understanding. In truth, everything that needed to be done last night had been accomplished, only that final step remained. After all, he was already hers. With that thought, Chu Shuang felt a surge of confidence as she walked back to the living room with the dog food canister. The golden retriever, still hungry, eagerly followed her. You feed it, she instructed. The man looked at the can in his hand, pondering why he couldn't simply pour it into a bowl for the dog. It's been a bit scared of you lately. You need to coax it. Why should I coax it? Last time you scolded it, it remembered. Dogs don't harbor ill will. It thinks you don't like it anymore, Chu Shuang explained, glancing at the round little golden retriever listening intently. It really likes you. Just comfort it a bit. Seeing the man appear indifferent, Chu Shuang directly placed the can in his hands, giving him a meaningful look. Xing Tian glanced at her, unscrewed the lid, and took a bone from inside. The golden retriever perked up at the sight, tail wagging excitedly, yet it hesitated, unsure whether to approach. Go on, little one, Chu Shuang encouraged, gently patting its head. The little creature looked at its gentle mistress and slowly took a few steps forward. Still slightly apprehensive, come here, Xing Tian commanded. Chu Shuang feigned surprise. He called you. Hurry. The golden retriever lifted its head and gently took the bone from Xing Tian's hand, its tail wagging furiously as its eyes sparkled with joy. The little dog was ecstatic. Xing Tian offered another bone, and Chu Shuang watched with a beaming smile. Why did watching the little dog remind her of her past self? Back when they first married, she hadn't yet shifted her mindset. often viewing him as a stern elder and feeling hesitant and distant, but later, it seemed to have started when Shang Tian returned from his first business trip, bringing her roses and gifts, patiently getting to know her. Assuring her that he wasn't a frightening person, gradually, Chu Shuang found herself drawing closer to him. After the dog had eaten several bones, she turned to Shang Tian. "You should pet its head." The man complied. The golden retriever joyfully bounded around Chu Shuang, then rushed back to Shang Tian, wagging its tail vigorously. Shang Tian watched the foolishly cheerful creature, realizing that pets often mirror their owners. The dog's goofy demeanor was strikingly similar to his own. He reached out to stroke its fur, slipping at the last small bone. "Behave yourself from now on." Chapter 62. Indeed, the allure of male beauty is misleading. Ever since receiving the ultramarine from Shang Tian, Chu Shuang's passion for painting had surged, igniting her desire to conceive a grand masterpiece. To engage in the art of painting, one requires a studio. Previously, she had visited the third floor, where numerous rooms lay largely unused. Among them, a south-facing room boasted excellent ventilation and lighting, making it an ideal space for her artistic endeavors. She needed to discuss with Shang Tian the possibility of converting it into her personal studio. "Do you have any other plans for the room facing the morning sun on the third floor?" "No." "Then may I use it as my studio?" Shang Tian replied. "You may utilize the home as you see fit. You are the lady of the house and need not seek my approval." "Very well." In the afternoon, Chu Shuang accompanied Shang Yao to their theater for a delightful outing. This evening, a grand stage play was set to be performed, and Shang Yao had already begun her makeup in the backstage dressing room. As Chu Shuang observed her elegantly arched brows and the exquisite features of her niece, she marveled. "How beautiful! If Yu Ji were alive today, she would surely resemble you. I wonder who will benefit from your beauty in the future." When their eyes met in the mirror, Shang Yao smiled with her lips pressed together, saying, "Your tone resembles that of my grandmother." As the ballet commenced, Chu Shuang found herself seated in a prominent position. The Farewell My Concubine stage play was the theater's crown jewel. In previous years, it had been performed by esteemed veterans, but this year, they had begun to pass on their legacy to the younger generation. Due to her exceptional talents, Shang Yao was cast in the role of Yu Ji. Watching from the audience, Chu Shuang felt an overwhelming sense of pride for her niece, continuously capturing photographs of her on stage, with the military command in hand. "My wisdom surpasses that of Sun Wu. Preparing to annihilate the Western Shu, the vast expanse of mountains and rivers serves as my grand vision. When the king's spirit wanes, what life remains for a humble concubine?" As Yu Ji took her own life with a blade. The tragic love story drew to a close, eliciting thunderous applause from the audience. Tears welled in Chu Shuang's eyes as she sent a photo of Yu Ji's fall to Shang Yao, exclaiming, "You performed splendidly. This is truly a rare stage play with such powerful emotional resonance." Many audience members were moved to tears. After a moment's reflection, she also sent a message to Shang Tian. "Yao Yao acted brilliantly. I strongly recommend you come see her performance." Shang Tian replied, "That is her profession." Chu Shuang remarked, "Each has their expertise. Your niece is truly professional. In the future, she will undoubtedly become an artist of both virtue and skill." Chu Shuang believed Shang Tian underestimated the matter. He had no idea how exceptional Shang Yao was. In truth, Shang Yao cared about her uncle's opinion, and if Shang Tian were to acknowledge and praise her, she would undoubtedly be delighted. "Let us make time in the future to watch Yao Yao's performances together." After the show, they returned backstage to see Shang Yao, and upon meeting, Chu Shuang gave her a thumbs up. "You were magnificent. On stage, you radiated brilliance. Indeed, when one engages in their passion, they truly shine." Shang Yao beamed with delight, exclaiming, "Oh, you are such a flatterer. I was genuinely proud of you just now. Your uncle should have come to witness your shining moment." "Uncle, he wouldn't understand such things." As they gathered their belongings and descended the stairs, Shang Yao mused about going out for a lavish meal. Just then, Chu Shuang noticed a message from Shang Tian asking if she wanted to return home for dinner. Seeing her hesitate, Shang Yao took her phone and typed, "Dinner will be with Yao Yao outside. We'll be back later, so I cannot accompany you, dear husband." How amusing. In the past, her aunt would have been reluctant to return home when out with her. Now she was indecisive between her uncle and herself. Truly, the allure of a handsome man can lead one astray. After sending the message, she locked the screen and returned the phone. "I've replied for you. Now let us go enjoy hot pot." Having sent the message, she paid it no further mind, following the navigation to the restaurant Shang Yao suggested. Upon receiving her message, Shang Tian paused, reflecting on the last term of endearment used. He remained silent for a moment, noticing a cute emoticon of a winking cat following her message. At the restaurant, Chu Shuang soon discovered the contents of Shang Yao's message. She stared at the word husband, her eyes widening slightly. She had never addressed Shang Tian in such a manner, except perhaps during that drunken episode. Mischievous Shang Yao had also included a cat emoticon, which felt oddly intimate. In her mind, an amusing scene emerged, reminiscent of flirtations between the Bull Demon King and his beloved from Journey to the West. "My lord, come chase after me, Yao Yao." She straightened her expression and called out to Shang Yao. Aware that she had been seen, Shang Yao laughed and placed several pieces of spicy beef into Chu Shuang's bowl. "Eat up, eat up." In the next moment, a notification chimed on Shang Yao's phone. Shang Tian had sent a message. Return the phone to your aunt. How astute of him, Chu Shuang feigned a reply. Understood. What is the situation between you and Han Jinhao? I'm not quite sure. From Chu Shuang's perspective, her interactions with Han Jinhao had been minimal. Thus, when he spoke of divorce and remarriage before her the previous night, she was taken aback. Their first encounter involved borrowing some gasoline, followed by her assisting him with 2 profile drawings. Aside from that, their exchanges had been brief greetings. Surely he was not jesting with her last night. So that profile was your handiwork. He is not one to joke. You are unaware that after you left last night, he drank excessively, becoming quite inebriated. It was Shuriwei who ultimately took him home. My cousin is accustomed to a life of privilege, and I have never seen him in such a disheveled state. Chu Shuang wondered how he could harbor such feelings for someone with whom he had minimal contact, leaving the other party completely oblivious. Given his usual demeanor, he should have made his intentions known in a straightforward manner. Reflecting on his disheartened appearance the previous night, Shang Yao felt a pang of sympathy. Alas, what is love? Listening intently, Chu Shuang recalled several of Han Jinhao's expressions from last night. Should she have a word with him? Perhaps we should observe the situation for a while. He may just be going through a rough patch and could recover soon. It would be awkward for you to intervene given the familial hierarchy. Chu Shuang nodded in agreement. Shang Yao, curious, inquired, have you received your fair share of love letters and confessions throughout your life? None. I don't believe you, Chu Shuang replied. When I was young, some peers would say I was pretty and wanted to be my deskmate. But as I grew older, I found that few showed me any attention. I have never been particularly popular with the opposite sex. Boys likely do not favor my type. Shang Yao appeared quite astonished. I feel the same. I think boys prefer the sweet, soft types. I have yet to encounter any unwanted romantic advances in all these years. Be cautious. Chu Shuang placed a piece of freshly cooked beef tripe onto Shang Yao's plate. Gazing at the striking figure illuminated by the warm glow in the restaurant, she mused, it is truly difficult to imagine the kind of person you will end up with. Yao. Be discerning and do not let yourself be deceived by false affections. Deceived by love? That is impossible. I am the one who deceives others. The little tricks that men employ cannot fool me. Hearing this, Chu Shuang felt reassured that Shang Yao was indeed clever and would not be easily manipulated. As they made their way home, delicate snowflakes began to fall from the night sky. It seemed this place adored snowfall. The headlights illuminated the road when suddenly a white figure appeared, startling Chu Shuang, who quickly slammed on the brakes. Regaining her composure, she noticed a small white cat on the road. The little creature looked a bit disheveled and appeared weak. Trembling in the cold night, Chu Shuang exited the car and scooped it up. But before she could take a closer look, a furious male voice rang out behind her. What is wrong with you? Why are you slamming on the brakes? Can't you drive properly? A bald man in a rugged vehicle leaned out, his expression fierce as he berated her. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I would have crashed into you. Just because you drive a fancy car doesn't mean you can act recklessly. The two vehicles were mere centimeters apart, nearly resulting in a rear-end collision. Covering the kitten's ears, Chu Shuang bent forward to apologize. I'm sorry, a cat suddenly darted out in front of me. It was unintentional. I apologize for the inconvenience. The man's anger subsided slightly upon witnessing her soft demeanor, but he still grumbled, is a mere apology sufficient? If apologies were enough, why would we need the police? What can I do to appease you? Compensate for my emotional distress. Before he could finish, a woman in a black trench coat approached, arms crossed, tall and poised. Her hair was styled in a neat ponytail, her eyes elongated, and her lips curved in a casual smile. The bald man was taken aback. What luck he had tonight, encountering two remarkable women. The woman spoke, hey buddy, if you don't leave, others will have to. The young lady didn't mean it. It's a chilly night. So let us resolve this amicably. The bald man raised his chin defiantly. So you want to compensate for her? Chu Shuang walked over, sensing that this man was not one to be trifled with. It was better to avoid trouble, especially with another woman present. She didn't want to complicate matters for the kind-hearted stranger. In the dead of night, two girls confronting a burly man clearly placed them at a disadvantage. Paying a small sum for peace was no great loss. Just as she was about to speak, the woman intervened. Since we cannot reach an agreement, let us involve the police and let them determine who is right and wrong. She glanced at the two undamaged vehicles, noting that the arrival of the police would likely have little impact on the young lady but could spell trouble for the man if he was found to be under the influence while causing a scene. At her words, the bald man's expression shifted. Alright, fine, I'll consider myself unlucky. He then turned to Chu Shuang. You're fortunate to have encountered someone as easygoing as me. If you had run into someone fierce, it wouldn't have been so simple. Chu Shuang nodded. Indeed, seeing her smile, the man felt somewhat relieved, and his tone softened to, in light of your commendable politeness, I shall not pursue the matter further. As she watched the man drive away, Chu Shuang turned her gaze to the one who had just come to her aid, her forced smile transforming into a genuine one. Thank you. How did you know he had been drinking? Xiao Yu brushed her bangs aside, saying, I've always had an exceptional sense of smell. Thanks to Miss Xiao Yu, I nearly resorted to giving him some money to settle the matter. You are still too kind. When faced with such individuals, It is wise to adopt a firmer stance to avoid being taken advantage of. During the day, I would not have been so accommodating, but encountering such a person alone at night is best handled with caution. A small monetary gesture is perhaps not a great burden. Your reasoning is quite astute. It is indeed prudent for a young woman to be adaptable when navigating the world alone. As Chao Yu reached out to stroke the little cat nestled in Chu Shuang's arms, she remarked, "I was merely trying to escape it, sister. You possess not only a good temperament but also a kind heart." Chu Shuang smiled softly. "Miss Chao Yu, you are not only intelligent but also incredibly brave." With a twinkling gaze, Chao Yu replied, "Please, do not call me Miss Chao Yu, call me sister instead. It feels much more intimate." In the biting cold, the woman's tousled hair framed her exquisite features, her eyes and brows strikingly beautiful. Chu Shuang had always held a fondness for beautiful things. For reasons unknown, each encounter with Chao Yu evoked a sense of familiarity, akin to visiting a distant relative's home as a child, or a gentle older sister looked after her with tender care. Yet she was certain she had never met Chao Yu before. Perhaps it was simply her profound admiration for beauty. Sister, Chao Yu beamed, her eyes curving with delight. "Yes, from now on, that is what you shall call me. I felt an instant connection with you. By the way, have we not exchanged contact information? Let us do so." After adding each other as friends and bidding farewell, Chao Yu perused Chu Shuang's social media posts. The night breeze stung her eyes, leaving them slightly dry. "You also enjoy painting," she murmured softly, her voice barely rising above the whispers of the night. Upon arriving home, Sheng Tian was still seated in the living room. Noticing her weary entrance, he remarked, "Next time, return a bit earlier." "I encountered a stray kitten on the way," Chu Shuang replied, as she revealed the beautiful little ragdoll cat from her embrace. Sheng Tian observed her joyful expression before glancing at the kitten, whose large, clear blue eyes were curiously surveying its unfamiliar surroundings. It remained still in her arms, appearing gentle in disposition, though afflicted with a skin condition requiring treatment. After placing the kitten on a plush cushion, Chu Shuang knelt beside it, stroking its head. "I just took it to the pet store for a bath and got it some food." It devoured it eagerly, as if it had been starving for ages. "It looked quite scruffy before the bath, but now it is simply adorable. Look, I even bought it a charming little villa." The various bags she had brought in were all for the little feline. Once the kitten was settled in its cozy abode, Chu Shuang remembered to ask Sheng Tian, "May I keep it?" "You ask me this only after bringing it home," he replied, exasperated. "Do you think I would simply dispose of it if you disagreed?" "That would not happen," she assured him. "You are a member of this household. It is only right that you agree to any pet I bring home. A harmonious coexistence is essential, and your approval is preferable." "What if I were to object?" Chu Shuang bit her lip. "Then I shall devise another plan." With a soft scoff, the man conceded, "Just keep it." Chu Shuang beamed at him, her eyes sparkling. "I had a feeling you would agree." Despite his stern demeanor, Sheng Tian had always been quite accommodating. He had never thwarted her wishes. It was this confidence that allowed Chu Shuang to take the initiative to bring the kitten home, and fortunately, they all had a fondness for small animals. "We must give it a name." Pondering with a furrowed brow, she noticed Sheng Tian observing her quietly, refraining from interruption. "How about little oil residue? It was a bit dirty when I found it." "Which suits it perfectly, and it sounds cute too. What do you think?" She looked up at Sheng Tian for his opinion. The man paused for a moment, then asked, "Do you find it appealing?" "Little oil residue is quite endearing," she insisted. Chapter 64, always claiming to be tired, yet possessing good stamina, Sheng Tian sighed subtly, bemused by her peculiar choice of names for her pets. It was no longer a matter of whether it sounded pleasant. Who names their dog Hamster or their cat Little Oil Residue? Did you have a nickname as a child? As a child, my grandfather occasionally called me Bubble, as I was rather round back then, though he didn't use it often. Consider this, Sheng Tian continued calmly, if someone were to call you Little Rib, would you be pleased? Chu Shuang was taken aback. Who would ever call someone Little Rib? Noticing her bewilderment, he elaborated, naming it Oil Residue gives off a similar impression. Glancing at the gentle little white cat, Chu Shuang slowly pursed her lips. Then perhaps you should choose a name for it. After settling the kitten, she made her way upstairs to shower. Sheng Tian inquired, would you like to exercise? It's a bit late. Not too late. It's not even 10 o'clock, come on. Watching the man ascend the stairs, Chu Shuang hesitated. How did it turn into him supervising my exercise? She mused, reluctant to engage in physical activity. She hurried to catch up, attempting to persuade him. I'm quite tired today, let's postpone our workout to another day. I had a bit too much for dinner. Perfect, then it will help with digestion. Exercising on a full stomach can be quite uncomfortable. Glancing sideways at her evasion, he calmly asked, how long has it been since you last exercised? It seems like quite a while. Ever since winter began, I've lost the motivation to move. White-toned abs from summer are starting to fade. I don't usually like to exercise, so I often fall ill, and my stamina has dwindled. As they ascended several flights of stairs, Chu Shuang quietly retorted, I actually have good stamina. Claiming to have good stamina while constantly complaining of fatigue? His tone remained neutral, as if discussing a serious matter. The way he could casually broach such personal topics left Chu Shuang momentarily speechless, astonished by his calm demeanor. If she truly did not wish to exercise, So be it. Xing Tian regarded her intently, articulating each word. Then let us return to the room. Feeling the weight of his penetrating gaze, Zhu Shuang's heart raced, and she quickly declared, I adore exercising, it's my absolute favorite. Having already changed into workout attire, he passed by the master bedroom as Zhu Shuang reached for the doorknob. You go ahead, I'll change into something appropriate. Without glancing back, she slipped into her room. Observing her flushed ears, Xing Tian allowed a slight smile to grace his lips. When Zhu Shuang emerged from her room, he was already lifting weights, watching the well-defined muscles in his arms effortlessly hoist the heavy weights. She couldn't help but glance at her own slender arms. Indeed, he had every right to comment on her stamina. In truth, she had always excelled in sports among her peers, achieving commendable results in long-distance running and jumping. Unlike many girls who dreaded physical education, yet, compared to Xing Tian's robust physique, she felt somewhat inadequate. I think I'll head to the treadmill. Suit yourself. Or with soft instrumental music playing in the background, Zhu Shuang jogged lightly. Her gaze occasionally drifting to those exercising nearby. As she observed, she thought, this is worth it, exercising while admiring handsome abs. If this were a daily privilege, I doubt I would ever feel lazy. Beneath the thin fabric of his shirt, the contours of his muscles became apparent with every movement, revealing prominent veins in his arms and neck, occasionally highlighting his pronounced Adam's apple. Zhu Shuang felt a rush of heat as she reached for the water on the counter. Gulping down a few sips to regain her composure, after about 20 minutes of running, she sat on a yoga mat to catch her breath. Tired? A little. Xing Tian wiped the sweat from his brow and glanced at the time. If you're tired, take a break. It's getting late. Zhu Shuang straightened her back, insisting, I can still exercise for a bit longer. Take it easy. Pushing yourself too hard on the first day will leave you sore tomorrow. Grabbing her phone, he approached her, extending his hand. Come on. As he grasped her hand to help her up, they returned to the bedroom, and Zhu Shuang cleared her throat. Shall you shower first, or should I? Upon uttering the words, she paused, feeling a sense of déjà vu. The man seemed to be unaware. You go first. This was even more reminiscent. Covered in sweat, Zhu Shuang grabbed her pajamas and headed for the bathroom. As she disrobed, she caught sight of some marks along her waist and thighs. Her cheeks flushed. Both she and he were well aware of how those marks had come to be. Taking a leisurely shower, her thoughts grew increasingly restless. Eventually, she could no longer delay her exit. After drying off and changing into her pajamas, she hesitated at the door, her heart racing as memories of the previous night flooded back. Nervously squeezing her fingers, she turned the doorknob slowly. Peeking out first, she felt a wave of relief upon realizing no one was waiting outside. The figure seated on the sofa observed her every move. A hint of amusement hidden in his gaze. Straightening her posture, Zhu Shuang calmly declared, I'm done, you may go now. Climbing into bed, she reached for her phone and noticed several messages from Li Bingbing. They exchanged a few words before Xing Tian emerged, immediately spotting her engrossed in her phone. Still on your phone? He inquired, his tone patient. The hour is getting late. I'll stop now. It's time for bed. After bidding Li Bingbing good night, Zhu Shuang placed her phone on the nightstand. Chapter 65. It seems you are not quite tired yet. Xing Tian approached, pulling back the covers before turning off the light. In the darkness, Zhu Shuang lay beneath the covers, her breath steady, yet her heart raced unpredictably. Why sleep so far away? He questioned from the shadows. Zhu Shuang gulped softly, replying in a low voice, I feel safer this way. Xing Tian's low chuckle broke the silence, the rustling of the covers indicating he had shifted to face her. Come closer. The first frost lingered in a tranquil silence for 2 seconds before letting out a soft sigh. Having collapsed onto the bed, unable to escape, she shifted slightly, moving towards the outer edge, only to have her waist ensnared by someone's embrace. Sheng Ting enveloped her in his arms, resting his chin atop her soft hair. Wasn't he this enough to feel secure? The fragrance of her body wash, imbued with a refreshing yet serene tea aroma, made holding her feel akin to cradling the sunlight of an early spring tea garden. Zhu Shuang lay quietly in his embrace, utterly obedient. How could she not be? A hint of resistance would complicate matters far beyond a mere embrace. If it were just a hug, it would be nothing, for he was indeed quite warm. Yet there lingered a slight fear of his occasional assertiveness and that underlying intensity. Just last night, on this very bed, the memories of flushed cheeks and racing hearts remained vivid. In the beginning, he was gentle and considerate, but as the night progressed, it became truly overwhelming. Moreover, recalling that intense pain made Zhu Shuang even more apprehensive. If this was his demeanor before true intimacy, she couldn't help but worry about what was to come. Are you ignoring me? No, just lost in thought. What about thinking about what to have for breakfast tomorrow? The bedroom fell into a stillness for a long while. Neither spoke, and Zhu Shuang quietly reflected on whether she was being too unromantic. Above her, the man's breaths were long and rhythmic. After listening for a moment, she lifted her head. It was pitch black, and she could see nothing. After a while, she couldn't help but whisper softly, Are you asleep? What answered her was the steady sound of his breathing. She remained still in his embrace for a while, then sniffled, whispering, Hey, are you asleep? No response. He had indeed fallen asleep. Instantly, her drowsiness vanished. Her hand, which had been resting on the bed, lifted gently, cautiously reaching out in the darkness to touch his cheek. It was her first time doing so, fearful of waking him, and she merely traced the contours with her fingertip. Conjuring images in her mind of where her hand wandered, his jawline was so distinct, his skin slightly cool and a tad soft, as she thought of the way his Adam's apple bobbed while he exercised. Zhu Shuang bit her lip, her hand gradually moving downward. When her fingers brushed against that prominent feature, her heart raced. So this was the sensation of an Adam's apple, warm yet firm, from a gentle touch to a light squeeze. Her hand acted faster than her mind, and only after she made the move did she realize what she had done. It was too late to retract her hand, it was firmly grasped by him. His voice, slightly hoarse and laced with a hint of danger, inquired, "Had enough fun?" Startled, Zhu Shuang attempted to withdraw her hand, but he held onto it tightly, his thumb grazing her knuckles. "It seems you're not very sleepy." As soon as he finished speaking, she found herself pressed into the bed, her arms pinned above her head. In the darkness, she could only see the outline of his figure, the crisp scent of his kiss wafting toward her. "I had intended to let you rest tonight." Sheng Ting planted a kiss on the corner of her mouth, his words low enough for only the two of them to hear. "You must be curious about more than just this." "What do you mean?" Zhu Shuang was confused. The next moment, he tugged on her hand, pulling it downward. "Playing coy is rather dull. Let me teach you." In the darkness, her eyes widened, her cheeks flushed with warmth as she immediately withdrew her hand. Feeling as though her palm was ablaze, this man was nothing like the gentle persona he portrayed. "You know it's merely a temporary fix, but you fear pain." He kissed the corner of her mouth, his Adam's apple rolling slightly, his thin lips forming a few words. "Let us proceed as we did last night." Perhaps due to the exertion of the previous night, Zhu Shuang slept soundly until 9 o'clock. Awakening to find the absence of his presence beside her. As she sat up, the blanket slipped, revealing several marks on her pale skin. Hastily, Zhu Shuang clutched the blanket to shield her modesty while searching for her nightgown. It was nowhere to be found beneath the bed, and even after probing under the covers, she could not locate it. Biting her lip, she pondered where he had tossed it last night. In her dazed state, she had lost all sense of reason and couldn't remember how could he carelessly discard her clothes. When Sheng Ting entered, he found her entirely wrapped in the blanket, with only her head visible. Awake, upon seeing him, Zhu Shuang instinctively tightened her grip on the blanket. "Where are my clothes?" The man sat calmly on the edge of the bed, impeccably dressed. "What clothes?" Gazing into his deep-set eyes, Zhu Shuang clung tightly to the blanket, her cheeks aflame. "The clothes I wore last night. Only you know where they ended up." "I have no idea." Sheng Ting's gaze drifted from her face downward, his eyes possessing a weighty intensity that caused her heart to tighten. Seeing her defenselessly fixated on him, he smiled mischievously. "So, you're not allowed to say that." He raised an eyebrow, defeated. Zhu Shuang proposed, "Let us negotiate. You step out while I get dressed." Sheng Ting stood. "What do you wish to wear?" As he approached the wardrobe, Zhu Shuang replied, "Anything will do, just hand me a knitted dress." After pushing open the wardrobe and scanning the rows, he located the dress she mentioned. Just as he was about to leave, he recalled that she had no clothes on at all, and he searched for some intimate apparel as well. Upon pulling open the lower drawer, his gaze faltered slightly. His fingers lifted a piece of fabric that was scarcely sufficient to be called a dress. Realizing what it was, Sheng Ting's eyes narrowed. Soon, he concealed the dark glint in his gaze, returning it to its place and retrieving the intimate clothing from another compartment. The bedroom could not see what transpired in the wardrobe, and unaware of the situation, Zhu Shuang was busy messaging friends. When Sheng Ting returned, he carried not only the dress but also the intimate garments, causing Zhu Shuang's cheeks to flush. "Would you like me to help you change?" "No, that won't be necessary." Taking the garments from his fingers, Zhu Shuang burrowed beneath the blanket, struggling to dress herself. After hastily washing up in the bathroom, she hurried downstairs to check on the cat. Upon her arrival, she found the little golden retriever playing with the ragdoll cat. Both curious about one another, and their interaction was quite harmonious. "Hamster." Zhu Shuang patted the golden retriever, instructing, "The kitten is a pitiful little creature, soon to be part of our family. You're much larger than it, so you mustn't bully it." After finishing her lecture to the retriever, she remembered she needed to apply medication for the kitten's skin condition, just as she was about to retrieve the ointment she had bought the previous night. Sheng Ting interjected, "I already applied the medication." Zhu Shuang cradled the cat and observed closely, discovering a thin layer of ointment on the affected area. His meticulousness remained unchanged. "If you have the time, could you please give it a name? I feel my choices may not sound appealing." "Certainly." After finishing dinner, Zhu Shuang went to fetch her seal for carving. Each stroke was meticulously handcrafted, and she wondered if she could complete it before the new year. While she worked, Sheng Ting did not disturb her. He had been quite busy himself, spending a long time in the study that afternoon. Feeling fatigued from the carving, Zhu Shuang recalled his earlier mention of going to the beach for the new year. She opened her phone to browse for dresses. Sunglasses were a must for the beach, and while perusing the various styles, she thought to select a pair for Sheng Ting as well. He would surely look handsome in sunglasses. Auntie Yuan brought in a fruit platter, and as Zhu Shuang took a piece to eat while looking at her phone, she realized, "Madam, perhaps you should send some to the sir as well." Only then did she notice Auntie Yuan held another portion. With the kitchen still bustling, she added, "Thank you for your hard work, madam." "All right, it's nothing. You go ahead and be busy," she replied. "I'll take it to him." As she pushed open the study door, Shang Ting was engaged in a video conference. Chu Shuang quietly placed the fruit beside him, attempting to gesture for him to eat, but he was far too occupied to interact with her. He wore a pair of silver-framed glasses, accentuating his high straight nose, adding an air of seriousness to his demeanor. He listened intently to the speaker on the other end, occasionally responding in a soft voice. Exuding a sternness, after sitting on the sofa for a while, witnessing his serious work ethic, Chu Shuang thought herself fortunate not to be his subordinate. After a few minutes of contemplation, she had intended to find a book to read. But realizing he was in a meeting, she quietly closed the door behind her and left. Ascending to the third floor, she tidied up her art studio for a while, gazing at the bright, spacious room. She felt it lacked a few sofas and soft lounges. When fatigued from painting, she could recline on the sofa, enjoying her artwork while basking in the sunlight. If the weather permitted, the floor-to-ceiling windows of the studio offered a panoramic view of the backyard. Making for a pleasant scenery, lost in her daydreams, she suddenly stood up. Seizing the day, she decided to visit the home goods store to find sofas and other furniture, determined to beautify her studio. As Shang Ting was busy with his meeting, she wouldn't disturb him and would go alone. However, upon arriving at the garage, she discovered her usual Bentley was missing. Inquiring with Auntie Yuan, she learned that Shang Ting had sent it to the service center for maintenance. "Would you like to take another car, madam?" After some thought, Chu Shuang retrieved the keys to the Maybach from her bedroom. Initially, she only intended to purchase some simple furniture to decorate her studio. But upon entering the home goods store, she was captivated by the beauty of everything and ended up overspending. As she swiped her card, the thought of Shang Ting's words, "the money hoarder," resurfaced in her mind. It was the first time she used the black card he had given her. When Shang Ting finished his meeting and descended, he noticed the hall was empty and was about to call her when he saw several transactions on his family card. "Did you go shopping? Do you need to come back?" Chu Shuang replied, "I'm just buying some crispy duck before returning. By the way, do you need me to bring you anything?" "No need, just drive carefully on your way." After leaving the address for the delivery to arrive later, Chu Shuang returned to her car, preparing to buy the crispy duck, remembering the chocolate Shang Ting had retrieved from the storage box last time, which had tasted quite good. She opened the box and took a piece as a small snack while driving. As she passed the area where she had encountered the kitten the previous night, an idea suddenly popped into her mind. Just as she approached a red light, she paused and gently glanced at the chocolate in her hand. Chocolate. Sister Xiaoyu has always had a fondness for chocolate. Lost in thought, she remained oblivious to the persistent honking behind her, only to glance up and realize the traffic light had been green for quite some time. Hastily, she started her car and departed. Upon returning to Qingyu Garden, as soon as she entered the lobby, her golden retriever and cat rushed to greet her, circling her from both sides. Chu Shuang found them utterly adorable and affectionately patted their heads. After changing her shoes, she sank into the sofa, massaging her legs, while the little cat hopped onto the couch, settling beside her, gently stroking its fur. Chu Shuang whispered, "Have you been given a name yet?" The kitten, of course, could neither comprehend nor respond back. Already, Shang Ting had returned from the back garden holding several freshly cut roses. "Yes, I'm back," watching him arrange the flowers in a vase on the coffee table. "It looked quite lovely. Didn't you say you were going to buy crispy duck?" Noticing her empty hands, Shang Ting inquired, "Did you not find any?" Chu Shuang was taken aback by the question. "Yes, they were sold out." "How could I forget? I drove straight back." After watching television for a while, the furniture delivery arrived during dinner. They guided the items up to the third floor, finally making the studio feel less empty. Post-dinner, Shang Ting insisted she join him for exercise, but after just a few steps, Chu Shuang suddenly remembered that her menstrual period was approaching. She halted and ceased running, opting to sit on the nearby cushion and watch Shang Ting work out. "Don't slack off," he reminded her upon noticing her pause. "I can't exercise anymore. My period is coming." Hearing this, the man turned to her, noticing the glimmer of amusement in her eyes, though he couldn't decipher the reason for her joy. Chu Shuang, resting her hands on her hips, unabashedly admitted, "I'm just watching you exercise." With her condition, Shang Ting had no retort, which only added to her delight. His physique was indeed astonishing, captivating anyone who laid eyes on him. As she admired him, taking advantage of his inattention, Chu Shuang discreetly pulled out her phone and snapped a picture. Pleased with the image of his long legs and narrow waist, she thought to use this proportion as a model for future portraits. "Alright, continue your workout at your own pace. I'm off to put on a face mask." After informing him, Chu Shuang rose and retreated to the master bedroom, where she could no longer see him. She clicked on an anonymous email received earlier that afternoon. The message contained no words, only a photograph. A striking couple stood side by side, closely nestled together. The girl wore a radiant smile, her eyes crinkling with joy as if the moment had been blissful. The boyish features were stern yet not harsh, reminiscent of Shang Ting at this age. Indeed, the photograph featured Shang Ting and Xiaoyu, capturing them in their youth, perhaps in their late teens or early 20s. At that age, Shang Ting's features were indistinguishable from those of today, his demeanor still cool and reserved. However, in the image, his facial lines appeared softer, a reflection of his good mood or the comfort of being with someone familiar. She had received this photo shortly after leaving the home goods store that afternoon, sent anonymously. She had no idea who it was from or their intent, beyond indicating that Shang Ting and Zhao Yu shared a close relationship. What else were they trying to convey, or perhaps mislead her about? Zhao Yu had declared that she and Shang Ting were classmates. It was hardly unusual for classmates to have a harmonious photograph together. Xu Shuang wished not to misinterpret their relationship based on a photograph that revealed nothing. She wanted to trust Shang Ting. In fact, upon receiving the photo that afternoon, her immediate reaction had not been suspicion or sadness. Rather, she instinctively felt that the sender intended to provoke some misunderstanding. Chapter 67, Crab Roe Buns. This morning, Aunt Yuan prepared crab roe buns, their aroma utterly tempting however, as Xu Shuang was on her period. She could only indulge in a small taste, leaving the rest for Aunt Yuan to pack into 2 boxes. As she stepped through the company's entrance, she spotted Zhou Wenchuan already at her post. Occasionally someone entered the lobby. Upon seeing familiar faces, she would nod and smile. When her gaze met Xu Shuang's, she paused momentarily, seemingly recalling her presence, and greeted her with a smile. Good morning, have you had breakfast? Xu Shuang approached, placing a box of crab roe buns on her work desk. I made too many at home. I can't finish them before they spoil. Please, try one. Zhou Wenchuan appeared momentarily taken aback. You should take them to share with your colleagues. Raising her hand with the box, Xu Shuang insisted, there is plenty here. Go ahead and enjoy. Too many, not too many, just AFEW.by the way. Xu Shuang glanced around. Noting that no one else was entering at the moment, then whispered, you're not on your period, are you? No, I'm not. Good. Crab roe is cold in nature, so it's fine to eat if you're not on your period. I'll head upstairs now. Goodbye. Zhou Wenchuan opened the box revealing several neatly arranged crab roe buns, then looked up towards the elevator as Xu Shuang entered, catching her eye and sharing a faint smile. After taking a bite of a bun, she found the skin thin and the filling abundant, the crab roe delicious. Gazing at the glistening crystal crab roe bun, Zhou Wenchuan momentarily lost herself in thought. The department colleagues who sampled the crab roe buns Xu Shuang brought forth were all praises, declaring they were even better than those from restaurants. It's not my doing, it's Aunt Yuan's excellent cooking. Su Shirin gave a thumbs up. Your aunt is truly remarkable. She can make anything. Indeed, anyone working in Xu Shuang's household must be of Michelin chef caliber. Xu Shuang chuckled softly, that's a bit exaggerated. Xiao He, who was around the same age as Xu Shuang and got along well with her, had seen Xu Shuang's Bentley and her collection of lipsticks, thus surmised that her family was well off. However, the specifics of their wealth eluded her, leading to harmless teasing. Previously, when Xu Shuang fell ill and took sick leave, the news had circulated from headquarters, revealing her connections to the higher-ups, yet she remained humble in her interactions with colleagues, never flaunting her background, allowing them to treat her as an ordinary co-worker. As they gathered, sharing the crab roe buns in the department before the official start of the workday, the new chief editor, Sun Mengzhu, strode in wearing high heels. Noticing the harmonious atmosphere, she glanced at her watch, frowning at the sight of them chatting just 2 minutes before work officially commenced. Su Shirin could barely suppress her eye roll. You mentioned there are still 2 minutes left. There's an early meeting in 5 minutes. With that, Sun Mengzhu tossed her words back and donned her blazer as she entered the office. The meeting primarily revolved around organizing the workload for the final half-month leading up to the new year, with little emphasis on critical points, merely reiterating previous arrangements. However, toward the end, Sun Mengzhu unexpectedly dismissed Xu Shuang's long-prepared qualification for the main artist of a new comic, assigning Xiao He to take over instead. From analyzing the original novel to crafting character designs, Xu Shuang had poured her heart into this project, only to have it nullified with a single remark. Why the sudden change of lead artist? This comic has been my responsibility from the start, and we're on the verge of entering the creative phase. A last-minute switch could disrupt the entire process. You should understand this better than I do. Sun Mengzhu showed little reaction. You still have another ongoing comic, don't you? This is the busiest time, and it seems you have no time for anything else. Wouldn't it be more efficient to assign this qualification to someone available? As for the comic's style and character designs, just hand over your current drafts to Yihuan. Everyone in this department is quite capable. Others can produce work just as well as you can. Anything understandable can be grasped by others just as easily. Since she mentioned time and efficiency, Xu Shuang assured her, I can manage both responsibilities without affecting progress. I should remain in charge of this comic. Yihuan is also occupied with her project and won't have time to spare. Each member of the department had their respective tasks, and Yihuan hadn't intended to usurp a colleague's work. She chimed in, right, I'm busy wrapping up my current comic, and it'll be a while before I can help. Xu Shuang has worked hard for this, she is the best fit for it. Besides, my artistic style differs from hers, and I fear I might not capture the essence of the original work. Seeing them resist her decision, Sun Mengzhu grew displeased. I am well aware of your capabilities. I have my arrangements. I am the chief editor here, not you. This matter is settled. Meeting adjourned. Once she left, Xu Shuang sat in silence for a few moments. Her colleagues approached to comfort her. Su Shirin scoffed, "What a show of authority she has. Back when the previous chief editor was here, arrangements were made with everyone's input. Now she acts as if she is a successful woman, making decisions unilaterally, still young and yet lacking humility and respect. Her professional conduct is lacking, yet she aims to command everything like a clown wielding a feather as a scepter, since Sun Mengzhu had taken the chief editor position." Su Shirin had been harboring resentment, often mocking her, both overtly and covertly. Sun Mengzhu was aware of this but was adept at reading the room, acknowledging Su Shirin's fiery temperament and seniority. She had refrained from confronting her directly, and now, however, she chose to target Chu Shuang, who appeared less confrontational, leaving her intentions unclear. He Huan patted Chu Shuang's shoulder reassuringly. "Don't worry, I won't take away the fruits of your labor. If I can't draw it, how can she expect to direct me?" Chu Shuang smiled gently. "Thank you." Returning to her workstation, she began her tasks, though she couldn't tell if it was due to having indulged in a crab roe bun that morning. But her lower abdomen began to ache slightly. During lunchtime, she lacked an appetite, only managing a few bites before curling up with a hot water bottle on her chair, drifting off to sleep. Initially intending to approach Sun Mengzhu after calming down, she found herself feeling unwell throughout the afternoon. By the time work concluded, she was so exhausted that all she desired was to lie in bed. Upon entering the family car and glancing at the back seat, she noticed that Sheng Ting had not yet finished work. Returning to Qingyu Garden, she ascended the stairs directly to sleep, making an effort to induce a state of self-hypnosis, and gradually drifted into slumber. When Sheng Ting returned home, the living room was eerily quiet, devoid of anyone's presence. Aunt Yuan had just finished preparing a bowl of barley and brown sugar porridge and spotted Sheng Ting as he entered. Updating him on Chu Shuang's condition, "Madam is unwell. She went upstairs as soon as she got home. We are unsure if she has awakened, sir. Could you please take this bowl of porridge up to her?" Chapter 68, Pregnant. Holding the bowl, Sheng Ting made his way upstairs. As he pushed open the door, he was met with the sight of two pets gathered by her bedside. The hamster sat upright, its gaze fixed on the sleeping figure in bed, while the small white cat curled up beside her head. Fortunately, neither was causing any trouble. Approaching the bedside, Sheng Ting checked her temperature and relieved to find no fever. "Chu Shuang," the man called softly, "wake up and have some porridge." Upon opening her eyes and seeing Sheng Ting beside her bed, she murmured, "You're back." "Yes." He helped her sit up and handed her the barley porridge. "Did it hurt again today?" Chu Shuang took a small sip of the porridge. "Not particularly painful, just uncomfortable all day. I wonder if it was because I indulged in crab roe this morning." Sheng Ting's dark eyes scrutinized her diminished spirit compared to usual, his thin lips curling slightly in bemusement at her self-inflicted discomfort. Chu Shuang remained silent, knowing that speaking would only irritate her further. He placed his hand on her lower abdomen. "Have you applied a warm patch?" "Yes." "How much did you eat?" "Crab roe buns." They had breakfast together, and he had left only for a few minutes to retrieve something from upstairs. It was likely during that time she had indulged. "Should I prepare some medicinal porridge for you?" "No need. I'm feeling better now. It's not serious." "Are you hungry?" A little. The man pulled back her blanket. "I'll carry you downstairs for a meal." Chu Shuang found herself securely cradled in his arms, feeling a bit unaccustomed. "I can walk by myself. Isn't it nice to be carried?" Sheng Ting merely glanced at her. "You're too slow." With their owner departing, the two little animals trailed behind them downstairs. The distance of being carried like a princess allowed Chu Shuang to distinctly feel the strong heartbeat in his chest. As they reached the living room, she spotted Aunt Yuan in the distance and lowered her head. Earning a soft chuckle from Sheng Ting above her, he set her down comfortably, draped a blanket over her lower half, and handed her a bowl. Chu Shuang's appetite was not what it usually was. After a few bites, she declared herself full. Sheng Ting coaxed her gently to eat a bit more, but when she truly could not, she simply sat and watched him eat, suddenly feeling a tickle on her foot. She looked down to find the small cat licking her foot. "What are you doing? Are you hungry?" She then turned to Sheng Ting. "Could you please get it some cat food and apply some ointment later?" "Sure. By the way, have you thought of a name for it?" "I have it." Chu Shuang, curious, asked, "What is it?" Noticing his deliberate actions as he picked up a slice of lotus root, appearing to tease her, Chu Shuang pursed her lips. "All right, you go ahead and eat. I won't disturb you." He ate with great decorum, alternating between vegetables and meat with a focused demeanor. Watching him eat made her feel that all the dishes appeared particularly appetizing. Sheng Ting, seemingly reading her thoughts, offered her a piece of stir-fried pork. "Would you like to try some? It looks good." After a moment's hesitation, Chu Shuang leaned forward, and he understood, extending his chopsticks toward her. "Is it delicious?" "Yes." After eating meat, "Would you like some vegetables?" He offered her a piece of Shanghai green. Finally, he picked up the last piece of braised pork rib from the plate. "Do you want this? If not, I'll eat it." Chu Shuang gazed at him, nodded. "I do." With a successful feeding, a smile flickered in Sheng Ting's eyes. Under his persuasion, Chu Shuang ended up eating once more, this time truly feeling satisfied after feeding the ragdoll cat and applying ointment. He carried her upstairs again. "What shall we name the little cat?" Sheng Ting remained silent as he placed her onto the large bed. Chu Shuang's eyes were fixated on him. Bubble. Sheng Ting pronounced the name with a rich, low timbre, sounding less like a statement and more like an affectionate call. He called her Bubble. Chu Shuang was taken aback for a moment before lightly protesting. That's my name. Your name? Does your ID card specify that this name belongs solely to you? It's my nickname. Well, Sheng Ting smirked. Now it is its formal name. The small white cat sat quietly nearby, eavesdropping on their discussion about its name. Sheng Ting patted its head. From now on, you shall be called Bubble. Do you understand, little Bubble? The words were directed at the cat, yet his tone and the smile playing on his lips seemed to be calling out to someone else. Chu Shuang observed his deliberate expression for a moment, biting her lip to suppress a smile, and let out a soft huff through her nose before lying down and pulling the blanket over herself to sleep. Sheng Ting took the cat outside to place it in the cat cage, then returned to the bedroom with a book. His habits and routine were impeccable. He was never engrossed in electronic devices, preferring to read or tend to the garden during his leisure time. With a balanced diet and a penchant for exercise, it was no wonder he appeared tall and robust. The room was softly illuminated by the orange bedside lamp. Chu Shuang lay on her side, watching him as the light outlined his profile, emphasizing his long eyelashes in a naturally drooping position, adding a touch of languor to his demeanor. She had not even realized that since dinner, her discomfort had gradually faded. The shift in attention was certainly one factor. As she gazed, her eyelids grew heavy, and she relished the warm and tender atmosphere around her. As her body and mind relaxed, drowsiness overtook her. When Sheng Ting looked at her again, she had already closed her eyes and fallen into a peaceful sleep, her brow unfurrowed, no longer marked by the discomfort of the afternoon. Setting down his book, he focused intently on her for a while, feeling a slight ache in his heart. His fingertips gently traced her nose, noticing her eyelashes flutter in response. He decided not to disturb her. Reaching for his phone on the bedside table, he captured her current state with a photograph. The next day, as Chu Shuang prepared for work, she had planned to discuss her employment situation with Sun Mengzhu, only to discover that she had not come to the office that day. During lunch, she received a peculiar message from Sheng Yao. Auntie, are you busy right now? Not busy, I'm about to have lunch. Are you free this weekend to accompany me to Lin City? Chu Shuang replied. What do you need to go to Lin City for? I have an appointment with a doctor to check on my health. Are you unwell? I haven't been feeling well these past couple of days and want to get checked out, given that the medical facilities in the imperial capital were far superior to those in Lin City. Chu Shuang questioned this choice. The chat window indicated that the other party was typing multiple times, yet no messages came through. Chu Shuang's intuition alerted her to something amiss, and unable to wait for a reply, she called Yao Yao. What's wrong with your health? There was a brief silence on the line before a soft voice replied. I'm not feeling well. Relieved that it wasn't something serious, Chu Shuang felt a bit more at ease. There were many excellent hospitals in the imperial capital for treating stomach issues. Why make the extra effort to go there? I'm just looking to relax a bit. I've heard the snacks there are delicious. We can go check them out together. Her tone, discussing plans for enjoyable food, lacked any joy or anticipation, sounding somewhat forced. Chu Shuang called her name again. What's really going on with your health? After a moment of silence, Sheng Yao's voice came through, barely above a whisper. I feel nauseous at the sight of meat, and I crave sour food. Chu Shuang furrowed her brow. Yao Yao. Auntie, finally unable to conceal her distress, Sheng Yao's strained voice came through. I think I might be pregnant. Chapter 69. Shen Jinyan. Chu Shuang was left speechless for a long while. Her mind raced through memories of everyone Sheng Yao had interacted with, finding no clues whatsoever. Whose is it? Sheng Yao bit her lip and whispered. Your brother's. Which one? Shen Jinyan. Silence echoed on the other end, confirming her suspicion. How could it be him? When did you two? These two were hardly acquainted in her memory. They had exchanged only a few words, one in the south and the other in the north. How could they have become involved? Quickly regaining her composure, Chu Shuang reassured her. Don't be afraid. Where are you? I'll come to you right now. I'm at a CAF. Send me your location. Don't wander off. I'll be there shortly. Taking a leave of absence, Chu Shuang grabbed her phone and bag and took a taxi to the CAF. When she found Sheng Yao, she was staring blankly at a plush toy, one hand unconsciously resting on her abdomen. The once radiant and affluent flower now appeared somewhat wilted, reminiscent of the small white cat she had rescued a few nights prior, disheveled yet regal. Chu Shuang sighed inwardly and sat beside her, gently patting her back. Does your brother know about this? Sheng Yao shook her head. I'll call him. When she took out her phone, Sheng Yao startled. Don't tell him. He has the right to know, Chu Shuang insisted, observing Sheng Yao's flat abdomen. If you are truly pregnant, this is also his child. Chu Shuang had already retrieved Shen Jinyan's number when Sheng Yao pressed her hand down. Her lips pressed tightly together. He knows nothing, Auntie, please don't tell him. What do you mean he knows nothing? That night, we both drank too much, and he remains completely unaware of what happened afterward. Chu Shuang fell silent for a long moment. Even now, Sheng Yao was still protecting Shen Jinyan. Yao Yao, please be honest with me. How far have you both progressed? Sheng Yao was momentarily taken aback, recalling only that one night. I meant your relationship. What stage are you at? Has he confessed to you? Are you two in a romantic relationship? Sheng Yao lowered her eyelashes slightly and shook her head slowly. We are merely ordinary friends. What do you mean by ordinary friends? Chu Shuang was compelled to absorb this series of revelations, her mind swirling with countless questions, yet fearful of disturbing Sheng Yao's mood. Yao Yao, do you have feelings for my brother? At this, Sheng Yao lifted her gaze, meeting Chu Shuang's concerned eyes, seemingly pondering the question for a while. Finally, she nodded gently. I suppose I do like him, though I do not fully comprehend the intricacies of romantic feelings. I have never experienced such emotions towards the opposite sex before him. Wherever he is, my gaze inevitably follows him, and I find myself caring about my image in his eyes, speaking to him. I feel a nervous thrill intertwined with a subtle joy that I have never encountered a man quite like him. He appears cultured, refined, and courteous, yet maintains a sense of boundaries, keeping a certain distance from outsiders. Even though he is right in front of me, he feels so far away. Initially, my curiosity was nearly piqued, but the more I got to know him, the more I yearned to uncover his entirety. To see the full picture, gradually, that curiosity transformed into something deeper. That night, he merely came to return something I left at your house, and we both had a bit too much to drink. As adults, we owe each other nothing. Now I do not wish to bind him with any expectations. Sheng Yao seemed to have contemplated this long before, speaking of it with a lightness that belied the gravity of the situation. If he does not harbor those feelings for me, then there is no need for him to know. Otherwise, future encounters would undoubtedly be awkward. She smiled as she spoke, noting how long it had been since they last communicated. You suddenly calling him to inform him that he will be a father seems surreal. Chu Shuang did not affirm her words. So what are you planning to do now? I still want to dance. This child has come at an inopportune time. Then, you intend to terminate the pregnancy. So, you plan to go to Lin City to have it removed and pretend nothing happened, bearing the burden alone, Sheng Yao replied. This is the most beneficial resolution for everyone involved. Chu Shuang inhaled quietly, sitting in silence for a moment before ordering a coffee. My brother is not the type to shirk responsibility, regardless of how this situation is resolved. He has the right to know that I am well aware of Shen Jinyan's character. He will not evade responsibility, yet if you conceal this from him now, he will eventually find out, and by then it will truly be irretrievable. Chu Shuang made an effort to soften her tone, coaxing gently. Yao Yao, do you trust me? Sheng Yao looked into her gentle eyes, feeling her heart soften. I trust you, which is precisely why I sought you out first. My brother has neither a girlfriend nor any engagement. He has been single all these years. I can assure you of his character. He is not a fickle man who shirks responsibility. As a woman, you have already been wronged in this matter. How can you bear the entire burden alone? How can you be so certain that he has no feelings for you? To put it another way, if you choose to shoulder everything alone, concealing this pregnancy from him, and you both continue as if nothing happened, would you feel heartbroken if he were to marry someone else in the future? Would you be content with that? If you are not troubled and are willing to become strangers, then that is acceptable. I will help you keep this from him. Sheng Yao remained silent for a while. Chu Shuang understood, reaching for her hand. I know what you are afraid of. I will speak on your behalf. Just leave it to me. All right. Her tone was light, and Sheng Yao's heart strangely calmed as she slowly nodded. Chu Shuang stepped outside to make a phone call. The call lasted a considerable time, and Sheng Yao occasionally glanced outside. As she did not see Chu Shuang return, her heart remained lightly anxious. When Chu Shuang finally returned, Sheng Yao observed the expression on her face, biting her slightly dry lips. Did you tell him? Yes, he is on a plane here now. He is probably already on his way to the airport. Just as she finished speaking, Sheng Yao's phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, it was Shen Jinyan. Her hand instinctively curled up, refraining from answering, but Chu Shuang directly helped her pick up the call. Sheng Yao, brother, Shen Jinyan, Shuang, is she beside you? Yes, hand the phone to her. Hearing the familiar voice of the man come through the receiver, Sheng Yao felt her nerves tighten. Hello, stay close to Chu Shuang, do not wander off or overthink things. I will be there soon and Sheng Yao. Shen Jinyan's voice dropped a few pitches, as if he was straining to suppress something. You really are utterly foolish. His tone was far from amiable. Chapter 70. Scoundrel, have you had lunch yet? Chu Shuang asked. No, then let us go eat. Just as she finished speaking, Chu Shuang paused. Can we eat before the pregnancy test? The two were entirely ignorant about this matter, and it was Chu Shuang who checked online, learning that consuming food would not affect the hormone levels needed for testing. Only then did they feel relieved. There was a restaurant nearby, and they chose one to enter, but when it came time to order, they were at a loss, unsure of what to eat and what to avoid. After some online research, they settled on a few safe dishes. However, Sheng Yao did not have much of an appetite, and Chu Shuang refrained from ordering meat. After their meal, Sheng Yao suggested, should I buy a pregnancy test just to check? We can head to the hospital directly later. It's unnecessary. Pregnancy tests have a certain margin of error. Testing early will only cloud your judgment. What would be the point of testing early? Not to mention the lack of guarantee for absolute accuracy. If it turns out negative, would you then hesitate? If it is positive, worrying about it while waiting for Shen Jinyan to arrive would only cause unnecessary distress. Let us wait until Shen Jinyan gets here to discuss everything. 3 hours later, Chu Shuang brought Sheng Yao to the city hospital, where Shen Jinyan was already waiting for them in the lobby upon catching sight of the tall figure. Shang Yao slowed her pace. Shen Jinyan approached them directly, scrutinizing Shang Yao's radiant face from head to toe. Noting an air of feigned nonchalance, Shen Jinyan asked, "Have you eaten?" "Yes." The man pressed something into her hand. "Here, take this and find a seat. Wait for me." With that, he headed to the front desk to register. Shang Yao looked down to find a round, warm hand warmer in her palm. Chu Shuang's eyes sparkled with amusement as she took Shang Yao to a chair. Seemingly casually, she remarked, "This is the first time I've seen him give something to a girl." Shang Yao held the hand warmer, casting her gaze toward Shen Jinyan, her lips pressed into a thin line. When Shen Jinyan returned, he held a slip of paper. "We're on the 4th floor. Let us go." The three of them took the elevator up, and upon reaching the department, Chu Shuang naturally paused to allow the two to enter. While waiting on the bench, she received a message from Shang Ting. "Shall we go home together after work?" Chu Shuang paused. "I have plans with Yao Yao after work, you go back first." "Shang Ting, are you coming back for dinner?" "Yes." "All right." A hint of a smile curved her lips as she engaged in conversation, when from the corner of her eye she noticed someone exiting the department. The person, wearing high heels, halted in front of Chu Shuang. Zhao, looking up, she saw Zhao elegantly contoured face. "Sister Zhao, you're here to keep Yao Yao company too?" Chu Shuang was momentarily taken aback, realizing Zhao must have just come from inside and had undoubtedly seen Shang Yao. Making her anxious, Zhao noticed her apprehension and smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, I won't spill any secrets." "Thank you," Chu Shuang inquired. "So what are you here for?" "She wouldn't be here for a pregnancy check, would she?" "I am just here to see a doctor I used to know from school. Do you want some chocolate?" Zhao rummaged through her handbag, seeming to have a lot of items, and took a moment to find what she wanted. "I know I had some pieces in here." Talking to herself, she pulled everything out of her bag to search. Chu Shuang found it amusing to watch. "Don't bother looking, you keep it for yourself." From her vantage point, she could clearly observe Zhao long, beautiful hands, which were so attractive they could be models. She had not noticed before, and now she found herself looking a bit longer. Zhao wore a light apricot waistcoat. Her outfit both simple and exquisite. However, the knitted scarf around her neck clashed with the overall quality of her attire. The scarf was not very well made, with numerous flaws, having shrunk and pilled over the years. Chu Shuang recalled Shang Yao mentioning that Zhao was quite nostalgic. "Did you knit that scarf yourself?" Zhao paused, glancing at the vintage red scarf, her smile faint. "I certainly don't have that skill. It was a gift from someone else." "Ah, found it." She handed the chocolate to Chu Shuang, adjusting her bag's shoulder strap. "I'll take my leave now, little Chu Shuang." Chu Shuang clutched the piece of chocolate, her eyes brightened. "Goodbye." Shortly after, Shen Jinyan and Shang Yao emerged, and Chu Shuang approached them. "How did it go?" "They drew blood for tests. We'll have to wait a while for the results." Noticing the somber atmosphere between the two, Chu Shuang quickly grabbed her bag. "I'll go buy some drinks." The hallway fell silent as Shang Yao sat upright on the bench, her gaze averted from the man beside her. Shen Jinyan spoke first. "We need to talk." She still did not look at him. "There is nothing to discuss." The man, with striking features, when obstinate, resembled a troublesome child, scrutinizing her with a piercing gaze. "What do you mean there is nothing to discuss?" "I am also involved. I am the father of this child. Is it right for you to bear this alone while concealing it from me?" All this time, he had believed that night was merely a dream and had even chastised himself for harboring improper thoughts about a girl. Later, despite having asked her directly and indirectly about that night, she had always denied and brushed it aside. Upon receiving the call from Chu Shuang, he had refrained from speaking for quite some time. On one hand, he was infuriated by her evasion and concealment. On the other, he was more enraged with himself for his lack of perceptiveness. He could empathize with her feelings of anger and grievance. Recognizing that he too had contributed to this chaotic situation, he was well aware that she had undoubtedly endured a difficult month, yet now, witnessing her refusal to communicate, Shen Jinyan found himself somewhat vexed by her demeanor. Concealing the fact that she had unilaterally gone to Linshur to terminate the pregnancy, then behaving as if nothing had occurred, that was her way of coping. Over the years, Shang Yao was the first person to evoke such frustration in him. "Your refusal to communicate, does this child belong to me, or to someone else?" Shang Yao suddenly looked up, her gaze fixed on him for a fleeting moment. The redness in her eyes was visibly increasing, and she then averted her gaze, her facial features taut with tension. Finally, she had deemed it worth her while to grant him a glance. Observing her distressed expression, Shen Jinyan sighed softly and lowered his voice. "This is not the time for sulking. Can we have a proper discussion? Or if you have any grievances, feel free to vent them. Just do not remain silent." Shen Jinyan crouched before her, meeting her gaze, his throat moved slightly. "Do you want to curse at me?" Looking at his serene and clear countenance, Shang Yao finally spoke. "I do." The man responded with an acknowledgement. "Go ahead." At that moment, the corridor was nearly empty, and their eyes locked, creating a suddenly tense silence. Shang Yao parted her lips slightly and murmured a curse. "Bastard." Hearing her mild reproach, Shen Jinyan focused on her cold yet agitated expression, and the pent-up frustration within him dissipated. He murmured softly, "I am indeed a bastard. I have wronged you during this time." Shang Yao blinked, lowering her gaze, while the man waited for her to unleash her anger, yet she remained silent. Should she continue to curse? Her silence indicated a cessation of reproach. Shen Jinyan grasped one of her hands, asking gently, now that you've vented, can we talk? Chapter 71, will you not give me a title? The responsibility for this matter lies with me, you should not bear it alone. Shen Jinyan spoke earnestly, word by word, regardless of whether there was a pregnancy, I will take responsibility, you may present me with any demands. At his words, Shan Yao paused momentarily. Shen Jinyan continued, and what about you? What are your thoughts? After 2 seconds of silence, Shan Yao parted her lips. I cannot keep the child. After observing her for a moment, Shen Jinyan understood that everything had come as too much of a shock for her. Alright, if you are not prepared to welcome him, then we shall not. Attempting to soothe her, he gently caressed the back of her hand with his thumb, his tone softening. So if there is no pregnancy, what do you plan to do? If there is no pregnancy, Shan Yao contemplated before slowly responding, then let it take its natural course, consider it all. Her words were interrupted as her hand was gently squeezed. Is that all? The man inquired, his voice cool. Shan Yao pressed her lips together. What do you wish to do? Will you not give me a title? The ostensibly ambiguous statement was articulated by the man with deliberate enunciation. In the distance, a nurse pushed a cart of medications down the corridor, the sound of wheels against the floor shattering the prolonged silence. Their gazes remained locked, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding noise. Shan Yao slowly parted her lips, fixing her gaze on the man's calm and earnest eyes. His words, all right, your results are ready. A staff member emerged from the examination room, instructing them to enter. As they withdrew their gazes and stepped inside, the report before them was filled with medical jargon that Shan Yao could not comprehend. Doctor, what does this result mean? The blood HCG levels are within the normal range. There is no pregnancy. Shen Jinyan exhibited little emotional fluctuation at this news. It was not the right time for a child, especially considering that he had consumed alcohol that night, which would not have been beneficial for the baby. This was, in fact, the best outcome for her. Shan Yao, puzzled, asked. Then what could be the reason for my recent excessive sleepiness and lack of appetite, as well as cravings for sour foods? False pregnancy can occur due to hormonal imbalances in women. Irregularities in diet and sleep patterns can trigger this, combined with psychological influences that may lead one to interpret normal sensations as pregnancy symptoms. However, there is no need for excessive concern, just return to a normal routine of eating and resting. Avoid undue stress, and focus on rebalancing your body, the doctor advised, glancing at Shen Jinyan, adding, husbands should not place too much pressure on their wives, childbearing should be a natural process, what is meant to happen will happen. Husbands must be understanding and supportive, ensuring their wives remain emotionally and physically content. A healthy body is half the battle for conception. Shan Yao, momentarily bewildered by the doctor's lengthy counsel, felt her ears burn upon realizing the implications. Just as she was about to speak, Shen Jinyan calmly interjected, thank you, doctor, for the reminder. I will be more attentive to my wife's emotional state. Shan Yao stared at him in disbelief, her thoughts racing. Wife, who was his wife? As they exited, Chu Shuang had just returned. How did it go? Shan Yao shook her head. It was a false alarm. There is no pregnancy. Chu Shuang breathed a sigh of relief, handing Shan Yao a cup of hot milk. Upon her return, she immediately sensed the peculiar atmosphere between the two, which was subtly different from the earlier tension. She could only speculate about the content of their conversation, but based on her understanding of her cousin, she could make an educated guess. The moment Chu Shuang arrived, Shan Yao felt as though she had found a lifeline, linking arms with her and walking side by side. Finally, she no longer had to face Shen Jinyan alone. With the knowledge that she was not pregnant, her previously anxious heart had finally settled, allowing her to walk more freely and confidently. Heaven knew that she had been so apprehensive about possibly being pregnant that she had barely dared to take a step. Now, with Chu Shuang by her side, she felt a measure of security. As the two girls walked ahead, Shen Jinyan followed behind, his gaze fixed on Shan Yao, deep in thought. Once they exited the hospital and settled into the car, Shen Jinyan activated the navigation. Are you hungry? What would you like to eat? Chu Shuang glanced at the pair before suggesting, how about we go to Qingyu Garden? Shang Ting is waiting for me to return for dinner. We can all go together. Shen Jinyan had intended to find Shang Ting to discuss matters and nodded in agreement. Alright, let's head to Qingyu Garden. Halfway there, Shang Ting's call came through. Where are you? On the third ring road, almost there. Chu Shuang glanced at Shan Yao, a smile creeping onto her lips. Have Aunt Yuan set 2 more places at the table? My brother and Yao Yao will be joining us. Understood. It. Upon arriving at Qingyu Garden, Chu Shuang led Shang Yao inside. Spotting Shang Ting immediately, Shang Yao softly called out, Uncle. Knowing her well, Shang Ting quickly discerned the subtle emotion she was attempting to conceal. As they returned together, he sensed something was amiss. His dark eyes flicked to Shen Jinyan behind them before responding to Shang Yao. Alright, wash your hands and let's eat. Dinner was peculiarly quiet. Chu Shuang, usually one to avoid excessive chatter, found herself compelled to engage in conversation to lighten the mood, but her solitary efforts proved insufficient to create a lively atmosphere. Finally, after enduring the quiet dinner, she took Sheng Yao to the living room to play with the cats and dogs. While Shen Jinyan and Shang Ting ascended to the study, Chu Shuang, having anticipated Shen Jinyan's intentions, realized that Shang Yao remained oblivious, believing he had merely come to share a meal. A few minutes after the two had gone upstairs, It suddenly dawned on her, is he going to discuss our situation with Uncle? You must inform the elders. Do you truly think you can keep this under wraps and let it fizzle out? His approach was not wrong, storms must be faced, and he was shouldering the burden. Chu Shuang gently patted her shoulder in reassurance. Do not worry, my brother is not impulsive or reckless, I trust he will handle things well. At this point, Shan Yao could no longer focus on playing with the pets. Given her uncle's temperament and method of dealing with matters, she felt uncertain about how Shen Jinyan might be treated. In an instant, she found herself back in a state of apprehension reminiscent of her school days, fearing reprimand from a teacher. Would her uncle explode with rage? Yet, she recognized that this was indeed the best course of action. If they were to inform her parents directly, she would prefer to navigate through her uncle first. Although she feared him, when it came to critical moments, she found herself instinctively relying on him. Chapter 72, Do you think I only know how to scold? Chapter 73, You aren't falling for him, are you? Aunt Yuan's grandson was about to celebrate his first month, and Chu Shuang wished to present a gift to the little one. However, unsure of what would be appropriate, she consulted Sheng Ting. The man paused for a moment before responding. Is it nearly a month already? Time has flown by. I would have almost forgotten had you not reminded me. I reckon it won't be long now. I visited the baby before and saw some clothing and socks, but I figured many people would be giving those. Sheng Ting was watering the flowers. Unable to assist much, Chu Shuang stood beside him, hands clasped behind her back, and inquired, Have you ever given a gift for a baby's first month? What would be meaningful? The man pondered for a moment before replying. Perhaps a safety lock would suffice. The sentiment is what matters. There's no need for extravagant preparations. The child's health and safety are what truly count. Chu Shuang nodded, agreeing with his sentiment. Sheng Ting turned to observe her. Having risen early to assist him with the flowers, she wore fitted jeans and a light V-neck sweater, her long legs clad in cotton slippers, exuding a relaxed and gentle demeanor. Her black hair cascaded like silk over her chest, and her face bore only a subtle touch of makeup, yet her features were strikingly beautiful, with an enchanting allure in her eyes. Aren't you cold dressed so lightly? I'm not cold, this outfit is quite warm. Did you sleep well last night? Did Shang Yao give you any trouble? Chu Shuang, no, we are all weary and will soon succumb to slumber. Yao Yao is probably still lost in her dreams at this hour. Let us return and have breakfast. Taking her hand, the man guided her back to the hall. Her hands are so cold. As he spoke, his large hand enveloped her palm more securely. Chu Shuang secretly curled her lips in a smile. Casting a glance at his handsome profile, it seemed that a man's body temperature was always warmer than a woman's. Their hands and feet radiated warmth, unlike mine, which turned icy like popsicles come winter. Sheng Ting had a knack for seizing upon words, didn't he? My cousins were the same. When we played together in the winter during our childhood, their hands were always warm to the touch. Upon their return, Shang Yao and Shen Jinyan had already descended. Shen Jinyan sat on the sofa, while Shang Yao engaged in play with a hamster, displaying little interaction. After breakfast, Sheng Ting escorted Chu Shuang and Sheng Yao to work. They had discussed it clearly the night before. After work, they would return to the ancestral home to discuss matters concerning Shang Yao and Shen Jinyan. For Shang Yao, the entire day stretched ahead like an interminable ordeal. The mere knowledge that her uncle was aware of such matters was enough to bring social embarrassment, and now the entire family would soon be informed. During the lunch break, Shang Yao sent a few messages to Chu Shuang, who was dining at a restaurant, offering her some comfort. Raising her head, she spotted a familiar figure she had not seen in quite some time. The moment she recognized the man, she turned to leave. Gu Sui followed her, suggesting, Let us converse. I'm afraid I have no interest in purchasing insurance. A passerby nearby caught sight of the exchange and stifled a laugh. Gu Sui, dressed impeccably, bore the semblance of a professional insurance salesman. Though of the high-ranking variety, that evening I had indulged a bit too much and acted rather recklessly. I apologized. Chu Shuang halted her steps, responding, It's of no consequence. She paused for merely 2 seconds to complete her thought before continuing on her way. Gu Sui, regarding her retreating figure, hesitated briefly, then quickened his pace, calling, Chu Shuang, please listen to me. Mr. Gu, I have accepted your apology. Is there anything else you wish to convey? I must return to work and would appreciate it if you could step aside. Gu Sui's tone softened, his emotions obscured within his eyes. I merely wish to have a discussion with you, Chu Shuang replied. In truth, I find it difficult to comprehend you. When we were together, you often vanished for days on end. And it took me 2 months post-breakup to truly grasp it. Now you appear before me time and again. Is it that which is unattainable that you desire most? When we parted, I merely felt we were incompatible. Though your demeanor may be somewhat stoic, your character is commendable. It was only after our last encounter that I realized I knew nothing of you at all. The man gazed intently at her, asking, Did you ever afford me the chance to understand you? You claim I am indifferent, yet do you not mirror that sentiment? When faced with difficulties, grievances, or joyous occasions, you never shared them with me. I always believed you to be a girl from an ordinary family, yet you are the granddaughter of Shin Hongru. These facets of yourself you never disclosed. Did you ever genuinely regard me as your boyfriend? Chu Shuang paused for a few seconds, saying, I didn't have the opportunity. Do you still not grasp it? My attitude hinges upon yours. the desire to share must be reciprocated, she articulated each word slowly. Unhurried, as if engaging in casual conversation. Furthermore, does my lineage truly hold significance? If my background were humble, would you merely wish to toy with me? Yet if it were esteemed, would you consider a serious relationship? The man appeared momentarily stunned, yet Chu Shuang perceived everything. So were those declarations of deep affection you made previously insincere? Gu Sui seemed to only just realize, turning to announce his marriage to Shang Ting. Chu Shuang, you wouldn't happen to have fallen for him, would you? Chu Shuang fell silent for a moment. Love and indifference are both commonplace in life. Gu Sui scrutinized her, recalling the fervent gaze she had cast upon Shang Ting that night. A look brimming with emotion, a desire for solace, a fiery expression he had never before witnessed in her eyes. Still, the question remains, if you admire him, does he reciprocate? Do not mistake a man's fleeting kindness for genuine affection. Such tactics require little investment of time or energy. Do not entangle yourself too deeply. Do you truly understand him? Chu Shuang's gaze remained unperturbed as she regarded the man before her. Is not understanding a gradual process that evolves over time? Whether it brings fortune or misfortune is solely my affair. Gu Sui, we must truly refrain from crossing paths again. You have no idea how much effort it has taken for me to stand here and express all this calmly. Since the last incident when you drugged my drink, there has been no bond between us. You should have comprehended that such actions sever any chance of return. Let us henceforth be strangers and refrain from greeting one another. With that, Chu Shuang turned to leave, only to have her arm abruptly seized. Gu Sui, puzzled, furrowed his brows, asking, "What do you mean by drugging?" Shaking off his hand, Chu Shuang replied coolly, "What drug? The kind that renders one weak and feeble, whether it was intended for me or some other woman. It is equally revolting. You have truly reshaped my perception of you." The man's gaze faltered, recalling that night when you, "It was not I was unaware of any issue with that drink. Had I known, I certainly would not have allowed you to consume it." Chu Shuang interjected, "Regardless of whether it is you or your acquaintances, you are not the sort of people I wish to associate with." "Not acquaintances, I am not well acquainted with them, they are merely business associates." The traffic light turned green, and Chu Shuang strode across the road. Gu Sui, watching her retreating figure, found himself unable to blink for an extended moment. His dark eyes clouded with uncertainty. Chapter 74. The woman in the photograph. Shen Jinyan arrived at the Shang family bearing a plethora of valuable gifts. As the four entered, Ji Wenyue was busy trimming the greenery in the garden and greeted the lively group with delight. "Shen Jinyan has come as well." Shen Jinyan, ever the gentleman, replied, "I just arrived in the capital yesterday and thought I would pay a visit." "Not at all. Do come by more often. Familial ties strengthen through frequent visits." Ji Wenyue smiled warmly as she set aside her tools and led them indoors. Shang Yao, observing her mother, blissfully oblivious to the unfolding situation, felt a wave of anxiety and cast a pleading glance at her uncle. Noticing Shang Ting, his expression remained stoic, his gaze as calm as ever. Seeing him so composed eased Shang Yao's apprehension somewhat. After all, in times of crisis, her uncle was always present. Mr. Shang was in the living room perusing the newspaper. Just a few minutes after they had settled, Shang Yang returned home, causing the atmosphere in the living room to grow lively. Light-hearted conversations filled the air, while the tension in the back began to dissipate. Shang Ting retrieved a beautiful red apple from the fruit platter and handed it to Chu Shuang, asking, "Could you please fetch a book from upstairs for me?" "Of course. Which book do you need?" "Dialectics of Nature. It should be in my room, though I can't recall its exact location. Please look around. I forgot to bring it back last time, and I need to remember to take it this time." "Alright, I will help you find it shortly. Please go now." After exchanging glances with Shang Ting, Chu Shuang took the red apple and rose, saying, "Very well." Watching her aunt ascend the stairs, Shang Yao couldn't help but feel envious. Once inside Shang Ting's room, Chu Shuang went directly to the bookshelf, searching for Dialectics of Nature. After scanning through the titles, she found no trace of it. Even the built-in bookshelf beside the bed yielded no results. Standing there for a moment, Chu Shuang suddenly realized that Shang Ting had deliberately sent her away. There was no such book in the room. He had merely wanted her to enjoy some peace and quiet. The atmosphere downstairs must be quite tense. While it was indeed quiet, she was also concerned for her cousin, unsure if he could successfully marry his fiancée. Her phone remained downstairs beside Shang Ting. And after sitting by the bed for a while, boredom set in. She strolled to the bookshelf to find something to read. The shelves were filled with dense economics and psychology texts, so she crouched down to examine them from below. As her gaze wandered past the bookshelf, it halted suddenly. In the corner beside the bookshelf, there lay an inconspicuous box, partially obscured by a table. Had she not crouched down, it would have been easy to overlook. Such wooden boxes were typically used for storing books. Her own attic held many similar ones. With this thought in mind, she reached out to touch the box, yet her motion hesitated. It felt inappropriate to disturb his belongings. Rising to her feet, she resumed her search for a book on the shelf, though she remained curious about the box. After a thorough inspection of the shelf yielded nothing of interest, she recalled Shang Ting's earlier suggestion to look around. Surely he wouldn't mind her moving a few things. They were married, after all. She meant no harm, merely seeking a book to pass the time. Having made up her mind, she resolved that should she find a diary or something similar inside, She would refrain from reading it and inform Shang Ting when he returned. If there were interesting books, it would be a perfect diversion. As her hand brushed against the box, a peculiar thought flashed through her mind. What if it contained comic books from his youth? Wake up! The moment that notion crossed her mind, Chu Shuang slapped her forehead. What was she thinking? Shang Ting hardly seemed the type to indulge in such things, according to Shang Yao, from her earliest memories. Her uncle had always been a person of integrity and decorum. Even during his school days, he had maintained a demeanor of seriousness. The box appeared to be an ordinary one, unlocked and seemingly not containing anything too personal. As she opened it, a dark red hue caught her eye, revealing not the book she had anticipated. Instead, it was a knitted scarf. It looked familiar, much like the one that Zhao Yu owned, biting her lip. She picked up the scarf, discovering it to be quite poorly made, the stitches clumsy, resembling a mere experiment, yet it appeared unused, having been kept in the box without any signs of wear. I certainly did not possess such skills. Someone else must have knitted and gifted it. Staring at the scarf for a long moment, Chu Shuang intended to return it to its place, but then she noticed a delicate tin box nestled within. A voice in her mind urged her to open it, while another cautioned against it. She swallowed hard, slowly extending her hand. The first glance upon opening was a developed photograph, depicting a girl in her early 20s. Her eyes sparkling with a smooth curve at the corners when she smiled, overshadowing the brilliance of the stars. The box contained numerous such photographs, some captured lively moments of dining in a restaurant. Others portrayed a serene profile of her reading by the CAF window, and there were those that showcased her youthful exuberance on the sports field, laughing freely yet gently, alongside a tender gaze directed at the camera while she held flowers. Flipping the photographs over, strong and vigorous handwriting read, "Let us get married after graduation." Each of the few she picked up bore these 6 words on the reverse. Chu Shuang's fingertips trembled. She refrained from examining the remaining stack of photographs, tidied everything away, and returned to sit beside her bed. Chapter 75. It's alright to be a bit unattractive. When Shang Yao arrived upstairs, Chu Shuang was engrossed in a book while leaning against a small couch. Surprised to see Shang Yao at the door, she asked. Finished discussing? Not quite. They said what needed to be said, and then they sent me up. Now my parents and uncle are talking with Xin Jinyan. Chu Shuang set her book down and softly inquired, is the atmosphere tense? A bit, but it's fine. My parents are quite composed, once seated on the small couch. Shang Yao relaxed, her previously taut emotions dissipating, leaving her feeling rather limp. I'm so hungry. I wonder when we'll eat. Aunt, what are you reading? Just a random book. As twilight approached, Chu Shuang switched on a vintage lamp. The yellowed pages blending harmoniously with her tranquil profile in the small space, the scene reminiscent of time standing still. Shang Yao did not disturb her reading. After days of mental exhaustion, she finally found a moment to relax. Resting her head against a cushion and drifting off beside Chu Shuang, when Shang Ting pushed open the door, he was greeted by the sight of 2 young women squeezed onto the not-so-long couch. Shang Yao deeply asleep against Chu Shuang, who was quietly reading. Upon noticing him, Chu Shuang lifted her gaze. Time for dinner. The man's voice was slow and measured, his footsteps light. Yao. He gently shook Shang Yao awake. And Chu Shuang called out, dinner is ready. As Shang Yao opened her eyes and spotted her uncle, she immediately flipped off the couch and followed Shang Ting downstairs. Chu Shuang mentioned to him that she hadn't found on contradiction. To which the man replied calmly, it's probably over there where I took it. We can search for it properly another day. During dinner, the atmosphere was not as stiff as it had begun. It seemed they had reached some understanding, although a subtle tension lingered. Mrs. Sheng had a knack for enlivening the mood, ensuring it wouldn't be too cold. After the meal, no one mentioned the earlier matter. Everyone enjoyed fruit in the living room while watching television and chatting. Chu Shuang initially sat beside Shang Ting but was later pulled by Shang Yao to join her in Jiwanyue. The 3 of them engrossed in a historical drama. After a brief discussion among the men, Shang Mister was the first to retire for the night. The younger ones continued conversing about work when Shang Yang took Shin Jinyan to the guest room. The trio still watched their show intently. That prince is so handsome, wealthy, and affectionate. The female lead's taste is concerning, choosing someone so ordinary and domineering instead, Shang Yao quipped while watching. Chu Shuang bit into a crisp apple. Nodding in agreement, exactly, the prince is so good-looking. Shing Ting stood up, glancing at the engrossed trio, and spoke slowly. Let us watch for a bit longer, then head upstairs to rest. Don't stay up too late. Alright, Chu Shuang turned her head. You go ahead and rest. After Shang Ting washed up and returned to his room, he noticed she hadn't come upstairs. He reached for his phone on the nightstand and sent a message. My stomach feels a bit off. Could you bring me 2 pills when you come up later? After sending the message, he pulled the covers over himself and, lacking the focus to read, simply closed his eyes to rest. Before long, the door creaked open gently. Footsteps entered, and he didn't rush to open his eyes. Chu Shuang placed the medicine and warm water on the nightstand, bending down to inquire, does it hurt a lot? Shang Ting opened his eyes, his dark gaze locking onto hers. The proximity was too close, prompting her to instinctively straighten up, but before she could react, he pulled her onto the bed. What are you doing? Take your medicine quickly. Sheng Ting's large hand firmly encircled her slender waist, holding her close against his chest. Not in a hurry. Chu Shuang struggled for a moment, but he increased his grip slightly. His lips parting. Don't move, just hold on for a bit. The man had just showered, his dark hair slightly damp, his features appearing even more profound, exuding a refreshing and tranquil scent that made it easy to become entrapped in his embrace. After a quiet moment in his hold, Chu Shuang turned away. You should take your medicine, the water will get cold. She nestled against the side of the bed, and Sheng Ting lifted the cup, downing the water in one go. Discreetly, where she couldn't see, he tossed the 2 white pills into the trash. After taking the medicine, he lay back down, pulling her into his arms. Why did you only eat so little for dinner? I ate quite a bit. Sheng Ting's fingers brushed against the tender skin at the nape of her neck, gently caressing. Have you lost your appetite again recently? No, perhaps I just snacked too much during the day. Gazing at her clear, expressive eyes, the man felt a twinge of longing and lightly pecked her forehead. Chu Shuang opened her eyes. I haven't removed my makeup or washed my face yet. After saying this, she got up and headed to the bathroom. When she returned, Sheng Ting was propped up against the headboard, the blanket draped to his waist, the muscular lines beneath his sleepwear full and smooth. Chu Shuang glanced at him before quickly averting her gaze. Yawning, she checked the time and realized how late it had become. No wonder she felt so sleepy. As she climbed into bed, Sheng Ting turned off the light and lay down, instinctively pulling her close. Yet this time, he made no further moves. In the darkness, his voice resonated with a rich, magnetic tone. When does the company have its annual leave? About the 23rd. Not long now, yet I haven't had the chance to properly accompany you. When I have some free time, I'll take you out shopping. Chu Shuang subtly tugged at the hem of his sleepwear, a minuscule movement unnoticed by anyone just as her fingertips grazed the fabric. They hesitated before slowly retracting. Shopping is so cold. I need a scarf. My ears always freeze painfully whenever I go out. Don't you have a few at home? I rarely see you wear them. The colors aren't very nice. They don't match my clothes. Then I'll take you shopping another day, and we'll pick out some nice ones. I want knitted ones. That's easy. I'll take you to buy some. In the pitch black room, Chu Shuang slowly pressed her lips together, contemplating for a while before finally uttering a few words. I don't want to buy them. Can you knit? The man paused, chuckling softly. How could I knit? The woman in his arms was quiet for a moment, and Sheng Ting gently stroked her back. Hand-knitted items are indeed superior. Xiangya knows many clothing studios. A mere scarf would be no trouble for them. Chu Shuang felt as if a bottle of water had been poured into her heart, moistening her emotions, which were long and sluggish. After a long while, as midnight enveloped everything in dense darkness, a whisper escaped her lips. It's alright to be a bit unattractive. This soft murmur, so light it could be scattered by the wind, was ultimately swallowed by the night. The next morning, when Sheng Ting awoke, he found no one beside him. Upon reaching downstairs, he encountered Chu Shuang, who had just returned from her morning exercise, accompanied by Shang Yao. Uncle, you woke up quite late today. Aunt and I have already finished our R.U.N.D.I. In truth, Sheng Ting had not woken up late. It was still before 8. Chu Shuang had simply risen too early this morning, upon awakening and realizing it was only 7. She casually sent a message to Chu Shuang inviting her to join for exercise, not expecting her aunt to actually be awake. Noticing Chu Shuang's earlobes turning pink from the morning chill, Sheng Ting recalled her wish for a scarf. Indeed, she needed one. After breakfast, he conveniently drove Chu Shuang to work, during which she received a call from home. It was Mr. Shen calling. On the other end, he briefly inquired about Shen Jinyan and Sheng Yao's situation. Chapter 76, How to Win Over the Cold Beauty. This kid, intelligent and composed since childhood, how could he act foolishly at this age? Is he out of his mind? Their daughter is so good. Did your brother sincerely apologize at the Shang family last night? He did. My brother and sister-in-law are fair-minded and did not place too much blame on him. Good thing they are so amiable. But this matter cannot be brushed aside so simply. Since they wish to continue together, our family should prepare to make amends. In a few days, we'll go in person to apologize and present a proper betrothal gift. Tell Jinyan not to linger there. He should return to Guiyun first. When the time comes, we'll invite our uncles to go propose together. Okay, I'll let him know. The elder sighed a few times on the other end, reprimanding Shen Jinyan while praising the daughter of the Shang family. Once he finished speaking, a small voice chimed in on the phone. Great-grandpa, who is it? Then they heard the old man's smiling voice reply to the little one. Your little aunt. Little aunt. The child's eyes brightened, raising their hand to grab the phone. I want to talk to little aunt. Moments later, Chu Shuang could hear the little one's voice clearly through the receiver. Little aunt, hey, darling, have you had breakfast? I ate sticky steamed dumplings. What did you eat? Yuan. I had jelly. The child's voice was sweet and excited. I've hidden a lot of jelly in the cabinet. They all for little aunt. When will little aunt come home after school? The little one always thought Chu Shuang was going out for school, and now believed she was studying there. Hearing the child's adorable voice, Chu Shuang felt an overwhelming warmth, her eyes sparkling with joy. I'll be back during the new year. When is the new year? In 10 days. If you count to 10, I'll be back. When I come back, I'll buy you your favorite little toy, okay? The young child did not readily acquiesce. Rather, he gravely stated, I am already a big kid and cannot accept money from my aunt. Mother said you do not have any pocket money either. So I cannot ask my aunt for gifts. Upon your return, I shall provide you with an abundance of jelly and candies, all purchased with my pocket money. Chu Shuang's heart nearly melted, wishing fervently to rush to the little one, shower him with kisses, and lift him high. Very well, darling, you must save some for your aunt. The little one perceived this as a task assigned to him, responding with enthusiasm, after hanging up the phone. The car was nearing the company. Cheng Ting observed her delicate profile and realized her genuine affection for that little nephew. Ever since the phone call, her entire aura had transformed into one of joy and warmth. Upon arriving downstairs at the company, Chu Shuang expressed her gratitude and attempted to open the door, but it remained locked. Just as she was about to remind him, a gentle force pulled her forward from behind. A warm, soft kiss landed on her lips, and the man lowered his gaze, asking, "Aren't you going to say goodbye?" Chu Shuang, catching sight of his prominent nose, parted her lips to say, "Bye-bye." Cheng Ting continued to gaze at her, holding her for a moment longer before releasing her. "I'll pick you up in the afternoon." Alright. In recent days, it was rumored that Sun Mengju had gone to another city for a business trip and exchange program, making her completely unreachable for both trivial and significant matters. Chu Shuang sent several messages regarding the prior issue of substituting the main writer, but received no response. Her calls went unanswered after several attempts. She wisely chose to refrain from further disturbance. At noon, she directly knocked on the manager's office door. After a prolonged silence, just as she was turning to leave, the door swung open from within. Out stepped his secretary, her shirt slightly disheveled, yet her demeanor remained as composed and capable as ever. She nodded at Chu Shuang before departing with her documents. Just before entering, Chu Shuang took a moment to glance at the woman's retreating figure. When Manager Zhang spotted Chu Shuang, he appeared somewhat surprised. "Yes, there's something you need." After briefly explaining her intentions, Chu Shuang expressed her hope to receive some assistance from him. "The chief editor has been unreachable, and I cannot allow the main writer of that comic to be replaced." Zhang Langhua leaned back in his chair, maintaining a polite demeanor towards Chu Shuang. "Very well, I shall assist you in contacting her shortly." However, hearing this, Chu Shuang did not leave. "Not just contacting her, you must inform her about the new comic. I have been responsible for it for so long, and it is unreasonable to relinquish my position without any fault on my part." Although she usually appeared carefree, merely going through the motions of work and displaying little familiarity in interpersonal relationships, her current determination and seriousness intrigued Zhang Langhua, albeit slightly. Do you understand the significance of departmental divisions? It clarifies responsibilities and enhances efficiency. If everyone with work-related issues comes to the general office, I might as well forego sleep to resolve internal conflicts. The matters within the department should be handled according to the chief editor's arrangements. Is it necessary to come to the manager's office for this? Chu Shuang fixed her gaze upon him, asserting that his arrangement was entirely unreasonable. "I would prefer to resolve this privately, but I cannot reach anyone. And she has no intention of communicating or coordinating. Since you brought her in, shouldn't you be accountable? You could easily inquire with the Ancient Style Group about Sun Mengju's work capabilities and professionalism. Does she possess the qualities of a chief editor?" Zhang Langhua was momentarily taken aback by her deliberate yet resolute demeanor. Just as he contemplated offering more evasive remarks, she nodded and departed. "If it weren't for my inability to contact anyone, I wouldn't have come to trouble you, General Zhang." With that, she left without lingering for even a second, observing the graceful figure of the woman as she walked away. Zhang Langhua dialed Sun Mengju's number. "Why did you arbitrarily revoke Chu Shuang's qualification as the main writer? I am the chief editor and possess the authority to make such decisions based on my considerations. Others may not necessarily surpass her." Zhang Langhua retorted. "The previous arrangement was reasonable, and considering she has committed no faults, what purpose does your action serve? Do you understand who she is?" Sun Mengju dismissed his concern, stating, "Regardless of who she is now a subordinate in my department. She has considerable connections at the headquarters. Tread carefully and avoid creating unnecessary trouble." After work, Chu Shuang sat at her workstation waiting for Cheng Ting, during which she messaged Shang Yao to inform her that the Shin family would formally propose in a couple of days. "Congratulations in advance. Soon you'll have the one you adore," Shang Yao replied. "When it comes to this point, I still feel being single is better. To be on the verge of marriage without even having dated is truly a recipe for regret. You can still reconsider." Well, upon closer reflection, Shin Jinyan is indeed handsome, and coming home to that face does lift one's spirits. I suppose I won't be returning him after all. The use of handsome to describe a man certainly indicates a fondness for looks. But I wonder how I can win over this cold beauty. Upon reading her message, Chu Shuang shook her head. Shang Yao would merely boast in her presence, yet when facing Shin Jinyan, she was as composed as an elder. Far from her lively and audacious online persona, Chu Shuang replied, "There is no need to win him over. A genuine person has a genuine way of courting. My brother will take action." After conversing with Shang Yao for a while, Cheng Ting sent a message stating he was almost at the company. Chu Shuang tidied her belongings and headed downstairs. Chapter 77. The flowers your husband bought for you. As she opened the car door, she noticed a bouquet of icy blue flowers resting in the passenger seat, full buds with vibrant colors. "Are these for me?" She had spotted a flower shop while passing a street corner. and it looked quite appealing from afar. Picking up the flowers, she inhaled their faint and pleasant fragrance. How delightful! You have a knack for selecting flowers. Cheng Ting, catching her subtle smile, responded warmly. If I don't choose something beautiful, how can I make you happy? Chu Shuang paused momentarily. The man then handed her a small box of cake. The cake was modest in size, just enough for one, adorned with large cherries that were a vivid red. Chu Shuang took a bite, her eyes lifting slightly. It was an ice cream cake, the cool, smooth texture melting upon contact with her tongue, releasing a rich creaminess that danced on her taste buds. Is it delicious? Exceedingly so. Chu Shuang raised a spoonful and offered it to him. Cheng Ting took a glance and sampled it, nodding slowly. Indulging in sweets indeed had a way of uplifting one's spirits. Chu Shuang's eyes gradually crinkled with delight. Isn't it so? Today, Cheng Ting was acting as the designated driver, and with only the two of them in the car, the route diverged from their usual one after passing two intersections. Where are we headed? Just taking you for a spin. Cheng Ting turned on the car's music, filling the interior with soft, tranquil melodies, transforming the post-work evening into a gentle ambience. Chu Shuang cracked the window slightly to savor the evening breeze while indulging in her cake. As they crossed the river bridge, the structure illuminated brilliantly, casting a fiery glow over the long span, truly a spectacular sight. She glanced over, observing the vast river ahead, the skyline adorned with towering buildings reflecting magnificently upon the water's surface. With several brightly lit ferries gliding gracefully, the lively and beautiful scene compelled Chu Shuang to pull out her phone for a photograph. Noticing her intent, Cheng Ting checked for any oncoming traffic before slightly reducing speed to allow her to capture the moment. Upon leaving the bridge and entering the bustling city district, it was evident that there were significantly more vehicles and pedestrians compared to the financial district. Chu Shuang's gaze caught a flash of red, prompting an excited wow, as she noticed red lanterns hanging along the roadside. The long stretch of road was adorned with countless red lanterns, creating a vibrant and festive atmosphere reminiscent of the lively spirit of the season. Cheng Ting observed, the new year is approaching. The shops lining the bustling streets were thriving with business, and many people were out for a leisurely stroll and shopping, likely preparing for the upcoming festivities. Witnessing the vibrant atmosphere lifted Chu Shuang's spirits, her lips curling into an involuntary smile as she remarked softly, how wonderful it is to live in a time of peace. The nation is prosperous, and the people are secure. Hearing her sincere and reflective sentiment, the man chuckled lightly. The traffic was heavy, and the roads were not particularly smooth, leading to some congestion. However, the area next to them remained relatively open. And Chu Shuang observed the driver of a vehicle to their right subtly maneuvering to make way upon seeing their car's emblem. They're all avoiding you. Chu Shuang turned to Cheng Ting, advising, drive carefully. His luxurious Maybach was both expensive and delicate. Even a slight bump could incur significant costs. Not only would he bear the loss, but it could also startle pedestrians. The drivers on the road tended to steer clear of him, fearing that a minor mishap could lead to a financial burden. Cheng Ting navigated the road with composure, responding to her concerns with assurance. Understood. Once they entered a more spacious area, Cheng Ting parked the car by the side of the road and retrieved a scarf from the back seat. Come, let us go for a stroll. Chu Shuang stood by the roadside as he wrapped the scarf around her, enveloping her ears snugly against the cold air. Looking down, she noticed it was a cream-colored knitted scarf. After ensuring it was properly placed, Cheng Ting surveyed her from head to toe, his gaze earnest, and he nodded in satisfaction. He then took her hand, guiding her forward. Chu Shuang pressed her lips together, walking beside him while sneaking glances up at him. The man had high cheekbones, deep-set eyes, and his lips bore a subtle hue of red. The light from the shops illuminated his eyes, which appeared both profound and pure. Perhaps her gaze was too obvious, as Cheng Ting looked down, asking, what is it? Feeling the warmth emanating from his broad hand, Chu Shuang met his gaze and slowly smiled. Do I look good in this scarf? Without a moment's hesitation, the man replied, you look splendid. I have never seen anyone more suited to white than you. Pure white may seem stark and cold, but the cream hue brought warmth, complementing her beautifully clean and radiant, akin to a masterfully painted ink wash, where the simple colors highlighted her exquisite features. A butterfly flitted into Chu Shuang's heart. Was it a recent purchase? Indeed, a white one would pair beautifully. She mentioned that the colors of the scarves at home were difficult to coordinate. The street lamps illuminated the bustling avenue, and he stood in the backlight, his face etched in shadow, his handsome features drawing her gaze irresistibly. In that moment of eye contact, a tranquility unlike any she had ever experienced enveloped Chu Shuang. Her brows and eyes relaxed, a smile curving her lips. Suddenly, clarity washed over her. The past and future were elusive, but what she desired was the present. They strolled through the lively streets, and Chu Shuang picked up some delightful trinkets to take home. Initially thinking they would dine at a nearby restaurant, however, after a while, Cheng Ting suggested taking her to another place for dinner. As they walked back, they encountered an adorable flower-selling boy. The little lad had a round, rosy face and was clutching a large bouquet of champagne roses. Spotting them pass by, he called out to Cheng Ting in a tender voice, Uncle, would you like to buy a flower for your girlfriend? My flowers are very fresh. The man halted, gazing down at her, his tone gentle. She is not my girlfriend. The boy looked a bit shocked as he observed their intertwined hands, then tilted his head and pondered before suggesting, Then why not buy a bouquet for your sister? Chu Shuang couldn't help but chuckle at the child's cleverness and charming logic. Shinting glanced at her amused smile and addressed the boy. Do we look like siblings? The boy, with his bright white eyes, replied candidly, not really. Well, she is my wife, not a girlfriend, the man explained earnestly, and certainly not my sister. Wow, you married such a beautiful wife. Shinting smiled at casting a sidelong glance at Chu Shuang. Affirming, indeed, the boy declared, I also want to marry such a pretty wife in the future. Chu Shuang chuckled, so you're out here selling flowers to save up for a wife already? Yes, I must become wealthy. Dad says I need money to buy pretty dresses for girls if I want them to marry me. I can't keep asking my parents for money, I must learn to earn it myself. His earnest demeanor revealed him to be quite the little gentleman. Chu Shuang couldn't resist ruffling his hair. You must have earned quite a bit by now. Of course, the boy replied proudly, I'm sweet-talking, everyone loves to buy flowers from me. And my piggy bank is almost full. Impressive, Chu Shuang remarked. I'll take 9 stems. Shinting pulled out his wallet, and the little fellow, delighted at the prospect of a sale, selected the freshest flowers and handed them to Chu Shuang. Adding with a hint of pride, I don't let just anyone touch my head, only my future wife can, but since you're beautiful, I won't hold it against you. Here, these are from your husband. Chu Shuang was thoroughly entertained by the little dynamo, and upon receiving the roses she inhaled their fragrance, which indeed matched his claims of freshness. As they walked back, she recalled the bouquet of ice blue flowers in the car. She already had one. Although champagne roses bloomed in her garden, there was something distinctly different about purchasing them. Shinting calmly remarked, variety is the spice of life, flowers are never in excess. Upon reaching the car, just as Chu Shuang was about to get in, Shinting inquired, would you like to drive? Would you let me take you for a spin? Chu Shuang handed him the champagne roses. Sure. She drove with steadiness, and with him in the passenger seat, it felt as though she was taking him on an exhilarating ride. By the way, where shall we dine? At the Racetrack Hotel. You've been there before? Alright. Upon arriving at the hotel, a waiter promptly opened the door and guided them inside. As they entered, the staff greeted them with respectful nods, addressing them as sir and madam before returning to their duties. Ascending to the top floor private room, they were greeted by grand arched floor-to-ceiling windows draped with intricately patterned vintage Roman curtains. Chu Shuang was initially captivated by the curtains, but soon her attention was drawn to the view outside. The expansive racetrack lay before them, illuminated by street lamps as night fell, a distant haze of deep indigo merging with twinkling lights nearby. Noticing her gaze fixated on the outside, Shinting said, after dinner, I'll take you down to play. Sounds good. Dinner consisted of exquisite Western cuisine, with the flickering candlelight from the bronze candlesticks creating a tranquil yet inviting atmosphere. The foie gras was exceptional, complemented by caviar, a true culinary delight. The roasted turkey was authentically delectable, with a crisp exterior and tender meat. Each bite warmed her against the chill of winter. Observing her quietly enjoying the meal, Shinting asked, is it good? She nodded vigorously. Delicious, in my opinion, it ranks first among Western restaurants. We should come here often. Indeed. Halfway through their meal, a waiter entered. Sir, which wine would you like? The tray held an array of prestigious wines, and Chu Shuang spotted her favorite champagne. No need, please take it away. Before she could voice her preference, Shinting preemptively declined. As the waiter departed, she continued to gaze towards the door. Noticing her wistful expression, Shinting remarked, let us refrain from alcohol for now. You must learn to exercise restraint. There is plenty of wine at home, and once these few days have passed, you can drink whatever you wish. Although Chu Shuang's period was nearly over, it was indeed not the best time for drinking. After their meal, they changed into equestrian attire and led 2 fine horses into the racetrack. Have you ridden before? Yes, my brother taught me. Shin Jinyan? No, my second cousin. He is quite skilled at riding. Though she had experience, it had been a while since she last rode, and Shinting patiently explained some precautions before allowing her to mount. To her surprise, instead of riding his own horse, he led her as he held the reins of hers. The nighttime racetrack was serene, the cool breeze refreshing yet not chilly, invigorating her spirit. Chu Shuang sat atop her horse, her gaze fixed on Shinting's tall figure. He wore his equestrian outfit exceptionally well, his tall and slender frame exuding an air of noble elegance reminiscent of a medieval prince. Lost in her admiration, she thought how wonderful it would be if the moon were shining brightly above. Such a tranquil and beautiful night deserved the moon's gentle illumination, with the vast sky and the golden breeze. Memories would surely be etched more deeply. After a while of walking the horses to familiarize them with Chu Shuang, Shinting patted the horse's flank and encouraged it to trot. The horse obeyed smoothly, confirming its gentle nature, which reassured Shinting. Alright, now you can let it run, but don't go too fast. Got it. The magnificent steed galloped across the expansive field, the night wind brushing against her face, instantly lifting her spirits. Hearing the sound of hoofs behind her, she turned to see Shinting riding his horse close behind. Inspired by the moment, Chu Shuang decided to race him, urging her horse to quicken its pace. Shinting was determined not to be outdone, and both horses galloped freely across the racetrack, joyfully. After playing for quite some time, Chu Shuang was reluctant to leave, but Shinting urged her that it was getting late. As they prepared to depart, the staff presented Shinting with a heavy gift bag. He handed it to Chushuang. What's this? She looked down to find it was the bottle of champagne she had admired. Take it home to enjoy later, Shinting said. On the way back, Chushuang cradled the flowers. Listening to music and occasionally humming a tune, her spirits evidently higher than when they had arrived. Upon reaching home, their two little pets rushed to greet her. Chushuang affectionately patted their heads, delighting them. The kitten had grown much more adorable than in the initial days. Its fur had thickened and was no longer so sparse. She held the cat close, settling into the sofa to gently stroke its fur. Shinting removed his outerwear and began to arrange the flowers in the living room vase. With so many blooms, he reserved the remaining stems for the master bedroom. Once he had tidied up, he joined her on the sofa, extending his hands toward the kitten. Bubbles. Chushuang raised an eyebrow slightly. Shinting's gaze remained focused elsewhere as he calmly called to the cat, Bubbles, come here for your medicine. After a moment of watching his open palms, the cat obediently approached. His movements were gentle and meticulous, and he efficiently administered the medicine. Once done, the cat scampered away only to return to Chushuang's lap moments later. Meanwhile, the golden retriever, who had been observing, softly whined for attention. Chushuang, noticing, lovingly petted it as well. The hamster was well behaved, never causing chaos or jumping onto the sofa. It would sit quietly on the carpet with its owner. And when left alone, it typically napped in its little nest. Since the kitten's arrival, it had gained a playmate. However, this new companion was quite adept at vying for affection, and the hamster, lacking in the same charm and agility, could only watch from the sidelines. What a good hamster, Chushuang cooed, soothing it while gently pinching its cheeks. Where else can you find such a well-behaved little dog? Shinting observed quietly beside her. After playing enough, Chushuang went upstairs to freshen up. As she ascended, Shinting was still on a phone call. When she emerged from the bathroom, she encountered him just entering the bedroom. She was clad in a delicate camisole, her skin glowing under the lights, the contrast between her tight waist and alluring curves striking. Her freshly dried hair cascaded loosely, creating a stark contrast of black and white. Shinting's gaze deepened as he stood at the doorway. Suddenly feeling the urge to smoke, Chushuang noticed him but said nothing, settling onto the chair by the bed to apply body lotion. The fragrance of green tea was soothing. Shinting placed the ice blue flowers into the bedside vase before stepping into the bathroom. He was usually quick with his showers, and when he emerged, he found Chushuang reclining against the headboard, engrossed in her tablet. What are you reading? A novel. Chapter 79. A kiss again. He showed no hesitation as he placed the tablet between them. Eager to indulge in the novel together, Chushuang was taken aback and quickly snatched the tablet back. What's wrong? Is it strange to read a romance novel with you? Xingtian assumed she was engrossed in a literary work. When she decided not to continue, he did not press the issue. Are you feeling better? I've noticed you've been unusually quiet these past few days. Have you encountered any difficulties in life or work? His deep, dark eyes were unwavering as they met hers. Is it something I've done that has affected you? Chushuang, fiddling with the bedsheets, finally asked, are we merely in a temporary marriage, or are we meant to spend a lifetime together? Xingtian furrowed his brows slightly, gazing into her clear eyes, perplexed by her inquiry. In your view, is marriage a trivial matter? She shook her head. If it is not trivial, why speak of a temporary marriage? Xingtian spoke each word with measured calmness. Am I marrying for the sake of amusement? Then that means, you will be loyal and responsible for this marriage, correct? Yes. Seeing the certainty in his response, Chushuang paused before asking again. What if you encounter someone you truly adore in the future? That is impossible. It will not happen. His voice was firm, though a hint of displeasure flickered in his gaze. Would you wish to divorce if you met someone you liked? No, I do not have anyone I like. Though she had received the response she desired, Xingtian still appeared somewhat displeased, and the source of his emotion eluded him. Suppressing his discomfort, he looked at her and slowly said, Madam Shang, you will only ever belong to me, and I belong to you. Though their words were laced with ambiguity, his gaze was resolute, as if declaring ownership. Perhaps it was his intention to reverse their roles. Chushuang smiled lightly, meeting his gaze. Does this mean it is truly just us from now on? Yes, it is only you. Xingtian possessed an innate ability to draw her in with his profound gaze, making it hard for her to resist believing him. Their eyes locked in silence, conveying more than words could express. Chushuang's fingers curled slightly, her heart racing unexpectedly. By the time she registered her feelings, she had leaned in to kiss his cheek. Up close, she could discern the intricate textures of his skin, the fine, soft hairs becoming apparent under her gaze, drawing her eyes upwards into the depths of his gaze. Xingtian regarded her with a calm intensity, his eyes slightly lowered, his lips pressed into a straight line, exuding restraint and composure. Feeling the weight of his gaze, Chushuang pulled back slightly to retrieve her tablet. The man observed her every movement, his throat moving slowly as he swallowed. A crack appeared in his heart, through which a ray of light seeped in, a sensation unfamiliar to him. Is this all we do? He asked, his voice low and hoarse. Pow pow. Chushuang broke her composure, laughing lightly. Please don't call me that. Xingtian drew her closer, looking down at her unblemished face, his voice slow and deep. Why can't I call you that? Others can, yet I cannot. Chushuang fell silent. A smile lingered at the corners of his lips. Kiss me again, pow pow. When he smiled, it was utterly charming. Unable to resist the allure, Chushuang, under his watchful gaze, tugged at his sleeve and pressed her lips to his. This time, It was a kiss on his thin lips. When she pulled away, she noticed the smile had vanished from his lips, replaced by an inscrutable, dangerous glint in his eyes, before she could fully distance herself. He grasped the back of her head, pulling her forward. His kiss was far from the light peck she had offered. It was fierce and passionate, raw and intense. As the lights dimmed, Shushwang felt one of her shoulder straps being slipped down. It had been a while since they had been so intimate, and she was still adjusting, gasping for fresh air. The passionate encounter was not brief. After a while, she felt the heat subside as Sheng Tian, aware of the moment, tempered his ardor. Eventually, he retreated to the bathroom and returned, enveloped in a cool aura. Shushwang, her ears flushed, feigned sleep on her side, avoiding conversation. The room fell into silence for a time until a low sigh broke the stillness. Initially, she thought it was a coincidence, but soon several soft sighs followed, rife with unfulfilled desire. Shushwang understood the underlying meaning, her ears heating up, her heart racing. A few days later, Shushwang's family from Guiyun arrived in the capital. The elders brought elaborate gifts to the Sheng family as an apology, demonstrating the seriousness with which they regarded Sheng Yao. The engagement between her and Shen Jinyan was thus confirmed, after the proposal and the exchange of gifts. The elders stayed at Qingyu Garden for a day, seeing that Shushwang was doing well eased their worries, and they returned 3 days later. Madame Sheng warmly invited them to celebrate the new year together in the capital. But the elders declined, citing the busy affairs at home. The company was bustling with work before the new year, and in her quest for a leisurely holiday, Shushwang worked tirelessly every day. Finally, through her and her colleagues' relentless efforts, she managed to compile over 2 weeks' worth of manuscripts, sufficient for serialization during the Spring Festival. The new comic project likely benefited from the manager's influence. Sun Mengzhu agreed not to change personnel, as serialization would commence only after the new year when everyone returned to the office, so there was no hurry. Once everything was settled, Shushwang felt a wave of relief wash over her. The day before her holiday began, the company held an end-of-year summary meeting, distributing hefty year-end bonuses. On her way home, she pulled out the large red envelope to share her joy with Sheng Tian, generously offering to treat him to a meal. Sheng Tian initially thought she intended to take him to a high-end restaurant, but upon arrival, he found it was a skewer barbecue joint Shushwang ordered in abundance. Enough for both of them, overwhelming Sheng Tian with the sheer quantity. "Why did you order so much? Eat more meat," Shushwang replied, flipping through the piles of grilled meat before her. "Once today is over, we won't have the chance to enjoy this again." She also ordered some xiaojiu, pairing it with the grilled meat and lettuce, relishing every bite. "When I was little, my brother loved taking me out for barbecue. I couldn't handle the fatty bits, so I always had him finish them for me." Shushwang's eyes were downcast, a smile playing on her lips. In truth, he didn't enjoy it much either, but he felt it was wasteful. If I didn't eat, he had no choice but to indulge. It was the same with eggs. The yolk was always his to finish. Her words flowed gently, enveloping the air around them in a serene ambience as Sheng Tian quietly listened. She had consumed a great deal of meat, leading him to believe they had finished everything. Perhaps she had also indulged in a bit too much xiaojiu, for on the way back, she leaned against the seat, gazing out at the passing scenery. The streets were adorned with festive lights, vibrant red hues illuminating the night. Shushwang watched intently, not blinking, her whispers carried away by the night breeze. The new year is approaching. Returning to Guiyun for the new year required gifts for her family, one for each person. Selecting the presents took considerable thought, and by the time everything was prepared, they returned to Guiyun on the 25th day of the 12th month. The Shen family courtyard was already decorated with festive lanterns. Upon their arrival, her little nephew was playing with toys at a stone table in the alley. Shushwang, wearing a mask and hat, approached the little one from behind, offering him a box of cookies. Her voice altered. "Little friend, come play with your aunt. I'll take you to buy toys." Her intention was to gauge whether the child would follow a stranger. The little one turned to see the tall, unfamiliar aunt and sighed slowly. "Auntie, you are so childish." The 3-year-old, with his chubby cheeks, reprimanded her with an old soul's demeanor. Shushwang's eyes crinkled with laughter as she lifted him into her arms, pressing her forehead against his. "Good boy, you even recognize your aunt. How clever you are." Yuan removed her hat and mask, revealing her face, his eyes lighting up like crescent moons. "I knew you were coming back today. Great-grandpa told me. So you were waiting outside specifically for me?" "Yes, I wanted to be the first to see my aunt." Chapter 80. Do you like my aunt? Carrying the little one inside, Shushwang's grandfather was at the table writing couplets. Upon seeing her, the old man smiled warmly. "Aren't you too grown up to still be carried by your aunt?" Yuan didn't mind, comfortably nestled in Shushwang's embrace. "When I was little, I wanted to be held more. Once I grow up, Auntie won't be able to carry me anymore." Shushwang tapped his nose playfully, holding him as they watched her grandfather write. "A door of fortune comes at will. The spring breeze brings harmony." The couplet read, with the horizontal inscription proclaiming a prosperous family, reciting the spring couplet. Shushwang nodded. "I like this one." Wearing reading glasses, Grandfather Shen glanced at her, asking, "Pao Pao, would you like to write one?" Writing such significant couplets was daunting for Shushwang, so she hesitated. "Perhaps Grandfather should write it. My handwriting isn't very pretty. Your calligraphy is something I taught you. Do you think I wouldn't know?" The old man set aside the finished couplets and handed her the brush. urging her to give it a try. Having held the little one for quite some time, she felt the weight of his age. Just because he was small didn't mean he was light. And holding him for long would tire her. Sheng Tian approached, extending his hands. May I hold you? The little one regarded the stoic uncle who had come home with his aunt, his face somewhat familiar yet elusive. Chu Shuang glanced down at him. Would you like your uncle to hold you? Thus, he was handed over to the stoic uncle. The embrace felt rigid, lacking the comfort of his aunt's arms, and the uncle did not initiate any conversation. The two stared at each other, both silent. Chu Shuang took the brush, leaning down earnestly to write. The words flowed. Heaven brings forth beauty, and spring breezes gather in harmony. The horizontal inscription read, a blessed family. Grandfather Shen stroked his chin, chuckling. Your skills have not diminished. You write quite well. Your aunt's writing beautiful, beautiful. The little one cheered enthusiastically. After pasting the couplets, Chu Shuang went to the kitchen to assist. Sheng Tian sat with the little one on the sofa. After a moment, Yuan opened his mouth suddenly. You are my aunt's husband? Long ago, he had given the child candy. Yes. Are you good to my aunt? Sheng Tian looked down at the charming little one. You should ask her. It seems that he was not entirely satisfied with his response. Yuan, with arms crossed and a serious demeanor, said, you must treat my aunt well. She is the most gentle and beautiful aunt in the world, and boys should never make girls cry. Sheng Ting's lips curled into a slight smile. You really like your aunt, don't you? Of course. I have known her since I was born. She is not only a gentle aunt but also my best friend. The little one countered. What about you? Do you like my aunt? You are her husband. So you must like her too, right? The man lowered his gaze, scrutinizing the innocence in his eyes, and his thin lips moved slightly. Of course. Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Since you like her too, you must protect her well. You have to promise me. The child extended his pinky finger, insisting on a pinky swear. Sheng Ting began to understand why Chu Shuang adored this little nephew so much. He reached out his hand to complete the pinky swear. It was unclear what the two discussed, but during dinner, Yuan sat beside Sheng Ting, nestled between him and Chu Shuang, occasionally interacting with Sheng Ting, which intrigued Chu Shuang. She had expected the little one to be intimidated by such a serious adult. The Shen family was always lively, and with Chu Shuang and Sheng Ting's presence, the atmosphere became even more animated. Everyone enjoyed a hearty dinner and engaged in cheerful conversation. The main topic revolved around Chu Shuang's childhood stories. Some events were so unfamiliar to her that they piqued her interest, while others feasted on a sumptuous dinner. Chu Shuang only had a few light vegetarian dishes in front of her. It was well known in the Shen family that she refrained from meat for several days before the new year. Sheng Ting observed her quietly, likely deducing her intentions. No wonder she mentioned that she wouldn't be able to eat meat after that day. It was for this reason. After the meal, her second uncle suggested playing mahjong. And Sheng Ting was pulled into the game. Chu Shuang watched for a while, engrossed in the scene, when someone tugged at her sleeve. Looking down, she saw the little one tilting his round head, whispering, Aunt, let's go upstairs to play. Chu Shuang crouched down closer to him. It's livelier here. There are good things upstairs. The child covered his mouth as he shared secrets with her. It's all for you. I'll take you up to see. His animated demeanor was utterly adorable, rendering Chu Shuang unable to resist, and she took his hand to go upstairs. The aunts and sisters in the living room observed this with smiles and gentle shakes of their heads. It's been a long time coming. Ye Shuang's return has made him so happy. Upon entering his dedicated toy room, the little one pulled out a large box, displaying it with a sense of mystery and pride to Chu Shuang. Aunt, look, these are all the snacks and jellies you asked me to save for you. Chu Shuang looked inside the box, finding a delightful assortment of snacks in her favorite flavors, and there were quite a few. It appeared that he had indeed been saving them for a long time. After gazing for a while, she suddenly turned her back to him. Aunt, the little one called softly. Quick, pick one to try. Struggling to blink away the moisture in her eyes, Chu Shuang sniffed and turned back to select a piece of chocolate. As she unwrapped it and placed it in her mouth, the chocolate melted smoothly, revealing crunchy nut bits inside, exuding an exquisite aroma. The last person who prepared a whole box of snacks for her had been a decade ago. Seeing her enjoy it, Yuan clasped his face, eagerly asking, is it good? It's exceptionally delicious, far better than what I buy. Chu Shuang offered him a small piece of chocolate as well. The little one picked out a jelly for her. Aunt, try this, it's my favorite jelly. It has whole fruit inside and is super sweet. The one he chose was grape flavored, and indeed, it contained a whole grape, filling her mouth with a delightful fruit fragrance. They sat together, sharing the snacks from the box. And before long, the floor was littered with wrappers. After tidying up, Chu Shuang played with him in the toy room for a while, but it was getting late, and she needed to tuck him in. However, the little one insisted on sleeping with her. I told Mom, and Great-Grandpa allowed it. Overwhelmed by his cuteness, Chu Shuang took him back to her room. Initially, the little one chatted with her enthusiastically, but soon his voice dwindled, and he fell asleep watching the little white ball of fluff beside her. Chu Shuang couldn't help but kiss him, gazing affectionately at his delicate little face. Her phone on the bedside vibrated twice. Picking it up, Chu Shuang paused momentarily. An, Chu Shuang, I saw your post on Moments about returning to Guiyun. Shall we meet up sometime? Yes, I just got back today. Doctor, and haven't you returned home for the new year yet? A cute emoji followed from the other side. You know, the spring festival is the busiest time of the year. Chu Shuang, that's true, then I'll visit you at the clinic when I have time. All right. The chat window indicated that the other party was typing. After a moment, a message came through. Dr.An, you haven't consulted me in a long time. How have you been lately? Staring at the words, Chu Shuang fell into a long silence. Chapter 81. Is there anything or anyone you particularly desire now? I have been very happy. After a moment's consideration, she sent that line. Most of the time, I don't think about the past. Dr.An, you are among my patients with the strongest self-healing ability. Always happy, Chu Shuang. Thank you. On the 29th day of the 12th lunar month, Chu Shuang stated her intention to go out shopping and left early in the morning. She visited the most expensive restaurant and ordered 3 lavish dishes, then stopped by a flower shop to buy chrysanthemums before driving to the hillside cemetery. Winters in her hometown were not particularly cold. And today, the sun peeked through the clouds intermittently. The cemetery before the new year was not as desolate as usual, with occasional visitors coming to pay their respects. However, she arrived early, and at this moment, the cemetery was relatively quiet. Upon reaching her parents' grave, Chu Shuang was momentarily taken aback by the bouquet of flowers before the gravestone. They were still fresh, likely placed there today or yesterday. After taking a few steps, she approached her brother's grave, which also bore pristine white chrysanthemums. Glancing around, she noticed the absence of others. This was not the first time she had seen such chrysanthemums before the new year. Someone used to come almost every year, but after a gap of 2 to 3 years, Chu Shuang had nearly forgotten about it. This year, the chrysanthemums had reappeared. She wondered who among her parents' friends had brought them. Setting the flowers and food container at the grave, Chu Shuang burned paper money for them. It's almost New Year. I brought you some delicious food. It's from that restaurant you both loved during your lifetime. Their business is so good that I had to make a reservation 3 days in advance to secure it. With her head bowed, she focused on the paper money, allowing time to flow in silence. Once the paper was burnt, a gust of wind swept through the cemetery, tousling her hair. Tucking a strand behind her ear, Chu Shuang retrieved 4 vibrant oranges from her bag, placing them at the grave. While she peeled the remaining one to eat beside it. 10 years had passed, and yet it felt like nothing at all. The gentle breeze scattered her light-hearted musings. She gazed vacantly at the towering trees on the hillside, which had grown tall yet bore a hint of desolation. These trees had not been this large before. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had elapsed, a fleeting moment akin to a dream. I still sometimes dream of playing on the swing in the yard, with my brother pushing me from behind while my parents watch with smiles. In my dreams, everything is vivid and colorful. As if that truly were the world. Over the years, things had improved. She no longer dulled herself and could distinguish between dreams and reality. However, during her childhood, the oranges tasted salty. Wiping away her tears with her hand, Chu Shuang's voice quivered slightly. When I miss you both so much, I often feel that the world is fake, that everything is a fade. Even when I wake from the grand dream, I cannot find you. It felt so meaningless at that moment. On the day she decided to end her life, she dreamt of her brother, who had always spoiled and loved her. That night, he scolded her harshly, saying he would no longer recognize her as his sister. Chu Shuang looked at the inscription on the gravestone, tears falling onto the stone surface, blurring into damp circles. How could her gentle brother scold anyone? He must have been very angry. Sighing softly, she lamented, even now that you are below, I still managed to upset you. I truly feel like I have failed. I wonder if you ever told mom and dad about this afterward. And now she no longer felt that way. Dr.An had said she possessed a strong self-healing ability. In truth, most of the time, she could make herself happy. She was not naturally melancholic and did not dwell in her emotions. You need not worry about me. By the way, Sheng Ting treats me very well, and I have a bit of a crush on him. In front of her parents, she spoke freely without pressure. We all want to live well. He is a reliable person, and Grandma has good taste. After chatting with her parents for a while longer, Chu Shuang stood up, her face radiant with a smile. Happy New Year. I must go visit Grandma. I will come to see you both again, after tidying everything up. She descended the stone steps of the hill. Today, she had promised to meet Dr.An at the clinic, and her car turned around and sped away. In the parking lot, a man lit a cigarette, his gaze quietly fixed on the direction she had left, his emotions unreadable. Upon arriving at the clinic, and Jing Yu was having lunch. Upon seeing Chu Shuang, he set down his chopsticks and handed her a food container. The dumplings from across the street are quite good. I specifically bought some for you. You haven't had lunch, have you? Chu Shuang took a seat. What filling is it? Cabbage and tofu. I know you've been eating vegetarian these past few days. Unwrapping the disposable chopsticks, she took a bite and nodded. It's indeed good. I heard you got married. Yes, it's been over 3 months. He assessed her for a moment before smiling. It seems I needn't ask. He must treat you quite well. Chu Shuang lifted her gaze. Can you tell that just by looking? You seem very happy. Chu Shuang smiled. After finishing their meal, and Jing Yu led her to the therapy room. The space was simply and quietly decorated. As they settled into the soft sofa, he lit a scented candle and placed it on the table. The dim, yellow glow of the table lamp and the soothing aroma of the incense bring a sense of tranquility. As Chu Shuang closes her eyes and takes a gentle breath, a wave of drowsiness washes over her. Do you still entertain foolish thoughts? A man's voice murmurs slowly. She opens her eyes, a hint of amusement dancing within them. You ask me this every time. I no longer do, I assure you. Jingyu replies, I must ask to find reassurance. Is there someone or something you particularly desire at this moment? She had once confided that after healing the wounds left by the departure of loved ones, it seemed she had lost her worldly desires. She still possessed the ability to find joy and remained optimistic, yet she had relinquished her attachments. Everything had become somewhat inconsequential to her. She lived with a zen-like indifference. At that time, Jingyu had suggested she seek someone she felt an affinity for, believing that a fulfilling relationship might benefit her. Thus, she spent a considerable period searching for such a person, yet found little interest in most of them, a quest that spanned nearly 2 years. Eventually, it was heard that she had fallen in love, and at first, Jingyu felt a surge of happiness for her. However, it was not long before that romance came to an end. On the day of their breakup, Jingyu inquired if she felt sadness, to which she replied succinctly, meaningless. Those words were directed at herself. She had spoken of the man and his shortcomings, but more so, she confronted her own heart. His faults may not have warranted our separation, rather, I was simply too averse to complications. It seemed that love was merely a transient joy. Limited to that. I realized I held no obsession for this individual, nor did he care for me. It was best to end it early. I apologize, I still have not regained the ability you mentioned. Having lost what she deemed most vital in life, she found no reason for attachment. Merely living with optimism was sufficient. Whether in her studies, work, or material satisfaction, she approached everything with a sense of detachment, which in turn rendered her somewhat miserly and averse to unnecessary disputes. Her parents had left behind a substantial inheritance, and upon turning 18, she donated half to a charitable foundation. When her grandmother learned of this, she embraced her and spoke for an entire evening, expressing concern that as a girl, her background was already pitiable. The money her parents left was her security and confidence. It would ensure her safety even in times of great upheaval, and she must never donate at all. Even without donating, she seldom touched that inheritance. Could she spend her parents' legacy without feeling guilty? In those initial years, she experienced a profound lack of security, often imagining that without her grandfather's family, she would have been an orphan. What would an orphan's life be like? Alone and destitute, subject to bullying. She frequently found herself subconsciously stepping into that role, pondering how such a life would unfold at each stage. When faced with difficulties, she refrained from seeking help from her family, not wanting to burden them and wishing to understand how an alternate version of herself would navigate challenges. Even when she faced workplace harassment or struggled to find housing in the capital, she persevered. The greatest advantage of that inheritance was the ability to purchase gifts for those she cherished. She was never stingy with family and friends, believing that as long as it brought them joy, even lavish gifts were worthwhile. In life, happiness was paramount, followed closely by the desire for loved ones to share in that happiness. Fortune had favored her. Throughout her life, friends, mentors, and classmates had all been kindred spirits. Grateful and with no further desires, she pondered, do you have someone or something you particularly wish for now? Reflecting on Dr. An's question, Chu Shuang remained contemplative for a long moment, refraining from answering directly. Recently, she had discovered some old belongings in his room, connected to another woman. Do you know what I thought at that moment? She was likely referring to her husband. Jingyu replied, disappointment and sadness. Indeed, the initial discovery was unsettling, and my mind raced with thoughts of substitutes and the idealized past. However, upon reflection, these events transpired nearly a decade ago, when we had no relationship. What he possesses is irrelevant to me. I trust his character, he is not fickle, and his kindness towards me is genuine, not a fade. Initially, I thought of confronting him for clarity, but then realized everyone has a past, and who would want their buried history unearthed? I do not know what transpired between them that prevented a lasting bond, yet I feel a sense of regret for them. That woman is a wonderful person, and it is no surprise he would be drawn to her. He is certainly not the type to stray while married. When he commits, he does so earnestly. As for whether he likes me, that is his choice, beyond my control. I will not harbor resentment. Matters of the heart are unpredictable, and if he does not reciprocate my feelings, it is not his fault. His kindness towards me is what matters. Chu Shuang gazed at the flickering candlelight of the incense, softly stating, nothing is something I must possess. Love is no different. Many things become burdens when forced upon us. Adopting a more relaxed outlook on life brings much ease. Jingyu listened attentively, his gaze deepening as he regarded her. You have developed feelings. Indeed, in the presence of Dr. An, Chu Shuang felt no need for concealment. If you knew him, you would understand. It is all too easy to fall for Shang Ting. In truth, you already desire something. You consider matters from his perspective. And Jingyu looked at Chu Shuang intently, sincerely wishing, although you do not demand, I still wish for your heart's desire to be fulfilled. Engaging in conversation with Dr. An was a comforting experience. She felt no need to hide, for he comprehended the roots of her emotions and offered wise counsel. Those challenging years were made bearable largely due to him, and she harbored a deep gratitude towards him. After sharing her innermost thoughts, She felt a significant lightness. As she departed, the afternoon sun broke through the clouds, enveloping her in warmth. She squinted towards the horizon, noting that one side of the sky had brightened. Indeed, the weather appeared pleasant for the new year. Driving through the bustling streets, she spotted an elderly man selling candied hawthorn. Chu Shuang alighted and bought them all, even taking the skewers. You can scan this code. I have cash. Chu Shuang retrieved her wallet, pulling out 300 yuan notes. But before she could pay, a man beside her had already handed over the money. Is this sufficient? Looking up, she met the handsome face of Sheng Ting. The old man waved his hand, indicating it was more than enough. Even if each skewer cost 10 yuan, he had given 400 in cash. Sheng Ting did not accept the excess money. Instead, he took the large bundle of candied hawthorn, grasping Chu Shuang's hand with his other. Let us go. After getting into the car, Chu Shuang curiously asked, what brings you here? Just out for a stroll alone? Are you not out alone as well? Sheng Ting observed her, noting her early departure. Why didn't you invite me? Oh, it was too early. I didn't want to disturb your sleep. But the man quietly regarded her, shifting his gaze without further inquiry. Do you wish to buy anything else? Perhaps some snacks or sweets? Alright. Sheng Ting took the driver's seat. While Chu Shuang occasionally glanced at him, the sunlight kissed his eyelashes, casting a gentle warmth. The usually austere man appeared softer and more affectionate. Chu Shuang, yes. Would you like some fireworks? Chu Shuang turned her gaze to the shop outside, where an array of colorful fireworks filled the display, the entire store radiating festive cheer. Sheng Ting had already parked the car. Let us go down and buy some. The various fireworks and firecrackers looked joyous. After consulting the shopkeeper, they selected the best ones. The shopkeeper, a young woman in her mid-20s with striking features and a vibrant demeanor, was clearly thriving in her business while her husband handled the cash. As Sheng Ting approached the counter, the shopkeeper cheerfully patted Chu Shuang's shoulder, exclaiming, Sister, where did you find such a handsome husband? Chu Shuang glanced at Sheng Ting's stern face, arranged by the elders. Wow, your elders have exquisite taste. Unlike mine, who arranged for me to marry a simpleton, I usually have to make the decisions. Though she playfully critiqued, her face bore a charming and lively expression, indicating a fulfilling marriage. Looking deeper into the shop, her husband appeared a few years older than her, tall and handsome, certainly not the introverted type she described. He seemed dependable and caring. Chu Shuang smiled. Your husband truly loves you. As they spoke, Sheng Ting emerged from the store with the fireworks in hand. Chu Shuang followed, and the cheerful shopkeeper called out, Happy New Year. Please do visit my shop again. Chu Shuang slightly bowed, replying, Happy New Year. Upon entering the car, Sheng Ting noticed her smile had not faded. What brings you such joy? Well, it's nearly the new year, so I'm happy. You chatted quite a bit with the shopkeeper back there. What were you discussing? Sheng Ting gazed at her bright eyes, gently stating, I told her my wife is very beautiful. Chu Shuang paused, taken aback. What did you say? I said not only beautiful but possesses a wonderful character. He spoke with such sincerity that Chu Shuang was momentarily speechless, her eyes sparkling with affection. You actually tell people this? As they drove home, sunlight streamed through the windows, warming them both. Chu Shuang opened the window to let the breeze in. Turning to him, she remarked, Isn't the weather lovely in the south? Even the winter sky is so blue. It is indeed lovely. Every region nurtures its own people. While the words seemed innocuous, it took a while for Chu Shuang to fully grasp their meaning. If she was not mistaken, he was praising her. His compliments were subtle yet profound. Chapter 83, Were you just kissing? Chapter 84, I have never been in love. Time is a truly wondrous thing. When she was merely an elementary school student, he had already entered university. Time, in its subtle manner, has transformed that small child into a graceful young lady. Yet he gazes down at her as she animatedly recounts her childhood memories, and Sheng Ting gently takes her hand. Chu Shuang looks up in surprise, and he moves his lips, saying, Your hand is so cold. Naturally, he warms her hands with his own. Let us visit Bingbing's family to celebrate the new year, he suggests. Alright, Sheng Ting replies. On the eve of the new year, the streets are bustling with people taking leisurely strolls. They choose a quieter path, where the foot traffic is sparse. The evergreen trees are adorned with rows of lanterns, their warm glow beautifully complementing the green leaves, creating a picturesque scene in the night. A young couple rides past on a bicycle, the girl blissfully nibbling on corn while her handsome companion, evidently popular in school, pedals ahead. They gradually fade into the distance, becoming mere silhouettes. Chu Shuang's gaze lingers at the end of the road as she suddenly remarks, Love at this age is truly beautiful. Do you think it's regrettable not to end up with your first love? Sheng Ting follows her gaze, thoughtfully responding, Perhaps. Chu Shuang halts her steps, slowly shifting her focus back to him. Then why not put in more effort? Would you rather miss the chance than fight for it? Noticing the seriousness in her eyes, Sheng Ting feels a sense of confusion, yet he recognizes that her words are directed at him. A fight for what? After a moment of contemplation, Chu Shuang purses her lips. When I helped you look for books at the old house, I accidentally saw something in your box. I'm sorry. Sheng Ting stares at her for a long while, his gaze growing more obscure. You saw that? Yes, I saw a photo of Zhao Yujie, her matching scarf, and the note that said married after graduation. I didn't mean to pry into your belongings or unearth your past wounds. If you don't want to talk about it, you don't have to. Observing her candidness, Xingting's emotions become complex, ultimately manifesting as a soft side of "It's not my belonging." Chu Shuang is taken aback. Then whose is it? The man's eyes darken, his eyelids slightly drooping as he gazes at the shadows of the leaves on the road. It belongs to your ex-boyfriend. How could your ex-boyfriend's things be with you? They seem to have had a good relationship, so how? The reason is a bit complicated. It appears to be an unpleasant matter. And Chu Shuang decides to skip over that question. Carefully she whispers, so do you have unfulfilled feelings for Zhao Yujie? Xingting furrows his brow. Do I seem like that? After sharing a silent gaze with him for a moment? Chu Shuang nods uncertainly. Zhao Yujie is beautiful and talented. If I were a man, I would also be attracted to her. Unable to resist, Xingting playfully taps her forehead, his voice light. What are you thinking? The gentle tap stings a little. And Chu Shuang rubs her head, staring at him, momentarily lost for words. Honestly, I'm not very clever. Xingting begins to understand why she had been so quiet in the past few days, and the reason behind her request for a scarf. Processing these thoughts, the man pinches the bridge of his nose. This isn't your fault. Seeing that can easily lead to misunderstandings, Chu Shuang can't help but smile, unable to suppress the upward curve of her lips. Have you ever liked anyone before? No, you've never been in a relationship at your age. The man's tone remains flat, his mind elsewhere. Once everything clears, Chu Shuang feels relieved she didn't dwell on the contents of the box. However, she had genuinely felt a pang of sadness at the time. Now, hearing his firm denial, she feels as if she is floating in the air, a surreal sensation, although she doesn't obsess over his romantic history. She understands that a man of his age must have had feelings before, yet, hearing him deny it makes her emotions quite palpable. It means she is the first and the only one. How to describe this feeling? It's akin to the time during school when she thought she had performed poorly on an exam, feeling dejected for days, only to discover she had achieved the highest score. Looking up at his sharply defined features, Chu Shuang feels a flutter in her heart. Can I have a hug? Xingting extends his hand in response to her unspoken request. As she nestles into his warm embrace, Chu Shuang feels a sense of security wash over her, wishing to remain there forever. After a while, she steals a glance at him, noticing her. Xingting's voice is low and languid. If you want a kiss, then just kiss. Chu Shuang gasps. Aren't you going to kiss me? Xingting pretends to walk away, but Chu Shuang pulls him back, grasping his shirt and pressing her lips against his, warm and delicate, imbued with his unique, refreshing scent, intoxicating her senses. The corners of his lips curve upwards as he wraps his arms tightly around her waist, returning the kiss deeply. Chapter 85. A perfect husband. The person in his arms is as gentle as water. Though Xingting's kiss remains restrained, she is oblivious to his restraint, testing the waters with subtlety, feeling her tenderness and caution. Xingting's temples throb. He gently pushes her shoulders back to create some distance. Stealing a glance at her slightly flushed face, his throat feels dry, and he finally looks away, taking her hand. Let us go. His features are taut, and his expression is resolute, leaving Chu Shuang puzzled by his sudden silence and stern demeanor. She chooses not to dwell on it, feeling the warmth of his palm as she smiles slightly, accompanying him back home. The weather in the south has been delightful these past few days, and the cool evening breeze feels refreshing, lifting their spirits as they walk home together. Upon returning, the family is enjoying the late-night snacks prepared in the kitchen. The couple joins them, sharing a meal before it's time for bed. Little Yuan gazes at Chu Shuang with bright, eager eyes, wanting to sleep with his aunt, but his mother sees through his intentions. You toss and turn in your sleep, which will disturb your aunt's rest. Be good, you're a big boy now, you should learn to sleep alone. Having just spent a night close to his aunt, the little one thought he could continue this for days. Hearing his mother's words, the sparkle in his eyes dims, making Chu Shuang feel both amused and sympathetic. It's alright, sister-in-law, he behaves well at night. Who wouldn't want to sleep with a sweet, soft child? Xingting observes silently from the side. Their sister-in-law is sensible. How could she not realize that this little one clamoring to sleep with his aunt means that the son-in-law will have to take the guest room alone? Just yesterday, when Shuang returned home, the aunt and nephew were inseparable, but she certainly wouldn't allow this little guy to become a constant third wheel, before the little one can protest again. Their sister-in-law scoops him up and heads upstairs. If you don't want to sleep alone, then sleep with mommy. Although Yuan doesn't achieve his goal, he is satisfied to sleep with his mother. As everyone gradually retires to their rooms, only two aunts and Chu Shuang and Xingting remain in the living room. Tomorrow, the second brother will return, and the eldest aunt is too excited to sleep. Bustling in the kitchen preparing a grand feast for her dearly missed son. Even with the kitchen staff present, she insists on doing it herself, her face beaming with joy despite the busyness. Now, with a brief moment to rest in the living room, she accompanies the second aunt to watch a soap opera at 10 o'clock. The eldest aunt used to dislike such trivial dramas, but the second aunt has been advocating for them daily, and she has gradually come to enjoy them as a way to pass the time. Shen Jinyan is to marry a girl from the Sheng family next year, and the second aunt is quite fond of her. Her son has always been rather dull and uninteresting, and she had lost hope for him to ever change within 5 years, yet fate has a curious way of working. The girl from the Shang family is beautiful and intelligent, neither arrogant nor servile, with a captivating appearance and a gentle heart. The second aunt truly admires her. Joyful occasions bring a refreshing spirit. And the Shin family is filled with happiness. The second aunt, with her lively thoughts, has even taken up knitting, making little clothes and socks for children. However, she has never done such things before, and her attempts are a Shuang. How does this little sock look? Chu Shuang pauses for a few seconds before smiling. Is this a sock? The second aunt sounds a bit disheartened. Can't you tell? The second aunt, youthful and charming, has been pampered by her husband since she married. At her age, she still looks delightful, yet she often laments how Shin Jinyan has inherited his father's dullness. She has always wanted a daughter but never got one, and now that a daughter-in-law is on the horizon, she intends to spoil her like a daughter. No, once you mentioned it, I could see it, Chu Shuang reassures her elder, picking up the little sock. It is soft and playful in color, so adorable. She only praises the color and fabric. And the second aunt promptly inquires about the craftsmanship. The workmanship is good. For a first attempt, it's impressive. You have great talent. I believe that after making a few more pairs, you'll master the art of knitting the most exquisite clothing and socks. She adds, after all, of the thoughtfulness is what matters most. We aren't professional knitters, so we can't compare to what machines produce. Not many grandmothers still knit for their grandchildren these days. Your little treasure will be so lucky. The second aunt finds wisdom in her words and becomes cheerful. Yes, there is plenty of time. With practice, my skills will improve, and I'll knit a beautiful sweater for Yao Yao. Alright, stop chatting with A Shuang. It is getting late, let the couple go upstairs to rest. Xing Ting is probably tired, the eldest aunt teases, exchanging knowing smiles with the second aunt. Yes, A Shuang, take him upstairs to rest, tomorrow is New Year's Eve. There is much to do. Xing Ting truly is a wonderful husband. His actions and attentiveness to Chu Shuang have not gone unnoticed by her family over the past few days, though his demeanor is not particularly familiar. He possesses a profound understanding of human relationships, exuding a calm and courteous presence. It is evident that he has strong opinions and a commanding authority regarding both significant matters and trivialities. Remarkably, this man does not adopt an aloof attitude towards his wife, rather he is quite indulgent and respectful. Witnessing the dynamic between the two of them brings a sense of reassurance to everyone. Affirming that A Shuang has made a commendable choice in her marriage, upon ascending the stairs and returning to her chamber, Chu Shuang finally uttered an apology to Shang Ting. Why apologize? She mused. I was too engrossed in conversing with the elders to remember you. If you are tired, you need not wait for me, you can simply come up and rest. It is but natural to spend time with family and elders. How could it be considered tedious? Shang Ting regarded her with a composed demeanor, articulating, I wish to understand you, including your family. Chu Shuang studied him for a few seconds, her cheeks warming. She wished to express her gratitude but found it too formal. So she averted her gaze to fetch him some sleepwear. I borrowed this from my brother. You two are of similar stature, so it should fit. When she referred to her brother, she meant Shin Jinyan. She called Shin Haru big brother and Shin Jing second brother. That will suffice, Shang Ting replied as he took the clothes and proceeded to the bathroom. After finishing his ablutions, he emerged just as Chu Shuang was arranging the bedding. Having replaced the daughterly apricot-colored linens with a set of elegant smoke blue ones. As she entered the bathroom to freshen up, Shang Ting settled on the edge of the bed and pulled out a book. It was the seventh day. He weighed the book in his hands, feeling the thickness, and suddenly paused, a distinct crease on one page prompting him to open it. Precisely upon opening, he was struck by several lines sketched in pencil. My emotional clumsiness is akin to a house with its windows and doors tightly shut. Although I hear the footsteps of love passing by, I perceive them as merely transient, destined for others, until one day, those footsteps linger here, and the doorbell rings. The delicate markings suggested she had treated the book with care. Shang Ting's gaze lingered on the words for a considerable time, his thoughts drifting. What had she contemplated when she penned this passage? His fingertip gently pressed against the page, and his eyes fell upon the subsequent paragraph. It is quite strange. She wrote, I dreamt of marrying you last night. How peculiar, Shang Ting mused, his eyes fixed on the neatly inscribed words. A faint sound from the bathroom indicated her imminent return. His finger flipped to another creased page. Page 199. This page bore no markings, yet one prominent phrase caught his eye. As long as the family is together, it matters not where they are. As chapter 86 unfolds, it is advised that she refrain from provoking him in the next few days. When Chu Shuang emerged, she found the man resting with his eyes closed. Setting down her towel, she lit a fragrant candle and placed it on the bedside. The soothing scent of cold plum blossoms enveloped the room, offering a sense of tranquility. After preparing the candle, she looked up and met the man's gaze, her heart fluttering. Why are you not asleep yet? She noted that even while resting against the headboard, he had not yet reclined. I am waiting for you, he replied. Chu Shuang furrowed her brow, slipped off her shoes, and climbed into bed. The man extinguished the light, leaving only the flickering candlelight dancing in the darkness. She settled down, and Shang Ting also lay beside her. Typically, he would embrace her closely while sleeping, but tonight, he refrained from any affectionate gestures. Chu Shuang quietly opened one eye to observe him. His high nose bridge cast shadows on his profile. lending him an air of enigmatic allure in the dim surroundings, beckoning her to explore closer. In the stillness of the night, a previously reticent individual felt a desire to converse. Has anyone ever complimented you on your looks? She inquired. Shang Ting opened his eyes. Occasionally, only occasionally. She pondered whether he was being modest or if those around him were simply stingy with their praises. I believe you are quite handsome, especially your eyes and nose. They are particularly exquisite. Your physique is also exceptionally well managed. Shang Ting chuckled softly, glancing at her. In the darkness, her eyes sparkled brightly. When she gazed at him with joy, she bore a striking resemblance to her cherished little nephew. Thank you. His smile made Chu Shuang feel even more elated. Observing beauty truly nourishes the soul. Shang Ting too noticed the clarity in her sparkling gaze, devoid of any convoluted emotions, as if her admiration stemmed purely from an appreciation for beauty. She wished to gaze upon him, and he allowed her to do so, turning slightly to face her directly. His gaze was unflinching as it met hers. Before long, her previously clear eyes lost their boldness. Her cheeks flushed, and her breath quickened, though the dim light made it difficult to discern. Why did you stop looking? Shang Ting asked, noticing her gaze wander. You were staring. Chu Shuang suddenly caught sight of his distinctly shaped lips and whispered. To be honest, your lips are quite attractive. They are very alluring. Whether it was the late hour, the relaxation of her mind, or the allure of beauty, her words hung in the air for a moment. Creating a charged silence, their eyes locked, and the atmosphere turned electric. Shang Ting's gaze was piercing, yet his voice carried a hint of huskiness as he cautioned, It is best not to provoke me for the next few days. Chu Shuang felt her breath catch. Provoke? Is this considered provoking? She swallowed hard, and Shang Ting scrutinized her for a moment before suddenly rolling over. The movement caused the covers to shift, and he glanced at her graceful figure. His large hand unexpectedly tugging at her shoulder strap. Such reckless behavior caught her completely off guard, leaving her astonished, her face aflame, her eyes glistened, and her hands clenched the hem of her clothing uselessly. Her delicate skin glowed beneath his darkened gaze, which roamed over her. His voice was thick with desire as he murmured, I too believe Mrs. Shang is beautiful and alluring. The weight of the word alluring hung heavily in the air. Igniting a warmth within Chu Shuang, Shang Ting leaned in, kissing her fervently, shedding the restraint he had previously displayed, as if claiming something he felt was owed to him. His hands ignited a fire within her. Eliciting a soft gasp from her lips. Realizing what was happening, she bit her lip, her face flushed, too shy to open her eyes. The aromatic candle flickered throughout the night. In the end, she felt utterly heated and dazed. And after Shang Ting wiped his hands with a tissue, he drew her into his embrace, his words a tender murmur in her ear. For the next few days, refrain from igniting any further flames. On New Year's Day, the morning was lively, with everyone rising early. Chu Shuang, having slept in, heard her little nephew calling her from outside, urging her to come downstairs for snacks, after gently sending him off. She finally got out of bed. Shang Ting had drawn back the curtains, standing tall as he observed the bustling scene below. As she gazed at his upright and elegant profile, memories of last night's passionate closeness flooded her mind. Her eyes briefly glanced at his long fingers, causing her heart to race as if scalded. Noticing his meticulously tailored attire, Chu Shuang found herself thinking of the phrase, a well-dressed beast, just as her gaze sharpened. Shang Ting shifted slightly, preparing to turn, prompting her to quickly step into the bathroom. While washing her face, thoughts of his actions from the previous night lingered in her mind, making her legs feel inexplicably weak. She composed herself at the vanity to apply her makeup, while Shang Ting settled onto a small sofa, observing her as she dabbed and brushed, finding her routine amusing. Dressed in a sky-blue form-fitting knitted dress, she sat on a pear-blossom chair, the attire accentuating her exquisite curves, rendering her waist remarkably slender. Shang Ting admired her graceful silhouette, yet his thoughts drifted back to the previous night. His gaze darkened, and he suddenly felt parched. After finishing her lip gloss, she stood and declared, Let us go downstairs. Though her words were directed at him, her gaze was somewhat evasive, quickly shifting away after a fleeting glance. As they descended the stairs together, her earlobe subtly flushed with color. Chapter 87, Second Cousin. Chapter 88, The Big Red Envelope. After the New Year's Eve dinner, Chu Shuang and Shang Ting ventured outside to set off fireworks. Although they could have done so in the backyard, upon hearing that they were going out, her little nephew eagerly donned his coat, insisting on joining them. As they departed, he cheerfully called out to Shinjing, Uncle, let us go set off the big fireworks together. Shinjing glanced at the couple behind him and decided, Alright, you two go ahead, I'll watch the Spring Festival Gala. Thus, Chu Shuang and Shang Ting took the little one out. Upon arriving at the spacious square, Shang Ting went to ignite the fireworks while the aunt and nephew stood nearby, eagerly anticipating the display. As the fireworks painted the night sky with their vibrant hues, both the adult and child gazed upward, their faces illuminated with joyful smiles. After their fireworks concluded, Chu Shuang took her nephew to purchase some charming trinkets in the bustling square. They each donned glowing reindeer antlers. Just as Yuan, having just finished his meal, eyed a stall selling egg pancakes with longing, Chu Shuang glanced at the man beside her and gently patted her little nephew on the head, saying, Sweetheart, let your uncle take you to buy some. Yuan hesitated momentarily, casting a furtive glance at his towering uncle. Auntie. Shang Ting bent down to look at the little one and took his hand. saying, "Come along." Observing the scene of the two, one large and one small, Chu Shuang felt an overwhelming sense of cuteness and quickly pulled out her phone to capture the moment. The man stood tall at the snack stall, accompanied by a lovely little child, drawing the attention of onlookers. Yuan straightened his back, attempting to appear more composed, though his demeanor seemed a touch unnatural. Throughout their journey, the two exchanged not a single word, amusing Chu Shuang to no end. "Auntie," a gentle voice nudged her shoulder. Turning, she found a young man beside her. "Could I add you on WeChat?" Chu Shuang paused and shook her head. "I'm sorry, I am married." Fig pancake, the little voice piped up. Yuan rushed over, holding the pancake, followed closely by the stern-faced Ma. In an instant, it appeared as though they formed a blissful family of three. Sheng Ting approached, his gaze never straying towards the young man, and calmly stated, "Let us go." On their way back, Chu Shuang and Yuan walked ahead of Sheng Ting. They began with a steady pace, but before long, they were skipping and laughing joyfully. Sheng Ting, observing from behind, shook his head in disbelief. Being in the company of children had rendered her considerably more juvenile. He felt compelled to remind her, "Walk slowly and pay attention to the road." Whether they heard him or not remained uncertain. As they donned bright antlers, waddling down the broad street like little ducklings, the man could only smile helplessly at the scene. After a while, Yuan turned back and called out to Sheng Ting, "Uncle, come join us in our play." Chu Shuang glanced back at him, her features radiating warmth and amusement. This tableau struck Sheng Ting with a profound impact, softening his heart in an astonishing manner. "Do you know what your aunt and I were just doing?" "No." The little winter melon looked up at him, his eyes sparkling like shiny black grapes, and with a childish earnestness declared, "Walking like a duck brings prosperity this year." Looking down at him, Sheng Ting chuckled softly. "Let us go, uncle. Let us learn to walk like little ducklings together." Unbeknownst to him, whatever Chu Shuang had said moments before had dispelled his fear of her, and now the little one reached out his small hand to grasp Sheng Ting's. Sheng Ting effortlessly lifted him up. "That's enough, don't tire yourself out." The view became quite elevated, and Yuan regarded his uncle before him, suddenly realizing he was indeed quite gentle, just as his little aunt had said, cold in demeanor but warm at heart. Holding the little fellow, Sheng Ting was accompanied by Chu Shuang. After taking a few steps, his hand was unexpectedly grasped. Looking down at their intertwined fingers, she allowed a slight smile to grace her lips. Upon returning home, the elders distributed red envelopes to the younger generation, and Chu Shuang received a particularly generous one. She and Sheng Ting prepared to present gifts to each family member. When it came to her little nephew, they bestowed upon him the expensive Koenigsegg model from Sheng Ting's study, which elicited an ecstatic reaction from the little one, his eyes glued to the gift. Sheng Ting took the remote control, teaching the child how to operate the Koenigsegg. The car's brakes and turning sensitivity were exceptional, and as it raced with flair, Yuan's eyes shimmered with admiration for his uncle, leading him to impulsively plant a kiss on Sheng Ting's cheek. The others erupted in laughter at the scene. For a fleeting moment, Sheng Ting's gaze faltered, only to quickly return to the little winter melon, his tone notably gentler. "You can try disassembling and reassembling it in the future. It seems a bit complicated. You'll understand after exploring it a few times." "Alright." Gazing into the innocent, bright eyes of the child, Sheng Ting suddenly thought that next time he should gift him an airplane model. The family gathered around the television, welcoming the new year until midnight before retiring to their rooms. Sitting at the edge of her bed, Chu Shuang sent New Year's greetings to her friends and colleagues. Suddenly, a shadow fell before her. She looked up to see a striking splash of red. A large, thick red envelope was extended toward her by Sheng Ting. "New Year's money." Chu Shuang paused momentarily. "Do I have one too?" The envelope bore his handwriting, robust and powerful, inscribing the words "wishing you peace year after year." Upon opening it, she found a thick wad of cash stuffed inside. To her surprise, he had prepared one for her as well. She had only anticipated an electronic transfer, never expecting such a ceremonious gesture. The corners of her eyes curved into a gentle smile. "Thank you." Sheng Ting regarded her intently. "How will you thank me?" Locking eyes for a brief moment, Chu Shuang pressed her lips together, and just as the atmosphere grew slightly intimate, she spoke. "Wait a moment." She began searching for something on her phone. "This painting is for you." She revealed an illustration featuring a man. Sheng Ting scrutinized it closely, recognizing the setting as the Tianjin courtyard of the Shang family's ancestral home, enveloped in a fine drizzle. The man, holding a black umbrella, stood tall, his features sharp yet serene, appearing ethereal amidst the mist. "Is the painting of me? Of course it's you. From the day we first met." Chu Shuang held the artwork up for him to see, eagerly asking, "Do you like it?" "I do." Sheng Ting sent the image to his phone, using it as his profile picture that very night. The following day, after breakfast, the family ventured to the museum together. Initially, they presumed the new year would draw people to parks and pedestrian streets, leaving the museum relatively empty. However, upon arrival, they discovered a bustling crowd, primarily students and young couples. It seemed today's youth indeed favored visiting museums. After exploring the historical exhibition, they attended a lecture on ethnic costumes, which was remarkably engaging. Uncle performed brilliantly, his wit shining through in stark contrast to the usual solemnity of academic talks. He interspersed folktales related to the topics at hand. While models showcased exquisite garments on stage accompanied by a traditional artist playing the guzheng nearby, the audience was thoroughly engrossed, and the atmosphere was devoid of any disruptive noise, providing a delightful experience. As the hour-long lecture concluded, there lingered a sense of anticipation among the listeners. By the time they exited the museum, it was already afternoon, and proposed they head to the folk street to witness the lantern parade. Upon arrival, they were met with an overwhelming throng of people. The family, initially walking together, gradually found themselves separated by the crowd, coordinating through their phones to regroup at the exit of West Street. Chapter 89, The Leap. The crowd was simply too dense, and concerned for Chu Shuang's safety, Sheng Ting sought refuge in a restaurant, leading her to the upper floor. This establishment, situated in the heart of the folk street, was a large building that only permitted patrons who made a purchase to enter, ensuring a more controlled environment compared to others where tourists occupied multiple floors. The first 3 floors were packed, so they ascended to the 4th, which, although higher, still offered a decent view of the performances below, far better than being squished on the ground level. The lion dance, dragon dance, stilt walking, and flower palanquins were annual spectacles that never grew tiresome. Chu Shuang sat attentively watching the performances while Sheng Ting ordered several dishes. Should we call Aunt and ask them to join us? Sure. After placing the call, they learned that Aunt had found a great viewing spot, so the two remained alone in their corner. Sheng Ting ordered crispy fish, dried meat, succulent pork knuckle, along with several soups and cold dishes. When the dishes arrived, Chu Shuang chuckled helplessly. Why did you order so much for just the 2 of us? I had intended to invite Aunt and her family, but since they aren't coming, we'll share this. True to its reputation as a premier establishment, every dish was exquisitely prepared, especially the crispy fish, which Chu Shuang found delectable and kept serving to Sheng Ting. You must try this. It's really delicious. Eating while watching the performance, she found herself torn between the two. Observing the throngs of people bustling about on the street below, Chu Shuang remarked on the festive atmosphere this year, her gaze casually drifting to the building across. Each floor was teeming with people. Just as she was about to take a piece of crispy pork knuckle, a certain image flashed in her mind, prompting her to suddenly look up. Sheng Ting noticed her movement and followed her gaze. There, on the rooftop of the opposite building, stood a figure. Rooftops were typically sealed off, and it was unclear how he had accessed it. Clad in a black trench coat, the man stood at the edge, staring blankly at the crowd below, as though in a daze, poised to fall at any moment. Sheng Ting frowned, alerting the restaurant staff to the situation. Upon seeing the man, the staff appeared flustered, quickly contacting the local security team while fetching a loudspeaker. Soon enough, the crowd below became aware of the man above, and the festive atmosphere turned chaotic. People scattered in a panic, fearful of being struck should he fall. The street was already narrow, and with the sudden commotion, the scene spiraled into disarray. Fortunately, the team of security officers arrived promptly to clear the crowd to a safe distance, creating an open area below. Emergency services had been called, and several security personnel maintained order. Well-meaning bystanders shouted up to the man, urging him not to do anything foolish, but he seemed devoid of spirit. Merely standing in silence, the firefighters had yet to arrive, and initially, Chu Shuang watched the man calmly until she saw another man in a jacket stealthily approaching the rooftop. Her pupils widened slightly as the jacket-clad man drew nearer. The tension in the crowd escalated, everyone hoping he could discreetly pull the trench-coated man back. However, the trench-coated man, now alert, turned, his expression shifting from lifeless to agitated. Stay away. Don't interfere with me, he shouted, his voice loud enough for many to hear, while the jacket-clad man, cautious not to frighten him, spoke softly, rendering their conversation inaudible to the onlookers. Watching the trench-coated man grow increasingly agitated, Chu Shuang's grip on her knee tightened as she focused intently on the scene. The firefighters arrived swiftly, setting up a safety airbag below. Seeing the crowd's attention fixated on him seemed to incite the trench-coated man, who abruptly ceased his struggle with the jacket-clad man, turning to leap off the edge. The jacket-clad man, realizing the situation was dire, reacted quickly. Chu Shuang's pupils dilated in shock. Momentarily breathless gasps erupted from the crowd. Then came the thunderous sound of impact, the weight crashing onto the safety airbag. Chapter 90, Fear of losing you. Fortunately, the firefighters arrived in time, and neither individual sustained life-threatening injuries, though the surrounding crowd was left shaken. The noise of commotion filled the air as firefighters and security worked to manage the aftermath. Chu Shuang, regaining her focus, noticed a glass on the table. She picked it up and walked to the balcony, her gaze steady on the trench-coated man. Just as she lifted the glass, a large hand enveloped hers, warmth enveloping her from behind. Chu Shuang, Sheng Ting's deep voice resonated in her ear, taking the glass from her. He pulled her into an embrace, his hand gently stroking the back of her head. He led her back to the car, taking a moment before starting the engine, playing soothing music as he opened a bottle of water for her. Noticing her hair was slightly disheveled, he tenderly arranged her strands. Chu Shuang closed her eyes, massaging her temples, her expression unnaturally calm, like a dense forest under sunlight, vibrant on the surface yet concealing an unfathomable darkness within. There are countless ways to face death, yet he chose the most troublesome one for others. Why waste societal resources? As the song played on, she murmured softly, it hasn't even been a song's length. Sheng Ting gazed at her, his eyes shrouded in obscurity. The Chu Shuang he knew was gentle and amiable, never having uttered such weighty words. The car fell silent for a moment, and Chu Shuang's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Only realizing after a while what she had just said, Sheng Ting was still beside her. Her emotions could affect others. "I'm sorry." The man pulled her close, his large hand soothing her back. The afternoon sun poured warmly through the car window. Yet Chu Shuang felt a profound pallor. Sheng Ting spoke softly, "Don't hold it in. Talk to me." The heat of her unshed tears stained the fabric of his shirt. 10 years ago, her brother had jumped into the water to save someone contemplating suicide. As she began to speak, her voice caught in her throat. At that time, their parents had perished in a plane crash barely a month prior, the home engulfed in desolation. Her brother, with good intentions, had taken her out to distract her, but little did they know, a man, having failed in business, had gone to the bridge to end his life, despite Chu Wei's attempts to dissuade him. When the man leapt from the bridge, he followed suit. The river was 100 meters wide. Swimming back to shore was no easy feat, especially while trying to pull a strong adult man, and the man, in a fit of emotion, resisted rescue, clinging tightly to Chu Wei, leaving no one else daring enough to jump in to help. By the time the rescue team reached them, it was already too late. Both had succumbed to the depths. At that moment, the world seemed to collapse. When her grandfather and uncle arrived, they found Chu Wei lying drenched on the shore, and Chu Shuang, with tear-filled eyes, wept uncontrollably. "I have no brother. I have lost everything." Her family's inquiries fell on deaf ears, as she could only mutter those two sentences. In the span of a month, she lost 3 loved ones. Upon returning home, the young girl fell gravely ill. Every year, countless news stories detailed the tragedies of those who chose to end their lives, often dragging innocent victims down with them. Why should someone who wishes to die force others to pay the price for their life? And what of those who attempt to save them? Are they foolish? Can saving someone who no longer wishes to live truly result in a lasting salvation? Sacrificing one's life for such individuals is undeniably foolish. Overwhelmed with emotion, Chu Shuang disregarded her usual composure and spoke her mind. Sheng Ting gently patted her back, his words tinged with a sense of sadness. After a while, Chu Shuang's emotions began to settle. "Sheng Ting," she called his name softly, "promise me you won't do such things in the future. Do not put yourself in danger to save those who wish to end their lives." Looking into Sheng Ting's eyes, she felt a sense of urgency. "Promise me." She could not bear to lose another person she cared about. Merely contemplating Sheng Ting in danger made her heart feel as if it were suffocating. "I promise, I will not engage in dangerous acts." Perhaps it was the recent encounter with the scene of a suicide that left her unsettled. Even with his promise, she still felt anxious. She reached out to embrace his broad chest. Her voice slightly choked. "I just realized how afraid I am of losing you." She had never felt such panic even when doubting his past affections. She did not demand his undying love, only wished for his safety. As long as you were safe. The warmth and dampness against his shirt seeped into his skin, leaving Sheng Ting feeling as if he had been scalded. It was the first time she had shown such vulnerability before him. Years of accumulated pain could not simply dissipate overnight. Gently caressing her neck, Sheng Ting's Adam's apple bobbed slightly. "Don't be afraid. We will both be safe." In his childhood, his mother had once consulted a fortune teller who proclaimed that he would enjoy great blessings and longevity, surrounded by children and grandchildren. "You are my wife. Your fortune will surely mirror mine." The person in his arms gradually relaxed, lifting her gaze. "Really?" Indeed. Gazing at his handsome visage, Chu Shuang could not help but reach out, tenderly touching his cheek, her heart softening. "Children and grandchildren, is that truly the case?" Sheng Ting's stern brows softened under the sun's caress. His gaze on her filled with deep affection. Upon hearing her words, he smiled faintly, as if to say, "This is what my lady wishes." It was unclear whether he intended to comfort her, but the clouds of despair in Chu Shuang's heart undeniably lifted somewhat. Observing his face from such proximity, she leaned in and gave him a light peck. "Let us see how you perform." Ultimately, they did not wait for his sister-in-law and the others. After sending a message, they drove off together. Sheng Ting intended to take her out to relieve her spirits, driving through many picturesque landscapes. In the distance, the ancient eaves of a temple could be seen perched on a green mountain. Chu Shuang spoke. "Let us go to Daoqing Temple tomorrow and pray for peace." "That sounds wonderful." As they drove back home, the setting sun cast long, slanted shadows across the land. Chu Shuang leaned against the window, feeling the breeze, her gaze inadvertently sweeping over the pedestrians outside. When she seemed to catch sight of a familiar figure, she turned to look out the window. The crowd was bustling, and the woman's face was obscured, making it impossible to see clearly. "What are you looking at?" Sheng Ting asked. Chu Shuang hesitated. "She looks a bit like Sister Jiayu, but it shouldn't be her. She would never be in Guiyun." The next day, they prepared to pray for blessings, having a vegetarian breakfast. Their car could only reach the foot of Yunli Mountain, and they had to walk up the thousands of stone steps to demonstrate their sincerity in seeking the Buddha. After parking, Sheng Ting took out a few simple items. They planned to stay overnight in a guest room at Daoqing Temple and partake in a vegetarian meal, bringing some clothing for the chilly night. Yunli Mountain rose high, its lush forests offering breathtaking scenery, but the paths were not easy to traverse. The lower paths were manageable, but by the time they reached the mountainside, the terrain steepened. Nevertheless, there were many travelers along the way. Not everyone was there to pray. The summit offered splendid views, attracting climbing enthusiasts year-round. The temple complex of Yunli Mountain was ancient, its architectural grandeur evident, with several small temples nestled among the verdant trees as they ascended. However, their destination was the largest temple, Daoqing Temple, so they did not stop at the smaller ones along the way. Chapter 91, a sacred place of Buddha. Think twice before acting. Climbing to the peak temple consumed a good part of the day. After offering incense and praying at Daoqing Temple, a monk informed them that there was a master lecturing on Buddhist teachings at the Zen Incense Hall, so Chu Shuang and Shang Ting went to listen. The century-old temple was filled with the continuous scent of incense, and the aroma of burning incense mixed with the fragrance of oil lamps created a unique, ancient, and soothing scent. Sitting cross-legged on the mat, they listened to the master speak for 2 hours before finally finishing. The rear houses of the temple complex served as resting quarters for those seeking Buddha's blessings, and after a brief rest, Chu Shuang stood up. I am going to see the view from above. If you're tired, you can take a nap. Aware of her desire to explore alone, Shang Ting chose not to follow her. Daoqing Temple was already situated at the highest point. Climbing the observation tower provided a panoramic view of the mountains below. The early spring air at the summit was still quite cool. Chu Shuang stood atop, lost in thought as the temple bells tolled. It was getting late, and just as she was about to descend to join Shang Ting for a vegetarian meal, her gaze suddenly fell upon a familiar figure. Sitting outside the Sutra Pavilion was a woman, her head bowed as she flipped through the pages of a book, seamlessly blending into the solemn and austere atmosphere of the pavilion. Indeed, she had not been mistaken yesterday. It was Sister Jiayu. How could she have come to Guiyun from the capital? After descending to join Shang Ting for their meal, the sun slowly dipped below the horizon. In the evening, they donned warm clothing and went out for a stroll. I know of a very steep viewpoint here, Chu Shuang mentioned, illuminating the path with a flashlight. While other areas had gentle slopes, this particular spot was a sheer drop. Enough to quicken one's heartbeat at a mere glance, yet the view was undeniably stunning. Take it slow. Though the path was paved with stones, the mountain trail was inevitably uneven, and Shang Ting gently reminded her. Still unconcerned for her safety, he took her hand to walk together. Hearing her familiarity with the area, he asked, "Do you come here often?" "My grandmother loved to come. I often accompanied her for vegetarian meals at the temple." Chu Shuang's grandmother had passed away 2 years ago, a fact Shang Ting was aware of. They were supposed to have married 2 years ago, but her family had suffered a loss, causing the wedding to be postponed. Traditionally, mourning lasted for 3 years, but in recent times people were not as strict about it, and since the marriage had been arranged by their elders, they could wed after 2 years. Chu Shuang seemed to recall this. Speaking of which, didn't you come to the Shin family 2 years ago? She did not remember having met him, otherwise the earlier mix-up would not have occurred. Her grandmother had only mentioned that it was a child of the Shang family, never hinting that he was the younger uncle. As the sunlight faded, the view became increasingly indistinct, with occasional sounds of birds and beasts echoing through the forest. They all came. Chu Shuang paused momentarily. The man's face was barely discernible in the twilight, yet his voice remained steady and clear. "You were there day and night at the morning hall, not meeting with guests." Chu Shuang wrapped her arms around herself, recalling her past self, and smiled softly. "Indeed, at that time I had no attention to spare for anything else." Upon reaching the viewpoint she had mentioned, the night wind whispered, and peering down into the darkness, she felt a chill from the heights. The cliff's edge met the howling mountain wind, with rustling sounds emanating from the nearby woods. Fortunately, a railing had been constructed here, providing a semblance of safety. Chu Shuang took a deep breath of the cool night air, feeling her lungs and chest expand with relief. She extended her hand toward the distant city lights, marveling, "I love this feeling, free and unrestrained. Observing the world from a distance, as if I were so close to heaven." This remark drew the man's gaze toward her. Chu Shuang paused slightly, a smile gracing her lips. "Heaven is the sky. Quite literally, isn't it interesting to view the scenery from the mountaintop at night?" Indeed. In truth, the mountain was quite tranquil. Even with the night breeze and the sounds of wildlife, their whispered conversations were swallowed by the darkness. The night remained undisturbed, and as she leaned against the railing, her gaze fixed on the distance, the sky was adorned with a meager scattering of stars. If it were summer, the night sky here would be breathtakingly beautiful, rendering one speechless. Unfortunately, it is only the early days of spring. 2 summers ago, I witnessed the most exquisite starlit sky here with Chu Shuang, who also spent the night at the temple. The news had reported that shooting stars could be seen that night. As we arrived, the Milky Way hung overhead, the spectacle of myriad wonders. The vast cosmos loomed above us, so close it felt as if one could reach out and touch it. My grandmother passed away quietly, without suffering. Everyone says that when the elderly reach a certain age, they depart peacefully, which is a blessing. After 8 years, losing a loved one again, Chu Shuang was far more composed than in her youth. When she received the call, she was buying pumpkin cakes on the street behind the school. These cakes were her grandmother's favorite, often made for her in childhood. With no lessons that afternoon, she would usually spend such days basking in the sun on the balcony or reading in the library. Yet that day, she suddenly craved pumpkin cakes. Just as she had purchased them, she received the call from home. Composure does not equate to a lack of pain. Seeing the familiar faces of loved ones again, So tangible, yet knowing they existed in a world apart, one could no longer share glances or conversations. Moreover, she could no longer offer her grandmother the things she cherished in life. Chu Xuang was once again painfully reminded that nothing weighs heavier than death. She knelt in the morning hall for 3 days. On the 4th day, the elder was laid to rest, and the following day, she ascended Cloud Departure Mountain. It felt as if this place was closer to the heavens and to her grandmother. That night too, she stood there for an eternity. There were no particular actions, just her silent reverie. Perhaps the atmosphere felt different. At some point, a passerby noticed her and cautioned to be careful ahead, don't get too close. It was a young man, an unusual sight at that hour. Upon hearing this, Chu Xuang lowered her gaze and took a step back. He must have come to watch the shooting stars, yet most astronomy enthusiasts would choose another mountain. One with a higher elevation, less dense vegetation, and easier paths, taking less time than this ascent. This was not the most optimal choice. The man seemed to offer a casual warning, his tone lacking warmth. Chu Xuang gazed thoughtfully at the night sky while he too silently awaited the shooting stars. The profound summer night was eerily silent yet strangely harmonious. When a faint silver streak crossed the sky, Chu Xuang was taken aback. To her astonishment, the shooting star was indeed real. The tales from her childhood had claimed that for every person who departs this world, a star falls. Even as a child, she had never believed such notions. Yet as she watched the shooting star soar, her heart suddenly ached, tears welling in her eyes. In the darkness, a faint click resonated, and a flicker of crimson light emerged. Glancing sideways, she saw the man with a lighter. Attempting to light a cigarette, the flame illuminated his features, revealing a chiseled visage, deep and striking. Just as the flame was about to catch the tip of the cigarette, he seemed to recall something. And the fire extinguished, everything returned to darkness. Aren't you leaving? He directed his words toward her. Chu Xuang hesitated before responding. The night breeze carried his deep voice to her ears. In a sacred place, one should think thrice about everything. Surrounded by the starlit sky, she could not fully discern his features, and after a moment of contemplation, she began to grasp his implication. Did he think she was here to seek an end to her life? If she were to fall from here, would it disturb the tranquility of this sacred ground? Chapter 92. 2 years ago, it was you. The words sounded harsh to her ears. What a peculiar fellow. If he had indeed come to watch the shooting stars, why did he not bring any equipment to capture the moment? After a brief silence, Chu Xuang eventually replied, just enjoying the night breeze. They fell into silence once more. She stood for a long while. The man remained in place, and when she decided to turn back, he was still standing there. Stealing a glance at his tall silhouette, Chu Xuang set off. The return path led through a dense forest. In summer, the foliage flourished, the trails overgrown with weeds and shrubs, making the dark path seem endless. A daunting journey by night. She pressed her lips together and calmly traversed a stretch when she suddenly heard footsteps behind her. Glancing back cautiously, she spotted the man following her at a leisurely pace, not even illuminating his path. His steps were slow, as if deliberately maintaining distance, yet he continued to trail her. Chu Xuang felt a sense of relief. Walking the night path was no longer so daunting. She intentionally slowed her pace, hoping he might share his flashlight, but he never drew closer. Thus, they walked in silence, one following the other until they reached the temple, where she returned to her room without seeing him again. Suddenly recalling that day, Chu Xuang felt a stir in her heart and slowly turned to glance at Sheng Ting beside her. In the dim light, the man's features remained indistinct, yet his outline was still sharp. Do you have a lighter? She heard herself ask. Sheng Ting lowered his gaze to her, not inquiring about her need for it, and produced a vintage metal lighter. Chu Xuang accepted it, her thumb gliding over the wheel, igniting the flame. The night breeze stirred, causing the fire to dance. She tilted the lighter closer to him, and in the flickering light, his handsome face gradually came into focus. The visage from 2 years ago, both blurred and clear, began to overlap. Chu Xuang's hand faltered. The flame extinguished. She gazed intently at Sheng Ting, her thoughts momentarily suspended. He mentioned that they had also visited Guiyun 2 years prior. What were you looking for? Sheng Ting asked. Chu Xuang found it difficult to articulate the complexity within her heart. 2 years ago, that person was indeed him. She stated it as fact, not as a question. Sheng Ting was taken aback that she had remembered such a trivial detail and was surprised she could recognize him. There was nothing to conceal. It was me. It turned out that her earlier request for the lighter was merely to confirm her suspicion. How did you recognize me? Chu Xuang gazed deeply into his eyes, slowly pursing her lips. The man from that night had been exceedingly handsome. No wonder there had always been a faint sense of familiarity when she first met him. Yet she could not recall where they had crossed paths. The familiarity had intensified when she glimpsed him from afar on a misty night at the Shang residence. It was as if some elements of the environment had been replicated, evoking a sense of déjà vu. You weren't just there to watch the shooting stars, were you? You came to offer prayers too. I suppose so. She was the only sister of Chu Wei. Chu Wei adored her. During his time in England, he often spoke of his little sister, how she was like a delicate jade figurine, soft and lovely, how clever and innocent she was, always smiling and never angry. Every family with a younger sister would boast similarly, and Sheng Ting had paid little heed. Later, he overheard a conversation between Chu Wei and their family, where the little girl on the other end called out to her brother with a soft Tender voice, bringing a gentle smile to Chui's face. She sounded about the same age as his young niece, but Shang Yao would never speak so sweetly. Little Shang Yao was always haughty, her brows raised. A spoiled little imp, they were two entirely different styles, Shang Ting mused. Subsequently, on a certain weekend, they all drove to the White Cliffs, where Chu Wei showed her the stunning White Cliffs along the southern coast. That was the first time Shang Ting laid eyes on the little girl. Chapter 93. I beg you to eye in the video. The little figure looked as Chu Wei had described, an exquisite little creature, her eyes untainted and bright. Focused on the towering cliffs along the coastline, slightly parted lips, her pupils sparkling. Brother, you really went to the White Cliffs. The cliffs were adorned with endless stretches of green grass, the greenery harmonizing with the blue skies and ocean, forming a vast coastal panorama. Yes, the siblings shared similar features, their eyes softening with smiles. Chu Wei adjusted the camera to show her the scenery, saying, you always liked this place. I came to see it for you first. It was late at night in the country. Chu Shuang's eyes were bright and clear, dressed in a soft nightgown. At just 10 years old, her long hair cascaded like silk, her lips red and teeth white. With beautifully long lashes, her smile was demure as she turned the phone toward her mother, saying, Mom, look, brother went to the White Cliffs. When Shang was beautiful, her features radiating a classical elegance, her fair skin and striking features balanced by a scholarly aura, making her a comfortable beauty. As the leading dancer of a top classical dance troupe in the country, she often toured with the company and, at 30, was invited to perform in Sydney, stunning the audience and prompting media to dub her the Oriental Camellia. At that moment, mother and daughter leaned together, their features strikingly similar, sharing the same gentle curve at the corners of their eyes when they smiled. After showing them the beautiful coastal scenery, Chu Wei switched back to the front camera and chatted for a while. The little girl on the other side asked who he had come with. Chu Wei shifted the camera, revealing Shang Ting. Bubble, say hello to your brother. Upon seeing the handsome man beside her brother, little Chu Shuang politely greeted. Hello, brother. Shang Ting began to understand why every time Chu Wei heard her call him brother, his face would light up. The little girl was indeed well-mannered. Hello, are you my brother's friend? Yes, little Chu Shuang pursed her lips, gazing at the excessively handsome man on the screen, shy yet unable to resist stealing glances at him, her smile unwavering. Her adorable demeanor was utterly charming, causing Wen Shang to laugh. Sweetheart, why are you such a little facecon? When he saw her again, it was 2 years later, after her parents' plane crash. The 12-year-old girl, with red swollen eyes and a frail frame, sat in silence all day, her former joy and innocence vanished. At that age, parents were everything. When they were gone, the world crumbled. Whenever Shang Ting saw her, he would recall the spring day at the White Cliffs. The little girl on the other end of the phone, carefree and growing in love, a little princess without a worry in the world. Her life was meant to follow that trajectory, yet the heavens took away her most treasured possession, extinguishing the light in her eyes. Less than a month after attending the funeral of Chu Wei's parents and returning to the capital, he received news of Chu Wei's death, and his mind exploded with disbelief. This world had truly gone mad. The hemp rope is particularly prone to breaking at its thinnest points. The sudden death of a former friend bears down on him like a colossal rock, rendering him breathless. As he makes his way back to Guiyun, he is consumed by thoughts of how that young woman will come to terms with this unexpected upheaval. In the span of merely a month, he has lost 3 close relatives, an ordeal too immense for any adult to bear. Upon arriving at the Shen household, he finds her already fallen ill, having withered away significantly in less than a month, showing no signs of tears, spending her days silently gazing out the window. The doctor remarks that profound sorrow often renders one tearless. If the child continues to stifle her grief without finding a way to express it, she may face the risk of mutism. The Shen family has engaged numerous physicians and considered various remedies, although she is no longer as detached as she was in the initial days and can hear the words of others. She remains mute in her communication. At that time, her mother was still alive. She and Chu Shuang's grandmother were close friends, and she had come to accompany the elder Shen lady for a while. Observing the young Chu Shuang, she discreetly wiped her tears and confided in Shang Ting, what a wretched child she is, reduced to such frailty today. She acknowledges my presence with a polite smile, yet that smile, it pierces my heart. It was late winter, and that year's winter was particularly frigid. Even the usually temperate Guiyun had patches of ice on its lakes. One sleepless night, he ventured downstairs and spotted a small silhouette lost in thought on the living room sofa. She was frail, hugging her knees and staring blankly into the pitch black outside, the dim corner lamp casting a feeble glow. She melted into the darkness, a picture of solitude that made Shang Ting's heart ache. As he approached the water cooler, he heard a sound and saw Chu Shuang looking over quietly. In the midnight gloom, everything appeared blurred. After a moment of silent contemplation, he walked over, intending to offer her the warm water. The little girl, who had not spoken for days, finally uttered a word, her voice raspy yet clear to him. Brother, is that you? The man stood frozen in place, his breath becoming labored. Her voice was but a whisper on the wind. Cautious as if afraid to shatter something fragile, she asked again, is it really you? Shang Ting, silent, met her hopeful yet sorrowful gaze. His throat tightened as he softly replied, yes. Those 2 simple syllables, so light, brought forth a torrent of tears from the little girl. Who clung to him, sobbing, "Brother, everything has to be a dream, right? I must have just had a nightmare." Soon, his clothing was dampened by her tears. He struggled to find words. "Can you take me out of this dream? I beg you." Shang Ting's breath was hot as he gently patted her back. "Please take me away. I want to see Mom and Dad." In her muddled state, she wept for a long time in his embrace until she finally fell asleep. Only then did Shang Ting carry her back to her room. Years prior, her mother and the elder Shen had agreed to an arranged marriage, but the Shen family had 2 sons before Xu was born. When Xu mother gave birth, the elder Shens doted on their little daughter, who took her mother's surname. When she was older, and the topic of marriage was broached, she cried and protested vehemently, while the eldest son of the Shang family showed no interest, leading the matter to fade away. When Xu turned 16, the elder Shen, concerned for her granddaughter's future, did not want her to be left alone without parents to oversee her marriage arrangements after many years. She consulted with the elder Mrs. Shang, hoping to secure a good match for Xu. Initially, Mrs. Shang considered Shang Yang. They were of similar ages, and this union would fulfill the earlier promise of marriage. When Mrs. Shang shared this with Shang Ting, the rest of the Shang family was still unaware. At the time, he had just returned home to take charge of family affairs, and his mother showed him a photograph of Xu. The girl resembled her mother, possessing both beauty and a gentle spirit. She had endured so much over the years, there was no trace of suffering on her face. She was a radiant soul, as clear and bright as sunlight, and he genuinely liked her. "Look," Mrs. Shang said, holding the photo of Xu with affectionate eyes, "she and Shang Yang are well matched. A girl like her should certainly appeal to him." Her grandmother was aging, and like any elder, she wished for her grandchild to have a good life. Xu background was pitiable, and her grandmother hoped to find her a reliable marriage partner while she was still alive. Being a fellow elder, Mrs. Shang understood her good intentions. Shang Yang had always been an intelligent and courteous child, and he would undoubtedly treat her well in the future. Shang Ting gazed at the photograph in his mother's hands. The little girl he had not seen for years had blossomed into a graceful young woman. Chapter 94. Carrying her, she wore her summer school uniform, a blue and white short-sleeved top exuding youthful vitality. Her hair tousled and tied up, skin glowing under the summer sun. The photograph was likely taken by the artificial lake at school, where countless willow branches hung down, and she stood smiling at the camera with a palette of colors in hand. Her eyes sparkling, embodying the essence of a diligent student. Looking at her sunny demeanor, one would hardly believe that 4 years ago, she was in such a state of despair. "What do you think of this marriage?" her mother inquired. Shang Ting shifted his gaze from the photograph, suddenly reminded of that little girl who had wept in his arms throughout the night, and then recalled her tender smile on the cliffs of Baya. The 2 instances of her calling him brother felt entirely different. Shang Yang had always been a resolute child. He might accept the marriage proposal but would not necessarily embrace it joyfully. Though your intentions are good, binding the 2 children in such a manner may not yield favorable outcomes. Moreover, will the girl be content with this arrangement? Mrs. Shang paused in surprise, recalling that her grandmother had already consulted Xu for her opinion. Shang Ting remained silent for a long while. "Her brother was a close friend of mine, and I ought to look after her. Shang Yang is merely in high school, with the imminent college entrance exams. This matter should not distract him." After observing him for a while, Mrs. Shang finally grasped the implication of his words. He remarked that while Shang Yang was independent, he himself was also one who made his own decisions. For him to agree to such a marriage proposal was indeed surprising. The marriage arrangement was settled without Shang Yang's knowledge, and the rest of the Shang family remained oblivious. The night wind howled atop the mountain as Xu gazed at him for a long time before stepping closer to embrace Shang Ting. Inhaling the crisp scent of him, her arms tightening around him, the sensation was unmistakable. The feeling he gave her that night was akin to the care and consideration he would show her as her husband. "You knew it was me then. Why didn't you acknowledge me?" Shang Ting looked at her. "Acknowledge what?" Xu hesitated. "You knew I was your fiancée." "I did," Shang Ting replied slowly, "but we were still strangers. And it held no significance. You needed your space." It made sense. She had been longing for her grandmother, and if a man she had never met suddenly declared himself her betrothed atop the mountain in the dead of night, it would surely feel out of place. On their way back, they passed through a narrow path in the woods, and Xu reminisced about 2 years prior, when she had held onto Shang Ting's warm hand. Marveling at how truly wondrous certain events are. Back then, they were strangers, yet he had offered her warmth and companionship in his own way, and now they were close. He had been her guardian even then. "In truth, I am rather afraid of walking alone at night," Xu murmured softly. "Thank you for quietly following me back then." Shang Ting illuminated the path with his phone's flashlight, one hand securely holding hers, showing little outward reaction to her words. "No need for thanks." Glancing at him, Xu slightly pursed her lips. "After climbing for so long today, are your legs sore?" The man paused, glancing sideways at her. "Are they hurting?" "A little sore. They feel warm." "Are you tired?" "Not at all. It's merely a couple of hours of climbing. I didn't carry anything heavy, just took my time walking up. By the time we reached the temple, I had rested for quite a while. This level of exertion is nothing for me. As the weather warms, you must exercise more." Xu responded with a soft "oh." Shang Ting lowered his gaze. "Do you lack the strength to walk back now?" Would you like me to carry you? Chu Shuang blinked. Forget it. You must be too tired to carry me. The man looked at her intently before handing her his phone. Here, hold this. Then, he slightly bent his knees, allowing her to wrap her arms around his broad back, and soon he had lifted her effortlessly out of his sight. Chu Shuang's lips curved into a smile. Being so close made her heart race. The realization that he could feel her heartbeat only added to her nervousness. Have you carried anyone else? You are the first. Chapter 95, Earthquake. They stayed in Guiyun until the 5th day of the new year, visiting all the relatives to extend their New Year greetings. The initial plan was to return to the capital for a gathering with Yao Yao and the others before heading to the seaside for their honeymoon. But unforeseen circumstances arose. On the 5th day of the new year, a devastating earthquake measuring 7.5 struck Jiang City, with a depth of 20 kilometers. The quake occurred in the early hours, and as Jiang City is a second-tier city adjacent to the capital, densely populated and built up, the sudden calamity plunged the entire city into darkness and panic. A news footage showcased a scene of utter devastation. The once pristine city lay in ruins, littered with injured victims. A sight that tugged at the heartstrings. Within a mere 5 hours, the official death toll had already reached 2,000. After the initial tremor, there were still aftershocks, and the government was dispatching personnel for rescue efforts. It was not yet officially spring, and the northern climate remained cold. This disaster, compounded by harsh weather, posed significant obstacles to rescue operations. In such frigid temperatures, if the injured trapped under the debris were not rescued in time, they would scarcely survive a cold night, let alone the challenges of accommodating the displaced and ensuring their medical, nutritional, and warmth needs were met. What should have been a joyous festive season was overshadowed by calamity, and the mood across the nation was heavy. Given Jiang City's proximity to the capital, thoughts of relatives there weighed on Chu Shuang's mind, prompting her to call Shang Yao, but the line was busy. Noticing her pale expression, her aunt gently patted her shoulder and pointed outside. Shen Jinyan was on the phone just outside the door. Do not fret, your brother has already contacted Yao Yao, and she is safe. You might try reaching out to other members of the Shang family. She also spoke with Madame Shang, who reported that everything is well. The capital experienced a few tremors, albeit of minor intensity. Aside from some billboards toppling over by the roadside, there have been no reports of casualties. Feeling somewhat reassured, she relayed this information to Shang Ting, who had been busy on the phone since early morning, coordinating arrangements for the business association's earthquake relief efforts. Funds, personnel, medical supplies, food, and various necessities needed to be swiftly allocated and dispatched to Jiang City. The myriad details could not be organized properly in just a moment's time. After having breakfast and tidying up their belongings, they were set to catch the next flight back to the capital. Following their farewells to family, Chu Shuang and Shang Ting boarded the car driven by the Shen family's chauffeur. Throughout the journey, he was continuously on the phone, while Chu Shuang remained engrossed in real-time news updates, her heart aching with every glimpse of the severely injured victims. The individuals in the videos appeared disheveled and grief-stricken. The injuries sustained were grave, with some disaster-stricken individuals being rescued missing limbs, their voices choked in silent despair. There were also mothers frantically crying for help, clutching their bloodied children. Chu Shuang felt her eyes welling up. As they passed a certain street, Shang Ting instructed the driver to pause. Chu Shuang lifted her gaze, inquiring, "What is it?" Earlier Han Tishi mentioned that Guiyun's traditional Chinese medicine was quite effective, and that they should stop by the clinic to fetch some medicine. Following his line of sight, she noticed a traditional Chinese medicine clinic nearby. Indeed, she had previously remarked that the herbal remedies were more effective for her menstrual discomfort, and she intended to acquire a prescription to take back to Guiyun. Yet, at this juncture, she waved her hand dismissively. "Never mind, let us continue on our way. It's not a serious ailment. If necessary, I can ask my sister-in-law to send me some later." Shang Ting glanced at his watch and replied somberly, "There is still time, we can manage this." It was merely a matter of obtaining a prescription, especially since they were already at the clinic's entrance. Once inside, he accompanied her, and within 10 minutes, the medicine was ready. After a flight of over 2 hours, they arrived in the capital. Shang Ting had no time to return home and rushed off to a meeting instead. As they parted, he gently tucked a strand of hair behind Chu Shuang's ear. "You head home first, I have some matters to attend to. I won't be joining you for dinner. Don't worry too much, if you find yourself bored alone, you can go to the old residence to find Yao Yao and the others." Hearing that he wouldn't be home for dinner made Chu Shuang a bit anxious about him overworking himself. She urged him to take adequate rest and not wear himself out. "I understand." The Kyoto Chamber of Commerce, as a significant organization, comprises top-tier medium and large enterprises across various industries. The annual membership fees collected amount to a substantial sum, which is typically utilized to organize various exchange activities and enhance the credibility and security framework of the chamber. It serves as a bridge for communication between businesses and the government, as well as among various industries and chambers of commerce, providing a broad platform for development and exchange should a member enterprise encounter significant operational risks. The chamber also extends financial and legal assistance. Furthermore, when the nation faces major disasters, the chamber assumes social responsibility, actively mobilizing member enterprises to engage in social relief efforts. Generally, such organizations donate a portion of their accumulated wealth to charitable institutions as public welfare funding each year, occasionally donating specific materials, but most often providing funds for charitable activities conducted by these institutions. Although the chamber is a large organization, it is composed of independent enterprises, and the unique nature of the institution makes it impractical to mobilize personnel from various enterprises for charitable activities on short notice. Over the years, there have been incidents where high-ranking officials within charitable organizations misappropriated significant donations, failing to allocate funds where they were truly needed. To avoid such situations, the Kyoto International Chamber of Commerce differs from most others by establishing its own dedicated charitable foundation, recruiting numerous professionals to conduct charitable work directly, effectively, and purposefully. In other words, they decide how to allocate their own funds to assist those in need. The JING is a large public hospital established with contributions from chamber members, where profits are not distributed among enterprises but are funneled into the chamber's charitable foundation for social assistance when necessary, given the severe losses of local medical supplies and personnel in Jiang City. The Kyoto Chamber has resolved to urgently dispatch a significant number of medical staff and supplies from the charitable hospital to Jiang City. Upon learning this news, Chaoyun sought out Sheng Ting. He had been exceedingly busy, and she waited for nearly 2 hours in the chamber's reception area before he finally found time to meet her during his lunch break. Are you planning to go to Jiang City with the team from the JING? Yes, I had originally intended to return to the UK after the new year, but with this incident, I feel a sense of urgency. Since you have a team going, I would like to apply to join you. In recent days, compassionate individuals from all walks of life have been rushing to the disaster area, delivering supplies, and providing assistance. She could no longer stand idly by as she watched the news reports of affected communities. She had ample time, but acting alone was challenging, so she sought to join a social organization. Sheng Ting paused for a moment before responding calmly. There are still occasional aftershocks there, and over the past few days, many have been injured due to them. I understand, Chaoyun replied nonchalantly. I'm going to assist, not to enjoy myself. I am fully aware of the situation. She anticipated that Sheng Ting would say more, but after a moment of contemplation, he nodded in agreement. The conditions will be harsh and dangerous, with various challenges in terms of food, shelter, and transportation. Aside from that, you must also prepare mentally. I am aware that providing assistance in disaster areas is no trivial matter. It requires not only the ability to endure hardship but also a strong psychological resilience. You will be facing severely injured individuals and even death every day. It's no laughing matter. I know all that. After all, I've been a doctor for many years. My mental fortitude is quite robust. Sheng Ting observed her quietly. The third batch of personnel and supplies departs tomorrow morning, right in front of the JING. You should go with them. All right, please take care. Chaoyun raised her brows and smiled. I have a strong constitution. By the way, she added, her gaze playful as she looked at Sheng Ting. How did you come to marry a girl from the Chu family? Aren't you several years apart? It was a marriage pact arranged by our elders. Chaoyun didn't believe it. If there had been such a pact, she would have known. This could only imply that it was established in the years that followed. She could roughly guess the reasons behind it. Contemplating this, her gaze softened, and her smile diminished as she became serious. Treat her well. After all, she is significantly younger than you, having missed the opportunity to go to the seaside. Chu Shuang did not bother to request time off from work. With just 2 days left before her annual leave ended, she wouldn't be able to go anywhere in the short term. As she wasn't a professional, it was best not to head towards the disaster zone and create additional complications. For the past few days, Sheng Ting had been leaving early and returning late. While she remained at home refreshing the news dozens of times a day, although she couldn't physically contribute, she was relieved to know that the chamber had a dedicated charitable foundation, and she anonymously donated some funds to support their efforts. That evening, she dined alone once more. After eating, she ascended to the art studio on the 3rd floor, where her cats and dogs followed her upstairs, behaving curiously yet quietly without causing any trouble. Painting helped pass the time swiftly, and before she knew it, it was nearly 10 o'clock at night. Hearing the sound of a car below, Chu Shuang quickly set down her palette and rushed to the window. Spotting the Maybach not far from home, she hurriedly tidied up the studio and dashed downstairs, just in time to encounter the man entering the house. He had his coat draped over his arm and had yet to remove his silver-framed glasses. He appeared remarkably energetic, a rare sight where fatigue showed on his face. Even amidst his busy schedule, his countenance bore a certain sternness, reflective of his meticulous work ethic. You're back. Chu Shuang approached him. Have you eaten? I made chicken soup this afternoon. Would you like me to serve you some? She gestured towards the kitchen. You made it? Yes, you've been working so hard lately, so I wanted to help you replenish your strength. Sheng Ting smiled slightly, pulling her closer. Chu Shuang was taken aback, feeling warmth spread across her neck. Her scent was subtle yet refreshing, and all the fatigue of the day dissipated upon seeing her, bringing a sense of comfort. After kissing her, Sheng Ting spoke softly. You've worked hard. Chu Shuang felt a slight flush creep to her cheeks. This man seemed unusually affectionate upon their first meeting today. She cleared her throat. No need for thanks. Just sit down while I serve it. After bringing over the chicken soup, she noticed there was only one bowl. Sheng Ting inquired, why don't you serve yourself a bowl? You should have it. I already drank a lot during dinner. After taking a sip, Sheng Ting remarked on the exquisite taste, noting the addition of goji berries and mushrooms, clearly indicating the effort she had put into it. Halfway through, he noticed something at the bottom of the bowl. Initially thinking it was chicken meat, he paused when he realized what it was. What is it? He raised an eyebrow at Chu Shuang, who was watching him intently. Her expression expectant. That's the chicken heart I saved for you. It's a delicacy. She smiled eagerly, waiting for him to try it. Sheng Ting regarded her for a few seconds, then, not disappointing her, he consumed what she referred to as a delicacy along with the soup. Is it good? The soup is delightful. Chu Shuang asked, is the chicken heart delicious? After all, there is only one in a chicken. It is acceptable. Observing his unfazed demeanor, Chu Shuang stifled a laugh internally, realizing she had once again uncovered something he didn't particularly enjoy. After clearing the bowl, she inquired if he still planned to work in the study that evening. To which he replied he would not. Chu Shuang was in high spirits when he suggested they go to the gym together. Glancing at the time, she muttered to herself, it's only 10 o'clock. We can work out for half an hour. Aware that she would lose motivation as evening approached, Sheng Ting insisted, you must exercise. Meeting his dark gaze, Chu Shuang realized she couldn't resist him, thus she followed him to the gym. It puzzled her how, despite his exhausting day, he still had the energy to work out when most people would simply want to relax at home. The disparity between them was striking. His vitality was truly enviable. It was no surprise, really, as such qualities were essential for managing a vast organization. Strangely enough, every time she reluctantly accompanied him to the gym, her mood improved significantly post-exercise. Indeed, physical activity fostered a healthy body and a relaxed mind. The mature man's physique was impressively sculpted, and each time she caught sight of his muscular thighs, Chu Shuang couldn't help but marvel at his strength. Exhausted from their workout, she lay on the mat, fanning herself while watching him exercise, her mind drifting back to university days, reminiscing about the occasional late-night talks with her roommates. One of them had a particular fondness for mature men in suits, often declaring that men in their 30s were like flowers, more alluring than younger fellows. At the time, they all laughed it off, but looking at the man beside her now, Chu Shuang began to grasp what her roommate had meant about mature men possessing a certain charm. After finishing his workout, Sheng Ting relaxed his arms, his gaze shifted and fell upon her, lying on the mat with her arms propped up, observing him intently. Post-exercise, her fair complexion bore a slight flush, fine beads of sweat dampening her hair. Her features were striking, and her focused expression was unmistakably one of scrutiny, as if she were meticulously assessing his physique. At that moment, she had yet to notice his gaze upon her. Sheng Ting's eyes drifted lower, noticing the curves beneath her collarbone, her posture revealing much more from his perspective. Though slender, her figure boasted enticing curves, perfectly balanced between voluptuous and delicate. Any more would be too alluring. Any less would seem insipid. The proportions were just right. With a slight narrowing of his eyes, Sheng Ting stepped closer. Before Chu Shuang could fully focus on his face, he effortlessly lifted her as if she were a mere feather, holding her in one arm. As her line of sight shifted upwards, Chu Shuang marveled at how easily the man had performed the action, her heart racing at the realization of his strength. Her hands found their place on his shoulder, her body pressed against his firm chest, her heartbeat quickening. Why are you holding me? She asked, bewildered. You look tired. He replied nonchalantly. I'm not tired, she retorted, feeling the embrace tighten uncomfortably. It feels a bit constricting, she added, trying to create some space between them, but his hand around her waist only grew firmer, almost deliberately so. Have you gained some weight? He inquired, his voice steady. Chu Shuang pondered briefly. She hadn't weighed herself in a while, but the festive seasons typically brought a few extra pounds. It seems you've put on a bit, he stated, nodding seriously. Is it heavy? She asked softly. He chuckled, not at all, unable to tear her gaze from his smile. She scrutinized it closely, realizing it held a deeper meaning. As she felt their bodies pressed together, warmth crept up her cheeks, making her acutely aware of the playful banter between them, catching the hint of a blush on her cheeks. Sheng Ting remained unfazed, stating, a little extra weight can feel nice. Chu Shuang felt an urge to cover his mouth, her embarrassment palpable. Upon entering the master bedroom and shutting the door, Sheng Ting didn't immediately set her down. Where are you going? She asked. To shower, he replied flatly, almost casually. Chu Shuang nearly doubted her ears. The way he spoke made it sound as mundane as discussing dinner plans. I'll wash myself, she insisted. Indeed, you can, unless you wish for my assistance, he teased. Then please put me down, she urged, ignoring her plea. Sheng Ting declared, together, it saves time. As he stepped into the bathroom, Chu Shuang felt a rush of heat rise to her face. Realizing he was serious, Sheng Ting, she protested, but he placed her on the sink. She wanted to say something to deter his straightforwardness, but as soon as he heard her soft voice call his name, His dark eyes deepened, he exhaled slowly, leaning closer, his arms framing her as he gazed into her beautiful eyes. What did you call me? She rarely used his name, having done so no more than 3 times. And one of those instances had been laced with accusation. Hearing her softly utter his name now sent a rush of warmth through him, leaving him perplexed. His expression was different tonight, far from the usual calmness. It was as if something lay hidden beneath the surface, ready to emerge. Chu Shuang swallowed hard, momentarily speechless. Shang Ting leaned closer, brushing her hair back from her ear with a gentle motion that sent shivers down her spine. His lips curved into a faint smile, neither warm nor stern, but unmistakably pleased. Can you remind me how long we've been married? He asked. Over 100 days, she replied. Indeed, he said, his gaze fixed on her intently. For the first half of the month, you called me uncle, but since then, it's always been you and me. Do I not have a name? Chu Shuang leaned back slightly, feeling the pressure of his presence. You're much older than I am. It feels somewhat impolite to call you by your name. She had always felt that way, finding it challenging to utter his name. He nodded, acknowledging her concern. It is perfectly normal to have such reservations. If you prefer not to call me directly, there are other terms of endearment you can use. Other terms of endearment, she mused, glancing into his narrowed eyes. Her lips pressing together. A couple of words lingered at the edge of her tongue, her heart racing as warmth flooded her chest, making her feel as if she were aflame. Chapter 98, Baby locked in a gaze. Chu Shuang felt an uncontrollable heat rise to her cheeks while Shang Ting regarded her with a languid curiosity. What's wrong? Can't think of anything. Chu Shuang's gaze flickered, her hands gripping the sink tighter. She feigned nonchalance. Aren't we here to shower? It's getting late, don't change the subject. Shang Ting replied coolly. Then I suppose I'll just call you Shang Ting, she declared, but he clearly wasn't satisfied with her answer. Leaning in closer, eyes locked on hers. Don't play coy, Chu Shuang. He was relentless. After a moment's pause, she stammered. Lol. Shang Ting raised an eyebrow, waiting for her to finish. The last word almost escaped her lips. Her pale cheeks flushing crimson, staring into his handsome face, she finally mustered the courage to say, Baby, old baby, he echoed, his voice low, a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Am I old? Chu Shuang quickly shook her head. Insisting, you're not old. Shang Ting lowered his gaze, articulating each word. How did you say it? Repeated. Chu Shuang hesitated, then tentatively said, baby. After a few seconds, his brows furrowed slightly, though his expression remained soft and amused. A hint of an enigmatic smile playing on his lips, his gaze held a glimmer of mischief, making his expression incredibly complex. Shang Ting scrutinized her, realizing her utterance of baby lacked any emotional weight. Yet he couldn't help but want to laugh. He found it amusing how she cleverly sidestepped his intended title with this one, as well as her navet in using such a term for him. He had never anticipated a day when someone would call him baby. Seeing the corners of his eyes curve upward, Chu Shuang felt he might be fond of the term. Do you like being called baby? Shang Ting inquired. Have you used it for anyone else? Yuan. He loves it when I call him baby. He always behaves well when I do, she replied, unable to resist. Shang Ting playfully pinched her cheek before setting her down from the sink. The bathroom was spacious enough, equipped with 2 showerheads and a large bathtub, ample for 2. The tub was already filled with water, and as he placed her down, he reached for her clothes, prepared to assist her in undressing. Chu Shuang gasped, clutching her neckline. I can manage. Shang Ting raised an eyebrow, his voice deep and soothing. Don't be shy, there will be many more moments like this. Before she could protest, he began to remove her clothes. In less than 2 minutes, she found herself completely bare, exposed before him. Shang Ting, don't be so straightforward, she protested, her cheeks burning with embarrassment as she shielded herself from his gaze. He had been so busy the past few days. Returning home to rest, she had assumed today would be no different, yet he was acting uncharacteristically bold, making her feel cornered. Shang Ting swallowed hard, wrapping his arms around her waist and neck before kissing her deeply. Their lips met, and she quickly succumbed to his advances, feeling her legs weaken beneath her. As he lowered her into the bathtub, water splashed everywhere, soaking the floor with a loud commotion that made it hard to remain calm. Behind her, he tenderly caressed her waist and kissed her earlobe, his movements slow and affectionate, yet it left Chu Shuang feeling suffocated. The overhead lights were bright, and she had never been intimate in such a setting. Fearing to open her eyes and catch a glimpse of something inappropriate, she had anticipated a challenging evening, but once in the bathtub, Shang Ting limited his actions to soft kisses, refraining from anything more. After their shower, when Shang Ting wrapped her in a towel and carried her back to the master bedroom, Chu Shuang still couldn't quite believe it, wondering if something else awaited her. The truth is that the man extinguished the light, lifted the quilt, and embraced her in bed, remaining motionless thereafter. In the enveloping darkness, Chu Shuang felt the searing warmth of his body behind her, and the man's presence was overwhelmingly strong, rendering her rigid and unyielding. Shang Ting, perhaps sensing her stillness, tightened his hold, his voice husky as he inquired, can't sleep? No response came from her. He chuckled softly, playfully nibbling her ear, not getting the expected reaction. Are you angry? What was he saying? Chu Shuang retorted, I don't understand what you're saying. You do, Shang Ting replied, planting a gentle kiss on her cheek. Don't be upset, it's indeed quite late, and you've had a long day. I am not upset, she murmured. I'll come back early tomorrow. He caressed her hand, his Adam's apple subtly shifting. Wait for me at home. A warmth surged through Chu Shuang's heart, a wave of heat enveloping her entire being as she comprehended the implicit meaning behind his words. How could he maintain such composure, as if negotiating a work schedule? When discussing matters of intimacy, she chose to remain silent. After a while, the man spoke leisurely in the dark. I had promised you we would go to the seaside after the new year. But I must apologize for breaking that promise. Feeling his chin gently graze the top of her head, Chu Shuang's heart melted into a puddle. She simply could not withstand his tender coaxing. There would always be time for a trip to the seaside. And given the magnitude of recent events, it was his duty to work tirelessly, and she felt immense pride for him. You needn't apologize. This is hardly an issue, she said softly, her words sincere. Shang Ting smiled wryly. Madame Shang is so understanding. I have nothing of worth to offer but my devotion. The phrase my devotion was enunciated by him with weighty clarity, causing Chu Shuang to suppress a smile, choosing to ignore him henceforth. The following morning, Shang Ting awoke early, while the person beside him, who had no work obligations, remained asleep. He gazed at her delicate features for a moment, his heart swelling with affection, before he could not resist placing a gentle kiss on her lips. When he emerged from the bathroom after washing up, he likely disturbed her slumber. The figure in bed opened her eyes slightly, her voice still husky. Are you going to work? It's not even 8 o'clock yet. It is too early, she murmured, unable to fully open her eyes, her mind still clouded. Her tousled dark hair framed her fair face, presenting an image of fragile beauty that warmed Shang Ting's heart. His thoughts wandered elsewhere, eagerly anticipating her demeanor that evening. Yes, sleep a little longer, I must leave now. But he moved to her bedside, cradling her face in his hands, leaning down to kiss her brow and eyes. His tone unexpectedly gentle. The groggy early morning atmosphere surrounded them, and the nightgown he had carelessly draped over her the previous night was now in disarray, revealing swaths of her soft, fair skin, a languorous allure that she remained blissfully unaware of. Just awakened, Chu Shuang's emotions were unguarded, and she instinctively nuzzled against his face, instructing him, drink some chicken soup before you go. The more he observed her, the more he found it amusing. She hadn't fully woken yet still remembered to care for his breakfast. A few months prior, he would never have imagined that he could be so emotionally influenced by such a petite woman. During their wedding, he felt little. He understood that he was not marrying for love but rather out of responsibility. Initially, he envisioned their marriage as one of mutual respect, caring for her without expecting any emotional reciprocation. Yet, over time, he realized that certain sentiments were subtly transforming, imperceptibly weaving their way into his heart. Upon reflection, he recognized that a qualitative change had indeed occurred. In the past, he viewed her as a child yet to mature, but through their interactions, it became evident that she had blossomed into a composed adult, clear-eyed, beautiful, and serene. She was no longer merely a young girl, she was his wife. Eventually, he began to shift his perspective, understanding that he should not regard her as a younger subordinate but rather treat her as an equal partner. Fostering genuine communication rather than maintaining a distant or fearful demeanor. During his first business trip after their marriage, he spent days in quiet contemplation, coming to understand many things, and upon his return, he attempted to engage with her differently. Aware that she viewed him with trepidation, he softened his approach, gradually alleviating her fears and assisting her in shifting her mindset. The results were promising, although she was younger. She was astute and perceptive, and through their exchanges she too began to change. Shang Ting was grateful that he had not allowed their relationship to remain a mere cordial distance. He was significantly older, and it would be unjust to possess another's youth while reproaching her for naivety. As a man and an elder, he ought to extend his hand first, allowing her to lower her guard, thereby fostering a more harmonious connection. However, the course of events unfolded in ways he had not anticipated. Her clarity, gentleness, and the brilliance of her eyes always drew his attention, subtly diverting his focus. Beauty is an objective reality, yet love is a subjective sentiment. Initially, he acknowledged her striking beauty, which was pleasing to behold, yet he never considered it a significant allure. Gradually, however, he found every aspect of her aligning with his aesthetic ideals. Seeing her watering the garden or encountering her freshly emerged from a shower filled him with an inexplicable desire to embrace her. That evening, when he caught sight of her wrapped in a towel after her bath, he was astonished by the thoughts that crossed his mind. During the week he spent in Leeds for work, the temporary separation heightened his awareness of his feelings for her. He wondered how she fared back home, whether she was adapting to the environment, and yearned for communication, even finding himself thinking of her during the day. Eventually, he chose not to overanalyze his intentions and thoughts, deciding to go with the flow. If he wished to hold her, he would, as they were rightfully husband and wife. Now, he clearly understood that his feelings for her transcended mere obligation. Just witnessing the smile at the corners of her eyes and mouth softened his heart in ways he found incredible. He felt fortunate to have accepted this union suggested by his mother. You must drink some chicken soup. You've been exhausted lately and need to replenish your strength. After giving her this instruction, Chu Shuang nestled back into the warmth of the soft, cozy blankets. Shang Ting gazed at her softly curled eyelashes and playfully brushed his finger against her nose. All right, I'll be back to have dinner with you. Just wait for me, Chu Shuang, eyes still closed, murmured in agreement, I'll wait for you to have dinner. Watching her drift back to sleep, he adjusted her blanket before rising.